Superb business magnate Chu Yi unexpectedly discovers that he has a pair of twin children. Initially consumed by his career, Chu Yi gradually shifts his focus. His daughter, Chu Xi, is a beloved companion, while his son, Chu Wang, is a budding business prodigy. Just as Chu Yi revels in the bliss of fatherhood, he unexpectedly finds love once more. A sleek black Mercedes comes to a halt before the branch of Ife Real Estate. The door swings open, and a tall, charismatic young man emerges from the vehicle. If any high-profile individuals from the political and business circles were present, they would instantly recognize this young man as Chu Yi, the chairman of Ife Group, a true legend in his own right. He built Ife Group from the ground up, establishing a conglomerate worth hundreds of billions in a mere decade, spanning various sectors including real estate, finance, supermarkets, electronics, and entertainment. Ife Group achieved an annual revenue exceeding $700 billion last year, ranking 35th among the Fortune Global 500. Today, Chu Yi visits the Ife Real Estate branch in Nanshur to inspect the new development Ife New World set to launch imminently. As he steps into the branch, his gaze falls upon a woman exiting, and he is momentarily struck dumb. She possesses an exquisite beauty, adorned with subtle makeup and an air of confidence. However, Chu Yi's astonishment arises not merely from her allure, but from the uncanny resemblance she bears to a face long buried in his memories, a face he is reluctant to revisit. As the woman strides past him, she notices Chu Yi's complex expression and inquires, "Excuse me, do we know each other?" A smirk plays on Chu Yi's lips. "What? After more than a decade, you can't recognize me?" The woman scrutinizes him closely. While he seems vaguely familiar, she cannot recall where they may have met. "I'm sorry. Although you look a bit familiar, I truly cannot place you." Chu Yi scoffs. "Oh, you can't remember? Kai Fei. If you had even a shred of conscience, you wouldn't have forgotten me." Upon hearing the name, a peculiar look crosses her face. "You must be mistaken. My name is Kai Jing. I do have an older sister named Kai Fei. Are you a friend of hers?" Caught off guard, Chu Yi takes a moment to observe Kai Jing more carefully. He notices subtle differences, most notably a small, inconspicuous mole at the corner of her eye that Kai Fei lacked. Moreover, given Kai Fei's age, she would not appear as youthful as the woman before him now. "Apologies, I mistook you for someone else." Since this woman is merely Kai Fei's sister, Chu Yi decides not to harbor any resentment towards her. His tumultuous relationship with Kai Fei is entirely separate from her sibling. Kai Jing, observing Chu Yi's intention to leave, quickly asks, "Wait, what's your name?" He pauses momentarily before replying. "Ask your sister if she remembers a man who spent a year in prison for her 17 years ago." With that, Chu Yi strides into the building. Kai Jing, momentarily taken aback, soon realizes that this man may indeed be the brother-in-law she has sought for over a decade. No wonder he seemed familiar. He bore a striking resemblance to the man in the only photograph of her sister and brother-in-law that she kept on her bedside table. The photograph depicted a younger version of him, with a leaner physique and more delicate features. As Chu Yi's figure begins to fade from view, Kai Jing hastens after him. "Wait," she calls, catching up to him. "Are you Chu Yi?" A mocking smile crosses Chu Yi's face. "I never expected your sister would mention me. That surprises me." With his confirmation, Kai Jing exclaims, "Brother-in-law, I have searched for you for over 10 years, and I have finally found you." "Brother-in-law?" Chu Yi is taken aback by the title. "What do you want from me?" Kai Jing quickly replies, "My sister often spoke of you before she passed away." "What?" Chu Yi's disbelief grips him as he seizes Kai Jing's wrist. "Your sister has passed away?" He could never have anticipated that the woman he had harbored resentment towards for over a decade would be connected to such devastating news. "Ouch!" Kai Jing winces in pain. "Brother-in-law, you're hurting me." Realizing his grip, Chu Yi releases her immediately, his tone shifting to one of remorse. "I'm sorry. Are you all right?" Kai Jing rubs her reddened wrist. "I'm fine." She does not hold it against him. Emotional moments often provoke such reactions. "Why would your sister suddenly pass away?" Chu Yi, disregarding his earlier reservations, urgently inquires. "If you're not busy, let's find a place to discuss this properly," Kai Jing suggests. "All right." Chu Yi nods in agreement. In a nearby CAF, Chu Yi and Kai Jing sit across from each other at a window side table. Once their coffees arrive, Chu Yi can no longer contain his curiosity. "How did your sister die?" Kai Jing stirs her coffee absent-mindedly, her gaze downcast. She passed away due to postpartum hemorrhage. At this revelation, Kai Jing looks up at Chu Yi. You probably don't know that my sister bore you 2 children, do you? Chu Yi shakes his head. Before his imprisonment, he was unaware of Kai Fei's pregnancy. After his incarceration, she never visited him, and when he was released, she failed to fulfill her promise to meet him. It was only upon returning to their former residence that he learned from the landlord that Kai Fei had vanished without a trace. This was the root of Chu Yi's bitterness towards Kai Fei. He had ended up in prison because he had defended her from a group of thugs, an act that, while noble, had led to dire consequences. Despite it being his duty to protect his girlfriend, Kai Fei's abandonment after his imprisonment left a deep wound in his heart, given the love they had shared and their plans to meet each other's families during the national holiday. Kai Jing sighs and explains, not long after you went to prison, our family faced a calamity. My father fell from a height while working on a construction site and ended up in the hospital. When my sister received the news, she rushed back from Guang City without even having the chance to inform you. My father spent over half a month in a hospital, but sadly did not survive. After arranging his funeral, my mother fell ill. To cover my father's medical expenses, our family accrued significant debt. At that time, I was still young and couldn't assist my sister much. She had to shoulder everything alone. My sister's postpartum hemorrhage might have also been a result of her exhaustion during her pregnancy. Chapter 2. Hope. Upon hearing these revelations from Kai Jing, Chu Yi realized that he had misjudged Kai Fei, which filled him with an overwhelming sense of guilt that it was unimaginable that after his imprisonment, Kai Fei endured such unbearable hardships. Kai Jing looked at Chu Yi with sincerity and said, Brother-in-law, my sister always thought of you before her passing. She mentioned that when you were released, she would bring the children to surprise you. At this, Kai Jing's eyes reddened, but she continued, but not my sister. The thought of her sister brought tears to Kai Jing's eyes. She felt that her sister had truly suffered throughout her life, growing up in poverty. She had barely enough to eat. After finding love, just as she was about to embark on the journey of marriage, calamity struck. After enduring 10 months of pregnancy, she tragically passed away due to postpartum hemorrhaging without ever having seen her child. Hearing this, Chu Yi felt a lump in his throat. Initially, he had believed that Kai Fei had left him because she was ashamed of his past, but now he understood the depth of her suffering. His heart was now filled with regret for his own 2 children. Had he sought out Kai Fei after his release, they would not have grown up without the love of their parents. Now he longed to care for his children with Kai Fei, to make amends for the years lost. Kai Jing continued, they are twins, a boy and a girl. My sister named them Chu Xi and Chu Wang. They have come to live with me in Nan City. Chu Xi, Chu Wang. Chu Yi repeated the names, feeling a surge of paternal responsibility. Kai Jing nodded. Those were the names my sister chose upon learning she was having a boy and a girl. She hoped to reunite with you soon. Chu Yi was deeply touched, sensing the profound love Kai Fei had for him. Yet, fate had dealt a cruel hand. Had he not been imprisoned for excessive defense, perhaps Kai Fei would not have died during childbirth. A cold glimmer flashed in Chu Yi's eyes as he recalled the 2 ruffians who had caused him to serve time. He vowed not to let them escape unpunished. How long have you been in Nan City? He inquired. After a moment of thought, Kai Jing replied, almost 12 years. Shortly after our mother passed away, I brought Xi and Xiao Wang here. Kai Jing had only heard from her sister that her brother-in-law was from Xiang province, but she did not know the exact address. Over the years, she had tried many ways to find Chu Yi, but the vastness of Xiang province made the search feel like finding a needle in a haystack. The most straightforward approach would have been to seek help from local police, but as an ordinary citizen with limited information, she doubted they would expend much effort to assist her. After so long with no leads, she had resigned herself to the possibility of never finding Chu Yi. Chu Yi's expression faltered upon learning that Kai Fei's mother had also passed away. Looking at Kai Jing, who bore such a striking resemblance to Kai Fei, he felt a surge of compassion for her. If anyone had suffered, it was undoubtedly this girl standing before him. Thank you for caring for the children all these years, he said gratefully. Kai Jing smiled and shook her head. I am their aunt. It is only natural. Chu Yi understood that it was not as simple as that. After all, Kai Jing could have placed the children in an orphanage without facing any reproach. Yet she had chosen to raise them. For this, he felt immense gratitude towards her. After discussing these matters, Chu Yi decided it was time to leave, providing Kai Jing with his contact information and arranging to visit the children after school. As they exited the CAF, he asked, Where are you headed now? Do you need a ride? No, I can take a taxi, Kai Jing replied, feeling hesitant to trouble him, even though he was her brother-in-law. Chu Yi did not insist. Instead, flagging down a taxi that was passing by, Kai Jing felt somewhat awkward about the fare, as raising Chu Xi and Chu Wang had left her with little money. She had initially intended to take the bus, only mentioning the taxi to spare her brother-in-law any judgment. Now, with the taxi halted and the door opened for her, she felt she had no choice but to get in. Chu Yi closed the door behind her and handed the driver 200 yuan, saying, "Please ensure my friend arrives safely." The driver smiled and assured him, "Don't worry, I'll get her there safely." Once the taxi had driven away, Chu Yi waited for a moment on the street. Soon, a sleek black Mercedes-Benz glided to a stop in front of him. A distinguished young man exited the passenger seat and respectfully addressed him, "Director Chu," before opening the rear door for him. This young man was Su Sheng, Chu Yi's assistant, a graduate of the Imperial Capital University who had been with him for 8 years and was fiercely loyal. Chu Yi nodded slightly in acknowledgement before entering the car. The vehicle soon started moving, and Su Sheng turned to report, "Director Chu, the launch date for the first phase of Yifei New World has been set for New Year's Day. With a starting price of around 4,200 per square meter and a promotional period of approximately 4 months. Proceed with this plan," Chu Yi instructed. The Yifei New World was a mid to high-end residential complex in Nan City, and the launch price aligned with his expectations. Su Sheng responded affirmatively. "Understood, Director Chu." Chu Yi then inquired, "What did you find out about the matter I asked you to investigate?" Su Sheng replied, "I have gathered the details. Miss Kai Jing is a sales representative at Handing Advertising Company. She has visited the Yifei real estate branch several times, seeking to secure advertising business for the company." Chu Yi continued, "How is Handing Advertising?" Su Sheng answered, "Handing Advertising has been established for 5 years and has a solid reputation and capabilities in Nan City. Then let's assign the advertising business for Yifei New World to Handing Advertising and simultaneously investigate more about Kai Jing." Chu Yi concluded, closing his eyes to rest. That Su Sheng acknowledged him and adjusted the air conditioning slightly for comfort. Chapter 3. Meeting the children. The car soon arrived at the Yifei Grand Hotel, a 5-star establishment operated by Yifei Group's hotel management company, with branches in major cities and several resorts along the coast and abroad. Although Chu Yi owned a villa in the upscale Fenghua Courtyard in Nan City, he preferred staying in hotels during his visits. He rarely lingered, as he could not endure his parents' incessant pressure for him to marry. At 38, his parents were understandably anxious about his marital status. Despite his admirable qualities, he simply did not wish to pursue a relationship, leading him to avoid letting his parents know when he returned home for work. Upon entering his hotel suite, the butler delivered a Chinese meal. After lunch, he rested for a while before Su Sheng returned with a file. "Director Chu, here are the detailed documents regarding Miss Kai Jing." With the resources of Yifei Group, it was not overly challenging to gather information on an ordinary person. Chu Yi reviewed the documents, which revealed that Kai Jing was 28, unmarried, with a junior high school diploma, currently working as a sales representative at Handing Advertising. Seeing that Kai Jing was still unmarried at 28 made Chu Yi's feelings quite complex. He surmised that the presence of his son and daughter must have played a significant role in her situation. This realization only deepened his sense of guilt towards her. After a moment of silence, Chu Yi instructed Su Sheng, "Please prepare some gifts for me. I will need them shortly." He did not hide the fact that he had children from his most trusted assistant. Su Sheng acknowledged and exited Chu Yi's room. The Gaoyang community was an area in Nan City known for its affordable rental prices, making it a popular spot for transient residents. At 6 in the evening, Chu Yi arrived at the address Kai Jing had provided, carrying gifts for the children. When he knocked, a girl dressed in a school uniform, with bright eyes and a lovely face, opened the door. At 16, she bore a striking resemblance to Chu Yi. This was undoubtedly his daughter. "Chu Xi, you must be Xi," Chu Yi said with a cautious smile, almost afraid he might startle her. Upon seeing her father, Chu Xi felt a mix of nervousness and excitement. Children who have grown up without parental love often yearn for it deeply. Today, after returning home from school and hearing from her aunt that their father had been found and would be visiting, her heart was filled with joy. "Please, come in," Chu Xi said shyly, stepping aside to allow him entry. Chu Yi smiled gently at his daughter and walked through the door. Just then, Kai Jing emerged from the kitchen wearing an aproned brother-in-law. "You're here to Xi. Quickly greet your father and make him some tea," she instructed. Chu Xi immediately fetched a chair and said, "Please, have a seat. I'll make you some tea." It was their first meeting, and Chu Xi felt too shy to call him dad directly. Yet, perhaps due to their blood connection, She felt a strange sense of familiarity in his presence. Chu Yi nodded with a warm smile. Thank you. Kai Jing, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, Brother-in-law, please excuse the modesty of our home. It's perfectly fine. Chu Yi replied, shaking his head slightly. The two-bedroom apartment, though sparsely furnished, was impeccably clean. Coming from a rural background, he understood that their living conditions had improved compared to his own upbringing. Where is Xiao Wang? Chu Yi asked, glancing around the apartment. Kai Jing quickly responded. Xiao Wang hasn't returned yet, but he should be home soon. Although Chu Wang and Chu Xi attended the same school, they were in different classes, one in science and the other in humanities. Just then, the sound of a key turning in the door echoed, and soon after, a boy who bore a resemblance to Chu Yi walked in. Upon seeing the unfamiliar man in the living room, Chu Wang paused, casting a questioning glance at Kai Jing. She promptly introduced, Xiao Wang. This is your father, Chu Yi. Say hello. Stunned by the sudden appearance of the father he had searched for over 10 years. Chu Wang was overwhelmed with mixed emotions, excitement, anticipation, resentment, all swirling within him, leaving him unsure of how to face Chu Yi. Hello, Xiao Wang. Chu Yi greeted with a smile. Chu Wang gave a slight nod and retreated to his room. Kai Jing, sensing the awkwardness, apologized. Brother-in-law, please don't take it personally. Xiao Wang, that it's all right. I understand. Chu Yi reassured her he too felt uncertain about how to interact with his children, especially since they were still so young. Chu Xi approached her father, holding a cup of hot tea, and softly said, Here, drink some tea. Chu Yi gratefully accepted the cup. Thank you. Taking a gentle sip, he set the cup down on the table and handed a gift bag to Chu Xi. Xi, I wasn't sure what you might like, so I got you the latest model of a smartphone. Surprised and unsure how to react, Chu Xi glanced at her aunt for guidance. Kai Jing could only offer her a look that encouraged her to make her own choice. Chu Yi, noticing her hesitation, said gently, It's a gift from your father. You don't need to feel shy. Thank you, Dad. Chu Xi whispered, accepting the gift from him. Though her voice was small, the word Dad resonated within Chu Yi, filling him with an indescribable joy. There's no need to thank me. It's you should apologize for the hardships you've endured over the years. I will take good care of you from now on. Chu Xi nodded softly, her heart swelling with warmth. Having a father felt wonderful. Chu Yi then handed another bag to Kai Jing, saying, Thank you for taking care of Xi and Xiao Wang all these years. Kai Jing quickly shook her head. No, I'm their aunt. It's only natural. Please accept it. It's nothing extravagant. Just a set of cosmetics that I hope you won't mind, he insisted. After some persuasion, Kai Jing finally accepted the gift. Xi, go call Xiao Wang out. Chu Xi nodded and dashed to her brother's room. Chapter 4. Explanation. Chu Xi entered Xiao Wang's room to find him staring blankly at his desk. What are you doing hiding in here? She asked. That I'm not hiding. I just don't know how to face him, he replied, shaking his head. Why are you being so dramatic? Yes, our father. There's nothing to be afraid of. Though it was her first time meeting their father, Chu Xi felt a sense of familiarity with Chu Yi, having secretly watched his photos over the years. Stop lingering in here. Let us go outside, she urged, pulling him by the arm. Don't pull me. I can walk myself, he retorted. In the living room, Kai Jing was busy in the kitchen, while Chu Yi took in the surroundings. The living area contained an old refrigerator, an electric kettle, a small dining table, and a few chairs. The kitchen was tiny, accommodating only one person. Seeing their living conditions, Chu Yi sighed softly, imagining the difficulties Kai Jing had faced in raising two children alone. As he was lost in thought, he noticed Chu Xi and Xiao Wang emerging from their rooms. With a warm smile, he extended his final gift bag to Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang, this is a welcome gift for you. Inside was the latest model of a sliding phone, capable of making calls, sending messages, and taking photos. Thank you, Xiao Wang said, accepting the bag. Chu Yi smiled and shook his head. Video, you have school tomorrow? Not tomorrow. It's Saturday, and we have the day off. Chu Xi answered eagerly. Great. Then I'll take you both out for some fun tomorrow. Okay. Chu Xi cheered, while Xiao Wang's expression revealed a subtle hint of joy. Before long, Kai Jing emerged from the kitchen with a spread of delicious dishes. Stir-fried pork with chili, sauteed shrimp, chicken stew with potatoes, braised Crucian carp, and stir-fried bok choy. The meal looked appetizing and fragrant. I'm sorry, brother-in-law. There isn't much to offer, Kai Jing said apologetically. Not at all. It looks wonderful, Chu Yi replied with a smile. Chu Xi handed a pair of chopsticks to Chu Yi, smiling. Daddy, you must try this. My aunt's cooking is quite delicious. All right, let me have a taste, Chu Yi replied, taking the chopsticks from his daughter's hand and placing a piece of meat into his mouth. Although it did not compare to the culinary creations of high-end chefs, It possessed the comforting flavor of home-cooked meals. After swallowing the food, Chu Yi smiled at Kai Jing and praised, "Indeed, it is very tasty." Kai Jing beamed back, "As long as you enjoy it, that's what matters." Taking a sip of his beverage, Chu Yi said to Kai Jing, "I plan to take Chu Xi and Chu Wang out for some fun tomorrow. Would you like to join us?" No, I have to work tomorrow." Kai Jing waved her hand in refusal. Chu Yi intended to bond with his children, and her presence felt somewhat out of place. Moreover, she truly had work commitments. After a moment's hesitation, Kai Jing asked, "Brother-in-law, may I ask you a question?" Chu Yi nodded. Kai Jing looked at him and inquired, "Why haven't you sought out my sister all these years?" Although Kai Jing had moved to Nan City with her 2 children, she had left contact information for neighbors back home that it would have been easy for Chu Yi to find them if he had inquired a little. This puzzled her, with a hint of remorse. Chu Yi confessed, "It was my fault. When I was released from prison, Kai Fei did not come to pick me up as promised. Upon my release, I returned to our previous rental, only to find that she had long since moved away. At that time, I was unaware of her pregnancy and mistakenly thought she no longer wished to be with me due to my past." Hearing this explanation, Kai Jing felt a sense of relief. Her sister's departure had been so abrupt that it had inevitably led to misunderstandings between them. Furthermore, at that time, her mother was unwell, and she was too young to take her sister's place in picking Chu Yi up. Chu Yi sincerely addressed Chu Xi and Chu Wang. "I'm sorry for the hardships you've endured over the years that I never intended to abandon you. Had I known of your existence, I would have never neglected you." Chu Xi smiled gently. "Daddy, I understand that you didn't know about us, so I have never held it against you." From a young age, Kai Jing had shared their parents' story with them, explaining that their father had gone to prison to protect their mother. She also informed them that when their mother discovered her pregnancy, their father was already incarcerated. Thus, Chu Xi and Chu Wang understood that their father had no knowledge of their existence. Chu Wang added, "I don't blame you either." While he had harbored resentment over the years for Chu Yi's absence, the memories of being bullied for not having parents gradually faded as he grew older. Especially with Kai Jing recounting their parents' stories, touched by his children's words, Chu Yi felt a tightness in his chest. "Thank you, Chu Xi. Thank you, Chu Wang. From now on, I will make it up to you and care for you as your mother would have." After enjoying dinner at Kai Jing's home, Chu Yi did not linger long. He bid them farewell, recognizing that this was the first meeting for all, and they needed time to adjust. After saying goodbye to Kai Jing, Chu Xi and Chu Wang accompanied Chu Yi downstairs. Their eyes widened in surprise upon seeing him drive a Mercedes. In their minds, such luxury was reserved for the affluent. "Daddy, is this car yours?" Chu Xi inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. Chu Yi nodded with a smile. "Yes, it is. Since there is still time, would you like to go for a ride?" Chu Xi seemed tempted, glancing at Chu Wang. After a moment's hesitation, he shook his head, saying, "I think I'll pass. I have homework to do tonight." Despite knowing that the man before him was his father, Chu Wang still felt a bit awkward. Having not grown up under Chu Yi's care, Chu Yi understood and smiled. "All right, I will come to pick you up tomorrow at 9 in the morning. Will you be ready?" Chu Xi giggled. "I will be ready." Chapter 5. A day out with the children. Upon returning to Yifei Grand Hotel, Chu Yi immediately summoned Su Sheng. "Before tomorrow afternoon, please arrange for my villa at Fenghua Bun to be cleaned and prepare 2 rooms. Decorate the rooms according to the preferences of young boys and girls." Su Sheng nodded. "Understood, Chairman. I will make the arrangements now." "Wait," Chu Yi called out before Su Sheng could leave the presidential suite. After a moment's thought, he asked, "Do you think I should prepare a room for my sister-in-law?" Su Sheng pondered for a moment and replied, "I believe we should prepare one for Miss Kai Jing. She has endured considerable hardship raising the young master and young miss over the years. If the madam were still alive, she would surely wish for you to take care of Miss Kai Jing." Chu Yi nodded in agreement. "Then prepare one for the sake of Kai Fei and out of respect for Kai Jing's dedication in raising Chu Xi and Chu Wang. I feel it is my responsibility to care for her." The next morning at 9, Chu Yi personally drove to Gaoyang Community. After calling Chu Xi, he soon saw the siblings descending the stairs. "Daddy," Chu Xi exclaimed joyfully as she ran towards him. She had barely slept the night before, excited at the prospect of finally meeting her father after so many years. "Have you 2 had breakfast?" Chu Yi asked. Noticing their enthusiasm, Chu Xi nodded eagerly. "Yes, my aunt made us noodles this morning." Chu Wang, having approached, opened his mouth to call out "Daddy," but hesitated. Boys often struggle with expressing their emotions. Unlike Chu Xi, he found it challenging to feel comfortable with a father he barely knew. Chu Yi smiled gently at his son. "Chu Wang, Are there any places you and Chu Xi would really like to visit? Chu Wang thought for a moment and shook his head. Despite their family's financial struggles, Kai Jing had taken them to places like the Youth Palace and amusement parks. Chu Xi looked at Chu Yi with anticipation and said, "Daddy, I want to go to the amusement park." Is that all right? Since childhood, she had watched other children being taken to amusement parks by their parents and had longed for a day when she could do the same. Chu Yi smiled and nodded. Of course, we'll go to the amusement park this morning and have a nice lunch afterward. Come on, let us get in the car. I want to sit in the front seat, Chu Xi exclaimed. Rushing to open the door, Chu Wang rolled his eyes, feeling slightly annoyed. To him, sitting in the front seat wasn't a big deal. Upon entering the car, Chu Xi suddenly became a bit shy when confronted with the luxurious interior. Chu Wang, however, calmly surveyed the environment. Once seated, Chu Yi cheerfully announced, "There are snacks in the back seat for you. Help yourselves." Seeing the two children still feeling shy, he handed each of them a bottle of water. "You don't need to be so reserved with me, just relax." Encouraged by his words, Chu Xi and Chu Wang began to munch on the snacks. As Chu Xi enjoyed her chips, she asked, "Daddy, is your hometown in Nancy City?" Chu Wang leaned in, clearly interested in learning more about their father. Chu Yi chuckled, "No, it's in a small town called Xi'an Village in a county under Tanshire. About 100 kilometers from Nancy City. In 2 weeks, during the National Day holiday, I'll take you to meet your grandparents." Upon hearing this, both children felt a twinge of nervousness. "Will our grandparents like us?" Chu Xi worriedly asked. "Of course. Don't worry," Chu Yi reassured them. "Your grandparents will be delighted to meet you." Chu Yi's parents were quite open-minded. When he went to prison to protect Kai Fei, they did not blame her. In their eyes, a man's duty is to protect his woman. Over the years, they had longed for Chu Yi to marry and have children. They would surely be overjoyed to discover they had 2 grandchildren. As they conversed, Chu Yi soon arrived at the amusement park in Nancy City. Perhaps it was due to the weekend, but the place was bustling with visitors. After purchasing tickets, he led his children inside. Thanks to Chu Yi's financial means, they avoided long queues for popular attractions. After a morning filled with laughter and fun, Chu Yi asked, "Did you enjoy yourselves today?" Chu Xi nodded enthusiastically. "Yes," Chu Wang smiled. Feeling more at ease after spending the day with his father, the initial awkwardness faded, revealing the natural bond between father and son. Noticing the time, Chu Yi inquired, "Are you too hungry yet?" Chu Wang replied, "I'm fine." Chu Xi grinned, "I'm a bit hungry." Chu Yi affectionately ruffled her hair. "All right, let us go have a feast." After exiting the amusement park, Chu Yi called for the children to get back in the car and drove towards Yifei Grand Hotel. At Honding Advertising Company, Kai Jing had just finished a morning meeting when she received a call from the marketing manager of Yifei Real Estate, inviting her to sign an advertising contract the following Monday. Receiving such good news early in the day brightened her mood significantly. "Jingjia, what has got you so cheerful?" Her colleague Yi Fangfang, who sat nearby, inquired curiously, having joined the company a year later than Kai Jing. Yi Fangfang had been mentored by her in the business department, fostering a friendly relationship. Kai Jing replied with a smile, "It's nothing much, just that Yifei Real Estate, which I've been working with for a while, wants me to come sign a contract on Monday." Having worked alongside her for over 3 years, Kai Jing felt at ease sharing the news with Yi Fangfang. "Congratulations, Jingjia." Yi Fangfang expressed her sincere happiness. Kai Jing smiled. "Once the contract is signed, I'll treat you to a meal." "Thank you, Jingjia," Yi Fangfang replied gratefully, then leaned closer to Kai Jing and whispered, "I heard that our department is promoting a new team leader. You've been with the company for 4 years and have performed well. I think you have a good chance." Kai Jing expressed her confusion. "How do you know this?" Yi Fangfang replied, "I overheard our department manager talking with the manager from the second department." "Jingjia, if you become the new team leader, I would love to work under you." Kai Jing chuckled. "It's too early to say anything. Let's just focus on our work for now. I need to prepare the contract." Chapter 6. The astonishment of Chu Xi and Chu Wang as one of the finest 5-star hotels in the country. Yifei Grand Hotel was lavishly decorated. Following Chu Yi into the hotel, both Chu Xi and Chu Wang wore expressions of awe. Despite having lived in the city all their lives, it was their first time in such an opulent setting. Chu Xi stayed close to Chu Yi, asking nervously, "Daddy, is eating here very expensive? Should we go somewhere else?" Even though she knew her father drove a Mercedes, which suggested wealth, Chu Xi was still concerned about him spending too much money. Having grown up in a family with limited resources, Chu Yi chuckled softly. "Don't worry, Daddy is quite well off. I could take you here for a lifetime without concern. Plus, we won't have to pay for our meal." The expressions of both children turned to astonishment. "Is there really such a good deal?" Just as Xi was about to inquire further, the hotel's lobby manager, Chu Yi, approached them. "Welcome back, Chairman," she greeted Chu Yi. Chu Yi nodded slightly. "Please arrange a quiet private room for us and serve the hotel's signature dishes." "Certainly, Chairman," Chu Yi replied, leading the trio to the private dining room. As she whispered to her father, "Why did she call you Chairman?" Chu Wang looked equally curious. Chu Yi explained with a smile, "This hotel is part of Yifei Group, and I am the chairman of Yifei Group." He didn't hide his identity from his children, wanting to make up for the years they had missed together. Upon hearing this, both Xi and Chu Wang were left in shock. They hadn't anticipated that such a luxurious hotel belonged to their father. Chu Yi, who had been quietly guiding them, was equally taken aback. She hadn't expected these two simply dressed youngsters to be the children of their chairman. Stealing glances at them, she committed their appearances to memory. Understanding the potential significance of making a good impression on the chairman's children, the astonishment lingered. Chu Yi led Chu Yi and his children into the private room. Once seated in the luxurious surroundings, Chu Wang was the first to regain his composure. "Does it take a lot of money to operate a hotel like this?" he asked. Chu Yi nodded slightly. "Indeed, it requires a substantial investment. This hotel, from construction to operation, cost over 300 million. The staggering figure left both Xi and Chu Wang speechless. As Xi asked curiously, "Can a hotel that costs so much make a profit?" Chu Yi shook his head with a smile. "The primary purpose of building a five-star hotel is not just profit." Chu Wang was puzzled. "If it doesn't make money, then why build it?" Chu Yi elaborated. "First, to acquire land, companies must meet government requirements by constructing a five-star hotel. Second, it enhances the value of surrounding real estate. As the local business area develops, the hotel's assets will appreciate. Lastly, it provides tax benefits, reducing the company's tax burden. As Chu Yi explained, Xi and Chu Wang began to grasp the reasoning behind such investments. Chu Wang, reflecting on the day's experiences, felt he had gained valuable insights. Xi, however, was more captivated by the array of exquisite dishes being served. The menu included double-flavored crystal meat, creamy king crab, signature braised abalone rice, and top-grade steak paired with foie gras. With a smile, Chu Yi beckoned, "Xi, Chu Wang, don't just stare. Try these dishes and see if they suit your taste." "All right, Dad," Chu Xi replied, picking up her chopsticks to grab a piece of crystal meat and placing it in her mouth. As the savory flavor filled her palate, her eyes sparkled with delight. This was truly delicious. Chu Wang also sampled a piece, his face expressing enjoyment as well. Seeing his children relish the meal, Chu Yi's appetite was piqued. He too began to eat, normally weary of such food. Today, sharing the meal with his children made everything taste especially delightful. After finishing the main course, they indulged in desserts and fruits. She finished the last piece of dessert. Chu Xi rubbed her full belly and let out a satisfied burp. Chu Wang was equally stuffed. "How about it? Are you both full?" Chu Yi, having already set down his chopsticks, asked with a cheerful smile. Chu Xi and Chu Wang nodded in unison, confirming their fullness. Noticing his children had eaten their fill, Chu Yi summoned the hotel manager, Zhang Yi. "Please prepare 2 supplementary Supreme membership cards for Yifei Grand Hotel in my name and deliver them to my room shortly." Zhang Yi responded respectfully. "Understood, Chairman." Once Zhang Yi departed, Chu Yi stood up and said, "Come, let me show you around this hotel." Exiting the private room, he guided Chu Xi and Chu Wang through the fitness center, the indoor swimming pool, the bowling alley, and the billiard room, finally arriving at the hotel's styling room. Chu Yi arranged for the hotel's top stylist to design looks for Chu Xi and Chu Wang. Regardless of the occasion, one's appearance leaves the most immediate impression. Individuals with a good image often make a favorable first impression, which can yield better outcomes in social interactions. This was the first lesson Chu Yi imparted to his children. After their makeovers, both Chu Xi and Chu Wang exuded an enhanced aura of charm. Gazing at his handsome reflection in the mirror, Chu Wang couldn't help but smile. "Man, you really look dashing." Chu Xi chimed in with a grin. "Yes, indeed quite handsome. We certainly haven't tarnished the Chu family name." Hearing the banter between his son and daughter, Chu Yi smiled warmly. Once their styling was complete, the designer arrived to take their measurements for custom-tailored clothing. "What styles do you prefer? You can tell the designer directly," he added. As soon as he finished speaking, the designer appeared, after taking Chu Xi and Chu Wang's measurements. Chu Yi instructed the designer to prepare several outfits and deliver them to his room. The Yifei Grand Hotel collaborates with high-end clothing brands specifically for its guests. After completing these arrangements, Chu Yi led Chu Xi and Chu Wang back to his lavish presidential suite. Their perceptions were once again transformed by the opulence before them. Is this really the legendary presidential suite? Dad? Chu Xi marveled. Indeed, feel free to explore. Everything in the room is at your disposal, Chu Yi replied with a smile. Chapter 7. Fenghua Villa. After the siblings toured the presidential suite, the designer returned with staff, pushing several racks of clothing into Chu Yi's room. He called his children over to choose their preferred outfits and shoes. After they had tried on various combinations, their charisma was elevated yet again. If their classmates were to see them now, they would undoubtedly be astonished. Chu Yi beamed. Everything fits perfectly. Chu Xi looks even more beautiful, and Xiao Wang appears incredibly handsome. Flushing slightly at her father's compliment, Chu Xi felt a bit bashful. Chu Wang jokingly inquired, "So, compared to me, who's more handsome?" Chu Yi laughed heartily. "Of course, you are the more handsome one," though Chu Wang had yet to call him dad. The playful banter indicated that acceptance was drawing near, which was the source of Chu Yi's joy. "Well, Dad, I think you're way more handsome than Chu Wang," Chu Xi retorted immediately. Chu Yi's heart swelled with happiness upon hearing his daughter's words. It was no wonder they say daughters are their father's little treasures. Indeed, it warmed Chu Yi's heart. After the designer departed, Chu Yi took out his car keys and said, "Let us go. I'll take you home." Upon hearing home, Chu Xi eagerly asked, "Are we going to see Grandma and Grandpa now?" Chu Yi chuckled and shook his head. "No, we are returning to our home in Nan City," with a hint of confusion on their faces. Chu Yi drove them to Fenghua Villa, an upscale residential area in Nan City, conveniently located near the city center. The detached villas here are lavishly decorated and currently valued at around 30 million. Chu Yi's villa is centrally located, making it the pinnacle of Fenghua Villa. Besides the two gardens, the villa boasts over 600 square meters of living space, with 3 floors above ground and 2 below. He parked directly in the front garden of the villa. "Here we are. This is our home." As they stepped out of the car, Chu Xi and Chu Wang stood in awe of the magnificent villa. Chu Xi muttered, "Is this really a place where people live?" Hearing his daughter's words, Chu Yi chuckled. "Come on, let us go inside and explore. We will be living here from now on." The first floor of the villa features a living room, dining room, 2 kitchens, a senior room, and a tea room. The second floor includes the master bedroom, a reception room, a study, a piano room, and 2 secondary bedrooms, each with its own bathroom. If Chu Yi were to reside at Fenghua Villa, he would occupy the master bedroom on the second floor, while Chu Xi and Chu Wang would have the 2 secondary bedrooms. Chu Xi's room is decorated in a feminine style, while Chu Wang's room embodies a minimalist aesthetic. The third floor has 2 additional bedrooms, both equipped with ensuite bathrooms and walk-in closets, along with an expansive terrace. Adjacent to the terrace is a storage room. Kai Jing's room is situated on the 3rd floor, designed to be warm and inviting. After touring the 3 upper floors, Chu Yi took Chu Xi and Chu Wang to explore the 2 basement levels. The villa is equipped with an elevator that connects directly to the lower floors. The first basement level houses a wine cellar, laundry room, nanny room, mahjong room, and home theater. The second basement level comprises a garage, gym, indoor swimming pool, and sauna. After completing the tour of the villa, Chu Xi and Chu Wang's understanding of living in a villa was profoundly altered. They realized just how many amenities were available. Especially when Chu Wang saw the luxury cars parked in the garage, his eyes gleamed with excitement. What man doesn't he love luxury cars? Seeing their reaction, Chu Yi smiled. "When you both turn 18, I'll gift each of you a car." "Really?" Chu Wang exclaimed, his face lighting up with surprise. Chu Yi nodded with a smile. "Indeed, as long as it's within 1 million, you can choose any car you desire." Although Chu Yi was quite wealthy, he did not wish for his children to develop extravagant habits. Responsible parents do not raise their children to be spoiled brats. If Chu Xi and Chu Wang ended up becoming that type of person, Chu Yi would regret it for years to come. "Thank you, Dad," Chu Wang exclaimed excitedly. In his moment of exhilaration, he instinctively called Chu Yi Dad. Chu Xi looked at him disdainfully. "You're so materialistic. You only call him Dad when he promises you a car." Noticing his daughter's remark, Chu Wang felt embarrassed. Chu Yi chuckled, coming to his son's defense. "Don't listen to your sister's nonsense. I know you're not that kind of person." After years of navigating the cutthroat business world, Chu Yi prided himself on his judgment of character. He could see that neither of his children were superficial. Hearing his father's words, Chu Wang felt relieved. He didn't want his father to misunderstand him, thinking he only acknowledged him because of his wealth, almost leaving a negative impression. He shot a glare at Chu Xi. Chu Xi playfully stuck her tongue out at her brother when they returned to the living room on the first floor. The clothing brand partnered with the hotel delivered the outfits Chu Xi and Chu Wang had chosen. The staff brought the clothes directly to their rooms and organized them in the wardrobes. After the delivery personnel left, Chu Xi asked, "Dad, are we staying here tonight?" Chu Yi nodded with a smile. "Of course, this is your home. Where else would you stay?" Chu Xi replied, "But we haven't told Andy. And I still have many things at Gaoyang community. That's all right. I've already spoken with your auntie. Tomorrow, we'll go over to move your things and treat her to dinner," Chu Yi explained. While Chu Xi and Chu Wang were getting styled, he had already discussed this with Kai Jing, who had no objections. After all, Chu Xi and Chu Wang were Chu Yi's children. Now that they had found their biological father, it was only natural for them to live with him. Although Kai Jing felt a sense of loss, she couldn't let her emotions prevent them from pursuing a better life. Chu Xi's expression was conflicted that I really want to live with Dad, but if I move in with Chu Wang, Annie will be left alone. Having been raised by Kai Jing, despite Chu Yi being their biological father, the bond they shared with her was far more profound. Chu Wang remained calm, having noticed that his father had already prepared a room for Auntie on the third floor. Chu Yi affectionately patted his daughter's head, saying, "If you don't want to leave your auntie alone, encourage her to move in with us." When he spoke with Kai Jing today, he had mentioned this, but she had declined. Chu Yi planned to persuade her further when they met in person. Upon hearing her father's words, Chu Xi brightened. "Yes, I'll definitely convince Annie to move in with us." Chu Yi laughed. "All right, this important task will be entrusted to our Xi." Chu Xi nodded vigorously. Promising to complete the mission. Chapter 8. Teaching my daughter to swim. Time swiftly passed to the evening. Chu Yi initially intended to prepare dinner for his children himself, but his culinary skills left much to be desired. He attempted several dishes, but either added too much salt, burned them, or created an overpowering fishy odor. None were edible. Ultimately, he had to order a few dishes from the hotel to be delivered to the villa. This was also one reason Chu Yi preferred not to live in the villa. Every time he returned to Nan City for a short stay, he found it unnecessary to hire a cook and preferred the convenience of a hotel. Once the ordered meals arrived, Chu Yi descended to the home theater on the first basement level to call Chu Xi and Chu Wang for dinner. Pausing the movie, Chu Wang asked, "Dad, can we swim in the pool after dinner?" Having learned to swim at a friend's swimming pool during middle school, he had not swum in a while due to being in different schools during high school. Chu Yi smiled and nodded. Of course, considering the warm weather, it was likely they would enjoy the pool that Su Shang had arranged for a thorough cleaning of the pool overnight, and the water had been replaced. Chu Xi exclaimed excitedly, "Dad, I want to swim too, but I don't know how. Can you teach me?" Chu Yi readily agreed. "Sure, after dinner, I'll teach you how to swim." After dinner and a brief rest, Chu Yi took the children to the changing room on the second basement level. "Let's change into our swimsuits. These are all new. Choose the ones that fit you best." Soon, the trio was ready in their swimwear. Chu Wang donned swim trunks and put on a diving mask, while Chu Xi opted for a more modest one-piece swimsuit. Though she was with her father and brother, she felt shy about wearing something too revealing that as they approached the poolside. Chu Wang took a leap into the water, creating a spectacular splash. Seeing how deep the water was, Chu Xi felt a flicker of fear. Chu Yi handed her a life jacket, and once she donned it, she felt a bit safer. Jumping into the pool, Chu Yi reached out to her. Xi, jump in." "Dad, I'm scared." She hesitated at the edge of the pool. For someone who couldn't swim, the fear of water was deeply ingrained. "Don't worry, just jump. Dad will protect you." Chu Yi reassured her gently. Chu Wang swam over, teasing, "Come on, Xi, you can't be too scared to jump in." Though Chu Xi was technically his older sister, they were born just minutes apart. Since becoming aware, Chu Wang had never called her sister. "You're the one who's scared." Chu Xi shot back. Provoked by her brother's taunt, she steeled herself and, with eyes closed, jumped into the water. As the water enveloped her, panic surged within, causing her to thrash about. Chu Yi grasped her arm, saying, Xi, don't be afraid. Dad is here." Hearing her father's words instilled a sense of unparalleled security, gradually dispelling her fear. After she acclimated to the water, Chu Yi began, "Let us start with the freestyle stroke." He explained the nuances of swimming and then supported her belly, guiding her through the motions. Learning to swim requires some innate ability, and while Chu Xi had a moderate aptitude, mastering the skill would take time. After over half an hour of practice, once she had overcome her fear of the water, he brought her back to the edge. With a private pool at their disposal, there was no rush to teach her everything at once. You two should quickly wash up and change. I'll take you to the city center for some shopping later. All right, Dad. Fenghua Villa is less than a 10-minute drive to the city center. Upon arriving, Chu Yi parked in the underground garage of Yifei Commercial Plaza. The Yifei Group is based in the same province as Chu Yi's hometown. Their investments in Hunan province exceed hundreds of billions. Yifei Commercial Plaza alone consists of over 20 buildings, not to mention the supermarkets, factories, hotels, and residences they own. Stepping out of the car, Chu Wang curiously asked, Dad, is this Yifei Commercial Plaza also part of Yifei Group's holdings? Chu Yi nodded with a smile. Yes, the main businesses of Yifei Group are real estate and finance. With over 300 Yifei commercial plazas across the country, Chu Xi and Chu Wang were taken aback that in their minds. Their father was wealthy, but the extent of his wealth surpassed their wildest imaginations. Chu Yi smiled gently. Come, let us explore and see if there is anything you'd like to buy. Taking the elevator from the underground garage to the first floor, they began their leisurely stroll upwards. Eventually reaching the fourth floor, is there anything you'd like to buy? Chu Yi inquired. Chu Wang shook his head slightly. I don't have anything in mind. Having received a dozen outfits from the hotel earlier, he felt he had more than enough clothing. Plus, he had received the phone he had long desired from his father just yesterday, leaving him without any further shopping needs. What about you, Xi? Chu Yi turned to his daughter. Chu Xi shyly smiled. I don't really want anything either. Although she had spotted several beautiful outfits she wished to try on, she felt a bit shy after her father had already purchased many clothes for her today. Seeing that both of his children had no desires to continue shopping, Chu Yi decided against lingering in the mall and instead led them outside for a stroll, treating them to some snacks and milk tea along the way. Chu Yi seldom ventures out for shopping. After all, few men would do so alone. Accompanying his son and daughter, he wandered outside for over an hour. As they passed a jewelry store, Chu Xi tugged at Chu Yi's arm. Daddy, there are no hair ties in the villa. I want to buy some to keep at home. Despite having many toiletries in the villa, Chu Xi could not find hair ties or headbands. It was understandable that a man like Su Sheng might overlook such items when preparing. Chu Yi nodded. All right, let us go inside and take a look. Upon entering the boutique, Chu Xi unexpectedly spotted her classmate and best friend. Chen Yin. Yin Yin, Chu Xi exclaimed excitedly. Hearing her name, Chen Yin turned around, and upon seeing her friend, her face lit up with enthusiasm. Xi, you're out shopping too? Yes, I came out with my dad. Chu Xi said proudly, clinging to Chu Yi's arm. This is my dad, Chu Yi. Chapter 9. Pocket Money. Chen Yin displayed a hint of surprise. As Chu Xi's close friend, she had some understanding of Chu Xi's family situation. Wasn't Chu Xi without parents? When did a father emerge? Despite her curiosity, Chen Yin did not show it, greeting Chu Yi with a smile. Hello, Uncle. I'm Xi's best friend, Chen Yin. We are classmates. Chu Yi smiled and nodded. Hello. In the future, please take good care of our Xi at school. Chen Yin replied. Of course, we'll look out for each other. After greeting Chu Yi, Chen Yin nodded at Chu Wang, then pulled Chu Xi deeper into the boutique. She had seen Chu Wang a few times and knew he was Chu Xi's twin brother, although they were not very close. In the section displaying hair ties, Chu Xi and Chen Yin chatted while selecting items. Is this your real dad? Chen Yin could no longer contain her curiosity, given that they were alone. Chu Xi rolled her eyes. Of course. Do you think I would just call anyone my dad? Chen Yin quickly waved her hands. No. I just thought you lived with your aunt all this time. Chu Xi explained. My family situation is quite complicated. I only found my dad yesterday. What happened? Chen Yin asked. Her curiosity piqued. Chu Xi elaborated. Due to some unforeseen circumstances back then, my dad didn't know my mom was pregnant with me and Chu Wang. Later, my mom passed away during childbirth, which meant my dad remained unaware of our existence. Coincidentally, my aunt met my dad yesterday, and that is how I recognized him. There were details Chu Xi chose not to disclose, so she kept her explanation brief. However, the thought of her deceased mother made her a bit sad. Chen Yin noticed this and squeezed Chu Xi's hand, saying, Xi, now that you've found your dad, things will get better. This cheered Chu Xi up again. Yes, my dad is really good to me. He took us to the amusement park today and bought us lots of clothes. By the way, Yin, I got a phone now. Let me give you my number. Chen Yin exclaimed, That's wonderful. Xi, now we can stay in touch anytime. Hurry, tell me your number, and I'll save it right now. As Chen Yin took out her phone, she asked for Chu Xi's number and called her. Soon, the two girls saved each other's numbers. Knowing her dad was waiting, Chu Xi didn't chat much longer with Chen Yin. Bought what she needed and parted ways. Back at Fenghua Villa, Chu Yi took out 2,000 yuan and divided it between Chu Xi and Chu Wang. Xi, Xiao Wang. From now on, I will give you each 1,000 yuan as pocket money every week. You can buy whatever you want. If you wish to purchase something expensive, just tell me, and I will get it for you. Given the average salary in South City is around 2,000 yuan. A weekly allowance of 1,000 yuan was quite sufficient for Chu Xi and Chu Wang, who were still in high school, looking at the 1,000 yuan that Chu Yi handed him. Chu Wang quickly said, "Dad, I don't need that much pocket money." Chu Xi chimed in, "Dad, 1,000 yuan is too much. I don't even spend that much in a month." Previously, Kai Jing had given Chu Xi and Chu Wang 300 yuan each month, which covered their bus fares, school lunches, and study supplies. 300 yuan was already pushing Kai Jing's limits, as her monthly salary as a salesperson, including commissions, averaged around 4,000 yuan. After paying for rent, utilities, transportation, phone bills, and food, she had little left each month. Fortunately, Chu Xi and Chu Wang were healthy and hadn't been sick much over the years. Otherwise, Kai Jing would have struggled even more. Years ago, Kai Jing, a 17-year-old girl, brought her two 5-year-old children to South City in search of their father. If it weren't for her uncle regularly sending money from their hometown, she might not have made it this far. At that time, she worked 3 jobs to survive, and the hardships were known only to her. Chu Yi pressed the money into the children's hands, saying, "This is your pocket money from Dad. Don't feel shy about it. You know how wealthy I am. If I don't let you spend my money, who else should I spend it on?" Upon hearing this, Chu Xi and Chu Wang accepted the pocket money. Later that evening, after Chu Xi and Chu Wang had fallen asleep, Chu Yi met Su Sheng outside the villa. While styling Chu Xi and Chu Wang earlier that afternoon, Chu Yi had discreetly collected samples of their hair for Su Sheng. Once he received the samples, Su Sheng promptly utilized his connections to expedite a paternity test. Mr. Chu, here are the results of the paternity test, Su Sheng said, handing 2 reports to Chu Yi. Chu Yi examined the reports and confirmed that both Chu Xi and Chu Wang were indeed his children. Feeling a sense of relief wash over him, although he had not doubted Kai Jing's words too much, he still wanted personal confirmation. Returning the reports to Su Sheng, Chu Yi instructed, "Do not disclose that we conducted paternity tests for the children." He wished to prevent Chu Xi and Chu Wang from overthinking the situation, ensuring they wouldn't feel uncomfortable. Moreover, if Kai Jing were to find out, it might lead her to believe that Chu Yi did not trust her sister, which was not his intention. Su Sheng solemnly promised, "Rest assured, Mr. Chu, I will keep this matter confidential." "Your efficiency reassures me," Chu Yi said, patting Su Sheng on the shoulder. "I have no further matters to discuss. You may return to the hotel and rest. Remember, arrange for breakfast to be delivered to the villa by 7 in the morning." Su Sheng nodded. "Understood, Mr. Chu. Please have a good night. I'll take my leave now." Before Su Sheng got into his car, Chu Yi remembered something. "Oh, I will be moving here from now on. Please help me find a reliable nanny in South City." Su Sheng replied, "Of course, Mr. Chu." After Su Sheng left, Chu Yi stood outside the villa, looking up at the sky. Fei Fei, it is said that after death, one becomes a star, watching over their loved ones from above. Are you up there looking at me now? I want to apologize, for my distrust has caused our children to suffer for so many years. But rest assured, I will take good care of them and strive to nurture them into capable individuals. As Chu Yi spoke, a star seemed to shimmer in response, as if Fei Fei were indeed acknowledging him. Chapter 10. Moving the following morning, just past 7, Chu Xi descended from the upper floor, brimming with energy. Spotting Chu Yi reading in the living room, she greeted him with a smile. "Good morning, Daddy." Chu Yi set his book aside, returning the greeting. "Good morning, Xi. Breakfast is ready on the table. Have you eaten yet?" "Dad, not yet. I'll wait for you both. Then I'll go wake Chu Wang." Saying this, Chu Xi dashed upstairs instead of taking the elevator. Arriving at Chu Wang's door, she knocked vigorously. "Chu Wang, are you awake? Hurry up, breakfast is ready." Moments later, Chu Wang opened the door, toothbrush in mouth. Xi, could you knock a bit more gently? A girl shouldn't be so rude. You might scare off potential suitors. Chu Xi stuck out her tongue. "Mind your business. Hurry and brush your teeth. Dad is waiting for you downstairs." "Got it, coming right away," Chu Wang replied, turning back into his room. Chu Xi didn't wait for him. Rushing downstairs, after breakfast, Chu Yi drove Chu Xi and Chu Wang to Gaoyang Community. They were there to move and also to persuade Kai Jing to relocate to Fenghua Villa. Upon arriving at Gaoyang Community, it was still before 9 in the morning. After parking the car, Chu Yi followed Chu Xi and Chu Wang upstairs. He knocked on the door, and it was soon opened by Kai Jing. Chu Xi immediately rushed in and hugged her. "Annie, I missed you so much." Kai Jing chuckled. You all have been living with your dad and forgot about your aunt. Huh? Not at all. Chu Xi released Kai Jing and turned to Chu Yi. Dad, come in and sit. Clearly, Chu Xi felt more at ease with her aunt. Even though Chu Yi was her blood relative, their father-daughter relationship was still new, and she was somewhat reserved around him. As was Chu Wang. Kai Jing greeted Chu Yi with a smile. Brother-in-law, you're here to help move Xi and Xiao Wang's things, right? Yes, Chu Yi replied, noticing the unfinished noodles on the dining table. Have you just eaten breakfast? Kai Jing looked slightly embarrassed. Yes, I woke up a bit late and just finished the noodles. Have you eaten? We've already eaten. You go ahead and finish yours, Chu Yi encouraged. Okay, brother-in-law, please sit, Kai Jing responded, then turned to Chu Wang. Xiao Wang, go boil some water for your dad's tea. All right, Chu Wang acknowledged. Heading to get the electric kettle. As Kai Jing returned to the table to eat her noodles. Chu Xi sat across from her. Auntie, can you promise me something? Kai Jing inquired. What is it? Chu Xi looked hopeful. Can you move to live with us at my dad's place? I don't want to be separated from you. Kai Jing chuckled lightly. Silly girl. Just because you're moving in with your dad doesn't mean I'll stop being your aunt. I'm used to living here, so I want to move to your dad's place. You can come visit me anytime. Chu Xi and Chu Wang were Chu Yi's children, so it was perfectly normal for them to live with him. However, Kai Jing was merely Chu Yi's sister-in-law, and with her sister gone, it felt inappropriate for her to live in her brother-in-law's home. Chu Yi overheard the conversation and chimed in. Kai Jing, don't decline. Just move in with us. I have spare rooms. Xi and Xiao Wang have lived with you all these years. They don't want to be apart from you. Kai Jing smiled. Thank you, brother-in-law. Letting Xi and Xiao Wang move to your place is enough. I want to move in. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Kai Jing, Chu Yi felt somewhat helpless. Since she was unwilling to move in, he planned to buy a house for her. After all, she had taken care of his children for so many years. Chu Yi had the financial means, and it was unreasonable to let her continue renting. Ignoring her needs would make him seem heartless. Furthermore, when he saw Kai Fei later, she would certainly hold it against him if he didn't take care of her sister. However, if he outright told Kai Jing he wanted to buy her a house, she would undoubtedly refuse without hesitation. Therefore, Chu Yi decided to proceed with the plan without her knowledge, purchasing a house in her name. After Kai Jing finished breakfast, she joined Chu Xi in sorting through items that needed to be moved to Finghua Villa. Since they had entered elementary school, Chu Xi had shared a room with Kai Jing. Due to her limited finances, renting a 3-bedroom apartment was too costly, so she had to make do. They didn't have much to move since the villa was already well furnished. They mainly needed to sort through some books and school uniforms. By the time Chu Xi and Chu Wang finished packing what they needed and loaded it into the car, it was nearly noon. Chu Yi invited Kai Jing. Since you want to move in with me, I want to push it. Now, I sincerely invite you to lunch. Surely you can't refuse this. Kai Jing laughed. Of course not. They descended to the car, and this time, Chu Xi offered the front passenger seat to Kai Jing. On the way to the hotel, Kai Jing asked, brother-in-law, does your wife know about your recognition of Xi and Xiao Wang? Hearing this, Chu Xi and Chu Wang exchanged worried glances, fearing that their father's affection might only be a fleeting moment. Chu Yi glanced at Kai Jing and replied, you don't need to worry about that. I'm neither married nor seeing anyone that I don't plan to marry again. I only want to care for Xi and Xiao Wang. Initially, Chu Yi had misunderstood Kai Fei, which led him to lose faith in women, believing they were unreliable. Thus, over the years, he had never engaged in any romantic relationships or contemplated marriage. He had intended to wait until he was 40 to hire a woman to bear him a child, thus securing an heir. However, he never expected Kai Fei to give him 2 children. Although the misunderstanding had been cleared up, he did not want to find a stepmother for Xi and Xiao Wang. They had endured so much suffering over the years, and Chu Yi did not wish for them to feel wronged in the future. Upon hearing their father's words, Xi and Xiao Wang exchanged reassuring glances. Feeling a sense of security, Kai Jing was somewhat surprised. Brother-in-law, you haven't married all these years. Chu Yi nodded. That's right. I've never been married, so you don't need to worry about that. Kai Jing opened her mouth but ultimately remained silent. She had indeed worried that if Chu Yi remarried, Xi and Xiao Wang would face hardships. However, she was relieved to learn that he had not married. Chapter 11. Chu Xi and Chu Wang's academic performance. Before long, they arrived at Ifei Hotel. Looking at the luxurious establishment, Kai Jing felt a bit apprehensive. Brother-in-law, we can just find any place to eat. There is no need to come to such a fancy place. Her past struggles had made her acutely aware of how hard it was to earn money, with only a junior high school diploma and no technical skills. She could only find work in sales, which offered little opportunity for higher-paying jobs. Moreover, being a salesperson came with many challenges, particularly since her beauty often attracted unwanted advances from clients looking to exploit her. Kai Jing refused to compromise her dignity. She would never trade her body for money that if things became unbearable in South City, she would take Chu Xi and Chu Wang back to their hometown. This determination cost her many orders, but she had no regrets. Before Chu Yi could respond, Chu Xi, linking arms with Kai Jing, cheerfully said, "Annie, this hotel belongs to my dad, so we can eat here without spending a dime." Kai Jing looked at Chu Yi in shock that he smiled and nodded. What Chu Xi said is true. You need not worry about the expense. In truth, while Chu Yi was the chairman of Yifei Group, dining there would still incur costs. Although he held 12% of the company's shares, he was not the sole owner. Through overseas investment institutions, 43 of the shares of Yifei Group are covertly controlled. Combined, these holdings amount to only 55. Although there is no absolute controlling stake, Yifei Group remains firmly under the grasp of Chu Yi. As the chairman of Yifei Group, Chu Yi has a certain reimbursement allowance each year. His expenses at Yifei Grand Hotel will be reconciled with the group at the end of the year. Should his expenditures exceed the group's stipulated limits, he must cover the excess himself. However, such details need not be disclosed to Chu Xi and others. After all, his bank savings exceed hundreds of billions, and as long as he avoids gambling, his regular expenses are hardly substantial. Upon entering the hotel, the lobby manager, Zhang Yi, promptly approached. "Chairman, young master, young lady." Having met Chu Xi and Chu Wang the previous day, Zhang Yi had deeply etched their appearances in his mind. Upon seeing Kai Jing, curiosity flickered within him. Could she be the chairman's wife? Chu Yi nodded slightly, instructing, "Lead us to the private room." Of course, Zhang Yi replied respectfully, guiding them ahead. Seated in the luxurious private room of the five-star hotel, Kai Jing felt a twinge of discomfort. Despite her years of experience as a salesperson, frequently dining with various company owners, predominantly from smaller enterprises, she had seldom found herself in such opulent settings, rarely even visiting high-end restaurants in Nan City. Chu Yi poured her a glass of water and inquired, "Where are you currently employed?" Although Chu Yi was already aware of her workplace, he refrained from stating it outright, understanding that no one enjoys being scrutinized. As Kai Jing was the younger sister of Kai Fei and had independently cared for her two children for many years, Chu Yi remained considerate of her feelings. "I work in sales at handing advertising, primarily dealing with bus stop advertisements, elevator advertisements, and advertising planning," Kai Jing revealed. Discussing her work eased her previous discomfort, and she began to elaborate enthusiastically. Chu Yi occasionally interjected with questions, quickly grasping the details of her job. At that moment, the waiter brought in the dishes, prompting Chu Yi to invite Kai Jing to eat. Chu Xi offered Kai Jing a piece of crystal meat. "Andy, you should try this. It's delicious. Thank you." "Xi," Kai Jing replied, savoring the exquisite taste of the dish. During the meal, Kai Jing asked, "Xi, Chu Wang, classes start tomorrow. Have you completed your homework?" Having faced the challenges of education herself, she was keen to ensure the two children did not share her struggles. Thus, she was strict about their studies. Chu Xi and Chu Wang understood their aunt's sacrifices in raising them and were generally obedient, leading to commendable academic performance. "I finished mine long ago," Chu Wang stated confidently. He was diligent in his studies, consistently placing within the top 30 of his grade. Now in his second year of high school, having shifted to a science class, he anticipated further improvement in his ranking. "I still have a bit left. I plan to finish it tonight," Chu Xi admitted sheepishly, feeling somewhat guilty. After visiting her biological father that weekend and acquiring a phone, her focus had strayed from her studies. Nevertheless, her grades were slightly better than Chu Wang's, consistently landing her in the top 10 of her class. Chu Yi queried, "Are Xi and Chu Wang studying at Nanyu Middle School now? What year are you in?" He had seen their school uniforms during his visit to Kai Jing's home on Friday, allowing him to deduce their school. Kai Jing nodded. "Yes, they've just entered the second year." "How are your grades?" Chu Yi asked, showing concern. "They're decent, around the top 30, Chu Wang replied nonchalantly. Chu Yi smiled, praising, "That's impressive, Chu Wang. It seems we have a future college student in the family. And what about you?" Xi, he inquired. "Dad, my grades are even better than Chu Wang's. I consistently rank in the top 10, she declared proudly. "That's wonderful, Xi. Once you both get into college, I'll gift you something special," Chu Yi promised. "What kind of special gift?" Xi asked with curiosity. Chu Yi smiled mysteriously. "It's a secret for now. You'll find out once you get into college." As a businessman, Chu Yi was adept at creating enticing visions for his employees. which had sustained Yifei Group through its past crises. Yet, he was also a man of his word, fulfilling every promise made to his employees, which was a fundamental reason for Yifei Group's position among the world's top 500 companies. After lunch at Yifei Grand Hotel, Chu Yi drove Kai Jing and the two children to Fenghua Villa. Although Kai Jing would not be staying at Chu Yi's place, she wanted to personally see where the children lived. Having raised Chu Xi and Chu Wang since they were young, her bond with them was profound, surpassing that of many biological mothers. Chapter 12. A tour of the villa beholding the luxurious villa before her. Kai Jing felt reassured about Chu Xi and Chu Wang's well-being. They now had a father and would no longer have to endure hardships alongside her. Once inside the villa, Chu Yi instructed Chu Xi and Chu Wang to show Kai Jing around while he prepared some fruit in the kitchen. "Auntie, this is my room. Isn't it beautiful?" Chu Xi exclaimed, leading Kai Jing into her spacious bedroom, adorned with a pink princess bed and plush toys, one of which was life-sized, observing the room filled with youthful charm. Kai Jing could sense Chu Yi's affection for his daughter. It truly is beautiful. Afterward, Chu Xi guided Kai Jing to her closet, showcasing over 10 fashionable outfits for the season. Kai Jing marveled at the styles, asking Xi, "Where did you get these lovely clothes?" Every girl adores beauty, and Kai Jing wished to adorn herself attractively, though her previous circumstances had not allowed it. Now that she had found the children's father, her life would become easier. Once her debts to relatives were settled, she could finally live as she desired. These clothes are provided by a clothing brand in collaboration with Yifei Grand Hotel. Chu Xi explained, "Auntie, why don't you stay here tonight? I'll call someone to bring you some clothes." The brands had already shared their contact information with Chu Xi and Chu Wang, promising to notify them of new styles. As long as they needed anything, the brands would be available to serve them. Kai Jing shook her head with a smile. "No, thank you, that I have work tomorrow. I need to head back." When Chu Xi insisted, Kai Jing added, "Take me to see other places. It's my first time touring a villa." Reluctantly, Chu Xi continued the tour. After exploring Chu Xi's room, they proceeded to Chu Wang's. His room featured a minimalist design, enhanced with elements of sports decor, such as basketball and football ornaments. The trio then ascended to the third floor, where Chu Wang pointed to a warmly decorated room. "Auntie, this is the room my dad specially prepared for you. Plus, Fenghua Villa is even closer to your company than Gaoan Community, making it more convenient for you. Since both Chu Xi and I were raised by you, we wouldn't want you to live alone outside. If you don't wish to stay here, I can move back in with you," he offered. Touched by Chu Wang's concern, Kai Jing felt her years of care were not in vain. Xi, Xiao Wang. "Knowing you care for me warms my heart. Although the conditions here are excellent, this isn't my home, and it wouldn't feel quite right to reside here. You both needn't persuade me further. I am content with visiting when time permits." Chu Xi and Chu Wang exchanged glances, filled with deep resignation. Their aunt had a gentle yet firm demeanor. Once she made a decision, persuasion was futile. After the villa tour, they returned to the living room on the first floor. Chu Yi urged Kai Jing to enjoy some fruit. "Kai Jing, don't head back tonight. Stay here with your brother-in-law. I've prepared a room for you." Kai Jing smiled. "No, brother-in-law, I have plans with friends to go shopping, and we'll head back afterward." Chu Yi, respecting her decision, suggested, "Then drive safely." He handed her the keys to a Porsche, saying, "You can use this car for now. If you don't like it, I can get you another one later. There's a fuel card for use at state-owned gas stations. Just use it to refuel when needed." Seeing the keys offered, Kai Jing quickly replied, "Thank you, brother-in-law, but I don't have a driver's license and can't drive yet." Over the years, supporting 3 people was challenging, leaving her no funds for driving lessons. Moreover, she had never envisioned herself behind the wheel. In that case, Chu Yi said, retracting the keys, "I'll arrange a driving school for you. Find time to learn." Kai Jing waved her hands, declining. "No, no." Chu Yi insisted, "We are family. There's no need for formality. It's settled." Recognizing that he would not entertain her refusal, she relented. "I will send you the driving school's information. Go practice when you can." Despite her attempts to decline, Chu Yi stated firmly, "I am your brother-in-law. We're family." Refusing now feels too distant. With his words, Kai Jing felt compelled to accept his goodwill. Noticing her acceptance, Chu Xi secretly smiled at her father. "Dad, you're really something." Chu Yi raised an eyebrow, replying, "Of course, I am your father." Leaving Chu Xi and Chu Wang to accompany their aunt, Chu Yi called Su Sheng to arrange a driving school for Kai Jing. Additionally, he asked Su Sheng to purchase a 3-bedroom apartment near, handing advertising in Kai Jing's name, ensuring it was well decorated. Though he wished to provide her with a better home, he feared she might not accept anything too extravagant. Once Chu Yi finished his call, Kai Jing stood, saying, "Brother-in-law, I have plans to shop with friends and won't stay longer. Chu Yi did not press her to remain, asking, "Where are you headed? I can drive you." Kaijing shook her head. "No, it's convenient to get a taxi from here." Fenghua Villa's proximity to the city center made transportation easy. Chu Yi accepted her decision, saying, "All right, come visit whenever you have time." "Okay, brother-in-law," Kaijing agreed. Giving 200 yuan to Chu Wang, he instructed, "Xiao Wang, see your aunt off." "Sure," Chu Wang replied, taking the money and stepping out with Kaijing. "Dad, I want to see Annie off too," Chu Xi declared, quickly following them. On the street outside Fenghua Villa, Chu Xi and Chu Wang accompanied Kaijing as they waited for a taxi. Kaijing advised, Xi, Xiao Wang, even when I'm not around, you must stay focused on your studies. I don't want you to face the same hardships I did. Both children nodded in understanding. Aware of their maturity, Kaijing felt satisfied, saying, "All right, you both head back. Andy will catch the bus ahead. No way. Dad gave us money for a taxi," Chu Wang countered firmly. Just then, a taxi approached, and he quickly waved it down. "Andy, hop in." Kaijing shot Chu Wang a helpless glance, exclaiming, "Why waste money like this? It's not a waste. Andy, please get in. The driver is waiting," he insisted, handing the 200 yuan to the driver. With no choice but to comply, Kaijing entered the taxi. Chapter 13. A few matters at school. On Monday morning at 7, after breakfast, Chu Yi drove Chu Xi and Chu Wang to school. Nanyu Middle School was somewhat distant from Fenghua Villa, requiring over half an hour to reach. After bidding farewell to Chu Yi, the siblings entered the school, which housed 22 classes in the second year, with 15 focused on science and 7 on the humanities. Chu Wang was in Class 1, a key science class, while Chu Xi was in Class 16, a humanities-focused class. Upon parting from Chu Xi, Chu Wang arrived at his classroom. Just as he settled into his seat, his deskmate, Zhang Pengcheng, looked at him in surprise. "Wang Zi, after a weekend apart, you seem to have become much more handsome." Chu Wang smirked slightly. "Well, it's only natural for your Wang Gu to be handsome." Zhang Pengcheng rolled his eyes, retorting, "When it comes to shamelessness, you take the cake. I have to hand it to you on this one. Shut up." Chu Wang laughed as he hung his backpack on the chair and retrieved his weekend homework. Just as he prepared to begin his early reading with his Chinese textbook, he suddenly remembered that his phone was not on silent. Students were prohibited from bringing phones to school, and if discovered by a teacher, it would be confiscated. Seizing the opportunity before their homeroom teacher arrived, Chu Wang quickly silenced his phone. Zhang Pengcheng, noticing the phone, exclaimed, "Wang Zi, you got a phone? Is this the latest model?" "Yes, it just came out this year." Like many young people, Chu Wang enjoyed showing off new possessions to friends. Zhang Pengcheng, somewhat envious, asked, "That phone can take pictures, right? Can I borrow it for a moment? I've been wanting my mom to buy me a camera phone, but she insists I wait until my current one breaks." Zhang Pengcheng's family, the philosophy was to raise sons with restraint and daughters with abundance. Consequently, he received less pocket money than his sister. Zhang Shuang, "Sure, here you go." Chu Wang generously handed over his phone. "Just be careful. Don't let the teacher catch you." He would have hesitated to lend it to anyone else, but he was always generous with Zhang Pengcheng, who had been his deskmate since the first year. Though they were separated into different classes for the second year, they had maintained a close friendship. Zhang Pengcheng eagerly took the phone, assuring, "Don't worry. I've never been caught using a phone in class." Chu Wang decided to ignore Zhang Pengcheng and focused on memorizing the text from his Chinese book. His academic success stemmed from diligent study. It is often said that genius is 99 perspiration and 1 inspiration, yet in reality, that one of talent is often more crucial than the 99 of hard work. This truth was epitomized by Zhang Pengcheng, who rarely studied diligently and often played with his phone during class but consistently ranked among the top 3 in exams. This left Chu Wang, who relied on hard work, feeling envious. What further fueled Chu Wang's envy was that Zhang Pengcheng not only came from a wealthy family but was also quite handsome. Nevertheless, in Chu Wang's eyes, while Zhang Pengcheng was attractive, he still believed he was slightly more so. However, in matters of looks, he would never concede to being less handsome than Zhang Pengcheng. In Class 16. Just as the second period bell rang, students rushed out of the classroom. Chun Yin and Chu Xi exited together. Upon exiting the classroom, Chun Yin remarked, Xi, after we finish our exercises, shall we head to the school store to buy some snacks?" "Sure, today it's on me," replied Chu Xi. In the past, due to her family's financial constraints, Chu Xi rarely had pocket money to spend, only occasionally treating Chun Yin to a snack. However, now that her brother, Chu Yi, provided her with a weekly allowance of 1,000 yuan, she was no longer stingy. After completing their exercises and returning to the classroom with snacks and drinks, A classmate named Xin Yi quietly informed her. Chu Xi, just now, when we returned from exercises, I saw Lu Qi rummaging through your desk. Chu Xi expressed her confusion. Huh, what was he doing at my desk? Xin Yi shook her head. I don't know. But when he saw me coming back, he hurriedly left. Chen Yin quickly urged, Chu Xi, you should check if anything is missing. All right, Chu Xi nodded and opened her desk. After a brief search, she discovered a heart-shaped note made of colorful paper. Surprised by this find, Chu Xi's cheeks flushed as Chen Yin teased. Chu Xi, it seems your charm is quite potent. Even the top student has written you a love letter in a way. It could be something else. Chu Xi shyly replied, quickly closing her desk. A beautiful girl. Receiving love letters was not an uncommon occurrence for her. Since middle school, she had received several, but she never expected to receive one so soon into her sophomore year. To be honest, she and Lu Qi were not particularly familiar. They were not even in the same class during their first year. It was surprising that Lu Qi would suddenly express his feelings in such a manner, which did not seem characteristic of the top student. Seeing Chu Xi close her desk, Chen Yin insisted, don't hide it. I want to see what a love letter from the top student looks like. Stop it. Class is about to start, replied Chu Xi. Although she did not harbor feelings for Lu Qi, she respected his affections. If she were to write a love letter to someone she liked, she would not want it to be seen by a third party. Chen Yin sighed. All right then. After placing the love letter in Chu Xi's desk, Lu Qi quietly observed her from a distance. When he saw that Chu Xi did not open the letter in front of others, he finally felt relieved. In truth, Lu Qi had spent several days crafting this letter, but he had struggled to muster the courage to present it to Chu Xi. Today, having seen Chu Xi with a new hairstyle, he found her even more beautiful, which stirred his heart. Seizing the moment after their exercises, Lu Qi dashed to the classroom and slipped the letter into her desk, hesitating just long enough for Shunya to spot him upon her return. Chu Xi, having closed her desk, inadvertently glanced towards Lu Qi, their eyes meeting for a fleeting moment. However, it was Lu Qi who quickly averted his gaze. As if caught in a moment of guilt, Chu Xi smirked slightly, wondering if boys could also feel shy. Not dwelling on Lu Qi further, she took out her textbooks to prepare for the next class. She preferred mature and composed types. It was difficult for her to feel attracted to someone like Lu Qi, who, without knowing her well, boldly confessed his feelings. Chapter 14. The 2 million contract on Monday. After the morning meeting, Kai Jing took the prepared contract to the Yifei New World project department. Miss Kai, you're here? Please, have a seat, greeted Tang Hongxin, the marketing manager of the Yifei New World project department. Warmly on Friday evening, he had received a call from Su Sheng, the assistant to the chairman, instructing him to assign all advertising business for the project to Kai Jing. This was a significant budget of 2 million yuan. Initially, Tang Hongxin had planned to distribute the advertising work among several companies, but with the chairman's directive, he had no choice but to comply. However, he was curious about the relationship between Kai Jing and the chairman, wondering how she had garnered such favor. Facing Tang Hongxin's enthusiastic welcome, Kai Jing felt somewhat bewildered, as he had previously been indifferent during her visits. Regardless, she was intent on securing the advertising contract. Manager Tang, you called me on Saturday to discuss a potential collaboration with our handing advertising, she reminded him. Tang Hongxin nodded with a smile. Indeed, after careful consideration, I believe you possess great sincerity. Thus, I intend to entrust all advertising business for Yifei New World to you. If it weren't for Su Sheng's instruction not to reveal anything to Kai Jing, Tang Hongxin would have been tempted to inquire further about her connection with the chairman. Are you certain you want to assign all the advertising business for Yifei New World to our handing advertising? Kai Jing asked, astonished. Tang Hongxin shook his head with a smile. To be precise, it will be assigned to you. Miss Kai, our project department will only sign a contract with you. Kai Jing was puzzled. Why? There are numerous salespeople affiliated with our project department, yet your proposal uniquely aligns with our requirements. Unable to disclose the true reasoning, Tang Hongxin could only provide a vague excuse to prevent Kai Jing from overthinking. He inquired, Miss Kai, do you have the contract with you? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Kai Jing replied, I wasn't aware you intended to assign all the advertising business to me, so the contract I brought isn't suitable. No worries, I have a contract prepared as well. Tang Hongxin anticipated her response, producing the document to hand to her. Please review the contract, and if there are no issues, we can sign it directly. Kai Jing took the contract and scrutinized it carefully, wary of any potential discrepancies that could arise later. After more than 10 minutes, she finally finished reviewing it thoroughly. Tang Hongxin, seeing she had completed her review, asked with a smile. Do you find any areas that need modification? Kai Jing shook her head slightly. No, the contract appears quite comprehensive. In that case, let us proceed to sign it. Tang Hongxin requested her to provide the contract, and he swiftly signed it with a pen, affixing the official seal. After completing the signing, he handed the contract back to Kai Jing, who apologetically remarked, I'm sorry, Manager Tang, but I do not have the company's seal here. Originally, the contract brought by Kai Fei had the handing advertising seal, but it was no longer suitable. Tang Hongxin reassured her, it's all right. You may take it back to your company to sign. Just bring back a copy once it's completed. Thank you for your understanding. Manager Tang, it's nearing noon. May I treat you to lunch? With this 2 million contract, Kai Jing stood to earn a commission of 40,000 yuan after 4 years in the advertising industry. This was her first substantial contract. Previously, she had only dealt with smaller ones, ranging from a few thousand to tens of thousands. Her total annual performance had never exceeded 500,000, and the commissions from smaller contracts were also modest, resulting in an annual net income of around 50 to 60,000 yuan. Though she had encountered larger contracts in the past, the conditions to secure them were unacceptable to her if she were willing to take the plunge. With her looks, earning several 100,000 a year would be easily attainable. Lunch sounds great, but as the host, I insist on treating you. Miss Kai, Tang Hongxin said with a smile, after enjoying a meal at a pleasant restaurant near the Yifei New World Project Department. Kai Jing felt exhilarated as she headed back to the company. Once the commission for the Yifei New World Project was credited, she could not only repay her relatives back home, but also afford to buy her own apartment in Nanshur. The mere thought of soon owning her own home filled her with anticipation for the future. Upon returning to handing advertising, Kai Jing immediately sought out their business group leader, Luo Junjie. Leader Luo, I have a 2 million contract that needs the company's seal. Luo Junjie took the contract. Astonished, you signed a 2 million contract with Yifei New World? Kai Jing had informed him of her intention to secure the contract before leaving, which prompted his question. Unable to hide her excitement, she replied, yes, the contract was drafted by Yifei New World, and I've verified that there are no issues. Once I deliver the contract, Yifei will transfer half of the advance payment. She added, as soon as the funds arrive in the company's account, you'll receive half of your commission next month. The thought of soon having 20,000 yuan elevated Kai Jing's spirits like never before. Luo Junjie reviewed the contract and confirmed her claims. He too was thrilled that as Kai Jing's supervisor, he would also receive a share of the commission from this significant contract. Just wait, I'll head to the manager's office to get the seal, he said excitedly, rushing off. Having secured her first major contract, Kai Jing returned to her workstation, still unable to calm her excitement. She was eager to share this wonderful news, but Yi Fangfang was out on business, and she had no close colleagues to confide in. After a moment at her desk, Kai Jing texted Yi Fangfang. Fangfang, do you have time after work today? I've secured the Yifei contract and would like to treat you to dinner. Yi Fangfang quickly replied, congratulations, Sister Jing, on landing the Yifei contract. Unfortunately, I can't join you for dinner today. I have plans with my boyfriend. Feeling a pang of disappointment, Kai Jing responded, all right, we can celebrate another time. Sorry, Sister Jing, came Yi Fangfang's replied, no problem. Have fun with your boyfriend. Chapter 15. Kai Jing's dinner invitation, with Yi Fangfang unavailable. Kai Jing hesitated before calling Chu Yi brother-in-law. I secured a big contract today and would like to celebrate with Chu Xi and Chu Wang tonight. Would that be all right? Despite having lived in Nanshur for over 10 years, Kai Jing had few friends aside from colleagues and clients. The only close relationship she had was with Chu Xi and Chu Wang, whom she had raised out. Of course you can, Chu Yi replied with a smile, but you won't forget to invite your brother-in-law, will you? He had always wanted to repay Kai Jing for her kindness, but she consistently declined his offers, leaving him feeling somewhat powerless to nurture their relationship. He hoped to build a better rapport with her so that she might eventually accept his goodwill. That I was just worried you might be busy. Kai Jing replied bashfully, I am available. Then I'll treat you to dinner tonight, she insisted. What an honor, Feng Wabuan. Chu Yi hung up with Kai Jing and then called his secretary at Yifei Group. Zhou I want to be returning to Haidu tonight. The board meeting has been postponed to the day after tomorrow. After arranging the group's affairs, Chu Yi dealt with several important work emails. At 4:30 in the afternoon, he drove to Nanyu Middle School to pick up Chu Xi and Chu Wang after school. The school bell rang. The tranquil campus erupted into a lively scene. Soon, students with backpacks rushed out, their faces radiating excitement, clearly delighted by the end of the school day. After waiting at the school gate for a while, Chu Yi spotted Chu Xi hurrying out. Upon seeing him, her face lit up with a radiant smile. "Dad," she called out, running towards him. "I was just wondering if you had arrived." Chu Yi chuckled as he tidied her tousled hair. "How could I be late to pick up my precious daughter?" "What about Chu Wang? Is he not out yet?" Chu Xi shook her head. "I don't know. I didn't wait for him. I came out as soon as class ended. Oh, there he is," following Chu Xi's gaze. Chu Yi saw Chu Wang walking out of the school with a tall and handsome classmate. When Chu Wang noticed Chu Yi, he spoke briefly to his friend and quickly approached. "Dad." Chu Yi nodded with a smile. "Get in the car. Your aunt is treating us to dinner tonight." Chu Wang asked curiously, "Why is aunt treating us?" Chu Yi replied, "Your aunt has signed a major contract and wants to share her joy with us. Hurry up and get in the car. We'll go pick her up from her company. Handing advertising. Kai Jing had spent the afternoon waiting for her group leader to return with the contract stamped. However, as closing time approached, Luo Junjie had not yet returned, and a sense of unease crept over her. Could it really take this long just to get a seal on a contract? With that thought, she made her way to the manager's office. Just as she was about to knock, Luo Junjie emerged. Upon seeing Kai Jing, his expression shifted, revealing a hint of guilt. "Kai Jing, what brings you here?" she asked. Sensing his unease, "Has the contract for Yifei been stamped?" "The seal for the business contract is with the director, who is currently out of the office. That will have to wait until tomorrow." He explained that don't worry. The company will not shortchange you on your performance. As soon as the director returns, I'll ensure the contract is stamped first thing. "All right," Kai Jing replied, accepting his words. Her name was already signed on the contract. And with Tang Hoxin's assurance, she felt somewhat reassured that the deal would not be compromised. Noticing Kai Jing's reluctance to press further, Luo Junjie added, "By the way, our business department is planning to establish a new team. Given your excellent performance, I intend to recommend you as the new leader." Leading a business team at Handing Advertising not only allowed one to earn commissions from their own deals, but also from the team's overall performance, typically resulting in a monthly salary exceeding 10,000 yuan. "Thank you, leader. I will consider it," Kai Jing replied, not immediately accepting the offer. She felt that this position might be a form of compensation for her past efforts. Whether or not to accept the leadership role, she resolved to wait until her commission was processed. The 40,000 from the Yifei contract was a rare opportunity. It was a significant sum that would take years to earn in a similar position. Luo Junjie encouraged her, "Take your time to think it over. Your abilities are outstanding, and Director Lu holds you in high regard." "All right, leader. Well, as it's almost closing time, and there is not much left to do, you should head home early to rest," he suggested. "Thank you, leader. I'll take my leave now." Upon returning to her workstation, Kai Jing organized some client materials, checked the time, and realizing it was nearly time for the students to be dismissed, she packed her things and left the office. Just as she reached the building's entrance, Kai Jing received a call from Chu Xi, who informed her that they were on their way and would arrive at her company in about 20 minutes. Therefore, she found a spot downstairs to wait. After a brief wait, someone greeted Kai Jing. "Kai Jing, who are you waiting for?" Upon seeing the newcomer, a smile broke on her face. "Team leader Lin, have you returned from business?" The individual was Lin Juanhao, the group leader of the second team in the first business department of Handing Advertising. The company has 3 business departments, each comprising 3 teams. However, the first department is currently down to 2 teams. As manager Go Lishu intends to establish another one, this is why Luo Junjie suggested to Kai Jing that she be considered for the new group leader position. Lin Juanhao waved a contract in his hand with a grin. "I just secured a deal today and am heading back to the office to submit the contract." "Congratulations, team leader Lin," Kai Jing replied warmly. Lin Juanhao seized the opportunity to invite her. "Are you free tonight? I'd like to take you to De Chung Xiao Chao for dinner to celebrate my contract signing." As a standout in the Handing Advertising business department, several eligible bachelors have expressed interest in Kai Jing, with Lin Juanhao being among the most persistent suitors. After all, working in the same department offers him an innate advantage. Chapter 16. Underhanded operations. Faced with Lin Juanhao's invitation, Kai Jing politely declined. "I'm sorry, team leader Lin, but I already have plans for dinner." Kai Jing was well aware of Lin Juanhao's intentions toward her. Although he was rather impressive, he did not align with her preferences. During her 4 years at Handing Advertising, Lin Juanhao had pursued her for over 2 years, often finding excuses to invite her out, yet she had never accepted. Plans. Lin Juanhao's heart sank momentarily. Could it be that she has a boyfriend? His feelings for Kai Jing were genuine. As the group leader, he earned a monthly salary of at least 10,000, which was quite remarkable in a city where the average income barely reached 2,000. Finding a girlfriend would not be difficult for him, yet he found himself enamored with Kai Jing. Despite facing numerous rejections, he had no intention of giving up, as long as Kai Jing remained single. There was hope. Kai Jing shook her head. Not quite. Hearing that she was not with a boyfriend, Lin Juanhao felt a sense of relief. Are you waiting for someone or heading somewhere? I can drive you. As it's on my way. Though he was unaware of her destination, any opportunity to accompany someone he admired was welcome to T that moment. A sleek black Mercedes approached, and Kai Jing immediately recognized it as Chu Yi's car. She couldn't explain why she recognized it so swiftly, except that the license plate was a series of sixes. No need. My ride is here. The black Mercedes soon came to a halt beside her. Lin Juanhao was taken aback by the luxury of the vehicle and its impressive license plate. Based on what he knew, Kai Jing was living in a rented place with her sister's 2 children, which made her association with someone who owned such an extravagant car puzzling. Peering through the passenger window, he noticed a strikingly handsome man at the wheel, and a wave of insecurity washed over him. Auntie, Chu Xi, sitting in the passenger seat, greeted Kai Jing excitedly before hopping out of the car. Kai Jing smiled at Chu Xi and turned to Lin Juanhao, saying, Team leader Lin, I must be on my way. Ah, right. Lin Juanhao averted his gaze, feeling a bit awkward as Kai Jing approached the car. Chu Xi cheerfully announced, I'll sit in the back with Chu Wang. Auntie, you take the front seat. Chu Xi, the front seat was the best spot, especially in her father's car. This indicated how significant Kai Jing was to her, hence her willingness to offer up that prime position. Kai Jing thought little of it. As Chu Xi moved to the back, she called out to Chu Yi, brother-in-law, before getting into the passenger seat. Chu Yi nodded at her with a smile and then noticed Lin Juanhao standing outside. Is that your friend? Kai Jing shook her head. No, just a colleague. With that clarification, Chu Yi did not press further and started the car toward the restaurant. Watching Kai Jing leave in the luxury vehicle, Lin Juanhao felt a pang of bitterness. No wonder she didn't see him as a viable option. She was surrounded by such remarkable men, acknowledging the disparity between himself and the man who came to pick up Kai Jing. Lin Juanhao found solace in the thought that perhaps finding a more ordinary girlfriend wouldn't be so bad after all. Kai Jing had chosen a modest restaurant near the Gaoyang community for dinner. Upon their arrival, she apologized to Chu Yi, saying, I'm sorry, brother-in-law. I can't afford those high-end places, so I can only treat you to this ordinary restaurant. Chu Yi replied nonchalantly, It's perfectly fine. Often, the best food isn't found in upscale restaurants, but in hidden corners. I can enjoy even the most humble eateries. In his youth, Chu Yi may have been more ostentatious, relishing the high-end lifestyle when he had some money, but now, at his current status, he appreciated a more down-to-earth perspective. Hearing him say this made Kai Jing realize that her brother-in-law was just like anyone else, making their distance seem less vast. Once inside the restaurant, the 4 of them were led to a window-side table. Chu Yi and Chu Wang sat together, while Chu Xi and Kai Jing faced them. After placing their orders, Chu Xi curiously asked, Auntie, Dad mentioned you secured a big deal today. Kai Jing's excitement was palpable as she replied, Yes, remember I told you about the Yifei New World project I mentioned before? I landed a 2 million deal today, which means I'll receive nearly 400,000 in commission. Chu Xi's eyes widened in astonishment. 400,000? Kai Jing beamed. Exactly. Once the commission arrives, Annie will be able to settle down with you in Nan City. Owning a home in Nan City had always been Kai Jing's dream, allowing her to avoid the frequent relocations with Chu Xi and Chu Wang at that moment. She overlooked the fact that Chu Xi and Chu Wang had already been living with their father. Yifei, Chu Wang murmured, then turned to Chu Yi, asking, Dad, is Yifei New World your? Coughing, Chu Yi interrupted him with a subtle shake of his head. Chu Wang quickly understood and fell silent, while discussing her plans to buy a house with her commission. Kai Jing remained oblivious to the father-son exchange. Chu Xi, equally enthusiastic, asked, Auntie, where do you plan to buy the house? I previously looked at properties in Xingqing Jiayuan and Zhening International. The environment there is great, and the transport is convenient. And Yifei New World is also appealing. It's close to hospitals, supermarkets, and shopping malls. Kai Jing had previously visited these neighborhoods during her free time, not only to indulge in her dream of homeownership, but also to assess potential advertising opportunities. The advertising business for Yifei New World was one she had secured through such cold visits. Chu Wang suggested, Auntie, why not buy at Yifei New World? The name sounds lucky. Kai Jing laughed. That is an option. The opening isn't until New Year's, so we can check it out then. Chu Yi added, I heard that if you buy at Yifei New World, you can enter a lottery for a chance to win a renovation package and even a car. As the owner of the Yifei New World project, Chu Yi knew these details well. This lottery indeed existed, and if Kai Jing decided to buy a property there, he could discreetly arrange for her to receive the renovation benefits. I won't hold my breath on that. I've never had good luck, so even if there's a draw, it won't be for me, Kai Jing replied, aware of the lottery but skeptical of her chances. Chapter 17. Is Yifei New World developed by your company? After dinner, Chu Yi drove Kai Jing to Gaoyang community before heading home with his son and daughter. On the way, Chu Wang asked, Dad, is Yifei New World developed by your company? Given that his father was the chairman of Yifei Group, which owned Yifei Grand Hotel, Yifei Supermarket, and more, it was only natural for Chu Wang to connect the name to his father's company. Chu Yi nodded with a smile. Yes, Yifei New World is a project developed by the Nan City branch of Yifei Real Estate. Last Friday, I met your Andy at the Yifei Real Estate office. Which is how I learned about you too. Chu Xi exclaimed in surprise. Dad, I didn't realize Yifei New World was developed by your company. So Annie's contract. Indeed. The advertising contract for Yifei New World that your Annie signed was arranged by me through the project team. Chu Yi did not conceal this from his children. Knowing their aunt was doing well would help them feel secure staying with him. Chu Xi's expression shifted to understanding and a wonder. I was wondering how Annie managed to secure such a large contract out of the blue. If Kai Jing had the capability to land big deals, they wouldn't have struggled all these years. Chu Wang had already anticipated this connection, so he showed no signs of surprise. Chu Yi cautioned. You mustn't mention this to your Annie. I worry she might overthink it. Dad, I won't mention it to Annie, Chu Xi assured him, aware of her aunt's stubborn nature. If Kai Jing were open to accepting Chu Yi's kindness, she would not have refused to live in Fenghua Biyuan. Despite her gentle demeanor, Kai Jing possessed a strong sense of pride that if not for that, she would have made a fortune given her looks. Chu Wang remarked, but I think Annie will find out sooner or later. Let her discover it in her own time, Chu Yi replied, glancing at Chu Xi and Chu Wang. When that day comes, I'll attribute it to you too. That your aunt may be reluctant to accept my goodwill, but she wouldn't turn down your kindness, given that you were raised by her. That works? Chu Wang nodded in agreement. To Kai Jing, Chu Wang and Chu Xi were family, and she would naturally accept their goodwill. There was a significant distinction in her treatment of family versus outsiders. Upon returning home, Chu Xi eagerly pulled Chu Yi to teach her swimming. After about half an hour of lessons, they returned to their rooms to shower, while Chu Wang began preparing his homework. Meanwhile, Chu Yi took out his phone to call Su Sheng. Please book me a flight to Haidu for tomorrow evening, and arrange for the nanny to come for an interview tomorrow morning. Sure, Su Sheng replied, then added, Chairman Chu, are you considering buying a house for Miss Kai Jing? I've shortlisted a few locations. Would you like to take a look? Chu Yi pondered for a moment before responding. Let us hold off on the house for now. Use our group's connections to help her secure more business. During dinner, Chu Yi noticed how animated Kai Jing was while discussing her earnings. This led him to believe that rather than gifting her a house, providing her with additional business orders would be more beneficial. With money earned through her own efforts, Kai Jing would feel more secure in her new home. Understood, Chairman Chu, Su Sheng concurred. Chu Yi inquired, what is the status on arranging driving lessons for Kai Jing? Su Sheng replied, I've already contacted a driving school and arranged a professional female instructor for Miss Kai Jing. He had already sent the school's address and the instructor's contact information via text to Chu Yi. All right, I'll check it out shortly. Chu Yi had not paid much attention to his phone today, so he hadn't seen Su Sheng's message. After hanging up, he opened his messages to find that Su Sheng had arranged for Kai Jing to attend Guanghui driving school, with the instructor being a seasoned driver named Pan Hongmei. Chu Yi promptly forwarded the details to Kai Jing and called her to explain. Practice with instructor Pan, and once you're comfortable, you can take the driving test. Safety should be your priority. To ensure Kai Jing received ample attention during her lessons, Pan Hongmei would teach her exclusively. Whenever Kai Jing had time, she could call Pan, who would pick her up for practice. Thank you, brother-in-law. This is too much trouble for you. Kai Jing expressed her gratitude over the phone. Chu Yi chuckled. You're calling me brother-in-law now. There's no need to be so polite. If you need anything, just reach out to me directly. All right. Thank you, brother-in-law. Okay, take care. I'll hang up now. Goodbye, brother-in-law. Goodbye. At Gaoyang community. After hanging up with Chu Yi, Kai Jing picked up a photo of Chu Yi and Chu Fei from her bedside table, holding it gently. Gazing at the couple in the picture, who appeared so close together, she couldn't help but touch the image. Sister, brother-in-law is truly wonderful. I can feel his genuine concern for me. Since the passing of her parents and sister, it had been a long time since she felt cared for. That night, Kai Jing slept particularly peacefully, perhaps dreaming sweet dreams, as a sweet smile graced her face. The following day, after dropping the two children at school, Chu Yi returned to the villa. Upon entering his study, he opened his computer. Su Xing had already emailed him the nanny's details. Chu Yi clicked on the email to review the nanny's background. The applicant was a middle-aged woman in her 40s named Liang Chuntao, boasting over 10 years of experience as a nanny. She had served 3 previous employers, all of whom were highly satisfied with her work. Her first employer had hired her to care for children, but they eventually moved abroad. The second employer needed her to care for an elderly person, which she did until the elder's passing. Her third employer was a pair of executives, and it took considerable effort for Su Sheng to recruit this nanny. Before 9 a.m., Liang Chuntao arrived at Fenghua Buyuan, saying, "Sir, Mr. Wan Liangkai referred me to you for the nanny position." She seemed somewhat shy as she regarded Chu Yi. Her previous employers had all enjoyed decent living conditions, but they paled in comparison to the luxury of the villa before her. Chu Yi smiled and nodded. "My surname is Chu. I brought you on to help with cooking and managing household chores. The starting salary is set at 4,000, with additional benefits during holidays and potential raises for good performance. Do you have any questions?" Liang Chuntao quickly shook her head. "I have no issues. In her previous positions, she earned a maximum of 3,000, so an extra 1,000 was more than satisfactory." Chu Yi instructed. "If everything is agreeable, you can start working now. I will begin calculating your salary from today. Let me show you around the house." After familiarizing her with the household, Chu Yi emphasized, "Please do not enter the study without my permission. I have important work documents stored there." Liang Chuntao promptly agreed to his request. Chapter 18. The Yifei contract is stolen. Jingjie, didn't you secure the Yifei contract yesterday? Why is your name missing from the company's performance leaderboard? Upon arriving at the office, Yi Fangfang asked Kai Jing, her expression filled with confusion. Kai Jing replied, "The contract with Yifei hasn't been stamped by the company yet, and it still needs to be sent over to them." "What?" Yi Fangfang looked puzzled. "Haven't all our contracts been stamped?" Kai Jing explained, "The contract was drafted by Yifei, and only their stamp is on it. I brought it back yesterday, but the team leader said we need to get the director's stamp, and he wasn't in the office." Yi Fangfang nodded, curiosity piqued. "So, Jingjie, how much was the contract you signed with Yifei?" Kai Jing smiled and held up 2 fingers. Yi Fangfang exclaimed, 20,000? Kai Jing chuckled, 2 million. 2 million. Yi Fangfang's eyes widened, her face reflecting disbelief. Kai Jing nodded with a smile. "It will be displayed on the performance leaderboard. Once you see it, you'll understand." Regaining her composure, Yi Fangfang said enviously, "Sister Jing, with your 2 million in performance, you can earn the highest commission rate. That amounts to a staggering 400,000 handing advertising." The performance is categorized into 3 tiers. Those with monthly performance below 30,000 fall into the first tier, earning 10% of their monthly performance. The second tier, for performances between 30,000 and 100,000, earns 15%. The third tier, for performances exceeding 100,000, earns 20%. This is the first time in 4 years at handing advertising that Kai Jing has reached the third tier. Kai Jing smiled and nodded. About that as the morning meeting concluded, Luo Junjie asked Kai Jing to wait for him in the manager's office, indicating that the manager needed to speak with her. Kai Jing suspected it was about the Yifei contract. After the meeting, she proceeded to the office of Manager Go Lishu from the first business department. "Manager Go, our team leader said you were looking for me?" Manager Go greeted her with a smile. "Kai Jing, come in and have a seat." Kai Jing complied and took a seat. Manager Go inquired, "How long have you been with the company?" "Over 4 years. Kai Jing replied, "4 years is no small feat." Go Lishu remarked that I've been observing your performance during these years. You strike me as diligent and ambitious, consistently achieving commendable results each month. Therefore, I intend to promote you to the leader of our third group in the first business department. Your base salary will increase from 600 to 1,002, plus the commission from your team's performance. Thank you, manager. Kai Jing expressed gratitude but seemed unfazed, asking, "Has the Yifei contract been stamped?" Go Lishu's expression hardened. "From now on, you will no longer follow up on the Yifei contract. I will personally oversee it, since handing advertising's establishment. The Yifei advertising project has been the largest contract the company has handled, promising a commission of 400,000 in the city of Nan, where the average salary is only 2,000. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a sum?" Go Lishu was not the only one intrigued. His superior, the director, was equally interested. They had already conspired. The commission would be calculated under Luo Junjie's name, with the director receiving 250,000, Go Lishu getting 100,000, and Luo Junjie 3,000. The remaining 20,000 would be given to Kai Jing as a bonus. Kai Jing stood up abruptly, her anger flaring. What gives you the right? This is a contract I worked tirelessly to secure. Go Lishu rose, his face darkened, and shouted, Kai Jing, you must understand that you were trained by this company. I am promoting you to team leader, and next month, I will give you a bonus of 20,000. You should drop the Ife contract. Kai Jing retorted angrily, I don't need your promotion or your measly bonus. I just want the Ife contract. If you dare to embezzle my contract, I will make a scene at the company. And nobody will have it easy. Seeing her defiance, Go Lishu's expression darkened further. Kai Jing, do you think you are someone important? You are merely a lowly salesperson. Do you really think the company leaders will listen to you? 20,000 is already generous. If you decide to cause trouble, you can forget about receiving even a penny. Kai Jing shot back. If I can't have it, neither will you. Go Lishu's face flushed with rage. He genuinely feared that Kai Jing would persist in her demands, which could reach the company owner, jeopardizing his position. Containing his fury, he proposed, how about this? Next month, I will give you a bonus of 50,000. Kai Jing firmly rejected. No, the Ife contract is mine, and I will not relinquish what is rightfully mine. Go Lishu's anger boiled over. If you insist on this, do you believe I won't fire you? Then go ahead and fire me. Kai Jing remained unyielding. Even if you do, my commission cannot be diminished. Go Lishu seethed. Fine, you've made your choice. You are fired. Pack your things and leave. Fine, Kai Jing replied, striding out of the office. Upon returning to her workstation, she began gathering her belongings, determined to take her client information with her. After all, these clients were the fruits of her labor, and she had no intention of leaving them for that despicable manager. Yi Fangfang observed Kai Jing packing and hurriedly asked, Sister Jing, what happened? Kai Jing vented, our manager is trying to steal my Ife contract, and when I refused, he fired me. Did Go Lishu really steal your contract? I suspected he was untrustworthy with his shifty demeanor. Yi Fangfang expressed her indignation. Sister Jing, are you just going to let this go? Kai Jing shook her head. Of course not. The Ife contract is mine, and I will not let this slide. I plan to confront the boss, and if he won't stand up for me, I'll make sure to ruin the Ife contract. Yi Fangfang declared, I'll go with you. If the boss won't do the right thing, then I won't work here either. Given Yi Fangfang's respect for Kai Jing, she felt compelled to support her if such a significant contract could be taken away from Kai Jing. What would happen to them in the future if they were to encounter similar situations? It was better to stand with Kai Jing. After all, jobs and sales were plentiful, and with 3 years of experience, finding a new position would not be difficult. It was just a pity to lose the clients accumulated over the past 3 years. Kai Jing stopped Yi Fangfang. Don't act rashly. Let me call the boss first and explain the situation. I'm sure he wouldn't want such things happening in his company. As Kai Jing finished packing, she prepared to leave the company. Suddenly, Luo Junjie approached her. Kai Jing, don't be impulsive. You've been in this industry for so long. Starting over elsewhere isn't worth it. I'll plead with the manager on your behalf. You should also soften your stance to avoid being fired. Kai Jing scoffed. Team leader, are you here to play the good cop? You are complicit in stealing my Ife contract, aren't you? Luo Junjie's face turned awkward. Unlike Go Lishu, he had some sense of shame. If it weren't for Go Lishu and director Lu Liang's instigation, he wouldn't have thought to take Kai Jing's contract. Ignoring Luo Junjie, Kai Jing left the company. She then found a quiet spot nearby to call Chu Yi, the owner of Handing Advertising. After listening to Kai Jing's account, Chu Yi reassured her, I understand the situation. I will investigate thoroughly. Rest assured, if I find that you have been wronged, I will ensure you receive justice. After hanging up, Kai Jing was about to head home when she received a call from Tang Hongxin, the marketing manager of the Ife New World project department. Kai, is there something you need? Why didn't you come over today to deliver the contract? Kai Jing hesitated for a moment, but decided to be honest. Manager Tang, I've been fired by Handing Advertising because my manager is trying to steal my performance. Tang Hongxin glanced at Lu Liang, who looked somewhat embarrassed. Having navigated the corporate world for years, Tang Hongxin was well aware of the underhanded tactics employees employed to seize performance from one another. If it weren't for the chairman's directive to assign the Ife advertising business to Kai Jing, he wouldn't have bothered with these matters. Don't worry, Kai. I promised that the Ife advertising would be handled by you. Since you are no longer with Handing Advertising, our collaboration with them will cease. If you're available, come by my office, and we can sign a new cooperation agreement. Hearing Tang Hongxin's words, Kai Jing felt elated. She had thought he was merely being polite when he mentioned the contract yesterday. But it turned out he was sincere. Thank you, Manager Tang, that I'll come right over. After the call, Tang Hongxin turned to Lu Liang and said, Lu, I apologize, since Miss Kai has been terminated from your company. We will no longer be working with handing advertising. Lu Liang was puzzled. Manager Tang, why place so much importance on a mere salesperson? Just give me the Yifei advertising, and I'll ensure you get a 10% kickback. Tang Hongxin stood up. Lu, as a senior management member, you should protect the company's interest rather than constantly scheming to embezzle funds. We are not of the same ilk. Please leave. This advertising business was personally assigned by the chairman. And if Lu Liang dared to act independently for personal gain, he might not only lose his job, but could also face legal consequences. The Yifei Group is a Fortune 500 company. And though he was merely a manager in the marketing department, his future was promising. He wouldn't jeopardize it over a mere 20,000 in kickbacks. As Tang Hongxin dismissed Lu Liang, the latter had no choice but to leave. He had initially believed he could easily secure a contract that a salesperson managed. Now, he found himself at a loss. Not only had he failed to obtain the Yifei commission, but he had also lost the original 2 million in managerial performance. After leaving the Yifei project department, Lu Liang was perplexed as to why Tang Hongxin was so keen on collaborating with a lowly salesperson. Reflecting on Kai Jing's appearance, he began to suspect there was something more between them. However, his priority was to salvage the Yifei contract and bring Kai Jing back to handing advertising. Having heard Tang Hongxin invite Kai Jing to Yifei for a new contract, Lu Liang waited downstairs for her. After about half an hour, Kai Jing appeared, and he hurried over. Kai Jing, wait. Kai Jing paused, looking at Lu Liang. Director Lu, I didn't expect you to be here at Yifei. Upon seeing Lu Liang, Kai Jing immediately understood that he had a hand in her contract being stolen. Lu Liang smiled. You've misunderstood me. I thought such a significant contract might be too much for you to handle alone. I decided to step in. I spoke to your manager about this. But didn't he inform you? Kai Jing realized that her firing was also sanctioned by him. Lu Liang's brother-in-law was a shareholder at handing advertising, and as long as the Yifei contract was secured, Lu Liang felt untouchable. However, Lu Liang didn't anticipate that Tang Hongxin would only recognize Kai Jing, which disrupted his plans to deflect blame. He decided to pin it on Go Lai Su. That so? Then I truly appreciate Director Lu. Kai Jing replied coldly, not fooled by his facade. She had figured it all out. Without Lu Liang's approval, Go Lai Shi wouldn't dare to snatch the contract from a salesperson. All contracts in the department required Lu Liang's review. And it would be easy to ascertain who secured significant contracts like this one. Lu Liang, undeterred, grinned. As your director, I must safeguard your performance. Once we secure the Yifei contract, I plan to promote you to manager of the first business department. What do you say? Kai Jing scoffed. I lack that capability, and besides, I've already been terminated from handing advertising. Lu Liang feigned surprise. You were fired. Without waiting for her response, he continued. Kai Jing, rest assured, your firing was unauthorized by me. As your director, I will definitely support you if that's unnecessary. I've already informed the boss, Kai Jing replied, uninterested in Lu Liang's empty promises. She bypassed him and entered the Yifei real estate office. Before stepping inside, she turned back, exuding the confidence of a victor. Director Lu, you cannot steal what is mine. With that, Kai Jing walked into the Yifei New World Project Department, leaving Lu Liang's face darkened with anger. An hour later, Kai Jing emerged from the Yifei New World Project Department, a joyful smile gracing her face as she held the new cooperation agreement. With this significant contract from Yifei, Kai Jing no longer worried about whether Chu Xi would support her. Any advertising company with sense would not refuse someone bringing a large order. The commission from Yifei was still within her reach. Thinking of the financial windfall soon to come, Kai Jing felt elated and decided to treat herself to a nice meal. Conveniently located nearby was the Yifei Commercial Plaza, where she had longed to indulge in a Western meal she had previously held back from trying. By 4:30 in the afternoon, Chu Yi drove to the school to pick up his 2 children after classes. Upon returning to Fenghua Courtyard, he introduced Liang Chuntao to them. Cici, Xiaowang, this is your new nanny, Liang Chuntao. From now on, you can call her Aunt Tao. Aunt Tao, these are my son and daughter. You can call them Xiaowang and Cici. He added. As Liang Chuntao was simply a hired nanny and not a servant of the Chu family, basic personal respect was still necessary. Chu Yi wanted to instill respect in his children. Xiaowang, Cici, if you need anything at home, just let me know, and I will prepare it for you. Liang Chuntao smiled. After asking Liang Chuntao to prepare dinner, Chu Yi continued to the swimming pool to teach his daughter how to swim. That evening, Dinner consisted of 5 dishes and a soup, all common home-cooked fare. However, Liang Chuantao's culinary skills were exceptional. The meal was delightful, and even the normally picky eater, Chu Xi, finished 2 bowls of rice. Before they began eating, Chu Yi invited Liang Chuntao to join them, but she insisted on not sitting at the table, claiming she had saved herself some food in the kitchen. Seeing her determination, Chu Yi didn't press the matter further. After dinner, Chu Yi set down his chopsticks and said, "Cici, Chu Wang, I have some matters to attend to at the company. I have a flight to Haidu at 10 tonight, and you'll need to take a taxi to school tomorrow morning." Chu Xi raised her head and asked, "Dad, how many days will you be in Haidu?" 3 days, Chu Yi replied. On this trip to Haidu, he planned not only to attend the board meeting but also to arrange matters at the group level. To spend more time with his children, Chu Yi intended to allocate more time in Nan City in the future. In fact, he had considered transferring Cici and Xiaowang to schools in Haidu. However, since they had grown up in Nan City, he was concerned that moving would require them to adjust to a new environment, potentially affecting their studies. Moreover, he thought about how his parents would certainly wish to see their grandchildren frequently once they learned about Cici and Xiaowang. Considering all these factors, Chu Yi decided against transferring his children. Xiaowang suggested, "Dad, since you're going on a business trip to Haidu, how about Cici and I stay at Annie's for a few days?" Cici added, "I also want to spend time with Annie, having been raised by Kai Jing." The children held her in high regard. Chu Yi contemplated, "All right, I'll call your auntie and ask her to come over to stay with you for a few days." Both children were grateful and eager to see Kai Jing, which warmed Chu Yi's heart. However, he knew that the living conditions in the Gaoyang community were far inferior to those in Fenghua Courtyard. Chu Yi did not wish for Chu Xi and Chu Wang to suffer in that place. There was no need for them to endure hardship when the family had the means to provide for them. Chu Xi exclaimed with joy, "That's wonderful." Chu Wang shared her excitement, hoping that their aunt could become accustomed to living here, allowing them to stay together in the future. Chu Yi took out his phone and called Kai Jing. The call connected swiftly. "Brother-in-law, is there something you need?" Chu Yi replied with a smile. "Do you have some time in the next few days? I have a favor to ask." "Yes, what is it?" Chu Yi explained, "I need to go on a business trip to Haidu for a few days, and I'm a bit worried about Xi and Xiao Wang staying home alone. I was hoping you could come over to look after them." Kai Jing readily agreed. "Sure, I'll come over after work tomorrow." After hanging up, Chu Yi made a gesture to indicate that everything was arranged. "Your aunt has agreed to take care of you." Upon hearing this, Chu Xi cheered. "That's great. I can sleep with my aunt again." Chu Wang also wore a happy smile at 8:30 in the evening. Chu Yi's driver and bodyguard, Li Long, arrived to take him to the airport, accompanied by his assistant, Su Sheng. Shi Xiao Wang, this is Daddy's assistant Su Sheng. You can call him Uncle Su or Sheng Uncle. Su Sheng quickly interjected, "No need, young master, young lady. You can just call me Su Sheng or Lao Su." Chu Wang laughed, "Uncle Sheng, I'm not a young master, just call me Xiao Wang." Chu Xi followed suit. "Hello, Uncle Sheng, please call me Shi. It feels awkward to be called young lady." Su Sheng insisted, "You are the chairman's children. It's only right for me to address you as young master and young lady." If it weren't for Chu Yi saving him from peril and funding his education, Su Sheng would not be where he is today. Thus, he held Chu Yi in great respect, refusing to show any disrespect towards his children. Chu Yi chuckled. Uncle Sheng is quite stubborn. Once he sets his mind on something, even 8 horses can't pull him back. He then introduced Li Long. "This is Daddy's driver and bodyguard. He once saved my life. You can call him Uncle Long." After Chu Yi was released from prison, he made considerable money trading in clothing and soon became a target for others. One night, while returning home, he was robbed in a narrow alley. Had it not been for Li Long passing by to save him, Chu Yi's life could have been lost that night. From then on, Li Long became his bodyguard. Upon hearing that Li Long saved their father's life, Chu Xi and Chu Wang expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Long, for saving Dad." Li Long forced a smile. "It's nothing." He naturally had a stoic expression, appearing quite cool when emotionless, but his smile was somewhat awkward. This demeanor made him shy and not particularly sociable. If it weren't for Chu Yi's matchmaking, Li Long might still be single due to his introverted nature. Nevertheless, his well-built physique, honed from years of martial arts practice, exuded a sense of safety. After introducing his assistant and bodyguard to the children, Chu Yi bid them farewell. Before leaving, Su Sheng handed out his business cards to both Chu Xi and Chu Wang. "Young master, young lady, if you encounter any difficulties you cannot resolve, feel free to call me directly." "Okay, thank you, Uncle Sheng." Waving goodbye to the two, Su Sheng took the front passenger seat, and soon the car departed from Fenghua Bun. On the way to the airport, Su Sheng reported, Chairman Chu, today Tang Hongxian informed me of a situation. Miss Kai Jing was fired from handing advertising due to our FA's order. Chu Yi remained calm. It seems someone was blinded by profit and attempted to seize her order. You know who is behind this. Chu Yi was well aware of the treachery in the business world. Some would go to any lengths for profit. He had encountered such situations countless times before. After all, Kai Jing was merely a small sales representative, and a commission of 400,000 was no small sum. Su Sheng, who had followed Chu Yi for 8 years, understood that the calmer Chu Yi appeared, the angrier he was inside. Anticipating Chu Yi's inquiry, he had already looked into those who made things difficult for Kai Jing. It was Lu Liang, the director of the business department at Handing Advertising, along with Kai Jing's manager, Go Laishu, and team leader, Luo Junjia. Chu Yi lowered his gaze. Investigate the shareholders of Handing Advertising and find a way to acquire them. Do it under the name of Wei Investment Company. Wei Investment Company operates independently from Yifei Group and is wholly owned by Chu Yi. This investment firm manages approximately 200 billion in assets. Funded by the dividends Chu Yi received from Yifei Group, over the years, he has invested more than 20 billion, and after nearly a decade of development, that investment has multiplied tenfold. Chu Yi has never taken dividends from Wei Investment. Currently, Wei Investment boasts over 50 billion in cash flow and assets valued at 150 billion. It holds significant recognition in the investment sector of Longwood. Su Sheng nodded. Understood, Chairman Chu. The car soon arrived at the airport. After parking, the three directly proceeded to the VIP lounge. Before long, they went through the VIP passage and boarded the plane. After 2 hours, the aircraft landed in Haidu. Exiting the airport, it was already past 1 in the morning. Su Sheng had booked a hotel room nearby. They took a hotel shuttle directly to rest. The next morning, after breakfast at the hotel, they were sent directly to the Afei building in Haidu. Upon arriving at his office, Secretary Zhou Shi entered with documents in hand. Chairman, you're back. Chu Yi nodded slightly and inquired, is there anything important happening in the group recently? Zhou Shi smiled and shook her head. No, just a few documents that require your signature. Chu Yi replied. All right, please leave them on my desk that I'll handle them after the board meeting. Due to Chu Yi's ability to delegate, many projects within the group had professional heads assigned. Allowing him to focus on major decisions, he primarily monitored domestic and international affairs, as each decision he made could significantly impact Yifei Group's future, but a wrong decision could lead to a substantial crisis for the company. After the morning board meeting, he spent the afternoon addressing various tasks. Over the next 2 days, he met with several important clients and discussed new projects for the group. That it wasn't until Friday that he managed to complete his work. Before leaving, Su Sheng handed him a report. Chairman, this is the information on Handing Advertising. I had it evaluated, and its valuation stands at around 300 million. Chu Yi nodded slightly as he reviewed the materials. Handing Advertising had a registered capital of 50 million and ranked among the top 5 advertising companies in Nanshur. The chairman, Chu Xi, held 48% of the shares alongside 5 other shareholders, the largest of whom owned 30%, while the remaining were minor shareholders. What surprised Chu Yi the most was that the business department director Lu Liang's brother-in-law was the second largest shareholder of Handing Advertising. In no wonder he dared to brazenly seize employee orders. After reviewing the information, Chu Yi instructed, contact Chu Xi and extend an acquisition offer for Handing Advertising that will offer 20% above the market price for all shares. Chu Xi is quite capable. If he wishes to remain at Handing Advertising, we can return 20% of the shares to him. The acquisition of Handing Advertising holds little intrinsic value for Chu Yi, nor would it yield substantial returns. The primary purpose of this acquisition is to safeguard Kai Jing. When she eventually marries, those shares from Handing Advertising could serve as a dowry from her brother-in-law, as a gesture of gratitude for caring for his children over the years. Su Sheng asked, Chairman, what if Chu Xi refuses to sell Handing Advertising? Chu Yi scoffed. If he is unwilling to be acquired, we will exert pressure. My sister-in-law cannot be bullied without consequence. Although Handing Advertising holds a considerable presence in Nanshur, compared to true capital, it resembles the disparity between an ant and an elephant. Not to mention the Yifei Group under Chu Yi's control. Even Wei Investment is far beyond what Handing Advertising can contend with. Su Sheng nodded. I understand. Chu Yi set aside the Handing Advertising materials and inquired, how has Kai Jing been in recent days? Su Sheng replied, Chu Xi has removed Lu Liang from the business department through the board, and Go Laishu and Luo Junjie have also been dismissed. Miss Kai Jing has been reinstated at handing advertising and has replaced Luo Junjie as the head of the business unit. Chu Yi was not surprised by this development. Lu Liang, the instigator, had powerful connections. Even though Chu Xi was the chairman, he could not afford to offend Lu Liang's brother-in-law, who was the second-largest shareholder. After we acquire handing advertising, we will deal with Lu Liang. Through the group's connections, ensure Kai Jing receives more business opportunities. Once we finish our business in Haidu, please book a flight back to Nanshi for me tomorrow. Understood, Chairman. Meanwhile, in Nanshi, Chu Wang returned home from school and was greeted by a familiar voice. He turned to see his classmate, Zhang Pingqing, looking quite surprised. Qingzi, what are you doing here? My home is right here. How about you? Zhang Pingqing rushed over, still astonished. What a coincidence. My home is here too. You're joking, right? If your family lived here, I would have seen you before. I just moved in. Chu Wang pointed to the central villa of Fenghua Biyuan. My home is right there. Zhang Pingqing was taken aback. Villa number 1 seems to belong to the chairman of Yifei Group, Chu Yi. Then it dawned on him. Wangzi, you aren't Chu Yi's son, are you? Chu Wang curiously asked. Do you know my dad? Zhang Pingqing shook his head. How would I know someone like him? I've just heard my dad mention him. Wow, Wangzi, you kept that a secret. I didn't realize your family was so wealthy. Chu Wang smiled without elaborating. What about you? Which villa do you live in? Zhang Pingqing pointed nearby. I live in villa number 9, just over there. Chu Wang thought for a moment. I remember my dad mentioning that villa no. 9 belongs to Zhang Daoyuan, the chairman of Daoyuan Group. Chu Yi had indeed shared information about the residents of Fenghua Biyuan with Chu Xi and Chu Wang. Daoyuan Group specializes in home building materials and also ventures into real estate and renovation, making it a multi-billion conglomerate. Zhang Pingqing grinned. That's right. Zhang Daoyuan is my dad. Come on, let's go see your house, Zhang Pingqing said, placing his arm around Chu Wang's shoulders as they walked in. I've never been to Villa No. 1. Chu Wang didn't decline and followed Zhang Pingqing. How long have you lived here? About 4 or 5 years. My family moved here when I started middle school. I just moved in a few days ago, and I'm not familiar with the area. Can you show me around later? No problem. I know this place like the back of my hand. They arrived at Chu Wang's home. Chu Xi was not back yet, as she had gone out with friends after school since it was the weekend. Only the housekeeper, Liang Chentao, was present. Chu Wang informed Liang Chentao not to prepare dinner for Chu Xi that evening and led Zhang Pingqing to tour his home. After finishing the tour of Villa No. 1, Zhang Pingqing couldn't help but exclaim, no wonder this is the home of the chairman of Yifei Group. It looks far more luxurious than mine. Chu Wang laughed. You should come to my house sometime. Zhang Pingqing immediately replied, let's go now. It's just a short walk. They soon arrived at Zhang Pingqing's home. His house was also a standalone villa, but it occupied a smaller area than Chu Wang's. Upon entering Zhang Pingqing's home, Chu Wang saw a girl sitting in the living room, holding half a watermelon, eating while watching television. The girl was very pretty, and at that moment, her cheeks were full of watermelon, making her look particularly adorable. Seeing Zhang Pingqing and Chu Wang, she quickly swallowed the watermelon in her mouth. Bro, you brought a friend over to play? Zhang Pingqing threw his backpack onto the sofa. Sis, this is my buddy, Chu Wang. You can't just eat watermelon by yourself. Hurry and get some more to treat my friend. He then turned to introduce, Wangzi, this is my sister, Zhang Shuang, a lazy glutton. You're the lazy one. Zhang Shuang shot her brother a glare. Anyway, nice to meet you. Chu Wang. My brother is bringing a friend home for the first time. Please sit. I'll go get you some watermelon. Chu Wang quickly replied. Thank you, but there's no need to go through the trouble. I'll head home soon. I can skip the watermelon. Zhang Pingqing insisted. Don't be polite. We're close friends. Treat this as your home. As Chu Wang settled onto the sofa, he inquired, is it just you and your sister at home? Pretty much. My parents are usually very busy and spend little time at home. Zhang Pingqing seemed quite accustomed to this situation. I asked your dad busy too? He asked in return. Chu Wang nodded. He seems to be. He has been on a business trip to Haidu for 3 days. After chatting for a while, Zhang Shuang returned from the kitchen, carrying a plate of sliced watermelon. Chu Wang, here is some watermelon for you. Chu Wang immediately said, thank you. Zhang Shuang, still holding the half watermelon she hadn't finished, sat beside Zhang Pingqing, munching away while asking, are you guys classmates? Chu Wang replied, yes, we're desk mates. After a brief exchange with Chu Wang, Zhang Shuang turned back to her drama. After finishing the watermelon, Zhang Pingqing showed Chu Wang around his house, in contrast to Chu Wang's home. Zhang Pingqing's villa only had 1 basement level, and the swimming pool was an outdoor one. Additionally, the rooms were smaller than those in Chu Wang's home. However, overall, the standalone villas in Fenghua Biyuan were all quite luxurious. After visiting Zhang Pingcheng's home, Chu Wang returned home. After he left, Zhang Shuang curiously asked, "Bro, your classmate's family seems to be quite impressive, right? Growing up in a business family." Both Zhang Pingcheng and Zhang Shuang understood the importance of connections. They wouldn't casually invite just anyone to their home. Zhang Pingcheng nodded. Indeed, he lives in Villa No. 1 in Fenghua Biyuan. Zhang Shuang pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "He is the son of the mysterious chairman of Yifei Group?" Zhang Pingcheng smiled proudly. "Now you see how extraordinary my buddy's family is." Zhang Shuang rolled her eyes at him. "I was wondering why you were so enthusiastic about Chu Wang." "Come on. I'm not that kind of person," Zhang Pingcheng exclaimed. "I genuinely consider Chu Wang a brother." Zhang Shuang let out a sarcastic laugh and chose not to respond. Zhang Pingcheng, feeling a bit flustered, insisted, "You shouldn't doubt me. I just found out about Chu Wang's identity today. Before today, my relationship with Chu Wang had always been excellent. We were like brothers at school." Zhang Shuang remarked. Yes, you two are indeed quite the pair." "Judging by that flustered expression of yours," Zhang Pingcheng, caught off guard by his sister's teasing, retorted, "Who's flustered? I can't be bothered to argue with you. I'm going back to my room to play on the computer." Zhang Shuang cast a glance at her brother's disheveled figure before turning back to her television drama. Upon returning home, Chu Wang coincidentally encountered Kai Jing. "Xiao Wang, where have you been?" she inquired. "I was at a classmate's house." "They live in Villa No. 9, Chu Wang replied. Kai Jing chuckled. "Well, that's quite the coincidence." As they entered the house, Kai Jing noticed that Chu Xi was absent and asked, "Has she not returned home?" Chu Wang explained, "She texted me after school, mentioning she went to the city center with Chen Yin to eat KFC. Fast food holds a strong allure for young people, and Chu Xi had been craving it for quite some time. Previously, we lacked the means to indulge." Kai Jing sighed softly. "I recall she quite enjoys KFC. She had previously scrimped to buy it for both Chu Xi and Chu Wang, often denying herself the pleasure." Sensing his aunt's melancholy, Chu Wang comforted her. "Auntie, you have never owed us anything. Chu Xi and I are always grateful to you. In our hearts, you are like a mother to us." Kai Jing chuckled. "Then let me hear you call me mother." This left Chu Wang somewhat embarrassed, as he had always referred to her as auntie and could not bring himself to call her mother. Kai Jing smiled and patted his shoulder. "All right then, I won't put you on the spot. Let's go eat." During dinner, Kai Jing asked, "Xiao Wang, when will your father be back?" Chu Wang replied, "He should be back tomorrow, as confirmed by Chu Xi." Kai Jing responded, "Since your father is returning tomorrow, Auntie will head back to Gaoyang community tonight. No. Auntie, please stay here. My father would be very pleased for you to do so. Stop trying to persuade me." "Xiao Wang, your father and I have no ties. It would be quite awkward for me to stay here." The main reason for Kai Jing's reluctance was the passing of her sister. Otherwise, she certainly would not reject the offer to stay. Seeing that his aunt was resolute, Chu Wang ceased his attempts to convince her. After all, with his father's covert assistance, Annie's life would not be lacking in support. Chapter 23, Bodyguard Mo Wadong at a KFC in downtown Nan City. Chu Xi and Chen Yin ordered a bucket of chicken and settled into a window-side seat to indulge. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced the air. "Isn't this our school's social butterfly? Why haven't the boys treated you today?" Chen Yin was somewhat confused, while Chu Xi glared at the newcomer. "Zheng Yu, stop spreading rumors in front of me." Zheng Yu, a former classmate from middle school, had deep-seated conflicts with Chu Xi, primarily stemming from her jealousy over boys' affections directed at Chu Xi. Despite never accepting any of their advances, Zheng Yu spread rumors that Chu Xi was a social butterfly, leading to her gradual isolation within the class. As the rumors circulated, troublemakers began to target Chu Xi after school, prompting Chu Wang to intervene on her behalf. Fortunately, with his protection, Chu Xi was spared from becoming a victim of bullying. Zheng Yu sneered, "Do you really need to spread rumors? Everyone knows you're the social butterfly of Jiuanxiang Middle School." Before Chu Xi could respond, Chen Yin stepped in to defend her. "I think you are the real social butterfly, hanging out with boys at such a young age. Are you planning on going to a hotel next?" Zheng Yu was not alone. A boy with dyed red hair stood beside her, eyeing Chu Xi with interest. Though Zheng Yu was not unattractive, she paled in comparison to Chu Xi's youthful charm. Provoked by Chen Yan's remark, Zheng Yu snapped, "What is it to you? Mind your own business, you gossip." Chen Yan stood up, ready to confront, but was held back by Chu Xi. Yin, let us eat somewhere else." Chu Xi preferred to avoid conflict, realizing that if a fight broke out, they would be at a disadvantage. Chen Yan huffed, unwilling to engage further. As they prepared to leave, the red-haired boy blocked their path. Leering at Chu Xi, "Hey beautiful, don't go down. Let's exchange contact information. Next time, we can hang out, and I'll take you for a ride on my motorcycle." Chu Xi recoiled in disgust. No thanks, move aside. She tugged Chen Yin to bypass him. But he blocked their path again, insisting, think it over. My brother is quite influential. Just as they felt cornered, a burly man strode over and seized the red-haired boy by the neck. Tell me, who is your brother? The boy yelped. Who the hell are you? Let me go. My brother is Koen Gu. The burly man scoffed, and nobody dares to claim brotherhood. With a forceful shove, he warned, get lost, or I'll break your legs if you harass these girls again. Cowed by the man's presence, the red-haired boy fled with Zheng Yu in tow. Other patrons of KFC had already stepped aside, keen to avoid any trouble, though many gathered to witness the spectacle. Once the threat had dissipated, Chu Xi thanked the burly man. Thank you for helping us, he replied. No need for thanks, miss. I was sent by the boss to protect you. Oh, is your boss named Chu Yi? She wondered, surprised. Yes, I'm Mo Wendong. You can call me Old Mo. I'll be watching over you from the shadows. In a world where wealth attracts unscrupulous individuals, Chu Yi had experienced robbery and threats against his family. Upon learning he had 2 children, he arranged for bodyguards to provide covert protection. Not only were Chu Xi and Chu Wang under surveillance, but Kai Jing had her own protector as well. Though Chu Yi had chosen not to disclose this to them, feeling reassured by the protection of her father, Chu Xi smiled warmly. I'll call you Uncle Mo Wendong chuckled. Miss, I'm only 26. I just look a bit older. Chu Xi grinned. Then I'll call you Brother Mo after scanning the surroundings, he said. You two enjoy your meal. I won't disturb you further. Under Chu Xi's watchful gaze, Mo Wendong soon exited the KFC, blending into the crowd until he vanished from sight. Intrigued, Chu Xi glanced around but failed to spot him again. How remarkable! Returning her attention to her friend, she noticed Chun Yin staring vacantly out the window. Yin, what are you looking at? Chun Yin snapped back to reality. Her cheeks flushed. Xi, did you think that uncle looked really cool when he dealt with that red-haired boy? Yes, he was quite impressive. Chu Xi agreed that Mo Wendong may not have been conventionally handsome, but he exuded a strong, reassuring presence. Chun Yin, excited, remarked, imagine having a boyfriend like that. It would be so comforting. Chu Xi raised an eyebrow. You wouldn't be crushing on Brother Mo, would you? Chun Yin's face turned crimson. Of course not. With the red-haired boy gone, Chu Xi and Chen Yin returned to their original seats. As they munched on fries, Chen Yin curiously asked, why did that uncle call you miss? Perhaps it has to do with my father's status. Chu Xi mused, unsure how to explain. Not wanting to conceal anything from her best friend, she admitted, my father is the chairman of Yifei Group. Chun Yin's eyes widened in astonishment. Yifei Group. What do they do? Chu Xi pondered for a moment before responding. You know Yifei Plaza in Nan City. That belongs to Yifei Group. Chen Yan's eyes bulged. So your father is quite wealthy? Chu Xi chuckled, shoving a chicken leg into Chen Yan's mouth. Eat up before it gets cold. Chapter 24. Watching a horror movie after finishing their KFC. Chu Xi and Chen Yin strolled through the pedestrian street for a while before parting ways. Throughout, Chu Xi remained attuned to Chen Yan's demeanor. Seeing that her attitude had not soured, she felt a wave of relief. Having few friends throughout her life, she was determined to hold on to this friendship. Upon returning to Fenghua Courtyard, Liang Chuntao greeted Chu Xi. Xi, you're back. Have you eaten dinner? I'll make something for you. Chu Xi smiled. Thank you, Aunt Tao, but I've already eaten. Today, she had not only indulged in KFC, but also sampled various street foods. Where are my aunt and Chu Wang? She inquired. Miss Jing is downstairs watching a movie in the home theater, and Xiao Wang has gone out to play with friends, Liang Chunhao replied. Intrigued, Chu Xi headed to the lower level to find her aunt. As she approached the theater, eerie music wafted through the air. Just as she pushed the door open, Kai Jing's startled scream echoed, causing Chu Xi to jump. Seeing Chu Xi at the door, Kai Jing exhaled with relief. Xi, you walk so quietly. You startled me. Chu Xi patted her chest. Auntie, you scared me too. Upon entering the theater, she observed that Kai Jing was engrossed in a horror movie, which explained the unsettling music. Auntie, this film looks terrifying. Shall we watch something else? No, this one is quite good, Kai Jing insisted, her eyes glued to the screen. Despite her trepidation, Chu Xi could not resist the allure of curiosity and sat beside her aunt. Clutching her arm, the chilling horror film prompted both women to scream and clutch each other at various moments. Suddenly, Chu Xi's phone rang, startling them both. Realizing it was her father calling, Chu Xi prepared to step outside to answer. Kai Jing quickly grabbed her arm. Xi, don't go. I'm feeling a bit scared. Then can you lower the volume? After Kai Jing adjusted the sound, Chu Xi answered the call. Dad, when will you be back tomorrow? Chu Yi replied with a chuckle. I should be home by noon tomorrow, just in time for lunch with you. Have you finished up all your work? Almost. When you two are on winter break, I'll take you to Haidu for some fun. I've never been to Haidu before. Just then, a particularly terrifying scene flashed across the screen, prompting both women to scream in fright. What's wrong? Chu Yi asked, concerned. Nothing, we're just watching a horror movie, and it got a bit too intense. Chu Xi explained that on the other end. Chu Yi chuckled, having thought something had gone awry. All right, enjoy the movie. I'll bring you gifts when I return. Thank you, Dad. After hanging up, Chu Xi immersed herself back into the film's thrilling plot. Once the horror movie concluded, both Chu Xi and Kai Jing were drenched in cold sweat from fright. Quickly, Chu Xi turned on the lights. Andy, I don't want to sleep alone tonight. Can I stay with you? I'm scared to sleep alone too, Kai Jing admitted, equally affected by the terrifying film. She had never watched horror films before and was completely unprepared for how frightening they could be. Just then, Chu Wang entered, noticing their peculiar expressions. What is going on with you two? Chu Xi replied, we just watched a horror movie. Chu Wang sighed. If you were scared, why watch it in the first place? Curiosity about the plot, she defended. Grabbing the remote, Chu Wang suggested, it's still early. How about we watch another movie to lighten the mood? Tomorrow is the weekend, and you don't have school. Both Chu Xi and Kai Jing agreed, requesting a comedy to balance the earlier fright. Soon, the comedy began, creating a much more relaxed atmosphere. Adjacent to the home theater, Chu Yi had arranged a snack storage area for them. Chu Xi picked out some treats. Who were you with tonight? Xiao Wang. He tore open a pack of spicy strips. I have a classmate who lives in Fenghua Courtyard too, in Villa number 9. Who is it? Do I know them? Chu Xi asked. Curiosity piqued. Although her father had mentioned the residents of Fenghua Courtyard, she had not paid close attention to the details. After a bite of the spicy strip, Chu Wang replied, Zheng Pingcheng, my deskmate. You've seen him at the cafeteria. Chu Xi pondered for a moment. Oh, I know. He the one who can rank in the top 3 without studying, right? Chu Wang nodded. Yes, that's him. Kai Jing, intrigued, asked, is he really that impressive? He doesn't need to study to achieve such results? Chu Wang sighed. It's not that he doesn't study. Some people just have a natural gift for learning. That he spends far less time studying than I do, but consistently outperforms me on tests. Every student envied such talent. Kai Jing advised, you shouldn't compare yourselves to others. Focus on your own progress. As long as you improve with each exam, you'll surely get into a good university. The trio continued chatting while enjoying the film. After the comedy concluded, they all headed to their respective rooms to sleep. Although the comedy somewhat alleviated the tension, Chu Xi still opted to sleep in Kai Jing's room. Reluctant to part with her aunt before she returned to Gaoyang community the next day. The following day, neither Chu Xi nor Chu Wang had school. However, Kai Jing still had to work. Not wanting to wake Chu Xi, she got up, washed up, and had breakfast before leaving Fenghua Courtyard at by 8 in the morning. Chu Xi and Chu Wang finally roused themselves. Shortly after finishing breakfast, Zheng Pingcheng came over to invite Chu Wang to play. Upon seeing Chu Xi, he smiled. Wang Zai, is this your sister? Chu Xi quickly corrected him. I'm his elder sister. Zheng Pingcheng was taken aback, but Wang Zai said you were his younger sister, glared at, exclaiming, do you have any shame left? I am clearly older than you. Cleared his throat. It's only a few minutes, and in fact, I am more mature than you. With a haughty expression, retorted, a few minutes still count. You used to call me sister when we were kids that would never admit to such childhood secrets. Watching the siblings bicker, found it rather amusing. However, upon noticing at home, he invited his sister over as well. Chapter 25. Gifts from a business trip before 11 in the morning. Return to from. Dad, exclaimed joyfully as she rushed to greet him. That it had been several days since she had seen her father. Although they spoke on the phone daily, still missed him dearly. Smiled and ruffled her hair, asking, are you both getting along at home? Nodded. Yes, Dad. I'm used to it. Approached with a smile, greeting. Nodded back, glancing at the two behind. They chimed in unison, and smiled. You must be's friends, right? Quickly introduced himself. I'm a classmate of. This is my sister. We live in Villa number 9. The children of. The chairman of. The children of, said with a smile. Is he home today? Shook his head. No, he left for a business trip yesterday. Nodded slightly. I have long admired but never had the chance to meet him. I must arrange a meeting when possible. Replied. My dad often mentions you, calling you a rare business genius. He wishes to learn from you. Chuckled. Such flattery from. Since you just returned from a trip, I won't disturb you further. Said with tact. Please come over to play sometime, and also send my regards to your parents. Replied. Sure, we'll be on our way now. Said. waving goodbye along with. Once the siblings left, opened a suitcase he had brought into the living room. "I have brought you gifts," he announced, retrieving 2 exquisitely wrapped boxes. "Thank you, Dad," they exclaimed in unison. As opened her box, she found a beautifully crafted lady's watch with a blue strap and a delicate dial that exuded elegance. "Wow, what a beautiful watch," she exclaimed, quickly putting it on her fair wrist. "Dad, do I look good wearing it?" asked with a beaming smile. "Praised, you look wonderful, just like your mother. Everything suits you." Delighted by her father's compliment, beamed even brighter. S gift was also a watch, but it was a sporty model designed for men, enhancing his youthful vigor. Seeing his son wear the watch, asked, "Do you like this watch?" Nodded, "I really like it." The watches were similarly priced, ranging from 20 to 30,000 yuan, which was reasonable given his family's financial standing. There was also a delicate gift box containing a lady's watch worth a staggering 128,000 yuan. Intended for. "Has your aunt gone home yet?" inquired. "She went to work this morning," he replied. "Will she come back to stay?" asked. "No. She mentioned she would return to her home in," said, not surprised. "All right. After lunch, I'll call to thank your aunt for taking care of you," said. Suddenly, recalled something. "Dad, did you arrange for someone to protect me?" She had intended to ask her father last night, but had forgotten due to the horror movie. Nodded. "Yes, not only you, but and your aunt as well." Expressed surprise. "Dad, you arranged for someone to protect me? But how come I didn't notice?" Explained, "Their tracking and counter-tracking skills are quite adept. It's difficult for an average person to detect them. I didn't want you to feel uneasy about your daily life." At this point, turned to his daughter in astonishment. "How did you find out?" Then recounted her experience from the previous night. Understanding dawned on. He had thought his daughter had independently discovered covert protection. "The bodyguards I arranged for you will not interfere with your daily life. Simply act as if they aren't there. Although firearms are prohibited in our country, safety is not guaranteed outside. I want to ensure you are not harmed in the future." Both siblings understood, with affirming, "Dad, I appreciate your concern. It's reassuring to have someone watching over us." Seeing that his children were not averse to the idea of having bodyguards, felt relieved. After enjoying lunch with his children, he called. "I've been on a business trip in these past few days. Thank you for taking care of," and smiled. "You're too kind. I consider, and as my own children, it's only natural to take care of them." Inquired, "I brought you a gift from. Are you free tonight? I'd like to give it to you and treat you to dinner." Quickly refused. "No need. You didn't have to bring me a gift. That's too extravagant." Insisted. "We're family. There's no need for such formality." It's settled in. "I'll pick you up from your office at 6. Faced with firm stance, found it difficult to decline and ultimately agreed. After hanging up, asked, "And I'm treating your aunt to dinner tonight. Would you like to join?" Without hesitation, raised her hand. "I want to go, Dad." Nodded. "I'll go too." Smiled. "All right, we'll leave at 5:30. Now, I'll take a short nap." He had been staying up late to expedite the group's work, particularly concerning the new project, where many details required his scrutiny to prevent any issues. Once retired for a nap, the siblings quickly retrieved their homework. They had planned to go out with his sister the next day and knew they wouldn't have time for their assignments then. Chapter 26, A Breakthrough in Relationships before 6 in the evening. Drove his children to. Just as and her colleague were exiting the building, excitedly waved from the car. "We're over here." Glanced at the luxurious car with all 6s for its license plate. Astonished, "It seems the people in that luxury car are waving at you." Nodded. "Maya's treating me to dinner tonight, so I'm heading off." Despite her curiosity, knew better than to inquire further at that moment. "All right, see you Monday." After bidding farewell to, hopped into the passenger seat of his car. After exchanging pleasantries, asked, "Do you like hairy crabs? It's the season for them, and I know a place in that serves exceptionally large ones." Shyly replied, "I've never had hairy crabs, so I don't know if I like them." "Perfect. Then you can try them," said as he turned the car towards the restaurant specializing in hairy crabs. It was a high-end dining establishment with an average spending of over 1,000 yuan per person. Dining here was reserved for the affluent, as ordinary folks seldom splurged that much for a meal. Upon entering the restaurant, they were led to a private room by a server that handed the menu to, saying, "Take a look and order whatever you like, but don't hold back." "Thank you," replied, leaning in as peeked at the menu. Seeing the price of the hairy crabs exceeding 200 each, both and were taken aback by the exorbitance, closing the menu, returned it to, saying, "You order for us. I'm not sure what to choose." Confidently placed the order. "Let us start with 2 hairy crabs each. The rest, you decide." He had never been indecisive when dining at upscale restaurants, given his financial means. After the server left, handed the gift he had prepared for her. This is a special gift I bought for you. As opened the gift, she revealed a stunning rose gold ladies' watch. While she might not know much about luxury items, she could tell this watch was not inexpensive. Quickly closing the gift box, she returned it to, exclaiming, "This is too extravagant. I can't accept it." Insisted, "It's not that extravagant. I chose this specifically for you. If you don't take it, I'll have to throw it away." Encouragingly, chimed in, "Please accept it. Look, my dad bought me a watch too." She showcased her own watch. Bit her lip, saying, "Such an expensive watch. I'll never be able to repay you." Feeling the weight of reluctance. Recognized his oversight. While 10,000 yuan meant little to him, it was a significant sum for her, who had never earned that much in a year, although had done much for his family. She never expected anything in return. The value of a gift lies in the sentiment. The price is unimportant, reassured her. "I'll be more mindful in the future and won't gift you anything so costly again. However, this watch has already been purchased. Returning it is not an option. Please accept it this time." Having reached this point in the conversation, found it challenging to decline further and ultimately accepted the watch. As she considered purchasing a similar gift for once her commission came through next month, excitedly declared, "I'll help you put on your watch." With naturally elegant hands, the addition of the exquisite watch only enhanced her beauty. Observing the watch on her wrist, a smile crept onto his face, indicating her fondness for the gift. The service was impressively swift, and soon, various elegantly plated dishes were presented. "Let us eat first. The hairy crabs will take some time," suggested, picking up his chopsticks. "Yum, everything looks delicious." The little foodie exclaimed eagerly. Picked up his chopsticks and offered a piece of fish matu. "Try this. It's said to be good for your skin." "Thank you," replied, sampling the dish, which was soft and delightful. Then offered her a piece of cod. "This is also delicious." "Thank you," said, enjoying the flavorful fish, with and occasionally serving her, found herself quite full. Before long, the hairy crabs arrived. And indeed, they were substantial. Each weighing over half a kilogram, demonstrated how to eat the hairy crab, and was taken aback by its deliciousness, finding it far superior to the other dishes that shared her enthusiasm. While found the taste somewhat fishy and only ate one, leaving the second for, after dinner, called the server to settle the bill. Curious about the cost, leaned toward her father and gasped upon seeing the total exceed 5,000 yuan. "Dad, why is there a service charge?" Chuckled, explaining high-end restaurants typically add a service fee to enhance the quality of service and cover labor costs. Though, felt enlightened. Exiting, asked, "There's a mall nearby. Would you like to take a stroll?" Nodded, "I've eaten quite a bit. A walk would help." Soon, they arrived at the mall and explored from the first to the fourth floor, arriving at the arcade. Seeing and eager to play, bought 200 yuan worth of game tokens. They delighted in various games, from shooting zombies to racing and claw machines. Initially reserved around, felt liberated after their time at the arcade, even competing with him in basketball to see who could score more. After 2 hours of gaming, during which purchased another 200 yuan in tokens, it was already past 10 o'clock. "Since it's getting late, why don't you stay over at my place for the night?" Suggested. Clung to S arm, pleading, "Please stay. I'm scared to sleep alone after watching that horror movie last night." Unable to resist charm, ultimately agreed. Chapter 27. Confessing to parents on Monday morning after breakfast, dropped his children off at school and drove back to his hometown. With National Day approaching, he intended to take and home that he wanted to prepare his parents for the news about the children beforehand. S hometown is located in approximately 100 kilometers from by 9 o'clock in the morning. He arrived home. Despite his financial success, he had not built an extravagant house in his hometown. It was a modest 2-story villa with standard decor. Initially, had planned to construct a luxurious villa for his parents to live in. But his father opposed the idea. In his parents' view, they were farmers and did not need an extravagant home. Furthermore, they feared that a lavish house would deter neighbors from visiting, as they might feel reluctant to dirty such a place. As soon as parked the car, he spotted his mother, running toward him. At 62 years old, she appeared remarkably youthful, resembling someone in their 40s. "Why are you back today? I came to discuss something with you." "Mom, where's Dad?" "Your father is at your uncle's house. I saw your car drive by and came back. Please call Dad back. I'll have lunch here before heading out." "Why the rush?" "Your Aunt Wu mentioned she's preparing to introduce you to a girl." "Mother, you need not worry about this anymore. My return is solely to discuss this matter with you." Upon hearing Chu Yi's words, Zhou Aihua's face brightened. "Have you found a girlfriend?" Chu Yi replied, "Please call Dad back. I will explain everything to both of you then." "All right, I'll call your father right away," Zhou Aihua said, pulling out her phone to dial Chu Aihua. Soon, Chu Yi returned from outside. The moment he saw Chu Yi, he asked, "Your mother mentioned you have a girlfriend?" Chu Yi shook his head and said, "Mom, Dad, do you remember my girlfriend Kai Fei from before I was imprisoned?" Zhou Aihua responded, "Is she the girl for whom you went to jail, only to have her abandon you afterward?" Zhou Aihua could never forget the woman who had caused her son such suffering. If it weren't for her, her son might have already been married by now. Though she never voiced it, resentment toward Kai Fei lingered in Zhou Aihua's heart. Chu Aihua's expression darkened. Why bring her up? Clearly, like Zhou Aihua, he held no fondness for the woman who had led to Chu Yi's imprisonment. Chu Yi explained, "Actually, we misunderstood her over the years. Kai Fei did not abandon me." Seeing the confusion on his parents' faces, Chu Yi elaborated, "Before I went to prison, Kai Fei was already pregnant. Shortly after my imprisonment, a tragedy struck her family when her father fell from a construction site, despite efforts to save him for over 10 days. He ultimately passed away. With her father gone, her mother fell ill from grief, and the burden of the family fell upon Kai Fei, leading to her tragic death during childbirth. Upon hearing this, disbelief washed over Chu Aihua and Zhou Aihua. That girl passed away? Chu Yi nodded. I only learned of this last week when I encountered Kai Fei's sister. Kai Fei gave birth to a pair of twins, a girl named Chu Xi and a boy named Chu Wang. They are now 16. Chu Yi recounted every detail he knew to his parents. Upon discovering they had a grandson and granddaughter, the elderly couple was filled with delight. Why didn't you bring them back? Zhou Aihua couldn't help but reproach Chu Yi. He replied, They have school today. I plan to bring them back during the National Day holiday. I returned to inform you of this, so you are prepared. Chu Aihua quickly urged, Aihua, go pack a few clothes. We will meet our grandchildren in Nanshi. Eager to meet their grandchildren, Chu Aihua could hardly contain his excitement. Zhou Aihua exclaimed, I'll get ready right now. Chu Yi quickly intervened. Dad, Mom, please don't rush. He told Chu Xi and Xiao Wang about my return. You must prepare them as well. Chu Aihua calmed down. You are right. We cannot frighten them. You should speak with Chu Xi and Xiao Wang tonight, and your mother and I will go to Nanshi tomorrow to meet them. Chu Yi nodded. All right, I will arrange for a driver to pick you up. Chu Aihua waved his hand. That's unnecessary. Your mother and I can take a bus to Nanshi. Just have someone meet us at the bus station. Seeing his father's insistence, Chu Yi did not press the matter further. After having lunch at home, Chu Yi drove away from his hometown. Upon returning to Nanshi, he headed directly to Yifei Hotel. Su Shang came to see Chu Yi immediately. Chairman Chu, we have initiated contact with Handing Advertising. Chu Xi has agreed to sell the company. He is willing to negotiate with the other shareholders to persuade them to sell their shares to us. Chu Xi has also accepted our terms. Retaining a 20% stake while serving as general manager, the fact that Chu Xi agreed to sell was largely due to the chance to keep a portion of the shares for himself, allowing him to lead Handing Advertising more effectively without the constraints of other minor shareholders. Chu Yi nodded slightly. Understood. Expedite the acquisition of Handing Advertising. Su Xing replied, Yes, Chairman Chu. After handling some emails at the hotel, Chu Yi left at 4:30 p.m. to pick up the children from school. As the school bell rang, Chu Xi was the first to dash out. Once in the car, she asked, Daddy, our school is having a parent-teacher meeting next month. Will you attend? Chu Yi smiled and nodded. Of course, I will be there for my daughter's meeting. Having missed out on 16 years of her life, he did not want to miss any more significant moments. Delighted by her father's promise, Chu Xi then posed another question, but Xiao Wang also has a parent-teacher meeting. Chu Yi assured her with a smile, Don't worry, after attending your meeting, I will go to Xiao Wang's. Chapter 28. The background of the Chu family. Shortly after, Chu Wang emerged from the school, accompanied by his classmate Zhang Pingqing. Dad, can we bring Qingzi home? Chu Yi smiled and replied, Of course, hop in. Zhang Pingqing quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Chu. Chu Yi responded, No need for thanks, it's on the way. Due to the presence of an outsider, Chu Yi refrained from discussing their grandparents during the ride. He found it amusing to listen to his daughter chatter about her school life. Upon arriving at Finghua Villa, Zhang Pingqing thanked Chu Yi before exiting the vehicle. Back at home, Chu Yi asked the nanny, Liang Chenao, to prepare some fruit and then gathered Chu Xi and Chu Wang in the living room. Xi, Xiao Wang, I have something to ask your opinions on. Chu Yi inquired curiously, What is it? Dad, Chu Wang asked, looking at him. Chu Yi replied, Today, I spoke with your grandparents, and they were thrilled to learn about you both. They plan to visit Nanshi tomorrow. He added, They were eager to come today. But I advised them to wait for your sake. Chu Yi wanted to ensure his children were comfortable with meeting their grandparents before proceeding. If you would prefer not to meet them now, I can decline on your behalf. Chu Xi quickly interjected, No need to decline. Dad, I want to meet Grandpa and Grandma. Previously, Chu Yi had mentioned their grandparents, and after such a long time, Chu Xi was more than ready to meet them. Chu Wang also chimed in. Dad, I want to meet them too. When will they arrive? Seeing his children in agreement eased Chu Yi's heart. He had not fulfilled his role as a father throughout their upbringing, so he was reluctant to force them into something they did not want. They will come tomorrow morning. You can meet them after school, Chu Wang asked. Besides Grandpa and Grandma, is there anyone else in our family? Unfamiliar with their father's side of the family, both Chu Wang and Chu Xi were curious. Chu Yi explained, yes, your grandparents had 4 children. The eldest is your Aunt Chu Ying, who married into our hometown. She has 3 children, 2 girls and a boy, the eldest of whom is 23. Then there's your uncle Chu Jian, who is the county secretary in Xinwen County, Jing Province. He has 1 daughter, Chu Yi, who is your age and currently in her final year of high school. I am the 3rd child, and the youngest is your Aunt Chu Shan, who married into the capital. She has a son named Wang Tao, who is only 9 and likely in the 3rd grade now. This is our family's general situation, but you also have a close uncle who has 6 children, so we have many relatives there. 6? Chu Xi exclaimed. How could uncle have so many children? Chu Yi chuckled. Back then in our country, there was a saying that more children meant more strength, so families tended to have more children. Unlike later when family planning was implemented, many children your age are only children. After explaining the family dynamics, Liang Chuntao had dinner ready. After a brief rest post-dinner, Chu Yi resumed teaching his daughter how to swim. The next morning, after dropping off Chu Xi and Chu Wang at school, Chu Yi drove to the Nanchur bus station. After waiting a while, Chu Igua and Zhou Aihua emerged from the station, carrying numerous bags. Mom, why did you bring so much? We have everything here, Chu Yi said, taking their luggage. Zhou Aihua replied, I brought some farm-fresh eggs and cured fish and meats. These are hard to come by in the city, and I wanted to make sure Xi and Xiao Wang could enjoy them. Though they had not yet met, the couple was already thinking of their grandchildren. Chu Yi sighed. All right, let's get in the car. It's quite hot outside. After settling his parents in the car, he packed the items into the trunk and soon they were on their way to Finghua Villa. While in the car, Zhou Aihua asked, which school do Xi and Xiao Wang attend? Chu Yi answered, Non-U Middle School. It's a good school in Nanchur, and both Xi and Xiao Wang are doing well academically. Hearing this brought smiles to Zhou Aihua and Chu Igua. That's wonderful. Our family will have children who go to university. Chu Igua exclaimed happily. In their generation, education was synonymous with success. If Chu Yi's parents had known what truly facilitated Chu Jian's rise to power, they might have viewed things differently. Chu Jian's success was largely due to marrying well. His wife, Zhong Xiaotong, came from a prominent family with significant influence in both military and political spheres. In recent years, Chu Yi's Yifei Group's growth was also aided by his sister-in-law's family. If Chu Yi had been without any background, his company could not have expanded so significantly. However, Yifei's success also contributed to the political achievements of his brother and the Zhong family. Many cities seeking development needed investment, and Chu Yi was able to provide that. Zhou Aihua suddenly asked, does your brother know about your children? In the Chu family, Chu Jian's words held the most weight. Even if Chu Yi amassed a fortune, in the eyes of his parents, he would never surpass his brother. Not yet. Chu Yi replied, I seldom contact Chu Jian. He is in politics while I am in business. We must be cautious. Chu Igua suggested, you should call your brother and inform him about Xi and Xiao Wang, so he can come back when he has time. Chu Yi nodded. All right. Soon, they arrived at Finghua Villa. Chu Yi introduced the nanny, Liang Chuntao, to his parents and showed them to their room on the 1st floor. Having visited before, they were familiar with the place, so he did not give them a tour. Chapter 29. The red envelopes from grandparents in the afternoon. After school, Chu Yi picked up his son and daughter. The moment they got into the car, Chu Xi asked, Dad, have Grandpa and Grandma arrived? Chu Yi smiled and nodded. Yes, they are waiting for you at home at Finghua Villa. After lunch, Chu Igua and Zhou Aihua anxiously awaited their grandchildren's return. Upon hearing the car pull into the driveway, they could no longer sit still and hurried outside. The moment they saw Chu Xi and Chu Wang, their excitement was palpable. The children reminded them so much of Chu Yi in his youth, especially Chu Wang, who bore a striking resemblance to his father. Even without a paternity test, they were convinced the children were indeed part of the Chu family. Quickly greet your grandparents, Chu Yi urged. Grandpa, Grandma. Chu Xi and Chu Wang called out in unison. The night before, Chu Yi had prepared them for this moment, so they were ready to meet their grandparents. Zhou Aihua, overwhelmed with emotion, rushed forward and choked out. Xi, Xiao Wang. you have suffered over the years. The thought of her grandchildren growing up without parental love brought tears to her eyes. Chu Xi grasped Zhou Aihua's hand and reassured her. Grandma, we haven't suffered. Our aunt has taken great care of us. Zhou Aihua gently patted Chu Xi's hand, tears streaming down her face. Good children, from now on you will have your father and grandparents. We will ensure you never face any more hardship. Chu Xi smiled sweetly. Thank you, Grandma. The family settled into the villa, where Zhou Aihua and Chu Aigua engaged the children in conversation to learn more about their lives. During dinner, the grandparents presented red envelopes to both Chu Xi and Chu Wang that we don't know what young people like these days, so we thought it best to give you money to buy what you want, they said. Chu Xi and Chu Wang hesitated, exchanging glances with their father. Although they were their grandparents, they felt closer to Chu Yi. Chu Yi encouraged them, go ahead and take it. There's no need to be polite with your grandparents. Listening to their father, they accepted the red envelopes from their grandparents. As they squeezed the envelopes, they felt the weight of each one, estimating that each contained at least a few thousand. After dinner, back in their room, Chu Xi opened the red envelope from her grandparents and was astonished to find it contained 10,000. Staring at the thick stacks of red bills, she was taken aback. She had not expected such a generous gift from her grandparents. A total of 20,000. That was more than many adults earned in a year. After safely storing the money, Chu Xi went to visit Chu Wang. How much did Grandma and Grandpa give you in your envelope? 1,000. You must have received the same amount. Chu Wang replied. Chu Xi playfully teased. Not at all. Perhaps Grandma and Grandpa favor me more. They gave me more than you. Chu Wang rolled his eyes. Do you think I'm foolish enough to believe that? Chu Xi giggled. Aren't you a bit foolish? Uninterested in further banter, Chu Wang grabbed his phone from his backpack. Ready to play? Let us go swimming first, Chu Xi urged. All right, he agreed. After spending a day at Fenghua Villa, Chu Yi's parents returned to their countryside home, as they had grown accustomed to rural living and found city life rather dull without acquaintances. In just a few days, the National Day holiday will arrive. At that time, my two adorable grandchildren will return to the countryside, where they will prepare rooms for the children. Soon, 2 days will pass. Marking the eve of the National Day, Nanny Middle School organized its first monthly exam since the start of the school year for all students. This exam also served as the first formal assessment for Chu Xi and Chu Wang after the division of arts and sciences. Before long, the 2 days of examinations concluded. With her backpack slung over her shoulder, Chu Xi joyfully dashed out of the school and approached her father, Chu Yi. Dad, we have a 7-day holiday for National Day. Chu Xi exclaimed. Since Chu Xi is in her second year of high school, she doesn't need to attend supplementary classes, whereas the third-year students at Nanyu Middle School do have to make up for classes during the holiday. Chu Yi smiled and said, with such a long break, we should head back to our hometown for a couple of days, and then I'll take you out to have some fun. Yes, yes, Chu Xi nodded enthusiastically. Where shall we go? Chu Yi inquired. Is there any particular place you wish to visit? I want to return to Guay province to see Mom. Chu Xi expressed her desire to visit her mother's grave and tell her that they have found Dad. Chu Yi gently patted his daughter's head and replied, all right, then we will go back to see your mother. Thinking of Kai Fei brought a wave of sadness to Chu Yi's heart. In just a month, it would be Kai Fei's birthday. He had intended to visit her on that day and was contemplating relocating her grave to his hometown, although they did not have a marriage certificate. In Chu Yi's heart, Kai Fei was already his wife. After all, how could a man let his wife be buried in her family's hometown? However, he needed to discuss this matter with Kai Jing and consult a feng shui master to choose an auspicious date and a good burial site. After chatting for a while, Chu Wang emerged from the school with his backpack. Once in the car, Chu Wang asked, Chu Xi, how did you perform in this exam? Chu Xi, with confidence radiating from her, replied, I'm sure I did well. I might even rank among the top 5 in the arts class. And you? I hope you didn't rank lower than during your freshman year in the science class. Chu Wang chuckled. That would probably disappoint you. I believe I can at least rank in the top 3 this time, Chu Wang boasted. During his freshman year, Chu Wang had struggled a bit with politics, history, and English, which had lowered his overall ranking. Now, having entered the science class and eliminating 2 subjects he wasn't particularly good at, he felt confident that he could aim for first place, provided he improved his English. You were just bragging, Chu Xi said skeptically. Do you really think you can make it into the top 3? How about a bet? Chu Wang challenged. Betting is not a good idea. I won't take part. Chu Xi retorted, knowing better than to gamble with Chu Wang, especially since his science grades were genuinely impressive. As long as his English didn't hold him back, he might indeed secure a top 3 position. The siblings continued discussing the monthly exam as the car made its way to Fenghua Courtyard. After dinner at home, Chu Yi drove his son and daughter back to the countryside late that night. By 9 o'clock, They arrived at the rural family home. Knowing their grandchildren were returning, Chu Aigua and Zhou Aihua had been waiting at home all evening. Otherwise, they would have been visiting neighbors or playing cards. Grandpa, Grandma. Chu Xi happily greeted them as she got out of the car. Zhou Aihua, beaming with joy, asked, Xi, have you had dinner yet? Chu Xi nodded. Yes, we had dinner in Nan City before coming back. Chu Wang approached and called out, Grandpa, Grandma. Oh, Chu Aigua smiled and acknowledged him. Zhou Aihua then asked, Little Wang, were you tired from the ride? Chu Wang shook his head with a grin. Not at all. Chu Aigua urged. Don't stand outside. Come in and enjoy the air conditioning. Watching his parents lead his grandchildren inside without sparing him a glance, Chu Yi could only smile wryly. It seemed his status in his parents' hearts would drop a couple of notches. However, Chu Yi was content with that. As long as his parents weren't pressuring him to get married, he was more than happy. The next day, upon learning that Chu Yi had children, relatives and neighbors flocked to visit. Chu Aigua, with a cheerful demeanor, introduced Chu Xi and Chu Wang to the villagers. Chu Yi's elder sister, Chu Ying, also brought her son Lu Shu back to her family home. Faced with so many relatives and neighbors, both Chu Xi and Chu Wang felt somewhat uneasy under their scrutinizing gazes. Fortunately, their father was there to accompany them, which provided them with some comfort after spending 3 days in their hometown. Chu Yi took his children back to Nan City. That evening, at the Yifei Grand Hotel's private room, Chu Yi invited Kai Jing to dinner and discussed their trip to Gui Province to visit Kai Fei. Kai Jing, do you have time in the next few days? I'd like to take Xi and Xiao Wang to pay respects to Kai Fei. Kai Jing nodded slightly. Yes, I have time. Our company will be on regular holiday during National Day. That's great, Chu Yi said after a moment of silence. There is something I want to discuss with you. Although I never officially married your sister, in my heart, she has always been my wife. If you have no objections, I would like to relocate your sister's grave to my hometown. Kai Jing paused at his words, surprised. Relocate the grave? Yes, Chu Yi confirmed. Explaining, your sister is my wife, and according to our customs, she should be buried in her husband's family. Kai Jing replied, I have no objections. She understood how much her sister had loved this man. Whenever they spoke of Chu Yi during Kai Fei's lifetime, the happiness on her sister's face was unmistakable. Grateful for Kai Jing's agreement, Chu Yi expressed, Thank you, Kai Jing. Kai Jing smiled and replied, I should be thanking you. Brother-in-law. If my sister were still alive, she would certainly wish to be buried near you after her passing. Chu Yi sighed. Yes, it would have been wonderful if your sister were still here, but fate is cruel. This topic caused a heavy silence to fall over the table, which was eventually broken by Chu Xi, who asked, Dad, how are we getting to Gui Province tomorrow? Chu Yi inquired. I have never been to your mother's home. How do you usually travel there? Kai Jing explained. We usually take a train to Gui City and then catch a bus to Dongshan County. My home is in a rather secluded area, so there are no direct buses. We must arrange for a car to reach Kaijiago. Understanding the travel inconvenience, Chu Yi suggested, we will drive there tomorrow. Kai Jing, you should stay with me tonight. We can set off right after breakfast. Kai Jing quickly replied, I think I should return to the Gaoyang neighborhood to stay. I haven't packed my luggage yet. After dinner, I will take you to Gaoyang to pack up. And once you're ready, we can head to Fenghua Courtyard. Chu Yi insisted, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Ultimately, Kai Jing acquiesced. Later that evening, Chu Yi drove Kai Jing and the children to her apartment building. Xi, please accompany your aunt upstairs to pack. Xiao Wang and I will wait for you down here. Chu Xi cheerfully agreed. While Chu Jing and Chu Xi went upstairs, Chu Wang asked, Dad, there is a night market nearby. Shall we check it out? Chu Yi smiled and nodded. Sure. To be honest, I haven't visited a night market in many years. Most men are not particularly interested in shopping, and considering that Chu Yi had been alone for several years, he had even less desire to go out. After all, his needs were met by his assistant, and he seldom had to venture out to buy anything. Chu Wang led his father toward the night market, excitedly explaining its features. The night market was just a 5-minute walk away, and upon arriving, Chu Yi was surprised by the crowd. That I didn't expect so many people to be here, he remarked. Chu Wang replied, the items at the night market are quite affordable and varied. Whenever I wanted to buy clothes, Chu Xi and I would come here. The father and son meandered through the market, stopping at various stalls, especially those selling snacks. They paused at a stall selling grilled squid. Chu Yi asked, Xiao Wang, this grilled squid smells delicious. Do you want to try some? Chu Wang nodded. It does smell great. Chu Yi approached the vendor. How much for this grilled squid? 10 yuan each. The vendor replied that I'll take 100 yuan worth. The vendor's face lit up with joy at such a large order. All right, That's 10 pieces for 100 yuan. Chu Yi pulled out a 100 yuan note from his wallet and handed it to the vendor, putting his wallet back into his pocket, while waiting for the vendor to grill the squid. Chu Yi suddenly felt a sharp pain in his thigh. Turning, he saw a young man attempting to snatch his wallet with a pair of tweezers. "Friend, if you're going to steal, could you at least be a bit more professional? You're pinching my flesh." The thief awkwardly smiled, preparing to flee. But Chu Yi seized the young man's arm, saying, "You think you can run after I've caught you?" The thief threatened, "Let go, or you'll regret it." "Oh, you dare to threaten me?" Chu Yi retorted, twisting the thief's arm, causing him to yelp in pain. Seeing this, the thief's accomplice quickly drew a knife and advanced toward Chu Yi. However, before he could reach Chu Yi, he was subdued by Chu Yi's bodyguard. Li Long, the bodyguard, swiftly surrounded them. "Cohen, you handle this thief," Chu Yi directed, pushing the captured thief toward one of the bodyguards. "Got it, boss," Su Kuan responded, apprehending the thief. The incident with the thief was merely a minor interruption for Chu Yi, having little impact on him. Even if he hadn't noticed the thief, his bodyguards would have sensed something amiss. In the year 2007, petty theft was still common in Long Country, though not as rampant as before. When Chu Yi first started his business, he had experienced numerous robberies and kidnappings. Fortunately, with Li Long's protection, he had remained safe. After the two thieves were taken away by the bodyguards, Chu Wang rushed over to check. "Dad, are you all right?" Chu Yi chuckled and shook his head. "I'm fine. I'm trained well enough to handle a petty thief." Over the years, he had learned some martial arts from Li Long. While he might not be a master, dealing with one or two ordinary thieves was manageable. Of course, it would be a different story against armed individuals. "Where did Uncle Long take those thieves?" Chu Wang asked curiously. "In the minds of ordinary people. Call the police" is the go-to response. Whether the police could be of help is debatable, but they had no other choice. Chu Yi explained, "We will report it, but Uncle Long has connections with the police department in Nan City. Those thieves who dared to brandish a knife will face a lengthy sentence." Given Chu Yi's status, these thieves had dared to steal from him and threaten him with a weapon, ensuring they would face severe consequences without needing Chu Yi's intervention. Soon, the grilled squid was ready. The vendor handed over 10 skewers of perfectly grilled squid. "You guys must be police, right?" the vendor asked. Chu Yi replied, surprised, "How did you know?" The vendor chuckled, "I've seen it on TV. Undercover cops often dress casually for covert operations." The night market was indeed rife with petty thieves, necessitating strict measures. Otherwise, no one would want to visit it anymore. Chu Yi smiled. "Don't worry. These thieves won't be causing trouble for long. A new leader has recently taken charge in Nan City, and he intends to crack down on organized crime. With connections in the government, Chu Yi had learned this news ahead of time. The father and son enjoyed their delicious grilled squid while continuing to explore the night market, sampling various other snacks along the way. After finishing at the night market, Chu Xi called. Upon returning to the building where Kai Jing rented, they found Kai Jing and Chu Xi waiting with a small suitcase beside the car. "Did you go to the night market?" Kai Jing asked upon seeing the snacks in Chu Wang's hands. Chu Xi grinned. "I'll take those." Chu Wang handed over all the snacks. "They're for you and Andy." Having indulged in plenty at the night market, he could hardly fit any more in. Chu Yi asked Kai Jing, "Are you all packed?" Kai Jing nodded. "Yes, I'm ready." "Then let us head straight to Fenghua Courtyard." To make it easier to eat the snacks, Chu Xi insisted on sitting in the back with Kai Jing, while Chu Wang took the front seat. On the way home, Chu Xi chattered away, ensuring the atmosphere in the car remained lively. The following morning, after breakfast, Chu Yi set off with Kai Jing and the two children, driving a Mercedes G-Class. The distance from Nan City to Kai Jing's home was over 800 kilometers, requiring around 11 hours of driving. Initially, Chu Xi was quite excited, singing along to the music playing in the car. However, within an hour, her energy waned, and she quietly occupied herself with her phone in the back seat. This journey to Gui province was solely driven by Chu Yi. He had considered asking Li Long to share the driving duties, but he thought it might make Kai Jing uncomfortable, so he decided to drive alone. Additionally, having one more person in the back seat wouldn't be as comfortable as now. Noticing the silence in the car, Chu Yi turned to Kai Jing and asked, "Kai Jing, how is your driving test coming along?" "I've only practiced the second subject for a few days. The instructor said I could take the first subject exam after National Day," Kai Jing replied. She had been practicing driving with a professional instructor and had become quite proficient in the second subject. Once she passed the first subject, she could register for the second. Chu Yi asked, "Is there a car you like? Once you get your license, I'll gift you one." Kai Jing quickly declined. "No, brother-in-law, I'll earn enough money this month to buy my own car. You don't need to be so polite. You've raised Chu Xi and Chu Wang, and I haven't properly thanked you that I'm their aunt. Taking care of them is my responsibility. There's no need for thanks. There's no such thing as being taken for granted. Chu Yi felt guilty towards Kai Jing. If it weren't for his children, Kai Jing's life wouldn't have turned out this way. The car traveled on the highway for over 9 hours, stopping at service areas twice for breaks. It was only after 5 in the afternoon that they arrived at Dongshan County. Although Dongshan County is a county seat, it is significantly less developed than Chu Yi's hometown of Shixian, lacking even a decent star-rated hotel. As they entered Dongshan County, Kai Jing remarked, "Brother-in-law, it's still a long way to my home. Should we have dinner in the county before heading back?" Chu Yi nodded. "That sounds good. You all didn't eat much at the service area, so you must be hungry now." The food at the highway service area was quite unappetizing, and after such a long drive, none of them had much of an appetite. Chu Yi drove around Dongshan County for a while until he found a restaurant that looked decent. After dining there and resting for half an hour, they continued on their journey. Having rested, everyone felt a bit more energetic. Chu Yi inquired, "Kai Jing, since your home is deep in the mountains, how do you usually get around?" Kai Jing answered, "Those with better conditions ride motorcycles, while those with poorer conditions walk. There's a small grocery store in Kaijiago that has most daily necessities. Unless there's a pressing reason to go far, people from our valley generally stay close to home. In fact, I haven't been back in almost 5 years. I wonder if anything has changed in my hometown." Returning home was quite costly for Kai Jing, and to save money, she had chosen to stay in Nan City with Chu Xi and Chu Wang during the new year. Moreover, with both parents no longer present, returning home for the new year held little significance. After driving for half an hour, the road began to deteriorate into a bumpy mountain path. The narrow trails were flanked by steep cliffs, compelling Chu Yi to maintain his focus while driving that a momentary lapse could lead to tragic consequences. The pace was already slow, and with nightfall, Chu Yi proceeded even more cautiously. It took nearly 2 hours to arrive at Kai Jing's ancestral home. Chapter 32. The Old House Under Kai Jing's Guidance. The vehicle soon arrived at her uncle Kai Chun's residence. This was a modest 2-story red brick building, simply plastered with cement. As they exited the car, the exterior lights flickered on, and the front door swung open. A man clad in a tank top and shorts emerged. Upon seeing him, Kai Jing's voice trembled as she called out, "Uncle, I'm back. It's Jing Jing." Kai Chun, upon recognizing Kai Jing, stepped forward with a delighted expression. Chu Xi and Chu Wang also stepped forward to greet him, saying, "Great uncle." Kai Chun, smiling, replied, "You must be Xi and Chu Wang. It's been years since we last met. You've both grown so tall." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Kai Jing quickly introduced Chu Yi to her uncle. "Uncle, this is my brother-in-law Chu Yi, the biological father of Xi and Chu Wang." Kai Chun was taken aback for a moment before exclaiming, "You found the children's biological father?" "Yes," Kai Jing affirmed. Chu Yi smiled and said, "Uncle, I am Chu Yi. Thank you for taking care of Kai Jing and the children all these years." Kai Chun waved his hand dismissively. "No need for such formalities. Jing Jing has been searching for you for many years. Now that she has finally found you, I can rest easy. Come inside. Don't just stand out here." Kai Chun welcomed Chu Yi and the others into the house. Chu Yi turned to Chu Wang, instructing, "Chu Wang, please bring in the gifts for your great uncle." "Okay," Chu Wang replied, and went to the back of the car to open the trunk. This time, Chu Yi had prepared 2 cartons of cigarettes, a case of Maui liquor, and some nutritional supplements for Kai Chun. With everyone's cooperation, they swiftly transported these items into Kai Chun's home. Kai Chun remarked, "Why bring so many things? You could have just come." Chu Yi chuckled. "Just a small token of appreciation. I hope you won't think too lightly of it." At that moment, Kai Jing's aunt, Niue Fong, emerged from the room. Kai Jing promptly introduced her husband to her aunt. After exchanging greetings, Niue Fong said, "You must be hungry. Let me prepare some food for you." Kai Jing quickly responded, "Aunt, please don't trouble yourself. We already ate in the county." "Did you really eat?" Niue Fong inquired. "Yes, we truly did," Chu Yi affirmed. "Then let me get you some oranges. They're homegrown," Niue Fong offered. Soon, she returned with some oranges, and the group chatted while enjoying the fruit. After a short while, Niue Fong went to prepare rooms for them and arranged for Chu Yi and the others to wash up, due to the limited conditions at Kai Chun's home. That night, Chu Yi shared a room with Chu Wang. The next morning, after breakfast, Chu Yi asked Kai Jing to take him to her home, wishing to see the place where Kai Fei had lived as a child. Kai Jing's home was not far from her uncle's, just a 2 or 3 minute walk along a small path. Before long, they arrived at Kai Jing's old house. It was an old earthen dwelling, visibly dilapidated, with one wall on the verge of collapse. A house requires warmth and life to thrive. Kai Jing had not been home for nearly 5 years, and a house left unoccupied for so long inevitably fell into disrepair. She rummaged through her bag for the house key, unlocking the main door to the living room. Years of neglect had left a thick layer of dust and cobwebs around the house. On this overcast day, the place appeared particularly eerie. Upon stepping inside, Chu Yi was hit by a musty odor. He frowned slightly but quickly composed himself as he followed Kai Jing into the house. Upon entering the living room, Chu Yi noticed 3 portraits hanging on the opposite wall. The one on the far right depicted a young and beautiful girl, her face adorned with a sweet smile. Staring at Kai Fei's portrait, Chu Yi was momentarily paralyzed. Memories of their joyful moments together flashed before his eyes like a cinematic reel, reminding him of their past happiness. Reflecting on these memories, a pang of regret washed over him. Had he not acted so impulsively, he would not have ended up in prison for excessive self-defense. Had he been there, Kai Fei would not have succumbed to postpartum hemorrhage due to exhaustion after giving birth. Although he had recently dealt with the 2 ruffians who had harassed Kai Fei, she could never return to him. "Dad, are you all right?" Seeing Chu Yi frozen at the door, Chu Xi approached him with concern. Regaining his composure, Chu Yi smiled and shook his head. "I'm fine. Let us go see your mother's room." "Okay." Although Chu Xi did not remember living in Kaijiago, she had visited with Kai Jing before, so she knew where her mother's room was. In no time, they arrived at the room located at the back right of the living area. "Dad, this is Mom's room." Chu Yi nodded slightly as he entered. The room contained only a wooden bed, gnawed by termites, and a wooden cabinet. The ceiling had several broken tiles, allowing glimpses of the sky above. Before long, Kai Jing approached, handing Chu Yi a photograph. "When my sister passed, most of her belongings were burned. This photo of you 2 together is the only one that remains. I have kept it in my book all this time." Taking the aged photo, Chu Yi gazed at the intimate snapshot of the 2 of them taken on their first anniversary. Feeling a sudden lump in his throat, "Kai Jing, may I keep this photo?" Kai Jing nodded. "Yes, I had some copies made before heading to Nanshi. The one on the bedside table was reproduced from this one." Chu Xi and Chu Wang also had their own copies, as Kai Jing hoped that one day they would recognize their father. "Thank you." Chu Yi expressed gratefully. He had once owned a copy of the photo, but it had vanished during his imprisonment. After surveying Kai Jing's home, Chu Yi asked, "Kai Jing, have you ever considered renovating the house?" "There's no need." Kai Jing shook her head. "With no family left, I probably won't return often. Renovating the house would be a waste of money." Seeing her reluctance, Chu Yi did not press further. "All right, let us return and prepare for our visit to your sister and parents' graves." "Okay," Kai Jing agreed, locking the door before they headed back to her uncle's house. Chapter 33. Paying respects to Kai Fei. Upon returning to Kai Chun's home, Kai Chun learned that Chu Yi and the others intended to pay their respects and led them up the mountain. Following his guidance, they soon arrived at Kai Fei's grave. The sight of a solitary tombstone atop a mound overgrown with weeds stirred discomfort within Chu Yi. Kai Jing explained, "When my sister passed, we had no money, so we could only afford a tombstone. It's all right, I understand," Chu Yi replied, realizing he could not blame Kai Jing. As her husband, he had failed in his responsibilities, and thus had no right to reproach his sister-in-law. Setting down the items meant for the ritual, Chu Yi took a hoe from Chu Wang and began to clear the weeds around Kai Fei's grave. Chu Wang and Chu Xi joined him, helping to tend to their mother's resting place, while Kai Chun and Kai Jing arranged the offerings. After about half an hour, Chu Yi had cleared the weeds from Kai Fei's grave. "Uncle, let's set off some firecrackers." Xi, Xiao Wang, bow to your mother." The sound of firecrackers soon echoed through the air. Chu Xi and Chu Wang bowed in reverence to Kai Fei, followed by Kai Jing, who also offered a respectful bow. Lastly, Chu Yi knelt before Kai Fei's grave, lighting incense and softly speaking to her. "Fei Fei, I'm sorry for coming to see you so late. Are you angry with me down there? It's all my fault. If I hadn't misunderstood you, Xi and Xiao Wang wouldn't have suffered so much. Please forgive me. From now on, I will take good care of our children and strive to fulfill my duties as a father." After expressing his heartfelt sentiments to Kai Fei, Chu Yi rose and addressed the group. "Now, let us pay our respects to Fei Fei's parents." The graves of Kai Fei's parents were not far away. A short walk uphill brought them to the site. Similar to Kai Fei's grave, the elderly couple's resting place also consisted of only a tombstone, surrounded by a tangle of weeds. The group worked diligently for nearly an hour, clearing the overgrowth and offering sincere tributes before descending the mountain. Upon returning to Kai-chun's home, Chu Yi said to Kai-chun, "Uncle, I have a favor to ask. I plan to renovate the graves of Fei Fei's parents, and I would appreciate your assistance in contacting someone to help with the repairs." Chu Yi had already discussed moving Kai Fei's grave with Kai-chun during their ascent, and he received no objections. Kai-chun smiled. "No problem. I will contact someone who specializes in this work." He instructed Chu Wang to retrieve 20,000 yuan from the car, which Chu Yi handed to Kai-chun. "This 20,000 is for the repairs. If it's insufficient, please let me know." Kai-chun quickly replied, "That's more than enough. Repairing 2 graves 1T cost even 10,000." Chu Yi chuckled. "No worries. You can keep the money for now and use it to buy some good food to treat the workers." Kai-chun hesitated for a moment before agreeing. "All right, I'll keep it for now. I'll return whatever is left." Chu Yi nodded with a smile, not refusing. He intended to leave some money with Kai-chun when they departed, as a gesture of filial piety for Kai Fei and Kai Jing. By the way, uncle, I have hired a professional feng shui master who will come tomorrow morning. I would appreciate it if you and aunt could prepare a meal for him." Kai-chun readily agreed. "No problem. Soon." Kai-chun left to contact the grave repairman, while Chu Yi and the others took their gifts to visit Kai Jing's uncle. Kai Jing's relatives were few, aside from her uncle and younger uncle. There was also an uncle living in the neighboring village. However, these were the only relatives with whom Kai Jing maintained close ties, as most others were not in regular contact. Kai Jing's younger uncle, Kai Yun, lived not far from Kai-chun's home. It wasn't long before they arrived at Kai Jing's younger uncle's house. Kai Jing's younger uncle was working outside, leaving only her younger aunt, Hihua, and a 10-year-old grandson at home. Upon seeing Chu Yi and the others, Hihua warmly welcomed them. She insisted on preparing lunch for them, but Chu Yi had already promised to eat at Kai Jing's uncle's house. When they returned from Kai Jing's younger uncle's house, a middle-aged man had joined Kai-chun's family. Kai-chun promptly introduced him to Chu Yi. "This is Master Ma, who specializes in various matters in Kaijiago." Chu Yi offered Master Ma a cigarette and began discussing the arrangements for repairing Kai Jing's parents' graves. Master Ma spoke in their local dialect and, fortunately, Chu Yi had learned some of the language from Kai Fei during their time together. Although he was not fluent, he could still understand. Unfamiliar with the intricacies of grave repairs, Chu Yi told Master Ma to proceed with the best methods available, utilizing only the finest materials. Once the feng shui master had evaluated the site and the timing for repairs was confirmed, he instructed Master Ma to lead the crew in the work. With the grave repair plan settled, lunchtime soon arrived. Kai Jing's aunt called over her younger aunt and her grandson to join them for the meal. After lunch, Kai Jing led Chu Yi and the others on a stroll through the village, stopping by the school that Kai Fei had attended. In the evening, Hihua specifically came over to invite Chu Yi and the others to her home for dinner. After dinner, Chu Xi and Chu Wang took their cousin to the village shop to buy snacks, while Chu Yi and Kai Jing enjoyed a leisurely walk through the village. "Kai Jing, I heard your sister mention that you excelled in school?" Kai Jing smiled. "I did well enough in middle school, but only managed to get into an ordinary high school in the county." Kaijiago was a remote area with limited educational resources, making it challenging to compare with urban institutions. Many locals ended their education after middle school to seek work, leaving few who pursued high school. Chu Yi asked, "Do you have any dreams?" "Dreams?" Kai Jing shook her head. "I never really thought about it." Over the years, her sole focus had been to raise Chu Xi and Chu Wang well and help them find their father, since the family had faced such significant upheaval. Kai Jing had not considered her own aspirations. Chu Yi sighed softly, understanding the hardships Kai Jing had endured in raising Chu Xi and Chu Wang, leaving little room for personal ambitions. "You should think about what you want to do in the future. Whatever it is, your brother-in-law will support you wholeheartedly." Kai Jing smiled brightly. "Thank you, brother-in-law." Chu Yi returned the smile. "With your sister gone, I will be your family. I will take good care of you. If you encounter any difficulties, please don't hesitate to tell me. You can count on me." Kai Jing nodded, smiling. "Okay, I will." After their walk, they returned to Kai-chun's home. Chapter 34. Repaying the debt. As Chu Yi and Kai Jing stepped into Kai-chun's living room, they overheard a heated discussion between Kai-chun and Nyo Afong. Although they spoke in their local dialect, Chu Yi could glean the topic of their argument. Nyo Afong was urging Kai-chun to bring up the money Kai Jing had borrowed from them, but Kai-chun was reluctant to mention it. Kai Jing cast a guilty glance at Chu Yi, quickly calling out to her uncle and aunt, "Uncle, aunt, we're back." Upon seeing Kai Jing and Chu Yi, both Kai-chun and Nyo Afong appeared somewhat embarrassed, having been overheard discussing sensitive matters. After greeting them, Chu Yi found an excuse to pull Kai Jing outside. Have you borrowed money from your uncle? Kai Jing, unable to hide the truth, admitted, yes, I borrowed some money. How much? Altogether, it adds up to over 20,000. This amount had accumulated over the years as Kai Jing borrowed from her uncle to support Chu Xi and Chu Wang in Nanshi. Without her uncle's assistance, it would have been challenging for her to manage. You should have told me sooner. Luckily, I brought 100,000 in cash, Chu Yi said, retrieving 50,000 yuan from the car. Here is 50,000. You can use it to repay your uncle. Kai Jing quickly replied, I only borrowed 23,500 from him. Chu Yi couldn't help but playfully flick her forehead. You really think you can borrow money without interest? Besides, money doesn't hold the same value now as it once did. We can't let your uncle bear that loss. We must always be grateful to those who help us in difficult times. This principle guided Chu Yi's life. Kai Jing protested, but it was my loan. How can I let you repay it? Chu Yi insisted, pressing the money into her arms. Take it, your family to me. Hearing this, Kai Jing did not refuse further. Although she shared no blood ties with Chu Yi, in her heart, she felt a closer affinity to him than to her relatives, such as Kai Chun. This was because she could genuinely perceive the boundless kindness and tolerance Chu Yi extended towards her. Thank you, brother-in-law. I will repay you as soon as my salary arrives this month. Chu Yi shot a glare at Kai Jing, exclaiming, What repayment? Just take what your brother-in-law gives you without worry. Then he inquired, By the way, aside from your uncle, have you borrowed money from anyone else? Kai Jing did not conceal anything. I borrowed 16,000 from my younger uncle and 8,700 from my uncle. Chu Yi nodded slightly and said, I only have a little over 20,000 left in my car. I can only go to the county town tomorrow to withdraw more money. First, repay your uncle. And after we handle your sister's matters tomorrow, we can go to the county. Kai Jing accepted with a nod and entered the house with the money. Uncle, aunt, thank you for lending me money over the years to help me through tough times. I should have repaid you much sooner. I am truly sorry for the delay. As she spoke, Kai Jing handed over 50,000 yuan to Kai Chun. Kai Chun hurriedly declined, saying, Jing, there is no rush regarding the money. We don't urgently need it at home right now. You young people have substantial expenses. Keep the money for yourselves. Nearby, Niu Afong discreetly pinched Kai Chun's waist. Kai Jing once again extended the money, insisting, Thank you, uncle. We still have funds. Please take this money. That is too much, Kai Chun replied, taking 2 bundles of cash from Kai Jing. You only borrowed 20,000. Kai Jing quickly corrected her. No, it was more than 20,000. I remember clearly it was 35,000. Furthermore, the money borrowed previously had greater value than now. Uncle, I am grateful for your assistance. How could I let you suffer a loss? Chu Yi also urged. Uncle, please keep all this money. Otherwise, Kai Jing won't feel at ease. Eventually, under their persuasion, Kai Chun accepted the 50,000 yuan from Kai Jing. The following morning, the feng shui master that Chu Yi had invited arrived with his assistant, Su Xing, at Kai Jiago. After calculating, the master determined that they would move Kai Fei's grave on October 28th. After having lunch at Kai Jing's uncle's house, Chu Yi asked Su Xing to escort the feng shui master away. Chu Yi then drove Kai Jing and her 2 children to the county bank to withdraw money. After purchasing some gifts in the county, they visited Kai Jing's uncle's home. Her uncle's house was not far from Kai Jiago. About a 30-minute drive. Kai Jing repaid her uncle 8,700 yuan, returning a total of 20,000, including principal and interest. After repaying her uncle, they stayed for dinner before heading back to Kai Jiago. Chu Yi drove directly to Kai Jing's younger uncle's house, where she had borrowed 16,000 yuan and repaid 35,000 in total. Once all her debts were settled, Kai Jing felt as though a weight had been lifted from her heart, experiencing a newfound lightness. Even though it was Chu Yi who helped her repay the debts, she did not feel the burden of owing her brother-in-law. Around 10 o'clock that night, Chu Yi and others were watching television with Kai Jing's uncle and aunt when suddenly, the front door was knocked on. Kai Chun opened the door to find an elderly couple holding a boy of about 10 years old, who was clutching his stomach in pain. While the couple wore expressions of urgency, Chu Yi recognized them as neighbors of Kai Chun. What happened to the child? Kai Chun asked. The grandfather replied, I don't know. Yang started having stomach pains shortly after dinner. Kai Chun suggested, why not take him to Dr. Kai? There was a rural clinic in Kai Jiago where villagers usually went for treatment. The elderly woman interjected, we did, but Dr. Kai is out and 1T returned tonight. Yang is in severe pain, and we want to take him to the county hospital. Since your son-in-law has a car, we were hoping he could drive us. Kai Chun quickly relayed the situation to Chu Yi, who promptly grabbed the car keys and went to drive. Kai Jing stated, Xi, Xiao Wang, you two go to bed early. I'll accompany your father to the county, concerned about the poor visibility and treacherous roads at night. She did not want Chu Yi to go alone. Chu Xi and Chu Wang quickly nodded, urging, Aunt, please be careful while driving with Dad. Seeing Kai Jing get in the car, Chu Yi said, I can take them. You should rest at home. Kai Jing firmly replied, I'll go with you. If you start dozing off while driving, I can keep you awake. Chu Yi chuckled, all right. Soon, he started the car and departed for the county. Chapter 35. Kai Jing's thoughts. Kai Jiago was over 40 kilometers from Dongshan County. Due to the bumpy roads, it took Chu Yi nearly 2 hours to reach the county. By the time they delivered the child to the emergency room, it was almost 1 a.m. The doctor soon diagnosed the child with acute appendicitis, but the symptoms were not severe and conservative treatment could be applied. Once the child was on and for, the elderly neighbor expressed heartfelt thanks to Chu Yi, offering him money for gas, which he politely declined. After confirming that the elderly couple could stay in the hospital without issue, Chu Yi and Kai Jing left, needing to rest before returning to Nan City. Upon exiting the hospital, Chu Yi suggested, it's quite late. Let us find a hotel to rest for the night. Kai Jing nodded in agreement. After searching the county, Chu Yi finally found a decent hotel, booking 2 adjacent rooms. Before entering, he reminded, make sure to lock the doors and windows before sleeping. I'll be right next door. Call me immediately if anything happens. Kai Jing replied, all right. Good night, brother-in-law. Chu Yi smiled gently. Good night. The next morning at 8, Chu Yi awoke in the hotel. Having gone to bed close to 3, he still felt quite fatigued. After sending a message to Kai Jing, he washed up and took care of his personal needs. When he emerged from the bathroom, he found a reply from Kai Jing. He quickly gathered his things, took the hotel room card, and knocked on her door. Kai Jing soon appeared, and noticing her heavy dark circles, he asked, did you not sleep well last night? A bit, she admitted, her cheeks flushing as she avoided his gaze. The previous night, while preparing to sleep, she had been disturbed by sounds from the adjacent room that made her heart race. The hotel's poor soundproofing meant those sounds reached her ears clearly, leaving her restless to her embarrassment. She had even dreamt of a shy encounter involving her brother-in-law, making it difficult for her to face Chu Yi. For years, Kai Jing had devoted herself to raising her sister's children, never allowing her personal feelings to interfere. Although many men pursued her, none left a lasting impression until Chu Yi's sincere care stirred emotions within her. At 12, she had first heard his name from her sister, captivated by their love story. After her sister's passing, she would gaze at Chu Yi's photo each night, gradually embedding his image in her heart. Meeting him in person, the reality of the man behind the photo combined with his kindness had transformed her feelings, leading her to realize she had developed feelings for her brother-in-law. Despite knowing it was wrong, emotions were not something one could easily control. Chu Yi, unaware of her inner turmoil, assumed she was concerned about her image. Let us have breakfast first. You can rest in the car on the way back. Kai Jing nodded slightly. Okay. The hotel did not serve breakfast, so they went to a noodle shop nearby. Afterward, they checked on Kai Jing's neighbor in the hospital, confirming they wouldn't return home before heading back. Noticing Kai Jing yawning, Chu Yi suggested, you should sleep a bit. The mountain roads are bumpy, and it won't be easy to rest. The road into Kai Jiago was quite rough, and the car would be shaking, making it difficult to sleep. No, I'm not tired at all, Kai Jing insisted, determined to accompany him to keep him awake while driving. After a moment of silence, Kai Jing suddenly asked, brother-in-law, have you dated anyone since my sister? Why the sudden question? I'm just curious. If it's too personal, feel free to skip. Chu Yi chuckled, there's nothing personal about it. Initially, I misunderstood your sister and thought there were no good women in this world. Because of that mindset, I haven't dated in all these years, nor do I plan to marry. Chu Yi was truthful. He had only ever dated Kai Fei. Although he had been with many women after earning money, none of those relationships involved feelings. They were merely transactional. However, he chose not to share this with Kai Jing to maintain a positive image in her eyes. Hearing this, Kai Jing felt a flicker of happiness. You're still so young and wealthy. Do you really not plan to find someone? Seeing her anxious gaze, Chu Yi confidently replied, I truly don't. You can rest assured, I want to be looking for a stepmother for Xi and Xiao Wang. Kai Jing quickly clarified, brother-in-law, that's not what I meant. You're still young. If you meet someone you genuinely like, you shouldn't spend your life alone. Chu Yi smiled and countered, what about you? What kind of boy do you like? I know quite a few excellent young men. Would you like me to introduce you? Kai Jing hurriedly waved her hands. No, brother-in-law, please don't introduce anyone to me. Chu Yi chuckled softly, Could it be that you already have someone you like? Bring him over sometime. I can vet him for you. Kai Jing's face flushed, and she stammered, No, I just don't want to date right now. Not wanting to date. Chu Yi turned to look at her. You must not have dated anyone before, right? Kai Jing shyly nodded. No, you should be brave and try some things in life that you're still young. You have the luxury of making mistakes. Waiting until you're old to regret it will be too late. Kai Jing lifted her head and said, I know. I'm just waiting for the right person to appear. I see. Chu Yi smiled. Then I wish you find what you seek soon. As Kai Jing gazed at his profile. Her eyes dimmed. She feared she might never achieve her desires. Even if she liked Chu Yi, how could she take her sister's man? If they were to be together, what would she say to her sister after 100 years? The thought left a heavy feeling in her heart. She despised her lack of courage to break free from societal constraints. Chapter 36. When you succeed, good people surround you with daylight clearer than at night. It took Chu Yi less than 2 hours to drive back to Kaijiago. After having lunch at Kai Jing's uncle's house, they prepared to leave, setting off at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. They drove until 6 in the evening. With the final day of the National Day holiday approaching, they were not in a hurry to return. They decided to rest for the night in a city they passed through. The next day, around 4 in the afternoon, they successfully returned to Nan City. As they entered the city, Kai Jing said, Brother-in-law, please drop me off at Gaoyang Community first. Chu Yi replied, Why go back? If you return now, you'll have to cook dinner. Come stay at my place tonight. But I need to drop off my luggage. Don't worry. I'll take it to you tomorrow. Kai Jing's desire to return home was not very strong. So she agreed to his suggestion. The following morning, during breakfast, Chu Yi informed Kai Jing, I need to go on a business trip to Haidu for a few days. I'll need your help watching over Xi and Chu Wang. Kai Jing nodded. All right, then I want to return to Gaoyang Community for now. After breakfast, Chu Yi first took his children to school and then dropped Kai Jing off at handing advertising before heading to the airport. Jingjia. Upon arriving at the company, many employees greeted Kai Jing as a longtime employee and now the leader of a team in the business department. The employees' attitudes toward her had changed significantly. This society is indeed realistic. When you succeed, you discover that good people surround you. At her desk, just as she opened her computer, Yi Fangfang approached. Jingjia, did you travel anywhere during the National Day holiday? Kai Jing shook her head with a smile. No, I just went back to my hometown. How about you? Yi Fangfang cheerfully replied, I went to the beach with my boyfriend for a few days. After chatting casually for a while, Yi Fangfang suddenly asked in a low voice, Jingjia, have you heard that our company might be getting acquired? Kai Jing looked at her in surprise. Where did you hear this news? Many people in the company are talking about it, don't you know? Kai Jing explained, there is indeed an investment company looking to acquire us, but nothing is confirmed yet, so don't spread it around. Now, as a grassroots manager in the company, the newly appointed business director, Chu Yi, placed significant emphasis on her. After the morning meeting, as Kai Jing was sorting through the business contracts and client situations for her team, she received a call from Tang Hongxin, the marketing manager at Yifei Zini Andy. Miss Kai, do you have time for lunch? I'd like to invite you to Yifei Grand Hotel and introduce a business opportunity. Thank you, Manager Tang. I will be there on time. After hanging up, Kai Jing felt somewhat puzzled. She didn't understand why Tang Hongxin was being so courteous, especially inviting her for a business introduction. However, she didn't dwell on it. Since Yi Fangfang was still at the company, she called her over. Fangfang, come with me to a place at noon. Although Tang Hongxin appeared courteous, Kai Jing felt safer with Yi Fangfang accompanying her. Previously, during a meal with a client, she had narrowly escaped being drugged and abducted. Had it not been for a kind waitress who discreetly warned her, the outcome could have been dire. Since then, she had been extra cautious about dining out with clients, often bringing Yi Fangfang along that if she had to go alone, she wouldn't consume anything offered to her. Why Yi Fangfang cheerfully agreed. Sure, Jingjia. At noon, Kai Jing and Yi Fangfang arrived at Yifei Grand Hotel. As soon as they entered, the lobby manager, Zhang Yi, recognized Kai Jing immediately. After all, she had dined here with the chairman before, and he made sure to remember her face. Miss Kai, are you here for a meal? Kai Jing nodded. Yes, I have an appointment with Mr. Tang Hongxin. Zhang Yi quickly replied, I'll take you to him. Kai Jing expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Manager Zhang. It's my pleasure. Miss Kai. With Zhang Yi leading the way, they soon arrived at the private dining room reserved by Tang Hongxin. Inside, there were 2 middle-aged men present. One is Tang Hongxin, while the other possesses a refined demeanor. Miss Kai has arrived. Please come in. Upon seeing Kai Jing, Tang Hongxin warmly rose to greet her. He then introduced her to Lu Xing, the general manager of Yifei Supermarket's South City branch. Kai Jing promptly exchanged pleasantries with Lu Xing. "Hello, Manager Lu. I am Kai Jing, the business manager of Handing Advertising. It is a privilege to meet you. This is my assistant, Yi Fangfang." Kai Jing had learned that one's identity is self-assigned from Chu Yi, the newly appointed director of their department. Lu Xing smiled and remarked, "Manager Kai, you are quite accomplished at a young age. Old Tang often praises your capabilities in my presence." Kai Jing humbly replied, "Not at all. Compared to you, Manager Lu and Manager Tang, I am far from impressive." After some idle conversation, the waiter soon began serving the dishes. As everyone enjoyed their meal and chatted, Lu Xing proactively mentioned, "Manager Kai, we at Yifei Supermarket are planning an event for the New Year's holiday that I intend to coordinate with all Yifei supermarkets in South City, with a budget of at least 1 million. Manager Tang recommended you to me, so I would like to entrust the advertising for this event to you." Kai Jing quickly responded, "Thank you for your trust, Manager Lu. I will provide you with an advertising cooperation proposal as soon as possible." Leaving the Yifei Grand Hotel, Yi Fangfang gazed at Kai Jing with admiration and said, "Sister Jing, you are amazing. Last month you secured a 2 million order, and now you can secure another order exceeding 1 million. Having landed another significant contract, Kai Jing felt elated. I attribute this to good fortune. As long as you maintain customer relationships diligently, you too may secure large orders in the future." Yi Fangfang nodded vigorously. "I will strive to do so. Let us head back to the office. After work, I will treat you to a lavish dinner." "All right, I'll go hail a cab." Later that evening, upon returning to Fenghua Courtyard after work, Kai Jing shared her achievement of securing the major order with Chu Xi and Chu Wang. They exchanged knowing glances, their eyes sparkling with understanding. After all, Yifei Supermarket is a subsidiary of their father's Yifei Group. However, both siblings tacitly chose to keep this secret, congratulating Kai Jing on her latest success. Chapter 37. Exam Results, Song's Real Estate. The results of the first monthly exam for the second-year students of Nanyu High School, post the division into arts and sciences, were released. Chu Xi scored a total of 641 points, ranking third in the arts class, while Chu Wang scored 674 points, placing second in the sciences class. Had it not been for his slightly lower English score, he would have had a strong chance of clinching the top spot. Upon receiving a call from his daughter, Chu Yi could not contain his joy upon learning the sibling scores. "Well done. You both performed excellently. I shall reward you." Xi, do you desire anything?" Chu Xi pondered for a moment and replied, "Dad, I don't particularly want anything." Chu Yi proposed, "How about I reward each of you with a computer?" As a business magnate, he recognized the internet as the trend of future development. With ample resources, purchasing a computer for his children would broaden their horizons. Chu Wang, sitting beside Chu Xi, quickly seized the phone upon hearing his father's words. "Dad, you truly understand me. I was just thinking of buying a computer." Recently, he had played on a computer at Zhang Pengcheng's house and had been eager to own one himself. He had enough money saved for the purchase. He simply lacked time. Chu Yi chuckled. "All right, once I return from my business trip to Haida City, I will get you both computers." Chu Wang beamed. "Thank you, Dad. By the way, we have a parent-teacher meeting this Saturday. Will you be free?" Chu Yi affirmed. "Of course. I will make sure to return from Haida City before Friday. I in the chairman's office of Yifei Building in Haida City." After hanging up with his daughter, Chu Yi took a moment to savor his tea. Since becoming a parent, his previously aimless heart seemed to have found its anchor. Though he had accumulated considerable wealth over the years, he often questioned the purpose of it all. Initially, he aimed to earn a few tens of millions, enough to retire comfortably. However, once one's wealth reaches a certain level, halting becomes a challenge. Many rely on Chu Yi for their livelihoods, and numerous vested interests push him to continue. Abandoning the Yifei group he built was not an option. With 2 children now, Chu Yi felt a renewed purpose. He aimed to create an unassailable sanctuary for them, enabling them to choose their desired life paths in the future. Setting down his cup, he resumed his work. After a while, his secretary Zhou knocked and entered. "Chairman, Miss Song Chuman has arrived. Would you like to meet her?" Hearing that name, Chu Yi felt a twinge of discomfort. Song Chuman is the daughter of Song Jinting, the chairman of Song's real estate, who has been pursuing Chu Yi for nearly 5 years. Though Song Chuman is attractive and 10 years younger than Chu Yi, he lost interest upon discovering she had dated a foreign boyfriend during her studies abroad. He had no qualms about a girl having had normal relationships, but harbored reservations about those with foreign partners. fearing they might carry certain undesirable traits. Chu Yi was particularly wary of Song Chu-man because Yifei Group has numerous collaborations with Song's real estate, and she is the project head for their joint ventures. Thus, he found it challenging to decline a meeting with her. Please let her in. Chu Yi organized his documents, and soon after, Song Chu-man entered. Chu Yi, I heard you were back, and came right away. It's almost noon. Shall we have lunch together? I reserved a table at Chu Wang Pavilion. Chu Wang Pavilion is an upscale restaurant in Haida City, exclusive to its members. Becoming a member requires a one-time deposit of 100,000 yuan, a sum that is trivial for the affluent but considerable for average individuals. Chu Yi politely declined. I'm afraid I can't, that I have an important meeting shortly and 1 TF time for lunch. Very well. Although Song Chu-man had faced rejection multiple times, she felt a pang of disappointment. However, she quickly composed herself. That I came to discuss a project for potential collaboration. What project? Chu Yi expressed interest, especially in matters concerning profit. Song Chu-man presented a proposal, stating, the Haida City government plans to revitalize the old district of Huibin. This proposal has already received preliminary approval, and formal documentation will follow soon. The old district of Huibin boasts excellent geographical advantages. Being conveniently located near the seaside, ideal for developing high-end seaside residential areas, which would undoubtedly sell well. If we secure the revitalization project from the Haida City government, the profits will be substantial. While Chu Yi had his sources of information, he acknowledged that Song's family had the upper hand in Haida City. He was not surprised that Song Chu-man learned about the revitalization ahead of him. Given the numerous collaborations between Yifei Group and Song's real estate, the two entities had prospered through mutual cooperation over the years. Glancing over the proposal, Chu Yi noted that the revitalization of the old district of Huibin is a project worth over 100 billion yuan. Such significant profit is beyond the reach of either Song's real estate or Yifei Group alone, but together they could secure a substantial share. This project will require considerable investment. I will have Zhao Jun personally oversee it. Zhao Jun, the president of Yifei Group and Chu Yi's trusted aide, has been pivotal in the company's growth since its inception. He is also the largest individual shareholder of Yifei Group, holding 3% of the shares. As Chu Yi spoke, he picked up the phone to call Zhao Jun within 10 minutes. Zhao Jun arrived at Chu Yi's office. Chairman Chu, Miss Song. Chu Yi nodded slightly and handed the revitalization proposal to Zhao Jun. This is the information Miss Song provided regarding the old district of Huibin. The Haida City government intends to revamp it. Please take this back to study thoroughly and prepare a plan as soon as possible. Zhao Jun instructed, flipping through the documents. When will the official documentation be issued? Revitalizing the old district is no simple task. Securing the project from the government necessitates a detailed and reasonable plan. Knowing this information early allows for ample time to perfect the proposal. Chu Yi glanced at Song Chu-man, who replied, it should take about half a month. Zhao Jun felt reassured. Half a month is a reasonable time frame. I will strive to draft an executable plan before the documentation is issued. Chu Yi smiled. Do not feel pressured. Knowing this in advance gives us an edge, with the strength of Yifei Group and Song's real estate. The likelihood of securing the project is high. Song Chu-man added, I will keep monitoring updates from the government and will inform you of any changes. The three discussed the revitalization project extensively until Chu Yi and Zhao Jun had to attend a meeting, prompting Song Chu-man to take her leave. Chapter 38. Parent-teacher meeting. After addressing company matters, Chu Yi returned to South City on Friday evening. Upon seeing him home, Chu Xi and Chu Wang felt at ease and retired to their rooms for the night. At this moment, Kai Jing descended from upstairs. Unaware that Chu Yi had returned, she remained at Fenghua courtyard. Brother-in-law, you must be tired from your late return. I've prepared a bath for you. A soak will relieve your fatigue. Chu Yi had assisted her greatly during this time, from enrolling her in driving lessons to helping her parents with their ancestral grave and settling debts with relatives back home, as well as presenting her with numerous gifts. Feeling a bit guilty, Kai Jing thought it inappropriate to serve her brother-in-law in this manner. Chu Yi felt a tad awkward. Having his sister-in-law prepare a bath for him felt somewhat improper. Though he occasionally thought of Kai Fei when he saw Kai Jing, he never considered Kai Jing as a substitute for her sister. His care for her was purely altruistic, it's nothing. Kai Jing smiled. You've helped me so much. I just want to do something for you. Then thank you. Chu Yi replied, appreciating her gesture. Perhaps allowing Kai Jing to assist him would provide her a sense of security while she stayed there. On Saturday, Nanyu High School organized the first parent-teacher meeting for the second-year students. Shortly after 9 in the morning, Chu Yi drove Chu Xi and Chu Wang to the school for the meeting. After parking, he followed his children to the teaching building for their grade. Xiao Wang, I will go to Xi's meeting first, then I'll come to speak with your homeroom teacher. Chu Wang nodded in understanding. All right, Dad, I'm fine here. Accompanied by her father, Chu Xi entered the classroom, where several early arriving classmates greeted her. They were astonished to see Chu Xi's father, who appeared to be in his 30s. Hardly resembling a parent of a daughter her age. Xi, is this your father? Asked Xunya, sitting behind Chu Xi, her face a mask of surprise. Chu Xi beamed and nodded. Yes, hello, Uncle Chu, greeted Chun Yin. Chu Xi's South desk mate and close friend, who had seen Chu Yi before in the city center. Chu Yi smiled and nodded. Hello, Yin Yin. Chun Yin then introduced her father, a middle-aged man beside her. Uncle Chu, this is my dad, Chen Xiangqian. Dad, this is Xi's father. The two fathers exchanged greetings before settling into their respective daughters' seats. On the table lay the students' report cards. Chu Yi picked up the report and was delighted to see Chu Xi's name ranked third. Despite already knowing his daughter's score, he felt an overwhelming joy. Uncle Chu, your daughter is doing exceptionally well, Chen Xiangqian remarked, slightly enviously, while Chun Yin also performed admirably, ranking in the top 30 of the arts class. Her score of 605 paled in comparison to Chu Xi's 641. Proud of his daughter's achievements, Chu Yi could not suppress his smile. Your daughter is doing well too, if she maintains this. Gaining admission to a prestigious university will be no problem. The value of a prestigious university goes without saying. Chen Xiangqian smiled at this compliment. Thank you for your kind words. I don't have high expectations for Yin Yin. I just hope she can get into a medical university within our province. As the director of the first hospital of South City, Chen Xiangqian earned a decent income, and his wife worked as a nurse there as well. Their professions in healthcare led them to hope that Chun Yin would pursue a medical career, allowing them to support her in that direction. Becoming a doctor is quite commendable. Not only is it a respectable profession, but the income is also decent, Chu Yi remarked. For the average person, pursuing a medical career is indeed a sound choice. The two chatted casually until Chu Xi's homeroom teacher, Zhang Hui, arrived at the classroom. The parent-teacher meeting primarily addressed students' performance and behavior at school, emphasizing the collaboration between parents and educators in fostering their children's growth. After the meeting, Chu Yi approached Zhang Hui. Teacher Zhang, I am Chu Yi. Chu Xi's father. I hope you will look after her in the future. Zhang Hui smiled. You need not worry about that, Mr. Chu. As teachers, we are committed to every student and will treat them all fairly. Chu Yi took out his phone. Teacher Zhang, let us exchange contact information. Should any issues arise with Chu Xi at school, please feel free to call me. Zhang Hui readily agreed, exchanging contact details with Chu Yi. After attending the meeting for Chu Xi, he also spoke with Chu Wang's homeroom teacher, Shi Haifeng, and exchanged contact information with him as well. By the time the parent-teacher meeting concluded, it was nearly noon. The three of them made their way to the parking lot, where they encountered Chen Xiangqian and his daughter, who were just about to leave. As a department head, Chen Xiangqian enjoyed a comfortable income, and his vehicle was a white BMW. Xi, we are headed out for lunch. Would you like to join us? Chun Yin asked excitedly. Chu Xi felt a twinge of excitement and turned to her father, who inquired of Chen Xiangqian. Chen Ge, if it's convenient, shall we dine together? Chen Xiangqian nodded. Of course, that is convenient. My Yin Yin often mentions Xi at home, saying she is her best friend. My Xi feels the same way, Chu Yi replied with a smile. Did you come by car? Chen Xiangqian asked. I know a great restaurant nearby. I can lead the way while you follow behind. Chu Yi agreed, and together with Chu Xi and Chu Wang, they got into the car not far away. Recognizing the value of Chu Yi's car, Chen Xiangqian turned to his daughter in the passenger seat and asked, Yin Yin, do you know what Chu Xi's family does? I heard Xi mention that her father is the chairman of Yifei Group, and Yifei Plaza belongs to them. Chun Yin was not entirely certain. She was merely a naive high school student, lacking a realistic outlook. Her friendship with Chu Xi stemmed solely from their compatible personalities, although she was aware that Chu Xi came from a wealthy family. She had never delved into the details. Chen Xiangqian was somewhat taken aback. The Yifei Plaza belongs to your classmate's family. You're not joking, are you? No, I'm not. I heard it from Xi, Chen Yin responded. A hint of discontent at her father's skepticism evident in her voice. In any case, Xi's family is quite affluent. She even has bodyguards discreetly following her when she goes out. Hearing this, Chen Xiangqian advised, Yin Yin, you must maintain a good relationship with Chu Xi. Adults often think more broadly. As someone with experience, he understood that regardless of the industry, connections are crucial. Having someone to assist you could spare you from unnecessary detours. Dad, please don't be so materialistic. Chun Yin pouted, feeling a bit upset. My friendship with Chu Xi has nothing to do with her family's wealth. Your words make it seem like I have ulterior motives. Chun Xiangqian chuckled. All right, I must have misunderstood. Let us forget what I said. Chapter 39. Is the Yifei Grand Hotel your family's? After dining at the old Hunan restaurant near the school, the two families parted ways. On the way home, Chu Yi remarked, Xi, Xiao Wang, I promised you both that if you performed well in this exam, I would buy you computers. Your Uncle Sheng has already brought them back. We can have them installed in your rooms when we get home. Out of respect for the children's privacy, he wouldn't allow anyone in their rooms without their consent, not even as their father. You bought the computers. Chu Wang's expression lit up. Dad, drive faster. The thought of soon owning a computer made him almost impatient. While Chu Xi was also pleased, she was not as ecstatic as Chu Wang. She had never been to an internet CAF and did not have a penchant for gaming. Whether or not she had a computer mattered little to her. Upon returning home, Su Sheng was waiting in the villa with the computer assembly staff. The computers prepared for the two children were equipped with the best components available, naturally at a considerable cost. In addition to the two desktop computers, there were 3 top-of-the-line laptops, one of which was intended for Kaijing. Mr. Chu, young master, young lady, Su Sheng greeted them as soon as he saw Chu Yi and the others. You two can start setting up the computers in your rooms, Chu Yi instructed. All right, Su Sheng replied, directing the staff to divide into 2 groups to set up computers in Chu Xi and Chu Wang's rooms. Chu Xi took her laptop to explore, while Chu Wang followed the staff to learn about the assembly process and the various hardware components. After more than an hour, the computers were assembled and connected to the internet. Su Sheng and his team then departed. Chu Wang was the first to download the most popular kart racing game and Warcraft battles from the internet CAF. He had recently developed a fascination with online gaming and would often visit the CAF with Zhang Pingsheng after school, yet he remained disciplined and ensured his studies were not compromised. The family's internet speed was swift, and soon both games were downloaded. Chu Wang eagerly launched the kart racing game, showcasing remarkable talent. Despite having played only a few times, he often finished first. Similarly, he consistently triumphed in Warcraft battles. In Chu Xi's room, after the staff finished assembling her computer, she also logged on to play for a bit, listening to music and browsing her social media account. Previously lacking her own mobile phone, her social media status was not highly ranked. Now that her family's circumstances had improved, she had accumulated a fair amount of pocket money, allowing her to upgrade her account. Around 5 in the evening, after finishing urgent work, Chu Yi emerged from his study and asked the housekeeper, Liang Chuntao, Sister Tao, will Kai Jing be joining us for dinner tonight? Liang Chuntao replied, I texted Miss Kai in the afternoon. She said she wouldn't be coming back for dinner. She also asked me to inform you that she won't be returning to Fenghua Yuan tonight. Chu Yi nodded. All right, I understand. During dinner, Chu Xi informed Chu Yi. Dad, I've made plans to go out with Yin Yin tomorrow. That sounds good. Chu Yi responded, Didio, you still have money? I can give you some. Chu Xi quickly waved her hands. No need, I still have some. Previously, her grandparents had given her 20,000 yuan, and Chu Yi provided her with 1,000 yuan weekly, leaving her with over 20,000 in pocket money due to her frugal spending habits. Chu Yi smiled and said no more, yet after dinner, he handed Chu Xi 2,000 yuan, ensuring he was fair, and gave Chu Wang the same amount on Sunday morning. After breakfast, Chu Xi headed out to meet Chen Yin at the city center square. Upon disembarking from the bus, she spotted Chen Yin waiting at the bus stop. Yin Yin, why are you here so early? My mom happened to come to the city center to shop, so I came with her. Chu Xi nodded, inquiring, where shall we go first? Chen Yin replied, let us grab some milk tea first, then we'll stroll down the pedestrian street. The city center had numerous milk tea shops, and they quickly found a well-known brand. However, being Sunday, the streets were bustling with shoppers, resulting in a long queue at the milk tea shop. Chu Xi and Chen Yin took their place at the end of the line. What would you like to drink? It's on me. Chu Xi offered. I'll have the mango sago. Chen Yin replied without hesitation, as she often treated Chu Xi at school. After nearly half an hour, it was finally their turn. Chu Xi ordered red bean pudding milk tea, as she preferred sweet flavors. After purchasing their drinks, the two set off to explore the pedestrian street, eyeing various women's clothing stores, boutiques, and beauty shops. Time flew by, and soon it was noon. Chen Yin asked, Xi, are you hungry? Chu Xi nodded slightly. Yes, a bit. It's not far from here to the Yifei Grand Hotel. Let me take you to eat something delicious. The Yifei Grand Hotel? Chen Yin blinked in surprise. Isn't that the 5-star hotel in our South City? Yes, that's the one. Chu Xi confirmed. They hailed a taxi and arrived at the opulent Ife Grand Hotel within minutes. Standing before the majestic hotel, Chen Yin felt a twinge of anxiety. Though her family was comfortable, they were merely middle class and had never encountered such grandeur as Chu Xi. Should we choose another place? Chu Xi smiled reassuringly. It's fine. I don't have to pay at this hotel. Chu Yi had given her a supplementary card for the Ife Hotel, allowing her to dine there free of charge. This hotel can't possibly belong to your family too, can it? Chen Yin gazed at Chu Xi in astonishment. Her mind, not lacking in sharpness, connected the dots between the Ife Hotel and Ife Plaza, both sharing the Ife name, indicating a possible association. Realizing that Chu Xi could dine there without cost, she quickly deduced the connection. Chu Xi smiled coyly. Pretty much. Come on, the food here is exquisite. After we eat, we can get our hair done. As they entered the hotel, the staff greeted Chu Xi with warm smiles, having been instructed by Zhang Yi to treat her and Chu Wang with the utmost respect. Even more so than the chairman himself, as a mother, Zhang Yi understood that most parents hold their children in higher regard than themselves. Could you please arrange a private room for us? Chu Xi asked, a bit bashful at being addressed as young lady. The staff complied, leading the two to an opulent private room. Yin Yin, what would you like to eat? Chu Xi handed the menu to Chen Yin. As she browsed, Chen Yan's eyes lit up at the sight of the spicy lobster dish, and she swallowed hard. Xi, have you tried this? Chu Xi grinned knowingly, instructing the waiting staff. We'll have one spicy lobster. Please. Soon, Chen Yin gasped. Xi, they have Buddha jumps over the wall here. I've only seen it on TV. Chu Xi ordered 2 servings of the delicacy. After selecting 4 dishes, Chen Yin felt hesitant to order more and returned the menu to Chu Xi, who then added 2 more dishes along with 2 glasses of watermelon juice before handing the menu back to the staff. Once the staff departed, Chen Yin could no longer contain her excitement. Standing up to pace the lavish room. Xi, this hotel is stunning. This private room feels larger than my house. Chu Xi laughed. It's nice, but wait until you see the presidential suite. It's even more extravagant. The Ife Grand Hotel boasted a presidential suite not open to the public, reserved solely for Chu Yi.as Chu Yi's daughter. Chu Xi had the privilege of staying there whenever she wished. Wow, I can't wait to see the presidential suite. Chen Yin exclaimed eagerly. I've never seen one before. After a brief chat, the staff promptly delivered their order, and the culinary skills of the hotel's chefs were on full display. Each dish was a feast for the senses, offering an unparalleled dining experience. After finishing their meal and dessert, Chen Yin leaned back in her chair, hands on her full stomach. I can't eat another bite. Chu Xi burped. Neither can I. It feels like the food is stuck in my throat. Seeing Chen Yin enjoy her meal, Chu Xi couldn't resist indulging a bit more herself, but it was so delicious. Chen Yin expressed a mix of satisfaction and discomfort. I've never had food this good before. If I could eat like this regularly, I'd die without regrets. Chu Xi smiled and generously offered. Whenever you want to eat, just let me know, and I'll treat you. You're too good to me, sister, Chen Yin said, her eyes shining with gratitude. If I were a guy, I would definitely marry you. Chu Xi laughed heartily. Sure, if you were a guy, I'd marry you too. The 2 girls rested in the private room for a while, and once their stomachs settled, Chu Xi decided to take Chen Yin to tour the presidential suite. Upon entering the room, Chen Yin gasped in awe. Wow, is this really the legendary presidential suite? It's enormous and luxurious. Chu Xi smiled. This suite has 3 rooms. The master bedroom is for my dad, and the room on the left is for Chu Wang. As she spoke, Chu Xi opened the door to the right room. This is my room. Feel free to look around. Curious, Chen Yin stepped inside. The room featured a massive bed at its center, a large television facing it, and high-end sofas beside the floor-to-ceiling windows. The room had its own bathroom, walk-in closet, and a spacious balcony. Xi, your room is beautiful. I wonder what it's like to spend a night here. I have no idea. Chu Xi admitted, I've never stayed here overnight. Typically, Chu Xi resided at Fenghua Biyuan and had only recently reunited with her father, having yet to adjust to the lifestyle of the affluent. Moreover, her school schedule left little opportunity to visit the Ife Grand Hotel. That moment, they entered the walk-in closet, and Chen Yin's eyes widened at the sight of the array of stunning clothes hanging inside. Xi, are all these clothes yours? Chu Xi nodded. Yes, but I haven't worn any of them. Many new outfits still hung in her closet at Fenghua Biyuan, untouched due to her school uniform requirements. As a first-time father, Chu Yi was keenly aware of the years lost with his children and wanted to ensure they lacked for nothing. He preferred to be overly generous rather than let them feel deprived. especially since he had ample resources. What? You haven't worn any of these clothes? Chu Yi exclaimed incredulously. Chu Xi nodded, feeling both fortunate and somewhat frustrated. Yes, my dad bought me so many clothes, and there are still many new ones I haven't had a chance to wear. Chu Yi sighed with envy. Xi, your dad is so good to you. I wish I had this many beautiful clothes. Hearing this, Chu Xi led her to the wardrobe. Yin, look through and see if there's anything you like. If there is, feel free to take a few pieces. Really? Chu Yi asked, her heart racing with excitement. Absolutely, Chu Xi assured her sincerely. We're best friends. What's mine is yours, having never had friends growing up. Chu Xi cherished her newfound friendship with Chen Yin, which blossomed in high school. Yes. Chen Yin nodded vigorously. We will always be the best of friends. The two girls spent the afternoon trying on outfits. And by the time evening rolled around, they had only made it halfway through the wardrobe. Yin, should we still go get our hair done? Chu Xi glanced at the clock and asked. Originally, they had planned to do so, but the afternoon had slipped away in a flurry of fashion. Chen Yin shook her head regretfully. There's no time. I have school tomorrow, and I need to head home. Her family enforced strict rules, requiring her to return home by 9 p.m. Despite the safety of Longhua, a girl should never gamble with her safety. The nature of humanity is fragile and cannot withstand much testing. Chu Xi nodded. I guess we'll have to save it for next time. Shall we dine in the private room, or have the meal brought to us? Chen Yin smiled. I prefer to eat in the room. I want to experience dining in the presidential suite. Chu Xi giggled. All right, I'll have the butler arrange it. After dinner, around 8 o'clock, Chu Xi instructed the butler of the presidential suite to arrange for a car to take her and Chen Yin home. Chapter 41. Payday. The weekend passed swiftly, and soon it was time for salary day at Handing Advertising Company. As noon approached, Yi Fangfang excitedly approached Kai Jing. Sister Jing, the finance department just informed me that our salaries have been credited. Has it arrived? Kai Jing responded with delight, aware that her paycheck this month was substantial. Glancing at her watch, she added, it's just the right time for lunch. Let us head to the nearby bank to check. Yi Fangfang nodded eagerly and replied, yes, let us go. The two left the office without stopping for lunch and made their way straight to the bank at the ATM. Yi Fangfang checked her salary first. She had performed well last month, and her post-tax earnings amounted to over 5,000 yuan. Satisfied with her income, especially in an era where the average salary was under 2,000, she felt proud as a woman earning more than 5,000. Sister Jing, what about you? How much did you earn? After reviewing her salary, Yi Fangfang looked at Kai Jing with anticipation. Last month, Kai Jing secured a substantial 2 million order from Ife Real Estate, and the company had already received half of the advance payment. Calculating a commission of 20%, Kai Jing was set to earn at least 200,000 yuan, with several smaller orders in addition to her base salary and various allowances. Kai Jing's income for the month would be considerable. Kai Jing nodded slightly, inserted her salary card into the ATM, and began to enter her password. As she did so, Yi Fangfang discreetly stepped aside, returning only after the transaction was complete. The balance in Kai Jing's account exceeded 130,000 yuan. Although Yi Fangfang had anticipated this amount, she was still momentarily stunned by the sight of such a large sum. For an ordinary person, over 100,000 is a significant amount. Kai Jing, upon seeing the balance, felt a brief halt in her breath. It was the first time in her life she possessed so much money. However, her expression soon shifted to one of concern. Wait, I should have over 200,000 in commissions alone. How can there only be a little over 130,000 in my account? In reality, Kai Jing had over 3,000 in savings, and her salary this month was just over 129,000. Yi Fangfang reminded her, Sister Jing, you forgot that any salary exceeding 1,600 yuan is subject to personal income tax. Upon hearing this, Kai Jing's realization struck her, followed by an inexplicable heartache. They deducted over 70,000 in taxes. That's more than my entire salary from previous years, she lamented, her eyes reddening. The tax burden was overwhelming, and even the most ordinary person would find it hard to accept such a deduction. Yi Fangfang nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's painful to watch. After a considerable pause, Kai Jing adjusted her mindset. Paying taxes is a citizen's duty. Although she hadn't received much formal education, she understood one fundamental truth. Without a nation, there can be no home. Only with a prosperous and stable country can ordinary citizens lead good lives under its protection. Let us go eat. With this month's salary, I'll treat you to a lavish meal tonight. Sure, thank you, Sister Jing. After work, Kai Jing invited Yi Fangfang to the Zinfugia restaurant for hairy crabs. She still remembered the delightful taste from the last visit with Chu Yi and was determined to indulge herself a little to celebrate receiving such a high salary for the first time. Upon arriving at the restaurant, they took a window-side seat in the main hall. Kai Jing introduced, "It's crab season now, and this restaurant serves exceptionally delicious hairy crabs. They're not only large, but also full of crab roe, making them incredibly tasty, but they're quite expensive," Yi Fangfang remarked, astonished at the price of over 200 yuan per crab listed on the menu. Kai Jing smiled. "It's rare for me to splurge. Today, we'll each have two. Yi Fangfang closed the menu and said, "You order, Sister Jing. I'm not sure what to choose." The prices at Zinfugia restaurant were indeed steep, and Yi Fangfang felt hesitant to order. Kai Jing nodded and ordered 4 hairy crabs along with several dishes based on their appetites. After the waiter left, Kai Jing said, "Fangfang, after we finish eating, accompany me to buy something." Yi Fangfang asked curiously, "What are you buying?" Kai Jing replied, "A wallet." The decision to buy a wallet had taken Kai Jing some time to contemplate. With Chu Yi being so affluent, he lacked nothing. She wanted to gift him something. But after much thought, she hadn't found the right item, nor could she afford anything overly extravagant. Recently, while shopping, she had been inspired when she saw someone else pull out a wallet to pay. Yi Fangfang was surprised. "Is your wallet broken?" She recalled that Kai Jing's wallet appeared perfectly fine when they settled the bill at noon, and she knew Kai Jing was generally frugal, rarely buying duplicates of what she already owned. Kai Jing explained, "I'm not buying it for myself. I plan to give it as a gift. A gift? Sister Jing, are you dating someone?" Yi Fangfang exclaimed. Kai Jing rolled her eyes. "What are you talking about?" "I'm planning to give it to my brother-in-law. The watch I wear was given to me by him, and I thought I should get him a gift." Yi Fangfang understood. "You're right. It makes sense to give your brother-in-law a gift. By the way, what does he do?" "He picked you up in a luxury car last time, right?" Kai Jing replied vaguely. "I think he runs a hotel, but I haven't asked him for specifics." Kai Jing indeed did not know much about her brother-in-law, only that the Ifei Grand Hotel was owned by Chu Yi. Even if she did know more, she wouldn't boast about it. People's hearts are hard to read, and she preferred to keep her family matters private. "He runs a hotel? No wonder he has so much money," Yi Fangfang commented, as it was quite natural to assume that anyone who could afford a luxury car must be well off. The service at the upscale restaurant was commendable, and soon their orders arrived. After tasting a bite, Yi Fangfang's eyes lit up. "No wonder it's an upscale restaurant. It's far better than those small eateries." Kai Jing chuckled. "If it were worse than the cheaper places, who would come here to dine?" Yi Fangfang laughed and agreed. The meal cost Kai Jing nearly 3,000 yuan, and as she prepared to pay, a pang of regret washed over her. In the past, she would never have spent so extravagantly. Now, free from the burden of raising children and with debts settled by her brother-in-law, Kai Jing found herself less constrained financially, allowing her to spend a little more freely. After leaving Zinfugia restaurant, they took a taxi to Ifei Commercial Plaza, the most bustling shopping center in the southern city. After much deliberation, Kai Jing finally purchased a black wallet for Chu Yi for 28,000 yuan. At 10 in the morning, Chu Yi was in his study conducting a video conference with Zhao Jun, discussing the renovation project for the old town in the Huibin district. Suddenly, his phone rang. Noticing it was a call from Kai Jing, he told Zhao Jun, "Hold on a moment, I'll take this call." After stepping onto the balcony, he answered the phone. "Sister-in-law, am I interrupting you?" Kai Jing's somewhat anxious voice came through. "Brother-in-law, I hope I'm not bothering you." Chu Yi smiled. "Not at all. What is up? Is something wrong?" Kai Jing quickly replied, No, I just wanted to invite you to lunch since I got my salary." "Sure." Chu Yi responded readily. "When would you like to go?" "How about today at noon?" "Sounds good. You're at the office, right? I'll come pick you up." "Okay." After hanging up, Chu Yi returned to his study and told Zhao Jun, "I have another engagement. We'll wrap up today's discussion here. Please pay extra attention to the renovation in the Huibin district and let me know if you encounter any issues." "Understood, Chairman Chu." Chu Yi powered off his computer, changed his clothes, and left Fenghua Bun at 11 o'clock. By the time he arrived at handing advertising, Kai Jing was already waiting downstairs. "Where should we eat lunch?" Chu Yi asked as Kai Jing got into the car. Since Kai Jing had offered to treat him, he refrained from making any arrangements himself. Kai Jing suggested, "There's a new Western restaurant near our company. Would you like to try it?" Chu Yi nodded with a smile. Of course. Following Kai Jing's directions, they quickly arrived at the restaurant's entrance. After parking, they walked inside, where the waiter led them to a window-side table. The waiter handed the menu to Chu Yi, who inquired, "Do you have any recommendations?" The waiter smiled. You might want to try our couple's set meal that includes 2 premium filet mignons and a delightful pasta dish, which is ample for both of you. Upon realizing the waiter had misunderstood their relationship, Kai Jing's cheeks flushed slightly, and she stole a shy glance at Chu Yi. Chu Yi clarified to the waiter. You misunderstood. We aren't a couple. She asked my sister-in-law. He didn't mind the misunderstanding, as he had no intentions of remarrying, but he still wanted to protect Kai Jing's reputation. Hearing Chu Yi's immediate explanation brought a twinge of disappointment to Kai Jing. She understood their relationship was unlikely to progress, but she quickly adjusted her mindset. The waiter apologized. I'm so sorry. That was my mistake. Although she verbally apologized, internally, she thought it was understandable. Who wouldn't misinterpret a brother-in-law dining alone with his sister-in-law? Following the principle of prioritizing women, Chu Yi handed the menu to Kai Jing. Take a look and see what you'd like. Thank you. Kai Jing took the menu and browsed it, saying, I'll have a filet mignon and a cheese-baked lobster. After she finished ordering, Chu Yi also ordered a steak along with some pasta and other appetizers. Once they had placed their orders, Kai Jing presented the wallet she had bought for Chu Yi the day before. Brother-in-law, this is for you. Chu Yi looked at the black wallet she handed him, puzzled. What made you think to buy me a wallet? Kai Jing explained, I saw this wallet while shopping yesterday and thought it would suit you perfectly. Since I received my commission last month, I decided to purchase it. Thank you, Chu Yi said with a smile. You have great taste. I really like this wallet. To prove he wasn't lying, he took out his old wallet, emptied its contents, and transferred everything into the wallet Kai Jing gifted him. Seeing that her gift was well received brought a smile to Kai Jing's face. I'm glad you like it, brother-in-law. I was worried you wouldn't. Chu Yi replied, It's rare for you to give me a gift. How could I not appreciate it? Over the years, Chu Yi had received many gifts, but most were from business partners, while relatives and friends seldom gave him presents. The Encounter Western restaurant was a mid to high-end establishment with excellent ingredient quality and decent flavors, though the prices were naturally not low. The final bill came to just over 1,000 yuan. Kai Jing attempted to pay, but Chu Yi wouldn't let her. After leaving the restaurant, they got into the car. Chu Yi took out a laptop he had prepared for Kai Jing from the back seat. I have a gift for you as well. What is this? Kai Jing asked, slightly confused as she hadn't realized what was inside the bag. Chu Yi smiled. It's a laptop. Open it and take a look. Kai Jing unzipped the computer bag and pulled out a sleek silver laptop. I don't know how to use a computer, she said, looking embarrassed. Having never encountered a computer during her studies and not needing one for work, she felt completely unfamiliar with IT. It's quite simple, Chu Yi said, taking the laptop from her and pointing out, this is the power button. He spent about half an hour explaining the basic functions of a laptop to her. I didn't expect using a computer would be this easy. I thought it would be complicated, Kai Jing remarked with a smile. Chu Yi laughed. Many things only reveal their simplicity once you truly understand them. When encountering new things, we must be brave enough to break through our cognitive barriers and boldly try. That's true, Kai Jing replied, showing a look of newfound understanding. Checking the time, Chu Yi realized it was nearly 2 o'clock. Do you have to work this afternoon? Kai Jing shook her head. No, I've already taken the afternoon off. To ensure she could enjoy lunch with Chu Yi without worry, she had specifically requested leave from her supervisor, Chu Xi. Currently, the business department lacked a manager, with Chu Xi directly overseeing operations. The previous manager had been dismissed, and although the position should have fallen to Kai Jing, she felt her abilities were limited and preferred to serve as the leader of one group within the business department. Seeing that Kai Jing had the afternoon free, Chu Yi said, I'll take you somewhere. Where to? You'll see when we get there. Chu Yi started the car and soon arrived at a high-end community in the southern city called Reinstated. After driving into the underground parking lot, they parked in front of Building 3 a few minutes later. We're here. Let us get out. Okay. After Kai Jing exited the vehicle, Chu Yi led her to swipe his card to access the elevator. The elevator ultimately stopped on the 6th floor. Upon stepping out, Kai Jing followed Chu Yi through the entrance into a spacious apartment. Chu Yi explained, This is a property I purchased. It has been vacant since I bought it. It's a waste for it to sit empty, and since you work nearby, why don't you move in here? The apartment was a recent acquisition by Chu Wang. As Kai Jing was reluctant to stay at Fenghuabiayuan. He sought to improve her living conditions. No, this is too much. Kai Jing quickly waved her hands in refusal. Brother-in-law, I'm fine living in Gaoan community. Chu Yi urged, I'm not a stranger. You don't need to be so polite with me. Just think of it as helping me look after the house. Properties that sit empty for long can deteriorate. After much persuasion, Kai Jing finally agreed. Although they had only known each other for a month, She had grown increasingly close to Chu Yi. He first showed her around the apartment and then set up a fingerprint access for the main door, handed her the elevator card, and guided her to register with the property management. Once they exited the property management office, Chu Yi said, "Let us head to Gaoan Community first. You'll move in today." Kai Jing nodded in agreement. On the way to Gaoan Community, Chu Yi asked, "How is your driving test going?" Kai Jing replied shyly, "The instructor said I'm doing well. I've scheduled the second part of the exam for this Friday." With professional training, Kai Jing had progressed quickly in her driving lessons. She could have taken the test the previous week, but to increase her chances of passing on the first attempt, she postponed it by a week. Chu Yi smiled. "Keep it up. I've already ordered a car for you. Once you get your license, I'll have it delivered." He had arranged for Su Sheng to order an automatic BMW for Kai Jing when she registered for her driving test. The car had already arrived at the dealership, waiting for Kai Jing to sign the transfer documents. Kai Jing bit her lip and said, "Thank you, brother-in-law." For some reason, she found it increasingly difficult to refuse Chu Yi's gifts. As they chatted along the way, they quickly reached Gaoan Community. "Do you have a lot of things to move?" Chu Yi asked. "If you do, I can call a moving company." Kai Jing shook her head. "It shouldn't be too much. I'll go up and pack first and see if I need help." Chu Yi nodded and accompanied Kai Jing upstairs. Once inside, she said, "Brother-in-law, please sit. I'll tidy up a bit." Chu Yi replied with a smile. "Sure, let me know if you need any help." "Okay," Kai Jing responded as she headed to the kitchen, preparing to pack a rice cooker and other kitchenware. Seeing this, Chu Yi quickly said, "You don't need to pack those. The other apartment is already fully furnished." In the spacious apartment at Ruiqingyuan, Chu Yi had arranged for a complete set of new furniture and appliances from reputable brands, so aside from the clothes Kai Jing owned, everything else was already prepared, including toiletries. After a moment's hesitation, Kai Jing nodded. "All right, I'll pack some clothes then." Over the years, Kai Jing had seldom bought clothes for herself, so her wardrobe was quite limited. Many of the clothes appeared to have been worn for quite some time. After approximately an hour, Kai Jing finally finished packing all the items she intended to take. The belongings were few, fitting neatly into just 2 suitcases. "Brother-in-law, I've packed everything," she announced. Chu Yi replied, "All right, please call the landlord to terminate the lease, and I will assist you in moving your suitcases to the car." The landlord resided in the same building as Kai Jing. By the time Chu Yi finished moving the suitcases upstairs, the landlord had already arrived. Upon seeing Chu Yi, the landlord smiled and remarked, "Little Kai, are you moving in with your boyfriend?" Kai Jing's cheeks flushed. "Uncle Wu, you misunderstood. This is my brother-in-law." "I apologize," the landlord said, slightly embarrassed. Chu Yi smiled and expressed gratitude. "Uncle Wu, thank you for taking care of Kai Jing over the years. I'd like to treat you to tea sometime." Previously, he had heard from Chu Xi that their landlord was quite accommodating, having never raised the rent and often allowing Kai Jing to delay her payments. The landlord chuckled. "That sounds good. We can have tea together when we find the time." After inspecting the apartment, he declared, "I see no issues. I'll return the remaining rent and deposit to little Kai." Kai Jing hastily interjected, "Uncle Wu, please keep the remaining rent and deposit. I should have informed you about the early termination of the lease, and I haven't cleaned the apartment." The landlord waved his hand dismissively. "The cleaning can be taken care of later. It won't take much effort." While speaking, he retrieved 1,500 yuan from his pocket. "I should return you over 1,500, but I'll just return you 1,500." Kai Jing accepted the money and promptly returned 500 yuan to the landlord. "This 500 yuan is for the cleaning. You must accept it. Thank you for your care over the years. I will bring Xi and Wang to visit you when I have the chance." Seeing Kai Jing so earnest, the landlord no longer declined. As she descended the stairs, Kai Jing gazed around her home of many years with mixed emotions, knowing she might not visit often anymore. Chu Yi gently patted her shoulder. "Let us go. You're moving to your new home today, and we shall celebrate tonight." Kai Jing smiled. "Great. I'll buy some groceries and message Xi and Wang to come over for dinner." They would pass by Yifei supermarket on their way back, which offered good products and fresh ingredients. The chairman of Yifei Group, Chu Yi, was quite familiar with the supermarket chain, ensuring that their goods were genuine, avoiding substandard products. Integrity in business was a hallmark of his entrepreneurial spirit. "Speaking of Yifei supermarket, I secured a significant order worth $1 million this month," he added. Kai Jing's eyes widened with surprise. She seemed to have overlooked the connection. She pondered if there was any relationship between Yifei Hotel and Yifei Supermarket, as both bore the name Yifei. Since Chu Yi owned Yifei Hotel, did that mean he also owned Yifei Supermarket? She even considered Yifei real estate. Chu Yi complimented. That's impressive. It seems you're quite adept at business. Kai Jing smiled shyly, never believing she was particularly skilled, attributing her past struggles to bad luck. However, she began to suspect that her brother-in-law had played a role in securing those contracts for her. Knowing how much Chu Yi had helped her secretly filled her heart with sweetness. Chapter 44. As long as your aunt doesn't mind you, Fei Supermarket, a large retail establishment, offered a wide variety of reasonably priced goods. Many shoppers frequented it even on non-weekend days. After parking in the underground lot, they took the elevator to the first floor, where Chu Yi pushed a shopping cart alongside Kai Jing into the supermarket. In the fresh produce section, Kai Jing asked, "Brother-in-law, what vegetables do you want?" "I'm fine with anything." Chu Yi, not picky about food, replied, "How about we stir-fry some shredded potatoes? She loves them." Kai Jing nodded. "That works. Don't you like hairy crabs?" "I saw some large ones in the seafood section." Following Chu Yi's gaze, Kai Jing indeed spotted sizable hairy crabs and exclaimed, "Let us buy a few. She enjoys them too." They proceeded to the seafood section, where Chu Yi selected 6 of the largest crabs. Spotting some large shrimp nearby, he suggested, "Let us get some shrimp for a stir-fry." Kai Jing hesitated, "But I don't know how to cook them." "Don't worry, I'll have Tao Jie come over, and you can learn from her," Chu Yi assured her. "That sounds good. I want to learn more recipes to cook for you later," Kai Jing replied. After purchasing shrimp and some bullfrogs for a spicy dish, they also gathered snacks and fruits. While checking out, a middle-aged woman approached Chu Yi with a look of surprise. "Are you Chu Yi?" she inquired. Chu Yi, puzzled, asked, "And you are?" The woman smiled. "You probably don't recognize me. I'm Zhou Hui. I sat in front of you in middle school." Chu Yi suddenly recalled. "Ah, now I remember. You've changed so much. It's like you're a different person." Zhou Hui laughed. 20 years have passed, so it's normal to change. You look almost the same as back then. I recognized you immediately. Is this your wife?" Zhou Hui gazed at Kai Jing with admiration, clearly impressed by her beauty, which surpassed many television stars. Chu Yi explained, "This is my sister-in-law." Kai Jing smiled at Zhou Hui, acknowledging her. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hui quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. It's all right," Chu Yi assured her with a smile. He adeptly shifted the topic. "Are you working in Nan City?" Zhou Hui shook her head. "No, I'm a full-time housewife now, but my husband is someone you definitely know." Chu Yi was taken aback, furrowing his brow. "You married Lu Yuan." He recognized Lu Yuan immediately since they had been classmates and friends in middle school, and he knew Lu Yuan had feelings for Zhou Hui. After graduating, they lost contact. Chu Yi had not pursued further education but instead entered the workforce, while Lu Yuan attended the best high school in the county, with Zhou Hui following suit. "Yes, we got married right after graduating from college," Zhou Hui replied, a hint of nostalgia in her voice. Despite being in a long-distance relationship during college, they managed to stick together. Chu Yi congratulated. "I'm happy for you both." Back in middle school, Lu Yuan had a crush on you. Now he has finally achieved his wish. Zhou Hui laughed heartily at this. After chatting for a while, she asked, "Do you have plans for tonight? If not, you should come to my house for dinner. Lu Yuan would be thrilled to see you." Chu Yi replied apologetically, "I'm afraid I can't make it tonight. My sister-in-law is moving, and we're having dinner there." Zhou Hui understood. "That's fine. Let us exchange contact information, and we can meet up another time." "Sure," Chu Yi agreed, taking out his phone to exchange numbers. They finished up at the checkout. He said goodbye to Zhou Hui and left. Upon returning to Rue Chengye Yuan, Liang Chun Tao had been waiting at the entrance for a while. After picking her up, Kai Jing and Liang Chun Tao headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Chu Yi took a moment to rest before going to pick up Chu Xi and Chu Wang from school. When he arrived at the school, the dismissal bell rang just in time. After waiting a few minutes, Chu Xi and Chu Wang emerged from the building. "Dad," the siblings called out in unison upon spotting him. Chu Yi smiled gently. "Hop in the car. Your aunt is moving today, and we're going to have dinner at her place." Chu Xi curiously asked, "Dad, where is aunt moving to?" "Rue Chengye Yuan," Chu Yi replied. "It's near her workplace." "That's great. Now aunt won't have to wake up early to catch the bus anymore." Chu Xi exclaimed. As they chatted, they soon arrived at Rue Chengye Yuan. Seeing that Kai Jing's new home was a luxurious flat, both Chu Xi and Chu Wang were thrilled. As long as aunt lived in a good place, they wouldn't have to worry about her well-being. Dinner was prepared by Kai Jing under Liang Chun Tao's guidance. Although it was her first time cooking bullfrogs, the dish turned out quite well, and Chu Yi enjoyed an extra bowl of rice. After the meal, Chu Xi turned to Chu Yi and asked, "Dad, can I stay at Aunt's place tonight? It's her first night here, and I want to keep her company." Chu Yi affectionately ruffled Chu Xi's hair. Of course, as long as your aunt doesn't mind you staying. Chu Xi chimed in confidently. Aunt wouldn't mind me. As if to validate her statement, she called out to Kai Jing, who was tidying up in the kitchen. Aunt, can I stay with you tonight? Kai Jing responded with a smile. That's up to your dad. He needs to agree before you can stay. My dad already said yes. Chu Xi exclaimed joyfully. With her aunt's approval, Chu Xi beamed at Chu Yi. I told you Aunt wouldn't mind. Chu Yi chuckled and turned to Chu Wang. What about you, Xiao Wang? Are you staying here tonight? Chu Wang shook his head. I'm going home. I have plans to play games with Xin Peng Cheng. And there's no internet here. Plus, gaming on a desktop is much more comfortable than on a laptop. Chu Yi replied. All right, let us sit for a bit before we leave. Once Liang Chuntao finished helping Kai Jing clean the kitchen, Chu Yi took Chu Wang and Liang Chuntao home. Chapter 45. Is Yifei Group impressive? Upon returning home, Chu Yi received a call from an unfamiliar number. Who is this? Old classmate, can you recognize my voice? It's Lu Yuan, right? Haha, it seems the old classmate is still remembered. In truth, Chu Yi had not recognized Lu Yuan's voice. After 20 years, it was hardly possible. Yet after meeting Zhou Hui and learning about her marriage to Lu Yuan, he felt it was a safe deduction. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Yuan asked, Do you have time tonight? Let us go out for a drink. Sure. Where shall we go? Chu Yi inquired. Jiangqing Bar. It's not far from Yifei Supermarket. Where you were earlier, Lu Yuan replied. After hanging up, Chu Yi informed Chu Wang before driving to Jiangqing Bar. Chu Yi, over here. As Chu Yi entered the bar, he spotted Zhou Hui waving at him from a nearby booth. He waved back with a smile and approached them. Next to Zhou Hui was a somewhat plump man who bore a resemblance to Lu Yuan from his memories. Upon seeing Chu Yi approach, the man stood up with a broad smile. Chu Yi, it's been a long time. Chu Yi smiled. Indeed, it's been ages since we last met after middle school. Yeah, Lu Yuan sighed. Back then, there were no phones, so it was hard to keep in touch. During their school years, communication in the Dragon Nation was far less convenient than today. Most contacts were maintained through letters, as very few families in rural areas had telephones. Chu Yi nodded and greeted Zhou Hui, who welcomed him warmly. Please, have a seat. Once Chu Yi was settled across from them, Lu Yuan called over a server. Chu Yi, what would you like to drink? After glancing at the menu, Chu Yi ordered a liter of draft beer and some snacks. Once the order was placed, the server departed. Zhou Hui inquired, Chu Yi, why didn't you bring your wife? She passed away during childbirth, Chu Yi said, his expression somber. The thought of Kai Fei, who had not lived to see him released from prison, still weighed heavily on his heart. Zhou Hui and Lu Yuan both looked shocked. Once they regained their composure, Zhou Hui apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Chu Yi smiled dismissively. It's all right. It's been many years, Lu Yuan cautiously asked. What about the children? Chu Yi replied. I have a boy and a girl. Twins? Zhou Hui inquired, a hint of envy in her voice. Lu Yuan and I have always wanted a daughter. The couple only had a son, and had it not been for the country's family planning policy, they might have considered having another child. Thinking of his daughter brought a smile to Chu Yi's face. Having a daughter was indeed heartwarming. After a month of reconnecting with his two children, he found it easier to bond with Chu Xi, though he was not distant with Chu Wang. The expression of affection between fathers and sons was often more reserved. Soon, the server returned with their orders. Chu Yi raised his glass, declaring, Let us toast to our reunion. Cheers. Lu Yuan and Zhou Hui echoed, lifting their glasses. The three clinked their glasses together, and Chu Yi downed his large glass of cold draft beer. Feeling refreshed, the October heat lingered in Nan City. Setting down his glass, Chu Yi asked, Do you still keep in touch with other classmates? Lu Yuan nodded. A few of them. There are 2 in Nan City. And we sometimes get together. Chu Yi agreed. Sounds good. Although he had met many people over the years, he yearned for friends without ulterior motives, those with whom he could share genuine camaraderie as they enjoyed drinks and recounted their school days. The atmosphere grew warm and amiable. Are you working in Nan City now? Lu Yuan asked while pouring more drinks. Pretty much. I spend most of my time in Nan City these past couple of years. Chu Yi replied. With Chu Xi and Chu Wang attending school in Nan City, he couldn't afford to be far from them. Being the chairman of the group, he could choose where to work without others interfering. What do you do in Nan City? Chu Yi inquired in return. Lu Yuan chuckled. I co-founded an accounting firm with some friends. Chu Yi noticed Lu Yuan's pride as he spoke about the firm and complimented. That's impressive. Lu Yuan laughed humbly. Not really. It's just to make a living. And you? I work at Yifei Group. Chu Yi replied. Yifei Group, the one that's in the Fortune Global 500? Lu Yuan asked. Visibly surprised, Chu Yi nodded with a smile. Zhou Hui asked, confused, is Yifei Group really that impressive? Lu Yuan rolled his eyes. Fortune Global 500. How can it not be impressive? Yifei Group spans numerous industries, including real estate, finance, electronics, retail, and technology, with assets in the hundreds of billions. Supermarkets, commercial plazas, and hotels in Nan City all belong to Yifei Group. Zhou Hui gasped. I had no idea such an impressive company existed in our nation. Lu Yuan understood the significance of this revelation. The Yifei Group has yet to go public, remaining relatively obscure among the general populace, so it is not surprising that you are unaware of it. Zhou Hui, recovering from her astonishment, turned to Chu Yi and inquired about his position within the Yifei Group. Just a minor managerial role, Chu Yi replied vaguely. His visit today was solely to reconnect with Lu Yuan and Zhou Hui, driven by camaraderie rather than a desire to impress. Moreover, Chu Yi wished to avoid creating any sense of distance due to his status. The higher one ascends in social standing, the more challenging it becomes to forge genuine friendships. Despite having earned a considerable sum over the years, he often felt a profound sense of loneliness. Thus, he was genuinely pleased to reunite with old classmates. Lu Yuan remarked, that's still commendable. Being in management at Yifei Group is an accomplishment that surpasses many. Chu Yi smiled subtly, deftly steering the conversation elsewhere. You both reside nearby, I presume? Zhou Hui nodded with a smile. Yes, just a short distance away at Huaixing Garden. What about you? Where do you live? Chu Yi responded. Fenghua Villa. Zhou Hui expressed her surprise. If memory serves, Fenghua Villa is a gated community, correct? Chu Yi explained. I purchased it early on when the prices were not as exorbitant as they are now. Lu Yuan and Zhou Hui found themselves at a loss for words. Even if the prices had been lower, a villa was still beyond the means of the average person when they married. They had aspired to acquire a villa, but at that time, Lu Yuan had yet to embark on his entrepreneurial journey and lacked sufficient funds, although they now had a few million in savings. Buying a villa would still require careful consideration. The trio engaged in jovial conversation over drinks until well past 11. Chu Yi glanced at the time and remarked, it's getting late. I have matters to attend to tomorrow. Let's call it a night. All right, let us toast one last time, Lu Yuan said, raising his glass. They clinked their glasses once more, and Lu Yuan summoned the server to settle the bill. Chu Yi did not contest Lu Yuan's decision to pay. He would reciprocate on another occasion. As they emerged from the bar, Lu Yuan asked, Chu Yi, did you drive here? Chu Yi nodded. How will you drive after drinking? Zhou Hui expressed her concern that it was they who had invited Chu Yi out for drinks. And if he were to drive home after drinking and had an accident, they would carry that guilt for life. Chu Yi reassured them, no worries, I called for a designated driver to ease their minds. He made a quick phone call, and shortly thereafter, Li Long approached from a distance, greeting him respectfully. Boss. Chu Yi handed Li Long the car keys, instructing him to bring the vehicle. Sure thing, Li Long replied before heading off. Once Li Long was out of sight, Chu Yi turned to Lu Yuan and Zhou Hui. What about you two? How will you get home? Lu Yuan cheerfully replied, we live nearby. It's only a 10-minute walk. Since they had been drinking that evening, the couple had opted not to drive, as the short walk would help them sober up. Chu Yi offered, why not ride with me? I can drop you off along the way. Lu Yuan waved his hand dismissively. No need. We'll walk back. It's a perfect way to clear our heads. Seeing Lu Yuan's determination, Chu Yi did not press the matter further. Moments later, Li Long returned with the car. To maintain a low profile, Chu Yi had opted for a modest Audi, valued at over 300,000, which still seemed luxurious to the average person. Lu Yuan and Zhou Hui were not overly surprised to see Chu Yi's choice of vehicle. After all, he resided in a villa, and if he drove something less impressive, they would have found it odd. After bidding farewell to the couple, Chu Yi drove off, leaving Jiangqing Bar behind. Once Chu Yi's vehicle had vanished from sight, Lu Yuan and Zhou Hui strolled hand in hand towards home. Husband, don't you think Chu Yi seems quite remarkable? Lu Yuan concurred. Indeed, there's something about his demeanor that sets him apart from the ordinary. Zhou Hui speculated, I suspect his position in Yifei Group is quite significant, with an annual salary of at least $1 million. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to afford a villa. They did not doubt that Chu Yi would deceive them. As there was no need for such pretense, suddenly, Lu Yuan appeared puzzled. If I recall correctly, Chu Yi only has a junior high school diploma. How did he manage to enter Yifei Group? Zhou Hui asked curiously. Is it difficult to get into Yifei Group? Lu Yuan cast a glance at Zhou Hui. You tell me. Not everyone can enter a Fortune 500 company. Just look at Ife Group's current job postings. They require at least a degree from a prestigious university. However, during our time at university, there were fewer students, so perhaps Chu Yi encountered a benefactor, Zhou Hui remarked, rolling her eyes. Didn't you manage to get into a prestigious university as well? Is it necessary to keep reminding me? Zhou Hui had only qualified for a vocational school, which paled in comparison to Lu Yuan's achievements. However, even vocational students had their merits back then. Zhou Hui could have had a promising career, but she sacrificed it for motherhood. Lu Yuan felt unjustly wronged. I'm merely stating a fact. I'm not trying to boast in front of you. Yet you do, Zhou Hui retorted. Sometimes, women can be quite unreasonable. Lu Yuan quickly conceded. All right, I was in the wrong. Zhou Hui decided to let it go. Husband, I've noticed among our middle school classmates, it seems only you and Chu Yi have fared the best. That's quite typical, Lu Yuan replied, having garnered insights from years in business. Regardless of the industry, connections, capital, and capability are paramount. That we hail from a rural background. With neither connections nor financial resources, we had to rely on our academic achievements to escape. Yet educational resources in rural areas are scarce, making it essential to rely on hard work and talent to succeed. Lu Yuan himself was one of those gifted students who were not mere bookworms. After gaining admission to a prestigious university, he established numerous connections through peers and mentors. Coupled with his remarkable abilities and social acumen, he carved a path for himself among the ordinary. Zhou Hui resonated with the sentiments. That's true, but how can we explain Chu Yi? His academic performance was also lacking. Lu Yuan shrugged. In this vast world, there will always be exceptions. Individuals with poor academic records do not necessarily fail in society. It largely depends on their opportunities. However, some might not seize the opportunities presented to them. Nevertheless, on the whole, those with strong academic records have greater chances of success. Lu Yuan added, take our high school classmates. For instance, most of those who excelled academically are doing relatively well. Zhou Hui reflected carefully and realized that among her acquaintances, this indeed held true, excluding those with familial connections. Husband, you should keep in touch with Chu Yi. He works at Ife Group and might introduce some business opportunities for you. Lu Yuan glanced at Zhou Hui. I'm already aware of that without you reminding me. Back when we were in school, I had a good rapport with Chu Yi. This reconnection is purely for the sake of friendship. Chu Yi values relationships. Being overly opportunistic in friendship would not bode well. Zhou Hui playfully released his hand and shot him a glare. Oh, so your high-mindedness makes me appear opportunistic? Am I not doing this for our family's sake? Lu Yuan hastily clarified. I'm not saying you're wrong. I merely meant to treat Chu Yi as a friend. Zhou Hui's dissatisfaction grew. So I was mistaken, and I'm opportunistic. Is that it? She snapped back, then quickened her pace ahead. Lu Yuan hurried to catch up, offering numerous apologies to soothe his wife. Before long, October 28th arrived, marking the day for Kai Fei's grave relocation. Chu Yi took a few days off work to facilitate the process. On the 27th, his family arrived at Kai Jing's home, and on the morning of the 28th, following a priest's rites, they officially relocated the grave. By the 29th, Kai Fei's coffin had been transported to Chu Yi's hometown, where, after 3 days of offerings, she was interred in the Chu family burial ground. With the relocation of Kai Fei's grave, the entire Xian village learned of Chu Yi's wife and their 2 children. Chu Xi and Chu Wang could now rightfully acknowledge their heritage. Before Kai Fei's grave, Chu Yi, accompanied by Chu Xi and Chu Wang, paid their respects to their mother, while Kai Jing stood nearby with a sympathetic expression. Chu Yi lit 3 incense sticks and said, Fei, from now on, you are a member of the Chu family. Though we did not become husband and wife in life, we can rest together in death. I will take good care of our children and nurture them into fine individuals. You need not worry in the afterlife. After bowing 3 times to Kai Fei's grave, he instructed his children, Xi, Xiao Wang, bow to your mother. Chu Xi and Chu Wang promptly knelt before their mother's grave, respectfully bowing 3 times. Once they rose, Kai Jing also paid her respects. After honoring Kai Fei, Chu Yi took one last look at her newly restored grave before signaling everyone to return home. Chapter 47. Hiao, wishing everyone a happy New Year's Eve. Once the relocation of Kai Fei's grave was completed, several days had passed in November. After the weekend, Chu Xi and Chu Wang returned to school. Having missed several classes that required catching up, Kai Jing also resumed her work at the company, where she had recently secured a significant order worth hundreds of thousands, leaving her with a multitude of tasks to attend to. Chu Yi returned to Nanshire for a day of rest before heading to Haidu City, where the Yifei Group's headquarters was located. As the chairman of Yifei Group, he often found himself entangled in numerous responsibilities that necessitated his presence in Haida City. At Nanyu High School, Class 2 of the second year, the school bell rang, prompting Zhang Pingcheng to swiftly grab his already prepared backpack. "Let us go. I'm off to the internet CAF," Chu Wang sighed. "You go ahead. I still have several exam papers to complete." At the end of October, Nanyu High School had organized a monthly examination for all second-year students. Chu Xi and Chu Wang had missed the exam due to their leave. So now Chu Wang was diligently working to finish the missed papers. "All right, I'll go alone then," Zhang Pingcheng said, not wanting to disturb Chu Wang's studies, and quickly departed. After completing his English paper, Chu Wang packed his bag and prepared to leave school. Since he and Chu Xi were not in the same class, he rarely walked home with her after school. Exiting the school grounds, Chu Wang contemplated buying some snacks. There was a popular fried skewer shop behind the school that many students frequented after classes. To reach the shop, he needed to pass through a narrow alley. As he entered the alley, he heard someone crying. Following the sound, he discovered a girl in a Nanshire No. 1 high school uniform. Someone he recognized, though. "Isn't this our class monitor? Hiyao, did you fall off your bike?" Chu Wang approached Hiyao, squatting beside her with a teasing smile. He was not entirely at fault for his sarcastic remark. During their middle school years, Hiyao had often used her position as class monitor to pick on him, reporting him for being late to school and tattling to the homeroom teacher. What infuriated Chu Wang the most was that she seemed to single him out, which cultivated a lasting irritation towards her. Initially, Hiyao had been pleased to see Chu Wang, but was taken aback by his mocking tone. With tears in her eyes, Hiyao shot him a resentful glare. "Get lost, stop mocking me." Chu Wang noticed a considerable abrasion on her arm, with beads of blood seeping from the wound. "Yikes, that looks pretty bad. Come on, I'll take you to the hospital for treatment," Chu Wang offered. Reaching out to help her up. "I don't need your help," Hiyao snapped, still bitter about his earlier remarks, pulling away with a force that caused her injury to sting, making her gasp in pain. Feeling slightly irritated by Hiyao's rejection, Chu Wang retorted, Fine, if you don't want my help, I want to offer it." He turned and started to walk away. Watching him leave without a backward glance made Hiyao feel wronged. She had hoped to run into him, but instead, she was met with his teasing. She had gone to great lengths to pass by Nanyu High School each day, and now, due to a careless accident of hitting a stone while biking, she had fallen hard. With no one around to help and her ankle throbbing painfully, she felt utterly helpless and began to cry again, just as she was trying to muster the strength to stand. Chu Wang reappeared in front of her. "See, you can't manage without me." Hiyao stifled a flicker of joy at his return. "Didn't you leave? Why are you back?" Chu Wang feigned a sympathetic expression. "What can I say? I'm just too kind-hearted to leave you. Even if you are a little troublemaker." He had dubbed her little troublemaker due to her frequent reports to teachers during their middle school days. Hiyao shot him an irritated glare. "You're the real troublemaker. What kind of nickname is that? It's so unflattering." Chu Wang shrugged off her annoyance and helped her to her feet. "Let us see if you can walk." Being this close to a boy other than her father made Hiyao's cheeks flush, and her heart raced. However, the pain in her ankle quickly brought her back to reality. "I don't think I can walk. It hurts too much when I try." Chu Wang turned his back to her and bent slightly, saying, "Hop on. I'll carry you to the hospital." Despite feeling shy, Hiyao did not feign weakness and climbed onto his back. Once she settled there, Chu Wang was taken aback by the softness he felt. "I didn't expect you to be so heavy. You're practically like a pig." Hiyao retorted angrily. "You're the pig. Which pig are you calling? You." The two continued their playful banter until they reached the street corner, where Hiyao suddenly remembered her bicycle and backpack left behind in the alley. "Chu Wang, my bike. Don't worry, I've already sent someone to retrieve it. Your bike will be safe." Chu Wang had instructed his bodyguard, who had been discreetly following him, to handle the situation, relieved by his assurance. Hiyao asked, "Where are you taking me? Are you silly? To the hospital? Of course. Your ankle could be fractured, and that abrasion on your arm needs treatment." "You're the silly one," Hiyao grumbled, baring her teeth at the back of his head, annoyed by his inability to speak plainly. Fortuitously, as they exited the alley, a taxi approached. Carefully, Chu Wang placed Hiyao in the back seat before joining her. "Driver, take us to the nearest hospital." The taxi driver acknowledged and promptly accelerated towards the hospital. Perhaps sensing Hiyao's injury, the driver drove swiftly, and within 10 minutes, they arrived at the hospital. Chu Wang paid the fare and lifted Hiyao onto his back as they headed to the emergency room. Just as they reached the entrance, Hiyao suddenly called out to him, "Chu Wang, will it cost a lot to see the doctor? I only have a few dozen yuan on me. No worries. I'll cover it for now," Chu Wang reassured her, having several hundred yuan on him, and knowing that even if he fell short, he could have more sent over. Thank you, He Yao replied gratefully. Chu Wang chuckled. If you truly wish to thank me, please refrain from constantly reporting me. After saying this, he suddenly realized that they were no longer at the same school, even if He Yao wanted to report him to the teacher. She no longer had the opportunity. Chapter 48. Observing every flaw. Wishing everyone a happy new year. Speaking of reports, He Yao mumbled, when I told the teacher, it was for your own good. During their middle school years, Chu Wang often got into fights, concerned for his safety. He Yao would immediately inform the teacher whenever someone from another class troubled him. As for the disciplinary actions taken against Chu Wang and urging him to submit his assignments. It was merely her hope that he would study diligently. Did she truly enjoy meddling in others' affairs? It was simply because that I genuinely appreciate your concern for me. Such concern, she feared, was beyond his capacity to appreciate. However, that was all in the past. Now that they were at different schools, he couldn't be bothered to hold it against He Yao anymore. He Yao's expression dimmed, despite her obvious display of emotions. Why was it that Chu Wang remained oblivious? Could it be because she was not particularly attractive? Yet, that couldn't be true. 18 Answer number 1 high school. Some boys secretly whispered that she was the most beautiful girl in their cohort. He Yao thought, it couldn't be that she was unattractive. It must be that Chu Wang's eyes were flawed. Arriving at the emergency room, Chu Wang assisted He Yao in registering and accompanied her to see the doctor, staying by her side while she underwent a CT scan. Watching him busy himself for her sake, He Yao felt a rush of sweetness in her heart. Could it be that this dense fellow had finally gained some insight? After the doctor treated He Yao's injuries and reviewed the CT results, over an hour had passed. The doctor remarked, fortunately, there are no fractures. It's merely a sprain. However, you will need to rest for 2 to 6 weeks. And avoid getting the wound wet. He Yao, filled with concern, asked, Doctor, will I be left with a scar on my arm? Every girl cherishes beauty. A scar on her delicate, fair arm would significantly detract from her appearance. The doctor reassured her with a smile. As long as you take care of it properly, there shouldn't be any scarring. If you're particularly worried, I can prescribe some scar ointment for you to apply once the wound heals. Hearing the doctor's words, He Yao felt a wave of relief. Thank you, doctor. Please prescribe me that scar ointment. After the consultation, Chu Wang helped He Yao sit on a bench in the corridor. Wait here. I'll go fetch your medication. All right. Thank you. Why this time? It was already past 7 in the evening, and there weren't many people in the hospital pharmacy. Chu Wang quickly obtained the medication. Upon returning to He Yao, she suddenly exclaimed, her face filled with anxiety. Chu Wang, it's so late. My parents must be worried sick. He Yao usually arrived home before 6, and now it was past 7. Naturally, her parents would be concerned. Chu Wang asked, haven't you called home? With a glum expression, He Yao replied, I don't have a phone. It wasn't that her family couldn't afford one. Rather, her parents believed that phones were a distraction from studies. He Yao's family was fairly well off. Her father owned a factory, and her mother managed several convenience stores. While they weren't extraordinarily wealthy, they were certainly better off than average families. Chu Wang generously handed his phone to He Yao. Here, use my phone to call. He Yao, surprised, remembered that Chu Wang's family didn't seem particularly affluent. Yet, here he was, not only carrying a substantial amount of money, but also possessing a phone. Noticing her astonishment, Chu Wang asked, you haven't forgotten your parents' number, have you? Of course not. He Yao responded, taking the phone. With an excellent memory, she could memorize even lengthy classical texts after just a few readings. With her strong memory and comprehension skills, He Yao consistently ranked among the top 3 in her science class at Nancher No. 1 high school. Surely, she wouldn't forget her parents' phone number. He Yao dialed her mother, Lu Yunlan's number. The phone rang 3 times before it connected. Hello, Mom. It's Yao Yao. Lu Yunlan's anxious voice came through. Yao Yao, where have you been? Why haven't you come home yet? I'm at the hospital. He Yao's voice trembled. No matter how strong a girl might be, when faced with her loving parents, she would inevitably show her vulnerable side. Hearing that her daughter was in the hospital, Lu Yunlan grew even more frantic. What happened? Why are you at the hospital? He Yao explained, I fell off my bike and was brought here by a classmate. Did you hurt yourself badly? How serious is it? It's just some abrasions on my arm and a sprained ankle. The doctor said I need to rest for 2 to 6 weeks, and I'll be fine. Upon hearing that her daughter was okay, Lu Yunlan finally sighed in relief. Which hospital are you at? I'll come to pick you up right away. I'm at Nancher 3rd Hospital. Half an hour later, a middle-aged couple rushed into the emergency room of Nancher 3rd Hospital. Upon seeing He Yao sitting in the waiting area, they immediately rushed over. Yao Yao, where are you hurt? Let Dad take a look, her father, He said. His face filled with concern. He Yao extended her bandaged arm. I just scraped my arm and sprained my ankle. Seeing her swollen ankle, He heart ached even more. I told you, let me drive you to school every day, but you insisted on riding your bike. From now on, I'll take you. No more biking. All right? He Yao clung to her father's arm and pouted. No way. Once I recover, I want to ride my bike again. All right, but you mustn't get hurt again. Faced with his daughter's pleading, He found himself utterly powerless. All he could see was his precious daughter, while Lu Yunlan noticed Chu Wang standing nearby. She smiled at him and said, "You must be Yao Yao's classmate. Thank you for bringing her to the hospital." Chu Wang responded politely, "No need to thank me. And I just happened to see He Yao fall. I couldn't just ignore it." Not yet seasoned by the trials of society, Chu Wang was still a naive and passionate youth. He would lend a hand even to strangers, let alone a classmate like He Yao. Lu Yunlan replied, "Nonetheless, we are grateful to you that if it weren't for you, we don't know how much more suffering Yao Yao would have endured." At this moment, He Yao interjected, "Mom, Chu Wang covered my medical expenses. Don't forget to pay him back." Only then did He notice Chu Wang. For some reason, upon first seeing him, he found everything about him displeasing. Lu Yunlan quickly took out her wallet. "Oh, I almost forgot. Chu, how much do we owe you?" "It's a total of 352. Chu Wang handed the bill to Lu Yunlan. Without glancing at the bill, Lu Yunlan pulled out 400 yuan and handed it to Chu Wang. He did not refuse but took the money and handed Lu Yunlan 50 yuan back, saying, "Auntie, this is your change." Lu Yunlan immediately insisted, No, this is for your taxi fare." "Then thank you, Auntie." Seeing Lu Yunlan's insistence, Chu Wang accepted it without further argument. Chapter 49. A mother-in-law observes her son-in-law, confirming that He Yao was not severely injured. The four of them soon left the emergency room. However, this time, it was not Chu Wang who carried He Yao. He Wang felt relieved, but He Yao's father's watchful gaze on him was somewhat excessive. Upon reaching the parking lot, Lu Yunlan invited, "Chu, you've spent time helping Yao Yao at the hospital today. It's getting late. If it's convenient, we would like to treat you to dinner." Chu Wang politely declined. "Auntie, there's no need to trouble yourselves. My family has already prepared dinner." Lu Yunlan smiled. "It's no trouble at all. We haven't had dinner yet," He Yao chimed in. "Chu Wang, why not have dinner with us? It also gives us a chance to thank you." Only He remained silent, feeling an unsettling sense that his precious daughter regarded Chu Wang differently, akin to a prized cabbage at risk of being stolen. Unable to withstand Lu Yunlan's enthusiasm, Chu Wang ultimately agreed to join them for dinner. They headed to a nice restaurant near the hospital, where Lu Yunlan handed the menu to Chu Wang. "Chu, feel free to order whatever you like. Don't hesitate." Chu Wang pushed the menu back. "Auntie, why don't you order? I'm not sure what to get." While he felt free to express himself around He Yao, he felt somewhat restrained in front of her parents. "All right then," Lu Yunlan said. "Do you have any dietary restrictions?" Chu Wang replied, "I don't eat coriander, but other than that, I'm fine." Lu Yunlan smiled lightly. "How coincidental. Yao Yao also doesn't eat coriander." He cleared his throat. "What is so coincidental about that? There are plenty of people who don't eat coriander." He Yao shot her father an annoyed glance, thinking, isn't that just making things awkward for Chu Wang? Chu Wang indeed felt a tad embarrassed, acutely aware that He Yao's father seemed to disapprove of him. This left Chu Wang feeling perplexed, as he believed this was his first time meeting He Yao's father. Lu Yunlan shot her husband a look. After many years of marriage, she understood her husband's mindset well. Whenever a boy approached their precious daughter, he would react like a cat whose fur was standing on end. However, she thought Chu Wang seemed quite decent. Not only was he handsome, but he was also very polite. It wouldn't be too bad if he could become her son-in-law in the future. She just wondered what his family situation was like. Ignoring He Qingya, Lu Yunlan quickly ordered the dishes. Once the waiter left, she cheerfully asked about Chu Wang's background. "Chu, I see you're wearing the uniform of Nanyu Middle School. So, you and Yao Yao are middle school classmates?" Chu Wang nodded. "Yes, Annie." Lu Yunlan continued. "How are your grades?" "Pretty good. I'm among the top 3 in my grade." Chu Wang replied with confidence. Although Nanyu Middle School was not on par with Nanchernel, one high school, it still produced a few students who went on to attend prestigious universities each year. As long as he maintained his grades, he had a strong chance of being admitted to a top university. Lu Yunlan's eyes brightened, growing even more pleased with Chu Wang. "That's impressive. With such good grades, why didn't you apply to Nancher No. 1 high school?" Chu Wang answered honestly, "Because I could receive a scholarship at Nanyu Middle School." After the results of the entrance exams were released, both he and Chu Xi could have attended Nanshire No. 1 high school, but Nanyu Middle School had promised them scholarships to lighten his aunt's financial burden. They both chose Nanyu Middle School. Lu Yunlan pondered, realizing that Chu Wang's family situation might not be very favorable. Nanshire No. 1 high school was the best in the city, with superior teaching conditions and faculty. Gaining admission was akin to stepping through half the door to university, if not for financial constraints. Why would he give up on attending Nanshire No. 1 high school for a mere scholarship? However, Lu Yunlan was not overly concerned. Their family was not short on money, and Hiao was their only daughter. As long as the boy truly cared for their daughter, a slightly less affluent background was not a significant issue. Of course, it was still early to be thinking about such matters. While Lu Yunlan did not mind her daughter dating Chu Wang, it would still be better to wait until they were in university. After finishing dinner, they exited the restaurant. Chu Wang declined the offer for Hiao's parents to drive him home, opting instead to take a taxi. Before leaving, however, he asked for Hiao's home address, intending to have her bicycle and backpack delivered later. On the way home, Hichingya asked Hiao, Yao, you're studying at Nanshire No. 1 high school, and that kid is at Nanyu Middle School. How did you two meet? Hearing her father's question, Hiao felt a pang of guilt. I heard there's a great fried skewer shop near the back gate of Nanyu Middle School, so I took a detour to go home. When speaking, a hint of truth can often lend more credibility. Plus, Hiao was typically obedient, so Hichingya didn't suspect his daughter of lying. In the future, if you want something, just tell Dad. I'll bring it home for you. Hiao replied sweetly. Okay, thank you, Dad. Dad, can I ask you for a favor? Hichingya chuckled. Of course, you're Dad's precious daughter, as long as it's a reasonable request. I'll agree. I want to buy a phone. Hiao's face turned anxious. Today, when I fell off my bike, I thought I had broken my leg. The first thing I wanted was to contact you. But I didn't have a phone and couldn't reach you. I was so scared. After a moment of hesitation, Hichingya nodded. All right, Dad will buy you a phone tomorrow. Previously, he had refrained from buying his daughter a phone, fearing it would distract her from her studies. However, today's events made him realize that if something happened to her outside and she couldn't contact him, it would be too late for regrets. Despite not particularly liking that Chu Wang kid, he was grateful to him for taking his daughter to the hospital. With her father's consent, Hiao beamed. Dad, I love you the most. Seeing his daughter so happy was like drinking a refreshing glass of ice water on a hot summer day for Hichingya. It's just a phone. I'll buy the best for my precious daughter. Lu Yunlan cast a meaningful glance at her daughter. Yao, even after getting a phone, you must not let it interfere with your studies. A girl should learn to be independent and strong. Only when you have confidence in yourself will you not suffer in silence after marrying. Hiao clung to Lu Yunlan's arm and pouted. Mom, I don't want to get married in the future. I just want to stay with you and Dad. Hichingya quickly interjected. You still need to marry someday, but there's no rush. You can wait until after graduating from university to start dating. Hiao giggled and didn't respond, secretly hoping to have a sweet romance with someone during her university years. Chapter 50. Home in Haida City in the morning, Chu Yi was busy handling work in his office when Su Xing entered with a beaming smile. Chairman Chu, all the shares of Handing Advertising have been completely acquired by Wei Investment. According to the agreement, we will return 20% of the shares to Chu Xi, who will also serve as the general manager of Handing Advertising. Although 20% of the shares were relinquished, restrictions were placed on Chu Xi. Before Handing Advertising goes public, he would not be allowed to sell his 20% stake. Furthermore, should Chu Xi leave Handing Advertising, this 20% would revert to Wei Investment. While Wei Investment would not interfere with the operations of Handing Advertising, they would dispatch financial personnel to oversee the company's accounts. Chu Yi nodded slightly. Isn't Lu Liang still the business director at Handing Advertising? Su Sheng replied. Lu Liang resigned as soon as the shares were acquired. His brother-in-law was involved. Chu Yi was somewhat surprised. Lu Liang was quite perceptive. No wonder Chu Xi had appointed him as the business director previously, since he had voluntarily resigned. That was that. Chu Yi typically wouldn't take drastic measures against someone so astute that Su Xing inquired. Should we inform the staff at Handing Advertising about Miss Kai Jing's identity? He was aware that Handing Advertising was acquired specifically for Kai Jing, and she would ultimately be its owner. Chu Yi pondered for a moment before responding. Let Chu Xi know. There's no need for the other employees to be informed just yet. Considering Kai Jing's personality, she would likely refuse to accept the shares outright. It would be better to gift them to her when she gets married. That way, she might be more inclined to accept them. Regarding informing Chu Xi, it was also to let him secretly look after Kai Jing. ensuring that she would not be bullied in the company. Su Sheng nodded, indicating his understanding. After reporting on the work at Wei investment to Chu Yi, Chu Xi was about to leave when Chu Yi suddenly called him back. My daughter wishes to visit Haida City this weekend. Please arrange 2 rooms at Tangong for her. Tangong is the premier luxury residential area in Haida City, comprising 20 standalone villas. When Tangong was first put on the market, Chu Yi purchased Villa Number 9. That while Villa Number 1 is considered the best, Chu Yi has a fondness for the Number 9. Su Sheng replied. Understood, Chairman Chu. Chu Yi reminded him. Make sure to decorate the rooms according to Xi and Xiao Wang's preferences. You may consult them. Su Sheng acknowledged. I understand, Chairman Chu. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Chu Yi nodded. Go ahead. Once Su Sheng departed, Chu Yi returned to his work. Before long, the weekend arrived. At Haida City Airport, Chu Yi welcomed Chu Xi and Chu Wang as they emerged. Perhaps it was their first time on an airplane or their inaugural visit to Haida City, but both wore expressions of excitement. Daddy. Upon spotting Chu Yi, Chu Xi rushed towards him. When she reached him, the little girl affectionately embraced her father. Chu Yi smiled and patted his daughter's head. Were you scared on your first flight? Chu Xi shook her head vigorously. Not at all. Daddy, the clouds from the plane were so beautiful, shining like gold in the sunlight. Chu Xi excitedly recounted her experience of flying for the first time and the sights she had seen. Chu Yi chuckled. I'll buy you a camera later, so you can take pictures on your next flight. Chu Xi's eyes lit up. Thank you, Daddy. With a camera, I can capture all the beautiful views. Chu Wang approached leisurely, greeting Chu Yi with a casual dad. Yet, the upward curve of his lips revealed his inner joy. Ever since he had recognized his father, he subconsciously began to emulate Chu Yi's demeanor. Learning his father's steadiness, perhaps Chu Wang was unaware of this, but the similarities in their personalities grew increasingly apparent. Chu Yi laughed and clapped his son's shoulder. You've matured quite a bit in just a week. Chu Wang offered a modest smile. One must grow up. Chu Yi smiled back. Let us head to the car. I'll take you both to our home in Haida City. On the way from the airport to Tangong, Chu Yi pointed out various landmarks to his children, sharing insights about Haida City. Having lived in this city for over a decade, he was well acquainted with it, with many buildings linked to him. As a first-tier city, Haida City was significantly more prosperous than Nan City, with a greater volume of traffic. Fortunately, the journey was smooth, and since Tangong was relatively close to the airport, they arrived home swiftly. Upon arriving at the opulent villa estate, both Chu Xi and Chu Wang were left speechless. They had assumed that the grandeur of Nan City's Fenghua courtyard was unmatched, yet it paled in comparison to the villa estate before them. Daddy, is this our home? Chu Xi asked incredulously, glancing at Chu Yi. Chu Yi nodded with a smile. This is Tangong, which has a total of 20 villas that we reside in Villa Number 9, just to turn around the corner from here. Chu Wang inquired curiously, how much does one of these villas cost? Currently, they sell for around 300 million. Chu Yi added, I purchased mine for just over 100 million. However, renovations have cost me quite a bit, totaling around 200 million. Such sums were negligible for Chu Yi, who had over 100 billion in cash in his bank account, not to mention his companies valued in the thousands of billions. Thankfully, his connections through his sister-in-law's family kept his wealth discreet, ensuring his name did not appear on the Forbes list. Otherwise, he might have claimed the title of the richest man in Longwood these past few years. The astonishment on Chu Xi and Chu Wang's faces deepened. Their limited experiences had not prepared them for the revelation that a single house could command such a price. Soon, they arrived at Villa No. 9, where the household staff awaited them at the entrance. Welcome, sir, young master, and young lady home. Su Sheng had previously instructed them to ensure a warm reception, emphasizing that any slip-up would result in immediate dismissal. Chu Yi introduced the first welcoming face, a stout woman. Xi, Xiao Wang. This is Auntie Luo. She has worked with our family for over a decade. She manages all affairs within the villa, so feel free to approach her with any needs. Auntie Luo, named Luo Lian, had been with Chu Yi since he bought his first home, caring for his daily needs for most of the years since. Young master, young lady, please don't hesitate to let me know if you need anything, Luo Lian said with a smile. Thank you, Chu Xi and Chu Wang replied, their smiles reflecting their growing comfort in their new affluent lifestyle. Having introduced the household staff, Chu Yi personally guided his children on a tour of the villa. Compared to the Fenghua courtyard in Nan City, the Tangong villas boasted not only larger grounds, but also more luxurious amenities. However, after 2 months of living in a lavish villa, Chu Xi and Chu Wang quickly acclimated. During lunch, Chu Yi mentioned, Xi, Xiao Wang, I have some business to attend to this afternoon that I'll have someone show you around Haida City. Chu Xi eagerly nodded. You go ahead, Dad. Chu Wang and I can explore on our own. Chu Wang added, yes, Dad. You focus on your work. We'll manage just fine. Influenced by their upbringing, both children displayed remarkable maturity. That it is often said that rural children grow up quickly, but who wishes to be so responsible without necessity? Chu Yi promised, when you're on winter break, I'll make sure to spend quality time with you both. Managing such a large corporate group, Chu Yi found it challenging to balance work and family. In this world, achieving perfect harmony is a rare feat. Hearing their father's assurance of spending time with them during winter break, both Chu Xi and Chu Wang beamed with joy, having long lacked parental affection. They were eager to bond with their father, especially since Chu Yi was a caring and loving dad. After lunch, Chu Yi handed them 2 credit cards. Xi, Chu Wang, these are supplementary credit cards. Each has a limit of 100,000. You can use them freely at any place that accepts card payments. Some might question why Chu Yi, despite his wealth, seemed frugal with his children. Providing them with only 1,000 yuan weekly as pocket money and a supplementary card with a limit of 100,000. However, his reluctance was not due to stinginess. He intended to pass on his assets to Chu Xi and Chu Wang in due time. At their tender ages, he believed it unwise to grant them excessive funds. Many young individuals who suddenly acquire wealth often engage in reckless spending, failing to preserve their fortune. Chu Yi had witnessed numerous youths squander their windfall from property redevelopment, often leading to a worse quality of life than before. That he did not want his children to follow that path. Until they were capable of managing wealth responsibly, he would refrain from providing them with substantial funds. Nevertheless, the allowance he provided was already generous for high school students, and he ensured they lacked nothing in terms of necessities. Thank you, Dad, they both said naturally, accepting the cards without hesitation. Shortly after, a red Porsche sports car pulled into the driveway of Villa No. 9. A girl in her 20s, dressed head to toe in Chanel, emerged from the car. With an attractive figure and a confident smile, she made her way inside. The household staff greeted her promptly. Miss Liu, welcome. Liu Pan nodded slightly, inquiring, where's my uncle? As Chu Yi's niece, his older sister Chu Ying's second daughter. Liu Pan was currently a junior at Haida City Normal University, although Chu Ying was just an ordinary rural woman with a primary school education. Her 2 impressive younger brothers, one a county party secretary and the other the chairman of a Fortune 500 company, had ensured her family thrived. The respect she commanded from her brothers further solidified her family's standing. The staff replied, Sir is resting in his room. Would you like me to call him down? No, I'll wait downstairs. Please bring me a glass of warm water, Liu Pan said, casually settling onto the living room sofa. The staff complied promptly, soon returning with a cup of warm water. After taking a few sips, Liu Pan placed the cup on the coffee table and relaxed, engrossed in her phone. Before long, Chu Yi descended from his afternoon nap. Spotting Liu Pan on the sofa, he greeted her with a smile. Liu Pan, have you been here long? Chu Yi had invited Liu Pan over to accompany Chu Xi and Chu Wang during their outing. As he was occupied with work, just arrived, Liu Pan replied, standing up. Where are my cousins? They are resting upstairs. Chu Yi instructed Luo Lian. Auntie Luo, please call them down. Luo Lian acknowledged the request, and soon, Chu Xi and Chu Wang appeared. Chu Yi waved them over. Chu Wang, come here. I want to introduce you to your second cousin Liu Pan. She is your aunt's second daughter. Since I'm busy this afternoon, I asked her to take you around Haida City. Second cousin, they exclaimed in unison. Liu Pan smiled. I've heard from my mom that my uncle found you both. It's too bad I couldn't come home from Haida City. Unsure of how to respond. Chu Xi and Chu Wang simply smiled back, feeling slightly shy in Liu Pan's presence. Chu Yi checked the time and said, Chu Wang, you'll spend the afternoon with your second cousin. I have work to do. If you need anything, just call me. Both children nodded in agreement. Chu Yi added to Liu Pan, please take good care of them. I'll reimburse you double for any expenses incurred during your outing. Liu Pan smirked. Since you say so, uncle, be prepared for your wallet to take a hit. Chu Yi laughed heartily. My wallet is quite robust. I'm not worried about your spending. After advising Liu Pan to avoid taking them to any unsuitable places, Chu Yi drove off. Once Chu Yi left, Liu Pan turned to Chu Xi and Chu Wang. Do you need to rest any longer? No. They both shook their heads simultaneously. Liu Pan said, all right, let us head to the Mingzhu Tower first. And we can have dinner there later. Tomorrow morning, we'll go to the beach since you have a flight in the afternoon. Chu Xi and Chu Wang readily agreed. After finalizing their plans, Liu Pan asked Luo Lian, Auntie Luo, Could you arrange a driver for us? Lu Pan's sports car could only accommodate two, and she preferred not to drive herself, knowing there were drivers and comfortable luxury vehicles available at the villa. Before long, a luxurious Rolls-Royce departed from Villa No. 9, but as they settled into the plush car, Chu Wang felt an increasing admiration for his father. He marveled at how his dad had built such a vast empire in just over a decade. Meanwhile, Chu Xi, intrigued, asked Lu Pan, "Is it true that university is easy?" Lu Pan replied, "For those who lack ambition, it can indeed be quite relaxed. Passing grades are sufficient. However, for those aiming for further studies or public service, preparation begins the moment they enter university. The teaching methods differ greatly from high school. Professors cover a vast amount of material in one class. Without prior study, it can be challenging to keep pace with their discussions. Of course, university life is also filled with enjoyable experiences, such as joining various clubs, engaging in interests, and dating openly. Perhaps due to their shared gender, Chu Xi and Lu Pan quickly found common ground and bonded. Have you dated anyone in university? Chu Xi asked with a bright smile. Lu Pan replied candidly, "Yes, I can introduce you to him sometime." She then turned the question back to Chu Xi. "What about you? You are quite beautiful. I'm sure you have many admirers at school." Hearing this, Chu Wang perked up, listening intently. He was equally concerned about this topic, viewing Chu Xi as his little sister. The thought of any boy pursuing her made him uneasy, especially when he considered it was absurd to think that he might view himself as a rival. Their relationship was entirely platonic, and they were adversaries. How could he possibly like her? Absolutely not. However, the memory of her gentle demeanor caused his heart to skip a beat. Perhaps Yao was indeed quite attractive. Chu Xi shyly replied, "No, not really. I don't have any boys pursuing me." Although beautiful girls often attract attention, overly stunning ones tend to deter suitors, as most men possess self-awareness and rarely pursue women they deem out of their league. Chu Xi, inheriting her parents' good looks, fell into the category of exceptionally beautiful women, which likely deterred many would-be admirers. Conversely, her close friend Xin Yin received plenty of attention from boys. Upon hearing this, Chu Wang silently breathed a sigh of relief, his expression relaxing. Lu Pan appeared surprised. "Really? Someone as beautiful as you has been pursued?" Chu Xi earnestly affirmed, "I'm serious. I'm not lying." Lu Pan chose not to press the matter further and instead shared exciting places to visit in Haida City. As they made their way to the Mingzhu Tower, Chu Xi and Lu Pan engaged in lively conversation, while Chu Wang mostly listened quietly, occasionally chiming in. His reserved nature kept him from speaking too much around unfamiliar people. Given that it was the weekend, the Mingzhu Tower was bustling with visitors, and the ticket line was long. However, wealth often affords one privileges, and Lu Pan quickly purchased tickets for the revolving restaurant, granting them the benefit of skipping the line while enjoying the scenic view from inside. Familiar with the venue, Lu Pan led the way as they took the elevator up through the VIP entrance. Their first stop was the observation deck of the Mingzhu Tower, where they gazed down at the sprawling Haida City below, followed by a stroll along the glass walkway. Walking along the transparent glass corridor, Chu Xi felt her legs weaken slightly. She still harbored a mild fear of heights. Fortunately, Chu Wang was there to support her. Otherwise, she doubted she could complete the journey. After spending an afternoon at the Pearl Tower, they had dinner at the revolving restaurant, and Lu Pan then took them away. They settled into the Rolls-Royce that had come to pick them up. Lu Pan inquired, "Are you too tired? Would you like to go shopping tonight? I'm up for it." Chu Wang showed little interest in shopping but did not object. Chu Xi, however, eagerly responded, "Sure, I want to see what makes Haida City different from our Nan city." After some discussion, the trio instructed the driver to take them to the most bustling area of Haida City. Having a driver made everything comfortable. There was no need to struggle with driving or finding parking. Compared to the pedestrian street in Nan City, Haida City's was far more vibrant, boasting a greater number of renowned brands. Encouraged by Lu Pan, Chu Xi made her first purchase of a Chanel bag, which cost over 20,000. After completing the transaction, she felt a twinge of guilt. "Cousin, spending over 20,000 on a bag seems rather extravagant, doesn't it?" Although she owned many luxury brand clothes and several designer bags, those were all gifts from her father. This was her first time buying luxury goods with her own money. Lu Pan chuckled. For an ordinary family, spending over 20,000 on a bag is indeed lavish. But your family is quite wealthy. To you, that amount is akin to $2. Besides, since I paid, I wouldn't feel right asking uncle for reimbursement without treating you both to something nice. Chu Xi shyly smiled, choosing not to argue further. Lu Pan then turned to Chu Wang and asked, "Chu Wang, Is there anything you wish to buy? Chu Wang, feeling no need to be polite, pointed towards a well-known sports brand nearby and said, "Let us check that out." Before long, he had spent several tens of thousands on a complete set of sportswear and shoes, intending to take up jogging to improve his fitness and later learn some self-defense techniques from Uncle Long. The trio strolled through the pedestrian street until past 10 in the evening before calling the driver to take them back to Tan Palace. Upon arriving home, they encountered Chu Yi, who had just returned from work. "Where did you go today?" "Dad," Chu Xi beamed as she embraced his arm. "We visited the Pearl Tower and went shopping." Chu Yi relished the affection from his daughter, feeling his fatigue from the day's work dissipate instantly. "Did you have fun?" Chu Xi excitedly recounted the day's events. It was amazing. From the observation deck of the Pearl Tower, the cars and people appeared so tiny, the glass corridor was a bit frightening. "It was Chu Wang who helped me across the AS," she concluded. She timidly admitted, "Dad, I bought a Chanel bag for over 20,000 while shopping tonight." Chu Yi affectionately patted her head and reassured her. "It's all right. If you like it, buy it without any burden. From now on, I'll give you both 10,000 yuan in pocket money each month, along with a credit card limit of 100,000. As long as you don't exceed that, you can decide what you want to be. UI.to simplify matters. Instead of weekly allowances, Chu Yi opened a bank card for both Chu Xi and Chu Wang, depositing 10,000 each month, planning to increase it once they entered university. The credit card would be for emergencies and larger purchases. Hearing this, Chu Xi felt a genuine sense of relief. Chapter 53. Lessons for my son. After Chu Xi released Chu Yi, Lu Pan gleefully approached and hugged him. "Uncle, you promised to reimburse me." Chu Yi chuckled. "All right, tell me how much you spent today." Lu Pan counted on her fingers. In total, it was over 75,000. Let us say 75 for simplicity. Naturally, she couldn't forget her own share after treating Chu Xi and Chu Wang to luxury items. Chu Yi kept his word, calling the bank's designated customer service manager to transfer Lu Pan 15,000. Lu Pan's face lit up with excitement as she received the bank notification. "Thank you, Uncle. You're the best." Chu Yi laughed. "Only the uncle who gives money is considered the best, right? You're always handsome." Lu Pan giggled, and then she took Chu Xi and dashed into the villa. It was getting late, and she planned to stay at Chu Yi's place instead of returning to school, as she often did. Watching his daughter and niece disappear inside, Chu Yi turned to Chu Wang and asked, "Did you enjoy Haidu City?" Chu Wang replied with a smile, "It was decent. It certainly seems much more prosperous than Nan City. But the cost of living is also higher. That's to be expected." Chu Yi patiently explained the reasons behind it. There's a saying, scarcity increases value. Haidu City is a first-tier city and an international financial hub, attracting a wealth of talent. However, the land resources are limited, creating a supply-demand imbalance, which drives up housing prices. The increased housing costs lead to higher operational expenses, reflected in the overall prices. Of course, there are more factors contributing to the high cost of living in Haidu City. Under Chu Yi's explanations, Chu Wang gained a deeper understanding of economic principles that were not covered in school. The two discussed for quite a while until Chu Wang began to yawn, prompting Chu Yi to realize it was getting late. "Xiao Wang, it's late. You should head to bed. I'll explain more about these matters next time." Chu Wang nodded. "Okay, Dad, I'll go upstairs now. You should sleep early too." The following morning, when Chu Xi and the others came downstairs, they found that Chu Yi had already left for work. After breakfast, Lu Pan took Chu Xi and Chu Wang to the beach. It was the first time the siblings had been to the seaside together. Chu Wang gazed at the vast ocean. Feeling the gentle, salty breeze, he felt utterly refreshed. This reminded Chu Yi of a poem. "Starting tomorrow, be a happy person, facing the sea with spring flowers blossoming." However, he already felt content without waiting for tomorrow. Chu Xi playfully teased, "Chu Wang, when did you become such a literary youth? Reciting poetry? It's not that surprising." He responded with a roll of his eyes that my Chinese grades have always been exceptional. This was indeed true. Chu Wang consistently scored above 120 in Chinese exams, sometimes even exceeding 130. Yet, his forte lay in the sciences, where he frequently achieved full marks in mathematics and scored over 280 in comprehensive science. His only weak point was English, where he often hovered around the passing mark. Just then, a jet ski sped across the sea. Lu Pan cheerfully asked, "Do you both want to ride a jet ski? They're available for rent here." Chu Xi quickly shook her head, feeling that riding a jet ski was unsafe and unwilling to take risks. Chu Wang, however, was intrigued. "Sister Pan, let us rent a jet ski. I really want to have some fun in the water." Lu Pan preferred to be called simply Sister Pan rather than cousin, and said, "All right, I'll take you there. Soon, they arrived at the jet ski rental spot. To be honest, renting a jet ski was quite expensive, costing over 100 yuan for just a few minutes. Many hesitated to spend that amount. However, for Chu Wang and the others, the joy it brought made it worthwhile. Lu Pan had ridden a jet ski before, so she stayed on the shore with Chu Xi. Meanwhile, Chu Wang followed the instructor to learn how to operate the jet ski. After over an hour of riding, Chu Wang finally felt satisfied. As he returned to shore, Chu Xi asked with a smile, "Was the jet ski fun?" Chu Wang nodded enthusiastically. "It was great. I had a blast in the water." "We should come to the beach more often," Lu Pan added. "Uncle once bought a yacht. When the weather is nice, we can take it out to sea." Chu Xi exclaimed in surprise, "My dad actually bought a yacht." Lu Pan replied nonchalantly, "What is so surprising about that? Your dad even considered buying a private jet, but I think your uncle nixed that idea, thinking it was too ostentatious." Chu Xi was astonished. "Wow, Dad is amazing. He can buy a private jet." Chu Wang, however, remained relatively unfazed. He was very sensitive to numbers and had a deeper understanding of Yifei Group than Chu Xi. While he didn't know his father's exact wealth, he was aware that the money for a private jet was not a problem. After enjoying the beach until noon, Lu Pan took them to a nearby upscale seafood restaurant for a lavish seafood feast. As Chu Xi and Chu Wang had an afternoon flight, after lunch, they rode in the family's Rolls-Royce back to Tan Palace. Xi, Xiao Wang, "I have some matters to attend to at school, so I want to be able to take you to the airport." Lu Pan said that if you come to Haidu City again, just call me, and I'll take you to explore more places. Chu Xi felt a pang of sadness. Although they had only spent 2 days together, she had grown fond of her cousin Lu Pan. "Sister Pan, if you return to Hu Province, don't forget to call me. We can go shopping together then." Lu Pan smiled and nodded. "Sure, I will." Chu Wang was more straightforward. "Sister Pan, sorry for the trouble these past 2 days. When you go back to Hu Province, I'll treat you to a meal." Lu Pan smiled lightly. "All right, I'll definitely look you up when I go to Nan City. Although I'm from Hu Province, I'm not very familiar with Nan City, so I'll rely on you both to show me around." It wasn't a farewell for life. After a simple goodbye, Lu Pan drove away in her sportsy RB mid-afternoon. Around 3 o'clock, Chu Yi returned after finishing his work at the company to Xi. "Xiao Wang, I've completed my work here. I'll be going back to Nan City with you today." "Yay." Chu Xi was thrilled to hear the news, and Chu Wang shared her excitement, though he didn't express it as openly. After resting at home for a while, Chu Yi had the driver take them to the Haidu City airport. When they arrived, Su Sheng was already waiting outside with the tickets. After greeting each other, the group entered the VIP lounge. After about 3 hours of flying, they finally returned to Nan City. Chapter 54, Brother-in-law. I'm afraid at the end of November, Nanyu High School organized a monthly exam for all second-year students. To secure the top spot in his grade, Chu Wang dedicated more time this month to studying English and watched several English films. Noticing Chu Wang's efforts, Chu Yi arranged for him to have an English tutor. He also hired a math tutor for Chu Xi. After completing the last English exam, Chu Wang exited the exam room with a broad smile. His English score was assured that on his way back to his original classroom, he bumped into Chu Xi, who had just finished her exam. "How did you do?" "Chu Xi, I did great. I might just take the top spot in the grade this time," she declared confidently. "And you?" Chu Wang raised his chin slightly. "Naturally, I did well. The top spot in the grade is already in my grasp." Chu Xi displayed a skeptical expression. "You're just bragging. Be careful not to even maintain a top 3 position." Chu Wang's eyes sparkled mischievously. "How about a bet?" "Bet on what?" Chu Xi asked warily. "If I secure the top spot in the science class this month, you'll buy me a pair of limited edition sneakers. And if you don't?" Chu Xi was not easily swayed. "Then I'll buy you a bag. It has to be a Chanel bag. No problem." The brother and sister made their bet, and then parted ways to head to their respective classrooms. Upon returning to his classroom, Zhang Pengcheng was already waiting inside with his backpack. "Wang Zai, are you going to the internet CAF?" "Of course, it's been a tough exam, so I deserve to relax a bit." Chu Wang quickly packed his bag. After all, the next 2 days were the weekend, and he planned to stay at the internet CAF until 10 o'clock that night. Today, Chu Yi set aside a day to accompany Kai Jing to her driving test. After waiting outside the exam room for a while, Kai Jing emerged with an excited expression. "Brother-in-law, I passed on my first try." Chu Yi smiled and gave her a thumbs up. "Impressive. What did you score?" "Full marks." Kai Jing said joyfully that in the days leading up to her driving test, she had been studying diligently every night after work. She had scored only 90 on her first attempt at the first subject due to nerves, barely passing. She even failed the second subject due to anxiety. However, with Chu Yi by her side for the third subject today, Kai Jing suddenly felt at ease and passed the test with flying colors. After completing the third subject, she immediately proceeded to the fourth, achieving another perfect score. Let us go. We'll pick up your license from the driving test center and celebrate your achievement later. Chu Yi said, sure. After 2 months, Kai Jing finally obtained her first official document aside from her ID. With Chu Yi's capabilities, he could have easily arranged for her to receive a license without testing. However, for the sake of her safety, he believed it was better for her to earn it through her own efforts. Upon exiting the driving test center, Chu Yi asked, where would you like to celebrate tonight? Perhaps we could buy ingredients and cook something ourselves? Kai Jing had recently learned a few new recipes and was eager to cook for Chu Yi, but had been waiting for the right occasion. Now, she could use her driving test success as an excuse to showcase her culinary skills. Chu Yi smiled slightly. Sounds good. I'm quite tired of eating out. Nothing beats home-cooked meals. Hearing this, Kai Jing's heart leaped with joy. Let us stop by the supermarket on our way home. I just learned to make braised pork. Is that so? I can't wait to try it. As they chatted, they soon arrived at the parking lot of the driving test center. Chu Yi handed the car keys to Kai Jing. You have your license now. You can drive today, which will be good practice that I'm not sure I can. Kai Jing admitted nervously. Chu Yi reassured her. What is there to be afraid of? Just remember, you have your brother-in-law sitting beside you. Drive confidently. Okay, I'll give it a try. Kai Jing took the keys and sat in the driver's seat, feeling momentarily lost as she forgot everything she had learned. Brother-in-law, what should I do? Chu Yi patiently instructed. First, adjust the seat to your comfort. The button for the electric adjustment is on your left. Try adjusting it. Following his guidance, Kai Jing quickly got comfortable. Chu Yi continued. Now, buckle your seatbelt. She hastily pulled the seatbelt across and, with Chu Yi's help, started the car. The vehicle slowly rolled out of the parking lot. Don't be nervous. Just drive slowly at first and gradually increase your speed once you're comfortable, Chu Yi encouraged. With his patient guidance, Kai Jing's anxiety gradually subsided. However, she still drove slowly. A journey that typically took half an hour ended up taking over an hour as Kai Jing navigated to Yifei supermarket. After buying the ingredients and returning home, Kai Jing hurried to the kitchen. Chu Yi pulled out his phone to call Chu Xi and Chu Wang, inviting them over for dinner. However, just as he took out his phone, he noticed they had already messaged him, saying they wouldn't be home for dinner. Chu Wang mentioned he was going to the internet CAF with Sung Pengcheng, while Chu Xi said she was out shopping with Chen Yan. Chu Yi put his phone away and headed to the kitchen. Kai Jing, don't make too much. Xi and Xiao Wang won't be coming for dinner. What are they up to? They all went out to play. Chu Yi, concerned that Kai Jing might misunderstand, explained, they are still very diligent in their studies. They just finished their monthly exams, and with the weekend coming up, they decided to relax a bit. Kai Jing revealed a relaxed smile that it's quite good to go out and have fun. Brother-in-law, you're so capable. Your guidance will undoubtedly be better than mine. When Kai Jing raised and nurtured Chu Xi and Chu Wang, she felt rather apprehensive as she was just a young girl at the time, afraid of failing her sister's trust and not being able to raise them well. Now that she had relieved herself of that burden, she felt an unprecedented lightness in her heart. Chu Yi sincerely praised her. Kai Jing, you need not belittle yourself. Xi and Xiao Wang have been well educated under your care. If I had raised them, I could not guarantee they would be better than they are now. They are fortunate to have you as their aunt. Chu Yi's words warmed Kai Jing's heart, making her feel that her efforts had been worthwhile. I am also very fortunate to be their aunt. As Chu Yi looked at the serene smile on Kai Jing's face, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. When he was with Kai Fei, she often wore a similar gentle smile. Chapter 55. Kai Jing is the greatest boss of handing advertising. Noticing that Chu Yi was staring at her in a daze, Kai Jing felt a bit shy. Her cheeks tinged with pink. Brother-in-law being called back to reality. Chu Yi quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I lost my composure for a moment. Seeing your smile reminded me of your sister. Kai Jing shook her head slightly and asked, Brother-in-law, do you still love my sister? Chu Yi took a deep breath. Perhaps he still loved her, but more so, he felt guilt. In my youthful arrogance, I left your sister's tormentor crippled, which led to my excessive defense and imprisonment. If I hadn't been so impulsive back then, perhaps your sister wouldn't have suffered complications during childbirth. In truth, Chu Yi was initially sentenced to 3 years, but it was his sister-in-law who pleaded with the family, leading to a reduction to 1 year at that time. She had quarreled with her family to marry Chu Yi's older brother to help reduce Chu Yi's sentence. She had to swallow her pride, nearly leading to her separation from him. Ultimately, It was her grandfather who reluctantly agreed to their union, considering they had a child. Later, Chu Jian proved himself, gradually gaining some standing in the Zhong family. It was only after Chu Yi founded Yifei Group, secretly aiding his brother in achieving significant political accomplishments, that the Zhong family recognized the capabilities of the Chu brothers and began to support them genuinely. However, Chu Yi's talents exceeded everyone's expectations, elevating Yifei Group to the ranks of the Fortune Global 500. Today, his influence is undeniable, allowing the Chu family to engage in equal dialogue with the Zhong family. Seeing the sadness on Chu Yi's face, Kai Jing felt a pang of sympathy. Brother-in-law, you cannot blame yourself. You went to prison to protect my sister. If anyone is to blame, it is those lowly ruffians who harassed her. Speaking of those ruffians, Kai Jing harbored a deep hatred, believing that had it not been for them, her sister might still be alive. The brother-in-law, do you know how those two ruffians are faring now? Chu Yi shook his head slightly. I'm not sure. I heard they might have been deceived and taken to Mianbei. Those two ruffians were indeed sent to Mianbei by Chu Yi, and by now, they were likely long forgotten. However, Chu Yi would never involve himself in such matters nor mention them to Kai Jing. There are many dark corners in this world, and over the years, Chu Yi has encountered quite a few. If he had not possessed certain extraordinary means to counteract others' underhanded tactics, Yifei Group would have long since been swallowed whole. Kai Jing looked bewildered. What kind of place is Mianbei? Chu Yi explained. It is a very chaotic area located in the southwest of our country. In the future, no matter who invites you there, you must be extremely vigilant and let your brother-in-law know. Hearing the gravity in Chu Yi's words, Kai Jing nodded earnestly. Brother-in-law, I understand. Chu Yi smiled slightly, shifting the topic. Is there anything you need help with? Kai Jing thought for a moment and said, could you please help me peel some garlic and wash the bean sprouts? Being able to cook a meal together with her brother-in-law filled Kai Jing's heart with warmth, so she did not refuse his offer to help. It's no trouble at all. If I'm going to enjoy your cooking, I should lend a hand, Chu Yi replied. Through their joint efforts, they quickly completed the preparations. However, when it came to cooking, Chu Yi was of little help. Though he had grown up in a poor family, he never learned to cook. In his childhood, his parents cooked, and when they were away, his elder sister took over. After he began dating Kai Fei and moved in with her, she did the cooking. And once he started earning, he hired a maid. Apart from the year he spent in prison, he had never truly faced much hardship in his life. A sumptuous dinner was soon ready. Chu Yi brought the dishes prepared by Kai Jing from the kitchen: braised pork with potatoes, boiled shrimp, braised crucian carp, sauteed bean sprouts, home-style tofu, and spicy diced chicken. 6 home-cooked dishes in total. After Kai Jing tidied up the kitchen, she emerged and asked, brother-in-law, would you like to have some red wine? I have some from a previous client. Chu Yi nodded slightly. Do you want a drink? If you do, I'll join you. Kai Jing responded, then let us have a little. I've never had red wine before, so it's a perfect opportunity to try. Soon, Kai Jing brought out the red wine along with 2 glasses and a corkscrew. Chu Yi was pleasantly surprised to see how well prepared she was. Pass me the corkscrew. I'll open it. After taking the corkscrew from Kai Jing, he examined the wine bottle and was astonished to find it was To Lafite. Even though it was from 2006, it still retailed for nearly 10,000 in the country. Lacking a decanter, Chu Yi simply uncorked the wine and poured it directly into the glasses. Kai Jing, congratulations on obtaining your driver's license today. Chu Yi raised his glass with a smile toward Kai Jing. She quickly lifted her glass, her eyes shimmering like water as she looked at him. Thank you, brother-in-law. Watching Chu Yi take a gentle sip of the wine, Kai Jing followed suit, tasting it as well. The flavor was different from what she had imagined, slightly bitter with a hint of fruitiness. Although she was not particularly fond of it, she did not show any distaste in front of Chu Yi. Quickly setting down her glass, she picked up her chopsticks and served him a piece of braised pork. Brother-in-law, you must try my braised pork. This is my first time making it after learning from Sister Tao. I hope it suits your taste. Chu Yi smiled and nodded, taking a piece to savor it carefully. The taste was rich yet not greasy, and the texture was delightful. Once he swallowed the pork, he gave Kai Jing a thumbs up with a smile. Delicious. It seems you have a talent for cooking. To make it this good on your first try is impressive. Kai Jing felt a surge of joy at Chu Yi's approval. I'm glad you like it. To prove her sincerity, Chu Yi took another piece of braised pork. Kai Jing, do you have time tomorrow? The car I ordered for you has arrived at the dealership, and I'll take you to pick it up. Thank you, brother-in-law. I'm free tomorrow. She already knew this, having agreed to it earlier. Although she had work on Saturday, taking a leave was easy for her. especially since she had secured 3 major orders in the past 2 months that if all goes well, she would be the sales champion in the sales department this year. Given Chu Yi's regard for Kai Jing, taking an occasional day off would not be a problem. However, Kai Jing was unaware that she was, in fact, the largest boss of handing advertising. Chapter 56. Kai Jing gets drunk after they clinked glasses again. Kai Jing felt the effects of the alcohol, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. Brother-in-law, from now on, please call me Jing Jing. That's what my family calls me. Chu Yi smiled and nodded. All right, from now on, I shall call you Jing Jing. Hearing that Kai Jing considered him family made Chu Yi feel a sense of joy. Kai Jing had done him a great favor, and it was only right for him to repay her, especially since she had truly accepted him as her brother-in-law. Kai Jing felt equally delighted, perhaps fueled by the wine, as she became quite chatty. Brother-in-law, did you know? Ever since finding you, I felt happiness return to my life. When I was in elementary school, my father passed away unexpectedly, and then my sister left me too that I didn't have time to grieve, and my mother fell ill to support us children. She worked tirelessly despite her sickness, ultimately succumbing to her ailments. When my mother passed, it felt as if the sky had fallen. As she recounted this, tears spilled from Kai Jing's reddened eyes. At that time, she was only 16, the same age as Chu Xi now. With no one to help her, she had to rely on her frail shoulders to carry the weight. It was easy to imagine the immense pressure she faced back then. Seeing Kai Jing cry openly tugged at Chu Yi's heartstrings. Jing Jing, it's my fault. If I had found you sooner, you wouldn't have had to endure so much hardship. Kai Jing shook her head through her tears, her voice choked. Brother-in-law, could you hold me for a while? Let me cry it out. Of course. Chu Yi stood and moved to Kai Jing's side, wrapping her in his arms. She clung tightly to his waist, burying her head in his abdomen as she wept. It was as if she wanted to release all the grievances she had silently borne for years. Chu Yi remained silent, gently patting her back as she cried for over 10 minutes. After her emotional release, Kai Jing became aware that she was still in her brother-in-law's embrace. Though she felt a hint of shyness, she did not immediately let go. Perhaps this was her only chance in life to embrace her brother-in-law. She wished to selfishly savor the moment a little longer. Breathing in his scent and feeling the warmth of his embrace, Kai Jing wished for this moment to last forever. Yet, she knew she could not. He was her brother-in-law, and she could not overstep her bounds. After about 3 minutes, she reluctantly released him, saying, Brother-in-law, I must have embarrassed you. Not at all. Chu Yi handed her some tissues from the table. I wouldn't dream of mocking you. Once Kai Jing had dried her tears, Chu Yi looked at her earnestly and said, Jing Jing, although your parents are no longer with you, your brother-in-law will always be your support. As long as I am here, no one will bully you. Chu Yi spoke with unwavering conviction. He owed Kai Jing far too much in this life, more than he could ever repay. Anyone who dared to harm Kai Jing would be touching his sore spot, his dragon's reverse scale. A place no one should tread lightly. Feeling Chu Yi's steadfast gaze and resolute words, Kai Jing experienced an unprecedented sense of security. From that moment on, she had someone to rely on. Just as she was about to say something, she suddenly noticed a large wet patch on Chu Yi's shirt. Remembering the scene of her weeping earlier, a wave of embarrassment washed over her. How mortifying. She thought. Brother-in-law, I'm so sorry. I got your shirt all wet. Chu Yi chuckled. It's fine. I'll change when I get home. Why don't you take it off? I can wash it for you. We have a dryer, so it will dry quickly. Chu Yi waved his hand. No need to trouble yourself. I'm warm, and it will dry soon. That large patch won't dry so easily. It must be uncomfortable to wear it like that, Kai Jing insisted. When Chu Yi continued to refuse, she stood up and walked over to help him take it off. Let me handle it. Perhaps I should do it myself, he said helplessly. Today, he wore a t-shirt underneath his jacket, so only the shirt was wet, while the jacket remained dry. However, he felt embarrassed to be bare-chested in front of Kai Jing, so he went to the bathroom to remove the t-shirt, covering himself with the jacket and zipping it up. When he returned from the bathroom, he handed the t-shirt to Kai Jing. Jing Jing, I'm sorry to trouble you. Kai Jing accepted the shirt and replied, It's no trouble. I made it dirty. After placing Chu Yi's shirt in the washing machine, she returned to the table. However, seeing Chu Yi only in his jacket made her stifle a laugh. It was her first time seeing him in such a disheveled state. Chu Yi asked, What are you laughing at? Nothing. She quickly suppressed her laughter, raising her glass of red wine. Brother-in-law, I'd like to toast you. Chu Yi smiled slightly. All right. Cheers. Having shared the experience of crying in Chu Yi's embrace, Kai Jing felt very close to him now. She naturally began to share everything that had happened to her at work and in life. Chu Yi listened patiently, occasionally sharing his own thoughts. In the warm and cheerful atmosphere, they finished an entire bottle of red wine. However, Kai Jing soon became drunk and collapsed on the table. Chu Yi looked on helplessly. He had advised her to stop drinking, but she was too far gone to listen. Walking to her side, he scooped her up in his arms. You said you couldn't handle your drink, yet you insisted on drinking and ended up like this. He carried Kai Jing to her room and removed her shoes. However, he refrained from taking off her clothes as he tucked her in. He heard her murmuring brother-in-law. He gently brushed her hair back from her forehead and softly said, "Sleep well. I will always protect you." Perhaps hearing his words, the furrow in Kai Jing's brow relaxed. After ensuring she was comfortably covered, he poured her a glass of water and placed it on the bedside table before leaving her room. As he closed the door, Kai Jing, who had been tightly shut-eyed, suddenly opened her eyes. "Brother-in-law," she whispered softly, her face breaking into a sweet smile as she drifted back to sleep. Chu Yi exited Kai Jing's room and tidied up the remnants of their meal in the dining room. Once he finished, the clothes in the washing machine were clean and dried. He put on his clothes, secured the doors and windows, and, confirming everything was in order, left Kai Jing's house, in the underground parking lot. Li Long was already waiting with the car. Chu Yi climbed into the back seat and leaned back with his eyes closed. "Along. Take me to Fenghua Villa." Li Long replied. "Understood, boss." Soon, the car drove out of Ruiqingyayu, heading towards Fenghua Villa. Chapter 57. Picking up the car at the dealership the next morning at 8 o'clock, Chu Yi woke up and came downstairs, finding only Chu Xi sitting at the dining table having breakfast. She greeted him with a smile. "Dad, good morning. Come have breakfast." Chu Yi responded with a smile. Xi, good morning." Sitting at the table, he asked, "Is Xiao Wang still not up?" "He's probably still asleep." Chu Xi replied with her mouth full of freshly made meat buns. "He came back around 11 last night." Chu Yi nodded slightly, not saying much. He was a rather open-minded father. As long as Chu Wang knew his limits, he wouldn't say anything. Moreover, Chu Yi understood a principle. One learns more from experiences than from mere instruction. As a father, his role was to be a solid backing for his children, granting them opportunities to learn from their mistakes. When Liang Chuntao saw Chu Yi come down for breakfast, she promptly brought him a cup of fresh soy milk. "Sir, I have added but a spoonful of sugar to this cup of soy milk, as per your preference. For breakfast, we have fresh meat buns, steamed dumplings, and congee with century egg and lean pork. Should you desire something else, I can prepare it for you on the spot," said Chu Yi. "No need to trouble yourself. I am not picky. I shall eat whatever is available," replied Chu Yi. Having endured meager meals during his years of imprisonment, he found no reason for discontent with the abundance before him. Of course, he would not force himself to eat if it were genuinely unpalatable. Seeing his resolve, Liang Chunao smiled and said, "Then I shall serve you a bowl of congee." She genuinely appreciated her current employer's household. Both the male head of the family and the two children were easy to get along with, never deliberately making things difficult for her, and they treated her with respect, despite her role as a nanny. "Thank you," Chu Yi replied with a smile. Soon, Liang Chuntao returned from the kitchen with a bowl of congee. As Chu Yi savored the congee, he turned to Chu Xi and said, "Later, I will accompany your aunt to the 4S shop to collect her car. Would you like to join us? Your aunt has bought a car?" Chu Xi exclaimed in surprise. Chu Yi nodded. Indeed, she obtained her driver's license yesterday and has arranged to pick up the car today. Chu Xi's brow furrowed. "But I made plans with Yin Yin to get my hair done today." "That's fine. Your father will accompany your aunt. You must honor your commitment to Yin Yin," Chu Yi reassured her. "Thank you, Dad," Chu Xi beamed. After breakfast, she set out. Chu Yi approached the door to Chu Wang's room and knocked gently. "Wang, it's Dad. Are you awake?" "I am awake, Dad. Come in," Wang replied. Chu Yi pushed the door open and entered, finding Wang brushing his teeth in the bathroom. After a brief wait, Wang emerged. "Dad, what is it? Your aunt is picking up her new car today. Would you like to join us?" Chu Yi inquired. "Is Chu Xi going?" Wang asked. Chu Yi shook his head. She has made plans with her friend to get her hair done. She left after breakfast. "Then I won't go either. Changzi and I are planning to play games at the internet CAF today," Wang declared. Recently, he had developed a fondness for a dungeon game and had made several online friends. With little time for studying, he intended to team up and conquer the abyss during the weekend. Since their father would accompany their aunt, there was no need for him to go along, especially if he couldn't be of any help. Seeing Wang's disinterest, Chu Yi did not press the issue. "All right, go enjoy your time. Just remember to have dinner at your aunt's house tonight." Wang nodded. "I will remember." Before 10 o'clock in the morning, Chu Yi had Li Long drive him to Ruiqingyayu. Kai Jing was already waiting at the entrance of the community. Once she entered the car, Chu Yi spoke with a hint of reproach. Did I not instruct you to wait at home? I would call you when I arrived. Why did you come down early again? Every time he came to pick up Kai Jing, he always found her waiting outside. I had nothing to do at home. So I came down early, Kai Jing replied cheerfully. Knowing that Chu Yi was coming to pick her up filled her with excitement. She wanted to avoid making him wait and longed to see him sooner. At the Nancy BMW 4S shop, a Mercedes Maybach quietly rolled into the parking lot. Upon seeing Chu Yi and Kai Jing step out of the car, the receptionist at the entrance eagerly approached them. Are you here to view cars? We're here to pick up a car. The person who ordered it is Kai Jing. Please notify your manager. Chu Yi instructed. Of course. Please wait a moment. The female receptionist replied and promptly returned to the front desk to make a call. Within 2 minutes, a young man in his 30s hurried out of the 4S store, followed closely by a sophisticated woman in professional attire. Hello, I am Zhao Hong, the general manager of this BMW 4S store. And this must be Miss Kai Jing? Zhao Hong said, his gaze lingering on Kai Jing, captivated by her beauty. However, he was aware of his own limitations. Beautiful women were not something he could covet. Kai Jing nodded. That's me. Chu Yi asked directly, Mr. Zhao, is the car we ordered ready? This time, Chu Yi had ordered what appeared to be a modest BMW sedan, but it was, in fact, a luxurious vehicle meticulously modified beneath an unassuming exterior. The glass was bulletproof, and the safety systems were exceptionally comprehensive. Concerned for Kai Jing, a novice driver, Chu Yi wanted to ensure her safety. Zhao Hong smiled warmly. It is ready. You just need to sign the contract. And you can drive it away. His enthusiasm was understandable. The order had come through Yifei Group, a direct channel to BMW's headquarters. Zhao Hong was aware that Yifei Group was a Fortune 500 company with assets in the hundreds of billions. Although he did not know the exact relationship between the two individuals and Yifei Group, he was keen to build a good rapport with them. Zhao Hong introduced the sales manager behind him to Chu Yi and led Kai Jing to complete the paperwork. While he personally accompanied Chu Yi as an astute businessman, he quickly discerned that Chu Yi was not an ordinary individual. Not only did his demeanor suggest an extraordinary background, but it was evident that Kai Jing held him in high regard. How should I address you? Zhao Hong inquired. My surname is Chu. Came the reply. Mr. Chu, since Miss Kai Jing will be busy for a while, would you like to relax in the lounge area? No need. If you have time, could you show me around the vehicles in your showroom? Chu Yi suggested. He had contemplated entering the automotive industry to develop a domestically produced car. But the investment required was substantial and had yet to gain approval from the board. Although Chu Yi was the chairman of Yifei Group and held the authority to make decisions, he preferred to avoid unilateral decisions that could potentially lead the company into peril. Very well. Mr. Chu, please follow me, Zhao Hong said. Guiding Chu Yi through the showroom, he remained oblivious to the fact that Chu Yi was not his subordinate, acting as if he were a junior employee accompanying a superior. Chapter 58. Qingzhou Group. While Kai Jing was processing paperwork with the sales manager, Pan Yun, a well-dressed young man approached her. Hello, beautiful. May I introduce myself? I am Wu Ming, previously studying in country. Kai Jing replied coldly. Not convenient. She had little interest in the affluent sons of powerful families. During her early days at handing advertising, she had once been pursued by a rich heir under the guise of discussing an advertising collaboration. When her rejection led to a nefarious attempt against her, she had narrowly escaped due to the timely intervention of a kind-hearted restaurant staff member. Attractive women always drew attention, and Kai Jing was acutely aware of her looks. Over the years, she had learned to conceal herself cautiously, fearing that a moment's lapse could lead to danger. It was only after meeting Chu Yi that she had begun to embrace her beauty. Wu Ming, undeterred by her coldness, became increasingly interested in her. Don't be so quick to refuse. My father is Wu Haikong, the chairman of Qingzhou Group. You must have heard of it. Qingzhou Group was a well-known enterprise in Xiang Province. With interests in numerous sectors and assets in the billions, as an advertising professional, Kai Jing had certainly heard of Qingzhou Group, but had no desire to engage with Wu Ming. She understood that rich heirs often sought to manipulate relationships, and responding to them would only invite further entanglement. Noticing her disinterest, Wu Ming chose not to pursue her further. Although he was a playboy, he was also clever enough to recognize that relentless pursuit would only foster animosity. He cast one last lingering glance at Kai Jing before turning his attention to the contract she had signed, noting her name before departing. Chu Yi, who had been observing the vehicles in the showroom, quickly approached Kai Jing upon witnessing her encounter. Before he could reach her, he saw Wu Ming walking away. Jing, What happened? Kai Jing recounted. That man claimed to be the son of the chairman of Qingzhou Group and wanted to get to know me. But I rejected him. She had no intention of concealing the incident. Having watched countless dramas where characters failed to communicate openly and ended up in misunderstandings, Kai Jing was determined to be forthright with Chu Yi. Chu Yi nodded slightly. Do not worry. A refusal is sufficient. With your brother-in-law around, you are safe. Even if he is the son of the chairman of Qingzhou Group, he is nothing to me in terms of strength. Yifei Group's assets in the hundreds of billions far surpassed those of Qingzhou Group. Moreover, Chu Yi had established a robust network of connections in Xiang province over the years, having invested over 100 billion in the region. With the Zhong family backing him, a family of genuine prestige in Longhua, he had a formidable safeguard. The Chu and Zhong families had been intertwined through marriage for years, creating a complex web of interests that could not easily be untangled. If Chu Yi were ever to face oppression, the Zhong family would undoubtedly intervene. Thank you, brother-in-law, Kai Jing said softly. The sales manager, Pan Yun, observed the peculiar exchange between Chu Yi and Kai Jing, surprised to discover that they were brother-in-law and sister-in-law. She initially mistook them for a married couple. However, she noted a certain tenderness in Kai Jing's gaze towards Chu Yi as an experienced professional. Pan Yun was astute enough to recognize the dynamics at play. Being a sales manager, she understood the importance of discretion, especially when someone of such high status as the general manager was personally attending to them. With the sales manager's assistance, the paperwork was quickly completed. Zhao Heng even gifted Kai Jing a license plate number featuring 3 sixes. After the handover ceremony, Kai Jing drove away from the BMW 4S shop. With Chu Yi and TOW as they navigated through the traffic. Kai Jing felt tense behind the wheel of her new car. Chu Yi suggested, there is a road nearby with less traffic. Would you like to get accustomed to driving there? Yes, Kai Jing replied. Her focus unwavering as she steered the vehicle. Following Chu Yi's advice, she found a quieter road, allowing herself a moment to relax. After half an hour of acclimatization, Kai Jing finally felt comfortable with her new car. Brother-in-law, I think I'm getting the hang of it. Chu Yi smiled. Perfect timing, as it's nearly noon. Shall we head to Yifei Grand Hotel for lunch? I'll check the navigation, Kai Jing said, pulling over to the side of the road to access the car's GPS. Though Chu Yi remembered the way, he did not intervene. She needed to learn to drive independently. After entering the destination, Kai Jing drove slowly at about 30 kilometers per hour. The cars behind her grew impatient. Honking their horns, Chu Yi reassured her, ignore them. There are other lanes available. Just drive at your own pace. The road was a one-way two-lane street, and the cars behind could easily overtake if they found her speed unsatisfactory. Kai Jing nodded, focusing intently on the road ahead. Once they arrived at the Yifei Grand Hotel, Kai Jing finally relaxed her tense demeanor. Your brother-in-law, do we not need to park in a designated spot? Not at all. I'll have the valet take care of it, Chu Yi replied with a smile. A 5-star hotel. Yifei Grand Hotel offered valet parking services. Kai Jing nodded and followed Chu Yi as they exited the vehicle. Soon, a valet approached, and Chu Yi handed over the car keys before guiding Kai Jing into the hotel. Inside the hotel's opulent private dining room, Chu Yi presented Kai Jing with a supplementary card for the Yifei Grand Hotel's Supreme membership. Jing, please take this card. Kai Jing inquired, what is this? This is the Supreme membership card for Yifei Grand Hotel. With this card, all your expenses at Yifei Grand will be waived, Chu Yi explained. Kai Jing instinctively began to refuse. Brother-in-law, I don't need it. I wouldn't be able to use it. How could you not use it? Yifei Grand Hotel has locations in many major cities across the country. Whenever you travel, if there's a Yifei Grand Hotel, you could use it, Chu Yi asserted. Kai Jing hesitated, but, Chu Yi interjected, there are no buts. You need not be polite with your brother-in-law. After some persuasion from Chu Yi, Kai Jing finally accepted the Supreme membership card. Following their meal at the hotel, they spent some time in the hotel CAF before departing to buy groceries. That evening, Kai Jing planned to showcase her culinary skills. Preparing a sumptuous feast to celebrate her new car. Chapter 59. Revealing the truth and. Did you pick up your car? Chu Xi exclaimed as she rushed into the kitchen, where Kai Jing was busy preparing food. Today, she had styled her hair into a demure look. When Chu Xi remained quiet, she appeared quite the lady, though her southern accent contradicted the image. Ever since discovering her father, the little girl had become increasingly cheerful. It was no wonder. Anyone with a father like Chu Yi would surely wake up smiling after a dream. With a loving father, Chu Xi experienced daily happiness, and her smiles multiplied. Kai Jing turned and smiled. Yes, it's parked in the garage downstairs. As she sliced meat for a new dish she had recently learned, fish-flavored shredded pork, Chu Xi's excitement was palpable. I want to see it, Chu Xi declared. Kai Jing gestured towards the kitchen exit. Take the elevator to the basement parking level. You'll see it as soon as you exit. The car keys are on the shoe rack by the entrance. Okay, Chu Xi replied enthusiastically, racing out of the kitchen. Moments later, she returned holding the car keys. Aunt, is this the car key? Kai Jing nodded slightly. Yes, that's it. With the keys in hand, Chu Xi prepared to take the elevator downstairs. Just as Chu Wang emerged from the elevator. Where are you headed? He asked. Chu Xi waved the car keys. I'm going to check out Aunt's car in the basement parking lot. Want to come? Sure, Chu Wang said, stepping back into the elevator. After Chu Xi entered, he promptly closed the doors and pressed the button for the basement level. Upon exiting the elevator on the basement level, Chu Xi pressed the unlock button on the car keys. A white BMW's lights flashed in the distance. Exchanging excited glances with Chu Wang, they hurried towards the car. Wow, Aunt's car is so beautiful. It was undeniable. The BMW's aesthetic was impressive, aligning perfectly with many women's tastes. Chu Wang opened the door and sat inside, reveling in the spacious interior. The leather seats were comfortable, and a subtle fragrance lingered within the cabin. Chu Xi followed suit, climbing into the car. It looks great inside too. I want to buy a car as pretty as this one in the future. While Chu Wang's interests were more technical, Chu Xi's sole criterion for a car was its appearance. 16. He had yet to reach the age for a driver's license, but he had seen various luxury cars at home and recognized the differences among them. That Aunt's car must have been modified. He remarked, How do you know? Chu Xi asked, intrigued. It's simple, Chu Wang replied, a knowing look on his face. Chu Xi glared at Chu Wang and urged, Speak up. After teasing her curiosity, Chu Wang finally revealed, The Chung family has a similar BMW, but the interior is far inferior to Auntie's car. Upon hearing this, Chu Xi rolled her eyes. That I expected more insightful commentary from you. Evidently, I overestimated your abilities. Unperturbed by her disdain, Chu Wang glanced around the car before opening the door and stepping out. Let's go. We've finished inspecting the car. It's time to head up. Chu Xi nodded in agreement. After locking the car, she ensured the door was tightly shut before following Chu Wang into the elevator. Returning to her aunt's home, Chu Wang greeted Kai Jing and settled onto the sofa in the living room, engrossed in his phone, while Chu Xi stayed in the kitchen to assist Kai Jing with dinner preparations. By the way, Annie, where's my dad? She inquired as she helped wash the vegetables. Kai Jing replied, Your father had some matters to attend to at the company, but he will join us for dinner. By the way, Chu Xi, I have something to ask you, Kai Jing said softly. Chu Xi looked up. What is it, Annie? Kai Jing hesitated slightly before asking. Besides being the owner of Yifei Hotel, does your father have other businesses? Chu Xi nodded, not wishing to conceal the truth. Yes, my father is also the chairman of Yifei Group. She had not mentioned this before, as she feared her aunt might be reluctant to accept her father's assistance. Now that the question was posed, Chu Xi felt it necessary to be honest with the woman who had raised her. Yifei Group? Kai Jing was taken aback. Chu Xi, feeling a tinge of guilt, confirmed, yes, Yifei Real Estate and Yifei Supermarket are both under Yifei Group. With this affirmation, Kai Jing's suspicions were confirmed. So, the substantial orders I received from Yifei Real Estate and Yifei Supermarket were indeed from your father? No wonder I suddenly started securing orders that had previously eluded me. Kai Jing had thought her improved performance was due to her own efforts, unaware that there was someone supporting her behind the scenes. Chu Xi quickly defended her father. Andy, please don't blame him. He only wants to help you. Noticing Chu Xi's anxious demeanor, Kai Jing teased her. Xi, you're helping your father deceive your aunt. That truly hurts my feelings. Seeing her aunt feign sadness, Chu Xi rushed to explain, I'm sorry, Annie. I didn't mean to deceive you. I just couldn't bear to see you suffer any longer. When I think of you still living in a rented place while Chu Wang and I are moving into a villa with Dad, it tears me apart. Fearing her explanation would not suffice, tears welled up in Chu Xi's eyes. Kai Jing had raised her, and even if they lived in a dilapidated apartment, she wished for no rift between them. Realizing she had gone too far with her jest, Kai Jing quickly set down her knife and wiped Chu Xi's tears. Don't cry. Dear, that I've never held it against you that I was merely joking. Kai Jing understood that both Chu Xi and Chu Wang cared deeply for her and wished for her happiness. Kai Jing had previously been reluctant to accept Chu Yi's help, fearing it would make her seem as though she was exploiting his wealth or that he would view her as someone who sought to repay kindness with ulterior motives. However, After spending time with him over the past 2 months, she had come to realize that he genuinely cared for them. Really? Chu Xi asked, her eyes glistening with tears. Kai Jing assured her, of course. If I were concerned about these matters, I wouldn't have moved here. Just look at the car your father gifted me. I didn't refuse it, did I? If I can accept that, then why would I reject the achievements he secretly sent my way? With this clarification, Chu Xi's worries dissipated, and a smile broke through her tears. Auntie, you're such a trickster, she said, playfully chastising her. Kai Jing chuckled softly. How could I know that our usually strong Chu Xi is so easily brought to tears? I did not cry. Chu Xi retorted playfully. Having grown up without parental affection, she had learned to be strong, but now, with her father's love, her facade of strength crumbled like a bubble at the slightest poke. Chapter 60. The blushing Chu Wang. Chu Xi's emotions shifted rapidly. Knowing that Kai Jing bore her no ill will regarding her concealment lifted a weight from her heart. Auntie, why not move to Fenghua Courtyard? Living there means you won't have to bother with cooking anymore. Plus, I can stay over often, and we can watch horror movies together. Chu Xi believed if her aunt could accept her father's help, she could also embrace living in Fenghua Courtyard. Kai Jing deflected the suggestion, stating, Annie has finally gotten used to sleeping alone, and I don't want to share a bed with you again. Although she could accept the car from Chu Yi, the thought of moving into Fenghua Courtyard made her apprehensive, fearing her feelings for him would deepen. Moreover, without an invitation from Chu Yi, it felt inappropriate to suggest such a move. Chu Xi, still somewhat naive, was easily distracted by Kai Jing's comments. My bed is huge. It can comfortably fit 4 people without feeling cramped. The beds at Fenghua Courtyard are custom-made and quite spacious, she insisted. Kai Jing laughed. You're all grown up now. Aren't you embarrassed to share a bed with your aunt? Not at all. Chu Xi playfully protested. No matter how old I get, I still want to share a bed with you. Kai Jing teased. What if you find a boyfriend and get married? Chu Xi declared. I want to find a boyfriend. I'll just stay with you. Kai Jing smiled. Do you expect your aunt to remain single for the rest of her life? With a look of surprise, Chu Xi asked, Auntie, do you have someone you like? Kai Jing's gaze flickered. Not really, but every girl should marry someday. I don't want you to end up lonely. Hearing this, Chu Xi replied, I don't want you to be lonely either. I know you've refrained from dating all these years because of me and Chu Wang. I hope you find happiness. And when you meet someone you like, don't worry about us. Her words were sincere. Although she wished for her aunt's constant presence, she understood the importance of not being selfish. Kai Jing had sacrificed so much to raise her and her brother. One cannot always take from others without gratitude. There is little difference between the ungrateful and beasts. Kai Jing affectionately patted Chu Xi's head. Your aunt has never considered you and Chu Wang as burdens. In my heart, you both are the greatest gifts from above. Auntie. Chu Xi gazed at her with gratitude. With Chu Xi's help in the kitchen, Kai Jing soon completed the preparations for dinner. Xi. Call your father and ask when he will be here. Chu Xi nodded, retrieving her phone to call Chu Yi. The call connected swiftly. Dad, when will you arrive? She cheerfully asked. That I'm on my way, about 10 more minutes. Then I'll let Annie start cooking. After hanging up, she informed Kai Jing, Andy, Dad will be here in about 10 minutes. All right, then I'll start cooking now, since stir-frying didn't take much time. The dishes would be nearly ready by the time Chu Yi arrived. When Chu Xi spotted him, she excitedly rushed towards him. Dad, you're here. Slow down. Chu Yi quickly embraced his rushing daughter. He felt a sense of regret. By the time he discovered he had children, they were already in their teens, and he had yet to hold them. Chu Xi giggled and soon released her father as their relationship grew closer. Chu Yi, after releasing his daughter, saw Chu Wang and asked, Xiao Wang, would you like a hug from Dad? No, thanks. Chu Wang's face flushed slightly. At over 10 years old, he felt a bit embarrassed to act coy with his father. Chu Xi exclaimed, Xiao Wang, how surprising. I never thought you'd blush. Chu Wang shot her an annoyed look, unwilling to engage. Chu Yi chuckled lightly, noticing Kai Jing busy in the kitchen, and promptly entered to help. Are you preparing all this food? Will we finish it? Kai Jing turned to him with a smile. Just 8 dishes. The portions aren't too large. Chu Yi inquired. Is there anything I can help with? Typically, he wouldn't enter the kitchen at home, preferring to leave the chores to the housekeeper, but he felt it inappropriate to let Kai Jing toil alone. Could you help by taking the finished dishes out? She requested. Sure, he agreed. Following suit, Chu Xi and Chu Wang joined him in the kitchen to set the table. The family worked together seamlessly, and soon they could enjoy their meal. At the dining table, Chu Wang served drinks and raised his glass. Auntie, congratulations on your new car. Chu Xi quickly chimed in. Yes, Auntie, I congratulate you too. Thank you, Chu Wang. Thank you. Xi, Kai Jing smiled, raising her glass, then turned to Chu Yi. And I must thank my brother-in-law for the car. Chu Yi smiled and raised his glass. Let us toast together. Cheers, came the chorus from Kai Jing, Chu Xi, and Chu Wang. After clinking glasses, Kai Jing urged Chu Yi to try the dishes. Brother-in-law, you must try this fish-flavored shredded pork. It's a new recipe I learned recently. Looks delicious, Chu Yi replied, taking a bite. Kai Jing eagerly asked, how is it? Chu Yi praised, crisp and flavorful. This is the way it's made in our province. It's truly delightful. Chu Xi and Chu Wang sampled the dishes, showering them with compliments. They tasted each dish, and while eating, Chu Yi asked, Chu Wang, how did you do on the monthly exams? Chu Wang confidently replied, I did well. I might even take first place in the grade. Chu Xi, not wanting to be outdone, declared, I can also achieve first place. Chu Yi laughed heartily. You both did wonderfully. If you secure the top spots, Dad will reward you. As a parent, he felt elated by his children's achievements. While his financial situation made their academic performance less critical, he still hoped they would attend good universities. Even after achieving success, he donated to a prestigious university to secure a full-time undergraduate diploma. Upon hearing their father's promise of a reward, both Chu Xi and Chu Wang beamed with joy. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Dad. Chapter 61. Two first-place students before long. It was Monday morning. As Chu Wang and Zheng Pengqing entered the classroom, they were met by a well-informed classmate. Wang Zai, you must treat us. Confused, Chu Wang asked, why? You scored first in our grade this time. Shouldn't you treat us? Zheng Pengqing grinned. Of course. After all, scoring first is a cause for celebration. Chu Wang readily agreed. The first class on Monday was a homeroom meeting. As the bell rang, the homeroom teacher, Shi Haifeng, entered the classroom with a beaming smile and a report card in hand. Seeing the eager faces of his students, he chuckled. It seems everyone is keen to know the results of the monthly exam. An enthusiastic student shouted, Teacher, with your broad smile, we must have done quite well. Shi Haifeng replied with a grin. What do you think? Another impatient student urged, Teacher, stop teasing us and announce the results. After a brief lecture on the importance of careful exam taking, Shi Haifeng finally opened the results. Overall, the scores were commendable, but I want to specifically commend one student. He turned to Chu Wang. Our classmate, Chu Wang, scored 702 points. Let us give him a round of applause. The classroom erupted in applause. Many classmates regarded Chu Wang with mixed expressions. Some admired him, others felt jealousy, while a few were determined to surpass him in the next exam. Soon, the scores were revealed. Chu Wang's scores were Chinese 132, Mathematics 150, English 127, and Comprehensive Science 293, surpassing the second place by 17 points. Zheng Pengqing also performed well, totaling 673 points, placing fourth in the grade with consistently high scores. Meanwhile, in Class 16, Chu Xi learned her monthly exam results. Chinese 140, Mathematics 125, English 148, and Comprehensive Humanities 256, totaling 669 points, making her the top scorer in her class. Her good friend, Qin Yan, also did well with a score of 624. Securing second place in the liberal arts class, as soon as the homeroom class ended, Chu Xi dragged Qin Yan to the restroom. Qin Yan struggled to keep up. Xi, slow down. Are you bursting to go? Chu Xi slowed her pace, explaining, No, I want to call my dad to report my scores. Due to school rules prohibiting phones, most students discreetly brought theirs. Teachers were aware but turned a blind eye as long as it didn't disrupt learning. Qin Yan's eyes lit up. I want to report my scores too. I did so well. I'll ask my dad for a new phone. Once in the restroom, they each took out their phones to call their respective fathers. In the office of the chairman of Ife Group's headquarters, Chu Yi was busy at his desk when his personal phone rang. He had two phones, one for work and one for personal calls. Only family and friends had his personal number. Seeing it was his daughter calling, he immediately answered, Xi, what's up? Since he had come from Nan City the night before for a board meeting. He was eager to hear from her. Guess what, Dad? My monthly exam results are out. Can you guess my rank? Chu Xi's excitement radiated through the phone. With that enthusiasm, you must have ranked first, right? Chu Yi replied with a smile. Yes, I scored 669 points. First in our school's liberal arts class. Chu Xi exclaimed, bubbling with joy. Outstanding, Xi. I must reward you for this achievement. Is there anything you desire? I'm not sure, Chu Xi mused. Feeling content with everything her father had provided, she had plenty of clothes, ample pocket money, and could buy anything she wanted. Being naturally frugal, She didn't feel a strong need for anything new. The reason for the hurried call to her father to share her exam results was merely to receive his praise. In Chu Xi's heart, her father's commendation was more precious than any gift. Chu Yi understood his daughter's nature and chuckled, "No rush. Take your time to think, and let me know when you're ready." Chu Xi responded cheerfully, "All right." After discussing her results, she inquired, "Dad, when will you return to Nancy?" Chu Yi replied, "It will take about 3 days. This week, the group has 2 significant projects to discuss: the renovation of the old city district in Huibin area and our entry into the automobile industry. Both projects require substantial investment. Initiating them simultaneously would place immense financial pressure on Yifei Group, and the anticipated returns would likely take several years to materialize. Most critically, the automotive sector is uncharted territory for Yifei Group, raising concerns among shareholders about potential losses. After a brief chat with his daughter, Chu Yi ended the call and sent a text to his son, Chu Wang, inquiring about his exam results. It wasn't until after 9:30 that he received a response from his son, revealing his total score and class ranking. Chu Yi promised a reward for Chu Wang as well, asking him to let him know once he had decided what he wanted. Following the conversation with his son, his secretary, Zhou Shi, knocked and entered. "Chairman, the board members are already in the conference room. Would you like to proceed now?" "Yes, let us go," Chu Yi replied, tidying the documents on his desk before standing and walking out of the office. Zhou Shi hurriedly followed with the meeting records in hand. The primary agenda for the board meeting was to discuss the implementation plan for the renovation project in Huibin area. President Zhao Jun elaborated on the project's details, which had already received Chu Yi's approval. Once Zhao finished, Chu Yi surveyed the board members present. "Those in favor of executing Plan A, please raise your hands." Given the significant profits associated with real estate projects, the renovation of the old city district was considered a guaranteed success, prompting unanimous approval from the board. Chu Yi decisively stated, "The renovation project for the Huibin area has been approved and will proceed according to Plan A." Next, they shifted to the second agenda item, discussing Yifei Group's foray into the automobile manufacturing industry. "Chairman, I believe the timing for Yifei Group to enter the automotive sector is not yet right. This is an industry we have never ventured into, and we lack any experience. Additionally, the investment is substantial, and a reckless entry could lead to significant losses for the group," a more conservative board member voiced. In contrast, Zhao Jun proposed a different perspective. "Chairman and fellow board members, I believe now is the optimal time for us to enter the automotive manufacturing industry. Our country is already the second largest automobile market globally, presenting immense market potential." Zhao Jun's analysis swayed some board members, leading them to agree that entering the automotive sector could indeed be advantageous. Chu Yi, seated at the head of the table, observed the ongoing discussions. He was resolute about entering the automotive market. He had already amassed sufficient wealth, and additional profits held little significance for him. The automotive industry could bolster national industrial strength, create more jobs, and stimulate economic growth. Thus, venturing into this field would not only benefit Yifei Group, but also enhance his brother Chu Jian's political achievements. Real estate was not a sustainable industry, and Yifei Group would eventually need to shift its focus elsewhere, with automobiles and smartphones as key areas for transformation. Once the discussions concluded, Chu Yi firmly declared, "I have decided that the group will allocate 10 billion to establish an automotive research institute to delve into automotive manufacturing technologies. Chen Quan, I entrust this matter to you." For Yifei Group, 10 billion was not a substantial amount, and since it was Chu Yi's decision, no board member dared to oppose. After all, Chu Yi held absolute authority and unparalleled influence within Yifei Group. A stern-looking middle-aged man seated beside Zhao Jun nodded in agreement. "Understood, Chairman." Chen Quan, the vice president of Yifei Group and a staunch supporter of Chu Yi, was also a shareholder and board member. After the board meeting, Chu Yi invited Zhao Jun and Chen Quan to dinner to discuss matters regarding the Automotive Research Institute. Meanwhile, at the parking lot beneath Handing Advertising Company, Kai Jing spent a considerable amount of time finally parking her car in a space. For many novice drivers, reversing into a parking spot and parallel parking can be quite challenging. Driving her own vehicle was entirely different from handling a training car, and the parking spaces outside were not as spacious as those at the driving school. However, as one gains more driving experience, these issues tend to improve over time. Shifting the gear into park and turning off the engine, Kai Jing let out a long sigh. After unbuckling her seatbelt and exiting the car, she locked the door only to be interrupted by a voice calling her name. "Kai Jing, She turned to see the business director, Chu Yi, and quickly greeted him. Director Chu. Chu Yi glanced at Kai Jing's BMW, an expression of surprise crossing his face. Is this your new car? Kai Jing nodded slightly, responding, yes, I just picked it up last Saturday. Chu Yi circled around her car, inquiring, how much did you pay for this BMW? In recent months, Kai Jing had secured over 3 million in sales, with nearly 2 million collected, garnering a substantial commission. Chu Yi was aware of her financial success, yet questioned whether purchasing such an extravagant vehicle so soon was overly ostentatious. Perhaps she should have invested in real estate instead. Kai Jing shook her head. I'm not quite sure. This car was a gift from my brother-in-law. During the paperwork, she merely had to sign a few names, not paying much attention to the contracts. As the sales manager handled everything on her behalf, Chu Yi's surprise deepened upon hearing this. Your brother-in-law is so generous to you. The dynamics of Kai Jing's family situation were known only to Yi Fangfang, while the others at the company were largely unaware. Moreover, Chu Yi had only joined Handing Advertising Company after Lu Liang was reassigned from the position of business director, leaving her without any support in the company. Yes, my brother-in-law treats me very well. When Kai Jing mentioned Chu Yi, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Chu Yi regarded her closely, realizing that her substantial orders stemmed from a strong background. However, she refrained from probing further into Kai Jing's family matters. Raising her regard for her colleague, shall we head to the office together? The two walked side by side into the office building. Due to the busy morning rush for the elevator, they exchanged few words. Once they exited the elevator, Chu Yi instructed, please come to my office after the morning meeting. All right, Director Chu, Kai Jing acknowledged. After parting ways, she took her seat as the team leader in Business Division 1. She first organized her team members' performance data and, when the time came, called her team for the morning meeting. The meeting focused on reporting the previous workday's performance and addressing any challenges encountered during business negotiations. After the morning meeting, Kai Jing proceeded to Chu Yi's office. Director Chu, she greeted. Chu Yi smiled and nodded. Kai Jing, please take a seat. Once she settled into the chair, Chu Yi continued, you've been the team leader for Business Division 1 for 2 months now. Have you encountered any difficulties during this time? Kai Jing shook her head slightly. Not at the moment. Having worked at Handing Advertising for 4 years, she was well versed in the workflow. Chu Yi chuckled gently. I am well aware of your capabilities. Leading a business team is an underutilization of your talents. The position of department manager for Business Division 1 had been vacant, and the abilities of Team 2's leader, Lin Juanhao, were lacking. While Team 3 had just been established, I've always regarded you as the ideal candidate for the department manager position. This role is reserved for you. Kai Jing expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your confidence, Director Chu. After some encouraging words from Chu Yi, she revealed the purpose of the meeting. Kai Jing, a team without a leader cannot function effectively. Previously, you mentioned feeling insufficiently prepared. So I allowed you to gain experience as a team leader for 2 months. Do you now feel capable of assuming the role of department manager for Business Division 1, with Chu Yi managing 3 business divisions? She lacked the time to also oversee Business Division 1. If Kai Jing declined, Chu Yi would need to recruit someone externally. Thank you for the promotion, Director Chu. I am willing to take on the role of department manager for Business Division 1. This time, Kai Jing did not hesitate to accept. After 2 months of experience as a team leader, coupled with her brother-in-law's support, she had gained confidence. Excellent. I will convene the leaders and staff of Business Division 1 shortly to announce your promotion. Chu Yi's delight was evident upon receiving Kai Jing's agreement to become the department manager. Her emphasis on Kai Jing stemmed from the latter's ability to secure substantial advertising orders as the director of the business department. Chu Yi's leadership could bring in more orders for the company, showcasing her management skills. This not only solidified her position, but also promised her handsome bonuses. By promoting Kai Jing to manager of Business Division 1, Chu Yi aimed to foster a stronger alliance with her. Thank you, Director Chu. Chu Yi inquired, do you have anyone in mind to recommend for the team leader position, since Kai Jing was now the manager? Chu Yi naturally sought her input on appointing the team leader for Division 1. Learning to delegate appropriately is vital for leadership. It earns loyalty from others. Kai Jing suggested, Yi Fangfang would be quite suitable. She has been with the company for over 2 years and consistently performs well. Having a loyal confidant is vital for any leader. Yi Fangfang was a team member Kai Jing had nurtured, and she held great loyalty toward her. With an opportunity for promotion at hand, Kai Jing would not forget her. Chu Yi nodded. Very well. I will inform the HR department to appoint Yi Fangfang as your successor. The authority over personnel decisions in the business department rested with Chu Yi, which bolstered her confidence in managing it. Otherwise, as a newly appointed director, it would be challenging for her to assert control. Kai Jing expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Director Zhu. Having spent over 4 years at handing advertising, Yi Fangfang was not only Kai Jing's prodigy, but also regarded as a friend. Moreover, Yi Fangfang's abilities surpassed those of other team members in Division 1. Seizing the opportunity after the morning meeting while employees had yet to head out for business, Chu Yi gathered all personnel from Business Division 1 that I hereby announce 2 appointments. Kai Jing is promoted to Department Manager of Business Division 1. And Yi Fangfang is appointed as Team Leader of Business Division 1. Upon hearing this, the staff began to murmur among themselves. I can't believe Kai Jing has become our manager. Wasn't this already a foregone conclusion? There were rumors that she would take on the manager role. I think Lin, our current team leader, is more capable and has more experience than Kai Jing. Nonsense. Our team leader Kai has secured orders worth millions. Can Lin do the same? She should be called Manager Kai now. Yi Fangfang, upon hearing she had become the team leader, experienced a moment of shock. She had not prepared herself for this at all. After exchanging a questioning glance with Kai Jing, she received an encouraging nod, and her face lit up with joy. This was a delightful and unexpected surprise. Quickly regaining her composure, Yi Fangfang realized that her promotion to team leader was undoubtedly due to Kai Jing's recommendation to Director Zhu. Otherwise, there were employees with more experience than her in Business Division 1. From now on, she would have to hold on tightly to this opportunity presented by Sister Jing. Once the chatter among the crowd subsided, Chu Yi raised her hand to speak. Everyone, please welcome Manager Kai to address us. A resounding round of applause erupted. Kai Jing, undeterred, stepped forward with a smile. I am grateful for Director Zhu's trust in allowing me to serve as the Department Manager of Business Division 1. Moving forward, I will give my all to face the upcoming challenges alongside all of you. Let us strive together to secure more orders for the company and, in turn, enable everyone to earn more commissions. I hope for your continued support and cooperation in my efforts so that we can achieve great success together in Business Division 1. Thank you all. I will be reserving a private room at Yupingxian for dinner tonight, so please remember to join us. Upon hearing Kai Jing's invitation for dinner, the employees' applause grew even more enthusiastic. After announcing the appointments of Kai Jing and Yi Fangfang, Chu Yi offered a few parting words before departing. Yi Fangfang immediately approached Kai Jing to express her gratitude. Sister Jing, thank you for promoting me to team leader. I will work hard and not let you down. Kai Jing smiled. It's also your own business acumen that made it possible for me to recommend you to Director Zhu. If you don't have any client meetings today, stay at the company so we can handle the transition. Yi Fangfang nodded eagerly. All right, Sister Jing. At that moment, Lin Juanhao, the leader of Business Division 2, along with Deng Chong, the leader of Division 3, approached. Congratulations, Manager Kai, on becoming our department manager. Deng Chong wore a bright smile, while Lin Juanhao's smile appeared somewhat strained. Having served as team leader for over 2 years, he found it surprising that Kai Jing, once a mere ordinary salesperson, had now risen to a managerial position in just a few months. However, Lin Juanhao did not harbor any jealousy toward Kai Jing. As someone who had pursued her for years, he now felt awkward being her subordinate, as letting go of such feelings was not as straightforward as it seemed. Kai Jing smiled. Thank you, and I hope both Team Leader Lin and Team Leader Deng will support my work. Deng Chong immediately pledged his loyalty. Manager Kai, rest assured that I will fully cooperate with any directives you have. Having spent several years in sales, Deng Chong had developed keen instincts in an industry like advertising. Lacking a strong background makes landing million-dollar orders challenging. Kai Jing's ability to secure several substantial contracts indicated her formidable connections, despite being older than Kai Jing. Deng Chong felt no resentment toward her elevation to manager. Lin Juanhao quickly added, Manager Kai, I will also do my utmost to assist you. After witnessing Kai Jing's luxurious car, he had already given up on pursuing her. Still, seeing someone he cared for thrive brought him genuine joy. With their affirmations, Kai Jing felt a wave of relief. All right, let us hold a meeting this afternoon. I need to understand the status of both your teams. Lin Juanhao and Deng Chong promptly agreed. After dismissing the two, Kai Jing returned to her former desk as a team leader to begin packing her belongings as department manager. She would now have her own office. Yi Fangfang and 2 other diligent employees from Division 1 quickly approached to help her. In less than half an hour, Kai Jing had successfully moved into her new office as the manager of Business Division 1. Sitting in the soft, comfortable chair, she couldn't help but marvel at the unpredictability of life. Just months ago, she had been an ordinary salesperson. A few short months have passed, and she has already ascended to the position of department manager at the advertising company. What could have prompted such a significant transformation in such a brief period? Kai Jing is well aware of the reason. Everything changed after she reconnected with her brother-in-law. Chapter 64. Surely, a little spy has cast a spell. That evening, Chu Wang was at home engrossed in a dungeon game when suddenly his phone on the table received a text message. Curiosity piqued. He opened the message to find an unfamiliar number sending an enigmatic note. Chu Wang, guess who I am? Initially, he intended to ignore it, but his curiosity got the better of him. Who are you? He replied. The response came swiftly. Here's a hint. We were classmates in middle school. The mention of middle school classmates instinctively triggered a memory. Could it be you, little spy? In Jinan Garden, in a whimsically decorated room, Hiao lay atop a soft quilt, her delicate feet playfully swinging in the air. However, upon seeing the message from Chu Wang, she sat up with gritted teeth. That insufferable Chu Wang, he's infuriating. She quickly typed a reply. You're the little spy, Chu Wang. Upon reading her response, Chu Wang couldn't help but burst into laughter. To his surprise, it was indeed Hiao who had messaged him. For reasons unknown, he felt a surge of happiness. Hiao, how did you get my number? Guess, she replied. You used my phone to call your mom before. Didn't you? Humph. You knew that yet still asked. Why did you suddenly message me? I heard you did well in the monthly exam. Not too shabby. Scored 702 and topped the science grade. Hiao read this message, her expression mirroring the smugness of Chu Wang. What was he so proud of? She had also topped her grade, with a score exceeding his by 10 points. Yet, she was wise enough not to flaunt it. Knowing that Chu Wang held a poor impression of her, she feared he would ignore her in the future. Do you have time this weekend? I want to treat you to dinner to thank you for taking me to the hospital last time. Chu Wang replied. Didn't your parents already treat me to dinner as thanks? My parents are my parents. I am me. Afraid of rejection, Hiao playfully challenged him. You're not scared to go out for dinner with me. Are you? Are you joking? Why would I be afraid? Someone is treating me to a feast. I would welcome it. All right, then Saturday at 9 a.m., let us meet at the entrance of Juanxiang Middle School. Juanxiang Middle School was where they both attended middle school, and Hiao chose this location to relive fond memories. Okay, it's a date, Chu Wang agreed. After their conversation, he saved her number, noting it as Little Spy. Setting his phone aside, he returned to his dungeon game. Not long after, Chu Xi entered, carrying a box. Here, your limited edition sneakers. They had previously wagered that if Chu Wang secured the top grade, Chu Xi would gift him a pair of limited edition shoes, rare finds in typical stores. Chu Xi had enlisted Su Shang's help to procure them. Joyfully accepting the sneakers, Chu Wang exclaimed, Hey, Chu Xi, I didn't expect you to be so reliable. I thought you would go back on your word. Chu Xi retorted, You have a bad reputation. Chu Xi, always honor my commitments. Yes, you have the best character. Chu Wang replied dismissively. Happily trying on the shoes, he had developed a penchant for collecting sneakers, perhaps stemming from a childhood desire for a pair he couldn't afford. After trying them on, Chu Xi asked, How is the fit? Chu Wang took a few steps. Perfect. Chu Xi continued, The limited edition sneakers are yours now. I fulfilled my end of the wager. With a grin, Chu Wang proposed, Should we wager again for the December exams? Not interested, Chu Xi said, turning to leave. Once she departed, Chu Wang carefully placed the sneakers in the shoe cabinet of his wardrobe. This was the first pair of shoes gifted to him by Chu Xi. Despite their frequent banter, he held a great deal of respect for her, who was merely a few minutes older. The following day after school, Zhang Pingsheng once again invited Chu Wang to the internet CAF. I can't today. I'm heading to Ifei Commercial Plaza to buy something. Zhang Pingsheng asked curiously, What are you buying? Chu Wang smiled, since Chu Xi topped her grade in the last exam. I plan to get her a handbag. Let us go together. I haven't been to the mall in ages. Zhang Pingsheng felt that going to the internet CAF alone would be dull. So they hailed a cab to Ifei Commercial Plaza. Upon arrival, Chu Wang bought a newly released Chanel handbag for Chu Xi. They then spent over an hour at the arcade, playing nearly every game available. After exhausting their tokens, Zhang Pingsheng, rubbing his stomach, asked, Wang Zi, are you hungry? Chu Wang nodded. Let us head to the 5th floor. There's a great barbecue place. Knowing that Ifei Commercial Plaza was owned by his father, Chu Wang and Chu Xi occasionally visited. Having been there a few times, he was quite familiar with them all. They quickly arrived at the barbecue restaurant. which indeed had delicious offerings, much to Xing Pingqing's delight. At checkout, the cashier was a woman in her 30s, voluptuous and elegantly made up. Upon seeing her, Xing Pingqing swallowed hard. Feeling a rush of excitement, he thought she was truly beautiful. Once Chu Wang completed the payment, Xing Pingqing reluctantly followed him out, frequently glancing back. "What are you looking at?" Chu Wang asked, puzzled. Xing Pingqing leaned in and whispered, "Wang Zi, don't you think the cashier is stunning?" Chu Wang widened his eyes in disbelief. "Really? She looks quite mature, not that old. I find her quite charming," Xing Pingqing argued. Chu Wang looked at him with a strange expression. "You don't have a thing for older women, do you?" Xing Pingqing confidently replied. "What's wrong with older women? They know how to treat a person right." Chu Wang disagreed. He preferred girls closer to his age. For instance, He was quite attractive. Oddly, he found his thoughts drifting to her. He felt as if he had been bewitched by that little spy. Chapter 65. The annual profit of handing advertising. Upon returning home that evening, Chu Wang presented the Chanel bag to Chu Xi. "Here, I stopped by Ife Commercial Plaza for dinner and picked this up for you while I was at it." Chu Wang would not reveal to Chu Xi that he had specifically gone to buy it for her. Chu Xi was pleasantly surprised, quickly accepting the bag from his hands. "Well done, Chu Wang. I knew my brother wouldn't forget me and would get me a handbag." She admired the bag, which perfectly matched her taste. Most importantly, it was the first gift Chu Wang had given her outside of her birthday. Rolling his eyes, he warned, "If you keep calling yourself sister in front of me, I might just take that bag back." Chu Xi immediately clutched the bag protectively. In a way, "Since you've given it to me, it's mine now." After gifting the bag, Chu Wang hurried back to his room to tackle his homework. Unlike Xing Pingqing, he lacked a natural aptitude for studying. Even with frequent help on assignments, he managed to stay in the top 5 of his class. Before long, Friday arrived. Chu Yi had initially thought he could finish his work for the group by Thursday. But a high-ranking leader arrived for an inspection. Given the leader's significant authority and Chu Yi's presence in Haida City, he had no choice but to accompany him. After seeing off the inspecting leader, Chu Yi quickly boarded a flight back to Nan City on Friday morning. By the time he returned to Fenghua Courtyard, it was already 2 p.m. After a brief rest, he took out his phone and called Kai Jing. "Jing, are you free after work today? I'm back from Haida City. Come over for dinner." Since he had promised to take care of Kai Jing, Chu Yi couldn't ignore her. He occasionally called to check on her and invited her over for dinner weekly so that the children could spend time with their aunt. Kai Jing happily agreed. "All right, brother-in-law, I'll come over after work." The thought of seeing her brother-in-law again lifted Kai Jing's spirits like never before. After hanging up, Chu Yi instructed Liang Chuntao to prepare a couple of Kai Jing's favorite dishes for dinner. Around 5 p.m., Kai Jing drove to Fenghua Courtyard. Since becoming the department manager of the first business division, she no longer had to adhere to a strict work schedule if she had matters to attend to. She could leave work early. Upon seeing Chu Yi, Kai Jing greeted him with a radiant smile. "Brother-in-law." Chu Yi returned her smile warmly. "You're here. I brought you a gift from Haida City." That he soon presented a beautifully crafted handbag. Knowing that Chu Xi adored handbags, he had asked his secretary, Zhou Shi, to find out what most girls liked. Consequently, he had Zhou Shi purchase a limited edition luxury handbag for Kai Jing. Kai Jing beamed as she accepted the bag. "Thank you, brother-in-law. I love this handbag." She appreciated everything Chu Yi gifted her. Moreover, this handbag aligned perfectly with her aesthetic. Now, she generally wouldn't refuse gifts from him, provided they weren't excessively extravagant. This wasn't to say that Kai Jing had become materialistic. Rather, in her heart, Chu Yi had become one of her closest confidants, allowing her to let her guard down. Aside from Chu Yi, she would reject any extravagant gifts from other men without hesitation. Chu Yi smiled. "I'm glad you like it. Next time I'm on a business trip, I'll bring you more styles." Kai Jing quickly replied, "Brother-in-law, you don't have to go out of your way for me. I can't possibly use that many handbags." Despite her words, knowing that he thought of her while traveling made her heart swell with joy. Although a romantic relationship with Chu Yi was unlikely, she resolved never to marry, wishing to remain by his side forever. Chu Yi smiled, choosing not to dwell on that topic, and instead inquired about Kai Jing's work. Is everything going well at work lately? Handing advertising had been acquired by Wei Investment, and Chu Yi had established another company, dividing the shares accordingly. In the future, the annual dividends from handing advertising would be directed to this new company, which Kai Jing would wholly own. However, she remained unaware of this development, as Chu Yi worried she might not accept such a gift at this stage, given the significant value of handing advertising shares. Based on previous year's average earnings, handing advertising's annual net profit hovered around 20 million. With Kai Jing holding 80% of the shares, she stood to gain 16 million, although the company wouldn't distribute all profits. Even a 60% dividend would yield nearly 10 million annually for her. And this was without Chu Yi's covert assistance in securing orders for her. With his support, the advertising business from Yifei Group alone could fill Handing Advertising's coffers. Even if Kai Jing did nothing, she could lead a life of abundance. When Chu Yi inquired about her work, Kai Jing smiled broadly. Things are going quite smoothly. I'm now the department manager at our company. Chu Yi congratulated her with a smile. Congratulations. Achieving the manager position at such a young age is impressive. Kai Jing blinked playfully. Brother-in-law, do you know why I became the manager? Chu Yi raised an eyebrow. Why? Kai Jing chuckled. I've been incredibly lucky lately. Clients keep introducing me to large orders. Chu Yi smiled slightly. Perhaps it's because you've been working diligently. After all, luck tends to favor those who put in the effort. Since Kai Jing seemed aware, but didn't he expose the truth, Chu Yi refrained from revealing anything. They chatted for a while until Chu Xi and Chu Wang returned home from school. Excited to see their father, they knew he would be back today. Otherwise, they might have gone out to play with friends over the weekend. Dad, Annie, seeing both Chu Yi and Kai Jing at home filled Chu Xi and Chu Wang with joy. Especially Chu Xi, who, after dropping her backpack, eagerly shared news from school. After dinner, the family strolled and chatted around Fenghua Courtyard, letting their meals settle. Once their walk concluded and they returned home, Chu Xi tugged at Kai Jing to watch a movie in the home theater. With Chu Yi and Chu Wang joining in. After watching a film, it was already past 10 at night. Kai Jing stood up and said, Brother-in-law, it's getting late. I should head back, before Chu Yi could respond. Chu Xi quickly interjected, Auntie, it's not safe to drive at night. You should stay here and sleep. Chu Yi added, CC is right. There's a room for you here. Just stay over. After a moment of hesitation, Kai Jing agreed. All right. Driving home at this hour isn't safe. Upon hearing her consent, Chu Xi cheered. Yay! I get to sleep with Annie tonight. Chapter 66. If I can't get married, I'll marry you on Saturday morning. After breakfast, Chu Wang informed Chu Yi before heading out. Upon arriving at Juanxiang Middle School, he spotted Hiao waiting at the gate. Seeing Chu Wang approach, Hiao teased, You're late. Chu Wang, how can you keep a girl waiting? Checking his watch, he countered, Late? You scheduled for 9. It's only 8:50. And by the way, what kind of girl are you? You're just a little spy who loves to report. Upon hearing him call her little spy again, Hiao angrily clenched her fists and punched his arm. Chu Wang, if you call me little spy again, I won't let you off easily. Ouch. Chu Wang grimaced, rubbing his arm. Why are you so violent for a girl? Hiao triumphantly raised her fist. Humph. Now you know my strength. Strong, indeed. Chu Wang chuckled mischievously. But with your aggression, you better watch out, or you might not get married, Hiao retorted. If I can't get married, I'll just marry you and beat you up every day. With your fierceness, I'd rather not. Chu Wang laughed heartily. Hiao, infuriated, raised her fist again. You're dead. Chu Wang. Naturally, Chu Wang wouldn't just stand there. As soon as she raised her fist, he dashed away. Hiao chased after him. Chu Wang, stop. When I catch you, you're done for. Chu Wang laughed as he ran. With those short legs, you think you can catch me? Dream on. In truth, Hiao's legs weren't short. It was just that a girl couldn't keep pace with a larger boy. After running for less than a minute, Hiao was left breathless and crouched down, clutching her stomach. Chu Wang, my stomach hurts. I got a stitch from running. Noticing that Hiao appeared genuinely distressed, Chu Wang immediately halted and rushed to her side, concerned. Are you all right? Hiao seized the opportunity while Chu Wang was momentarily distracted, swiftly grabbing hold of his arm. Hee, I finally caught you, she exclaimed at Hiao. How dare you play tricks on me? Chu Wang struggled to free himself, but he could not break free. It wasn't that he couldn't escape. Rather, he was concerned that he might hurt Hiao if he used too much strength. With a triumphant smile, Hiao declared, This is what I call clever deception. Now, tell me, how do you wish to meet your demise? Chu Wang, feeling helpless, replied, You decide what you want to do, Hiao mischievously suggested. You shall carry me around the school for a while. Back when they were students at Juanxiang High School, Hiao often fantasized about strolling through the campus with Chu Wang. However, since he had angered her earlier and had run off too quickly for her to catch up, she was determined to make him carry her and see if he could still run that fast. What? Carry you? Chu Wang smirked, feigning reluctance. Perhaps not. You're quite heavy. You're the heavy one. Hiao retorted, playfully pinching his arm. I might just crush you later. With that, she released him and headed toward the school, prompting Chu Wang to follow suit. Just as they were about to enter the school, they were stopped by the gatekeeper. "What are you two doing here?" Yao quickly explained. "Sir, we used to be students at this school that we wanted to come back and take a look since today is a holiday." The gatekeeper, accustomed to such visits from alumni, instructed them to register with their previous class and teacher's name. After completing the registration, they were allowed to enter the campus, since it was Saturday and the school was closed. The campus was remarkably quiet. Noticing the absence of others, Yao turned to Chu Wang. "All right, you should carry me now, and you must continue until we leave the school." Chu Wang feigned reluctance. "Fine, I concede." "Get on." He bent slightly, allowing her to hop onto his back. Feeling the gentle fragrance wafting from her and the softness against his back, Chu Wang's heart began to race. He grasped her knees to ensure she wouldn't fall. Once he confirmed she was secure, he ambled forward. Yao wrapped her arms around his neck, feeling the warmth radiating from him, causing her cheeks to flush. That moment, her heart raced as if it might leap from her throat. Previously, when she had injured her foot and was carried by Chu Wang, she hadn't felt embarrassed, but now that she had fully recovered, her thoughts inevitably wandered elsewhere as they strolled through the tranquil campus. Both felt a shyness that rendered them silent. Soon, they arrived at the teaching building. Yao exclaimed excitedly. "Chu Wang, that's our old classroom. Let's go take a look." Chu Wang, equally stirred by nostalgia, agreed, "Sure," though it had been less than 2 years since their graduation. The classroom remained largely unchanged. Yao said, "Chu Wang, let me down." After carrying her for a while, he felt a bit fatigued and gently set her down. Yao hurried into the classroom, taking a seat at the spot where she used to sit. Seeing the very same desk filled her with delight. "This desk is still here," Chu Wang remarked in surprise. "After all this time, you still remember where you sat?" Yao pointed to a small dent on the desk, saying, "There's a little indentation here." With a mysterious smile, she opened the desk, revealing a hidden secret. "There's a little secret on this desk." "What secret?" Chu Wang, curious by nature, couldn't help but ask. Yao fully opened the desk and pointed to a line of small words hidden in the joint. Chu Wang read aloud, "Chu Wang is a big bad guy." After reading it, he turned to her, slightly disgruntled. "Why am I a big bad guy?" Yao shot him a playful glare. "Aren't you? Back then, you often got into fights and were just a step away from dyeing your hair blonde like a delinquent. You made me cry several times. Back then." Chu Wang sat behind Yao in class, often tugging at her braids and pulling at the string around her neck, nearly embarrassing her in front of the whole class. Chu Wang defended himself. "You always reported me to the teacher. I had to retaliate." Yao huffed, choosing not to argue further. They reminisced about their school days as they wandered around the classroom. As they left, Chu Wang asked with a hint of uncertainty, Do you still want me to carry you?" Yao's cheeks flushed subtly. "Of course. I said you must carry me out of the school." "Are you going back on your word?" "I never agreed to that," Chu Wang protested. Yet his body instinctively adopted a position to carry her again. In Chapter 67. Chu Wang strolled through the campus with Yao on his back. Having adjusted to the initial shyness, she playfully urged him, "Chu Wang, can you walk a bit faster? You're so slow." Chu Wang rolled his eyes. "Why don't you try carrying me then? You're so heavy." "It's a wonder I can carry you at all." Yao laughed. "I'm only 93 pounds. I'm not heavy at all. You're just weak." Chu Wang retorted without hesitation. "Nonsense. There's no way I'm weak. A man can say anything, but being called weak is the greatest insult." Yao giggled. "Then hurry up. Hold on tight," he said, determined to prove his strength as he began to jog with her on his back. However, just moments into the run, he felt the delightful burden of her presence and pushed himself harder. After less than a minute, he stopped, panting heavily, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yao quickly hopped off. "Are you okay, Chu Wang?" He shook his head, taking deep breaths to regain his composure. Carrying someone close to 100 pounds while running was challenging for anyone, but thankfully, Chu Wang had been exercising regularly. "Wipe your sweat," Yao said, pulling a tissue from her pocket and handing it to him. He took it gratefully, wiping his face and neck before disposing of the damp tissue. Having caught his breath, he bent down again. "Come on, we still have a distance to the school gate." Yao smiled. "Never mind. Considering how well you performed, I'll let you off today." Although she enjoyed being close to Chu Wang, she didn't want him to tire himself out. However, after witnessing Chu Wang carry her, she sensed that he didn't seem to mind, which lifted her spirits immensely. They exited Junshan High School. Chu Wang asked, "Aren't you going to treat me to a meal? Where should we go?" Yao's eyes lit up with anticipation. "Let us go eat KFC. I haven't had it in ages." Despite her family's wealth, her mother had strict rules against fast food. meaning Yao had limited opportunities to indulge in her favorite meal. Whenever she went with Lu Yunlan, she always left unsatisfied. Chu Wang shrugged. I'm fine with anything. Though he wasn't particularly fond of fried food, he didn't dislike it either. Initially, he intended to take a taxi to KFC, but Yao insisted on taking the bus. Perhaps due to it being the weekend, the bus was crowded. They had to stand as there were no seats available. Standing beside the taller Chu Wang, Yao felt exceedingly cheerful. The image of them taking the bus together had once existed only in her imagination. And now it was a reality. There were several KFC locations in Nanshi, one just 4 stops away from Juanxiang High School. After disembarking at the bus stop near KFC, they entered the restaurant one after the other. Seeing Chu Wang not waiting for her, Yao couldn't help but stomp her foot in annoyance. Darn Chu Wang, you have no gentlemanly manners at all. The KFC was bustling with patrons, particularly young people who enjoyed eating there. Once Chu Wang waited for Yao to catch up, he asked, "There's quite a line to order. Would you like to find a seat while I order?" Yao glanced around, realizing there were no available seats. "Let us order to go and find another place to eat." "Sounds good." Chu Wang agreed. After waiting for nearly half an hour, they finally reached the front of the line to place their order. "Yao, what do you want to eat?" Yao scanned the menu and replied, "I want a family bucket meal and add an extra order of fries." Chu Wang told the cashier, "We'll have one family bucket meal and an extra order of fries." Yao asked, "Aren't you going to order anything else?" Chu Wang looked at her incredulously. "More? With all this food, we probably won't finish it." Yao smiled shyly. Today was a rare occasion where she wasn't being monitored, and she wanted to indulge herself. After placing their order, Yao insisted on paying. Since she had invited Chu Wang out, it was only fitting that she treated him. Chu Wang didn't argue. Having seen the car her father drove, he knew her family was well off. With their takeout in hand, Yao turned to Chu Wang and asked, "Where should we eat?" There were no parks nearby, making it difficult to find a suitable place. As they pondered their options, Chu Wang's eyes lit up upon spotting a nearby internet CF. "Come on, I'll take you somewhere nice." "Where?" "Just follow me, and you'll find out." With Yao's curiosity piqued, Chu Wang led her across the street into the internet CAF. Arriving at the front desk, he told the cashier, "Please reserve a private room for us." The young cashier, noticing the handsome Chu Wang, brightened up but quickly wilted upon seeing the nervous Yao beside him, feeling a pang of insecurity over her beauty. "May I see your IDs?" "I need to register," Chu Wang replied. "We don't have IDs. Please use your CAF spare ID numbers to register us." Having frequently visited internet CAFs with Zheng Pengqing, he was well versed in the process. The cashier, seeing he was knowledgeable, complied and quickly set up a private room for them. The room contained 4 computers. Once inside, Chu Wang motioned for Yao to sit while he took the seat beside her. As Yao watched him effortlessly boot up the computer, she asked curiously, "Do you come to internet CAFs often?" Chu Wang nodded. "Yeah, go ahead and eat while I log into the game." After the computer started up, he swiftly found the game dungeon and logged into his account. Yao sat beside him, munching on KFC while watching him play. She even took the initiative to feed him some fried chicken. After a while, noticing Yao wasn't playing anything, Chu Wang asked, "Aren't you going to play?" Yao shook her head. "I don't know what to play." Chu Wang suggested, "Let me find you a game." Many girls enjoy playing this one. He then helped her open the game. Dancing that Yao furrowed her brow, feeling slightly displeased. "How do you know many girls like to play this?" Unaware of her feelings, Chu Wang casually replied, "Every time I visit an internet CAF, I see girls playing this. Oh, I see." Yao sighed in relief, fearing that Chu Wang might like other girls. In Chapter 68, Yao suggested they go to her house for dinner. The game was indeed appealing to girls, and under Chu Wang's guidance, Yu quickly grasped the gameplay. They spent the afternoon playing at the internet CAF. As 5 o'clock approached, Yao said, "It's getting late. I need to head back. I'll walk you home," Chu Wang said. Showing his considerate side, Yao lived in Jinan Garden, an older neighborhood with a more relaxed entry system than Fenghua Courtyard. In reality, her family owned other properties in Nanshi, but they lived here to take care of her grandparents. After dropping Yao off at her building, Chu Wang was about to leave when he unexpectedly ran into her mother, Lu Yunlan. Upon seeing Chu Wang, Lu Yunlan greeted him warmly. "Chu, you're here to bring our Yao back." She was aware that Yao had gone out to meet Chu Wang that day. Having helped to keep it a secret from her husband, Chu Wang quickly replied, "Hello, Auntie." For some reason, he felt a bit anxious upon seeing Lu Yunlan this time. Lu Yunlan smiled and said, "Since you're here, why don't you stay for dinner? I bought plenty of ingredients today to asa mother." She understood her daughter's feelings and sensed that He Yao had a crush on Chu Wang. While most parents would be protective, fearing their daughters might fall into romance too soon, Lu Yunlan was more open-minded. She found Chu Wang to be a good boy and supported her daughter dating him, as long as they didn't cross any lines before marriage. Of course, He Yao's father, He Qingye, was unaware of this. If he found out, Lu Yunlan knew there would be trouble. Chu Wang politely declined. "Thank you, auntie, but I really can't stay." Lu Yunlan feigned disappointment. "If you don't stay for dinner, I might be upset. Last time you saved our Yao Yao, I haven't properly thanked you yet. You must stay today." With her insistence, Chu Wang felt it would be rude to refuse. "All right, then it would be my pleasure. That's settled. My cooking is quite good, so make sure to enjoy it later," Lu Yunlan said cheerfully, casting a subtle glance at her daughter. He Yao caught her mother's eye, smiling secretly as if to say, "You're the best." Mom. He Yao's home was a 3-bedroom apartment. Although Jean and Garden was an older complex, her family had renovated it beautifully. Upon entering, He Yao offered Chu Wang a pair of slippers. "These are brand new. You can wear them whenever you come over." Chu Wang didn't pick up on any special meaning in her words and thanked her before changing into the slippers. Lu Yunlan said, "Chu, you and Yao Yao sit and chat for a while. I'll go cook." Chu Wang quickly responded, "Okay, thank you, auntie." Lu Yunlan smiled and added, "Yao Yao, bring out some fruits or snacks to entertain your classmate." He Yao cheerfully agreed. "All right." After Lu Yunlan entered the kitchen, He Yao led Chu Wang to the living room. "Chu Wang, make yourself comfortable. I'll get you some oranges." Chu Wang replied, "No need, I'm not hungry." "They're really sweet," He Yao insisted, then headed to another room. Soon, she returned with a bowl of sweet mandarins. "Chu Wang, try one. Thank you," he said, taking one. Although he felt somewhat uneasy in someone else's home, he relaxed around Is it just you and your mom at home? He Yao replied, "My dad has a business dinner tonight, so he won't be home for dinner. My grandparents live next door. They usually come over for meals, but they went to visit relatives yesterday and haven't returned yet." Upon hearing that He Yao's father was not at home, Chu Wang felt a sudden sense of relief. He always worried that if He Yao's father caught him at her house, it would lead to trouble. Lu Yunlan cooked quickly, preparing 6 dishes in no time. "Chu classmate, I hope you won't mind the simple fare," she said. "Mind? This is already quite sumptuous," he replied. The spread included hand-pulled chicken, spicy stir-fried meat, stewed potatoes with beef, sautéed shrimp, fried eggs, and stir-fried lettuce. For 3 people, 6 dishes were indeed quite generous, although they were just home-cooked meals. Lu Yunlan's culinary skills were commendable. The 3 of them chatted while eating, with Lu Yunlan primarily asking questions and Chu Wang answering. "Chu classmate, what do your parents do for a living?" she inquired, unable to resist the urge to learn more during their second meeting. After all, he was the boy her daughter liked, and as a mother, she felt the need to know more. Chu Wang replied, "My father is in business, and my mother passed away long ago." Upon hearing this, Lu Yunlan felt a pang of guilt. "I'm sorry to bring up something so painful." Chu Wang smiled reassuringly. "It's all right." He and Chu Xi had never known their mother, and their impression of her was based solely on a photograph. Although they felt gratitude and respect for her memory, their emotional connection was not profound. Understanding that bringing up his mother was inappropriate, Lu Yunlan shifted the conversation. "I heard from Yao Yao that you have excellent grades. Do you have any particular university in mind for the future?" Chu Wang nodded. "I plan to apply to Shuangdan University. The headquarters of Yifei Group is in Haida City, where Chu Yi often works. To spend more time with their father." Both Chu Xi and Chu Wang decided to attend university in Haida City. Furthermore, Shuangdan University is also one of the top universities in the country, not inferior to Daijing University. He Yu smiled brightly. "What a coincidence. I plan to apply to Shuangdan University as well." Despite her usually demure demeanor, once He Yao set her mind on something, she would pursue it relentlessly. Chu Wang would find it impossible to escape her grasp. Lu Yunlan observed her daughter closely but refrained from discouraging her. Not wanting Yao Yao to have regrets in the future, attending Shuangdan University was a good choice, but selecting the right major was even more crucial. As they continued their meal and conversation, it soon came to an end. Just then, the front door swung open, and He Qingye entered with a briefcase. Upon seeing Chu Wang at the dining table, he froze in surprise. What is going on? He had only stepped out for a brief engagement, only to return and find his daughter's guest at home. Chu Wang quickly set down his utensils and stood to greet him. "Hello, Uncle." He Qingye nodded with a grim expression and cast a questioning glance at his wife. "Why is this kid here?" Lu Yunlan, realizing she could not hide the truth any longer, explained, "Last time Yao Yao fell off her bike, It was Chu's classmate who took her to the hospital. I wanted to personally cook a meal to thank him, so I asked Yao Yao to invite him over. Although He sensed something amiss, he couldn't pinpoint any inconsistencies. Nevertheless, he was now on high alert regarding Chu Wang. He would have to remind Yao Yao not to associate too closely with him. That boy clearly had ulterior motives regarding his daughter. He Yao, worried about revealing too much, quickly ran to He side. Clinging to his arm and acting sweetly. Daddy, have you eaten? I feel like the meal isn't as tasty without you here. He was unable to resist his daughter's charm and laughed heartily. Since I didn't eat enough outside, why don't you serve me a bowl of rice? I'll eat with you. Okay, I'll go get it. Yao dashed off to the kitchen. He took a seat at the head of the table. Noticing that Chu Wang was still awkwardly standing, Lu Yunlan urged him to sit down. Although He was not fond of Chu Wang, he felt he could not be too harsh, especially since he had saved his precious daughter. With Lu Yunlan mediating, the meal proceeded relatively harmoniously. After finishing, Chu Wang didn't linger. He could not bear the sharp gaze of He, which felt as if it could pierce him. Once Chu Wang left, He could not help but voice his grievances to his wife. Lan, if you wanted to invite that kid over for a meal, you should have chosen a time when I was home. That I don't like the way he looks at our daughter. We must be cautious and protect Yao Yao from being targeted. Lu Yunlan rolled her eyes at her husband. You're overthinking it. Chu Wang is the one I asked Yao to invite, and they are still young. How could they have such thoughts? Even if there were feelings, it would be our daughter who has an interest in him. However, she dared not voice this to He, knowing it would trouble him all night. I'm just being cautious. Seeing that her husband was unconvinced, He turned to find their daughter. As long as Yao Yao did not associate with Chu Wang, all problems would be solved. With that thought, He arrived at his daughter's room. After knocking on the door, he asked, Yao Yao, may I come in? Come in, He Yao's voice called from inside. He opened the door and entered. Seeing his daughter studying at her desk, he pulled a chair beside her. I'm not interrupting you, am I? He Yao shook her head. No. Is there something you need? He replied, it's nothing serious, just a question. When you were in middle school, did you have a good relationship with the classmate who came for dinner today? He Yao shook her head. Not really. I used to dislike him. This statement was not entirely false. In middle school, she and Chu Wang were recognized as arch rivals, and they simply did not get along. However, it wasn't true dislike. They had hardly spoken to each other at that time. That changed one day after school, when she saw Chu Wang getting beaten up in a fight. Observing his injured yet defiant demeanor stirred a sense of sympathy within her. From that moment on, her interest in him grew. She could not understand why such a serious student would often engage in fights after school. Later, she learned that Chu Wang had a twin sister named Chu Xi, who often faced harassment from local bullies after school. Chu Wang fought to protect her. Once she understood this, her impression of him transformed, seeing him as a responsible person. On one occasion, when he got into a fight, she told a teacher out of concern for his safety, which led to both fighters being called to their parents. Chu Wang realized it was He Yao who informed the teacher and warned her not to meddle in his affairs again. This upset He Yao greatly. Her good intentions were misunderstood, igniting her rebellious spirit, and she became determined to interfere in his matters. Thus, their relationship gradually soured. Eventually, Chu Wang sought revenge by scaring her with a fake spider, causing her to cry. Fearing she would report him to the homeroom teacher again, he privately apologized and made many promises. From that point on, their contentious relationship began to ease. During a classroom seating rearrangement, Chu Wang found himself sitting directly behind He Yao, leading to increased interaction. Unbeknownst to her, she began to develop feelings for him. P.O. ensured they both got into the prestigious Nen City No. 1 high school. She began to nitpick his every move. Chu Wang was no pushover either. Whenever she reported him to the teacher, he would tug at her hair during lessons. However, he only unfastened her necklace once. Out of sheer curiosity about why she wore a string around her neck, they would quarrel, then reconcile, continuing this cycle until graduation. However, He Yao never anticipated that Chu Wang would not attend Nen City No. 1 high school, but would instead choose Nanyu High School. He did not notice his daughter's distraction. Learning that her relationship with Chu Wang was poor delighted him. Dislike is good. I feel the same way about that boy. Try to keep your distance from him. He Yao felt a twinge of disappointment. Dad, what did Chu Wang do to make you dislike him? He replied. It's just the way he looks at you. I worry he may deceive you. Really? He Yao felt a flutter of excitement. She wouldn't mind being deceived by Chu Wang. It's a father's intuition. He advised earnestly. Just remember to listen to your father. He Yao giggled. Don't worry, Dad. Your daughter is clever, and no one can fool me. He chuckled. Of course, my daughter is the brightest. Not just anyone can be at the top of their class. Throughout her life, Hiao consistently excelled academically, so they had little to worry about. Chu Wang is also the top student at his school, Hiao added. Hearing this, Qingye's smile faltered. How could Nanyu High School compare to Nan City? No. One high school, he doubted Chu Wang could even make the top 10 there. Hiao blinked. Not at all. He scored 702 points in the last monthly exam. That score would place him among the top 5 students at their school. Qingye felt a wave of frustration. Why did his daughter always defend that Chu Wang? Clearly, the reality was not as she portrayed. Moving forward, he decided to keep a close watch on that boy. Leaving his daughter's room, Qingye felt exasperated. Why was it that someone always had their sights set on his daughter? Later that evening, when Chu Wang returned home, he discovered that his grandparents had come from the countryside. He hurried to greet them. Grandpa, Grandma, when did you arrive? Chu Yi smiled. We got here this afternoon. The elderly couple had missed their grandchildren and had been sent to the city to visit. Why didn't you call me? If I had known you were coming, I would have returned earlier, and no need for that. We're not going back today. Grandma Zhou Aihua looked at her grandson affectionately. They adored their unexpected grandson and granddaughter. Stay here for a while longer. Tomorrow, I'll take you out to see the sights. Chu Wang said cheerfully. He felt a deep bond with his grandparents. The love in their eyes was something he rarely experienced. Not even from his father. Both Chu Yi and Zhou Aihua happily agreed. After chatting with his grandparents for a bit, Chu Wang retreated to his room to do his homework, despite his playful nature. He took his studies seriously. The next day, Chu Xi and Chu Wang took their grandparents to a lake island in Nan City for a day of fun. Chu Xi had a camera gifted by Chu Yi, and they took many photos together. Chu Yi stayed behind to attend a business conference held by the government in Nan City. The conference venue. Chu Yi engaged in discussions with several prominent business figures and government officials. Just as he found a moment of respite, someone approached him. Mr. Chu, what a surprise to see you here. Chu Yi turned to see a slightly portly middle-aged man smiling as he approached. This man was Zheng Daoyuan, the chairman of the Daoyuan Group, whom Chu Yi had met at Fenghua Village. He was also the father of Chu Wang's classmate. Mr. Zheng, you're here as well? Chu Yi said with a smile as he shook hands with Zheng Daoyuan. The two found a quiet place to sit and chat. After a few pleasantries, Zheng Daoyuan asked, Mr. Chu, what are your thoughts on the investment opportunities in Nan City? Chu Yi shook his head with a smile and asked in return, what about you, Mr. Zheng? I've heard that Daoyuan Group has plans to enter the real estate sector. Daoyuan Group, originally focused on renovations, had gradually expanded into home furnishings. However, the renovation industry faced intense competition, and profits paled in comparison to the real estate sector's potential. Therefore, Daoyuan Group had long sought an opportunity to enter the real estate market. Zheng Daoyuan replied, yes, we do have such plans, but our company lacks sufficient resources and is searching for a reliable partner. At this point, he sighed in resignation. The real estate pie in Nan City was quite limited, and established players were unlikely to welcome new entrants. Daoyuan Group had acquired a plot of land in Nan City years ago, but it remained undeveloped to this day. Zheng Daoyuan wished to find a partner, but suitable candidates had been elusive. Of course, to avoid incurring idle land fees, he had built a simple factory on the property. Chu Yi smiled slightly, choosing not to address Zheng Daoyuan's comments directly, and instead subtly shifted the topic. He was aware of the land acquisition by Daoyuan Group, but since Zheng Daoyuan was seeking collaboration, Chu Yi felt no urgency. Business is business. No matter how close their relationship, he would not yield on matters of profit. Moreover, he and Zheng Daoyuan were not particularly close. Nonetheless, Chu Yi was a principled man and had no intention of using unscrupulous methods to seize the land from Zheng Daoyuan. If he were to do so, given Yifei Group's influence, Zheng Daoyuan would undoubtedly lose his land. Zheng Daoyuan noticed Chu Yi's evasiveness and understood that unless he offered some benefits, Chu Yi would not relent. I wonder if Mr. Chu would be interested in collaborating. Daoyuan Group can provide the land and funds, while Yifei Real Estate can handle the construction, splitting the profits 60-40. Zheng Daoyuan had no other options. If Daoyuan Group wanted to enter the real estate sector, they needed someone to guide them. Yifei Real Estate, backed by Yifei Group, was well equipped to handle potential threats from other parties. I'm interested in collaborating. However, this venue isn't suitable for detailed discussions. I'll have the person in charge of Yifei Real Estate in Nan City reach out to you. Chu Yi replied with a smile. Upon receiving Chu Yi's assurance, Zheng Daoyuan felt relieved. I look forward to your representative's visit. After discussing business matters, they exchanged views on child education. Zheng Pengcheng had a good relationship with Chu Wang. This provided an opportunity for both families to connect. It would be wonderful if their children could become in-laws. Zheng Daoyuan thought about having his son pursue Chu Yi's daughter, but feared it might irritate Chu Yi. However, he could encourage his daughter to pursue Chu Yi's son. As the saying goes, a woman chasing a man is like a layer of gauze. His daughter was beautiful, so winning a man's affection should not be too difficult. That evening, Zheng Daoyuan approached his daughter, Zheng Shuang. Shuang, what do you think of your brother's classmate, Chu Yi's son, Chu Wang? He seems fine, Zheng Shuang replied casually, her attention absorbed in a drama. Hearing his daughter's response, Zheng Daoyuan felt pleased. Since you think he is good, make sure to spend more time with him. Zheng Shuang turned her gaze from the screen, looking at her father with a strange expression. Dad, are you suggesting I pursue Chu Wang? Zheng Daoyuan, knowing his daughter was astute, did not lie to her. That is the idea, but I won't force you to be with him. It's essential that you like him. Chu Wang is quite an exceptional young man, and his family's circumstances far surpass ours. If you were to be with Chu Wang, marriage in the future would undoubtedly lead to a prosperous life. However, if you are unwilling, your father will respect your choice. That a daughter is also a cherished treasure to Zheng Daoyuan. He does not wish to compel her into anything she does not favor. Zheng Shuang, on the other hand, does not harbor any aversion to this matter. After pondering for a moment, she said, I can spend more time with brother Chu Wang and see how it goes. But I cannot guarantee that it will work out. A girl must eventually marry. Zheng Shuang finds Chu Wang handsome and from a good family, making him a commendable candidate for marriage. It would indeed be quite favorable if she could marry Chu Wang in the future. Zheng Daoyuan replied cheerfully, It's all right. You are still young, and there is plenty of time ahead. Opportunities will arise. Zheng Shuang inquired, Dad, do you have any other matters to discuss? If not, I shall continue watching my show. Nothing else. Go ahead and enjoy your show. Zheng Daoyuan smiled at his daughter before rising to leave. Chapter 71. White Moonlight. Upon returning home, Chu Yi was preparing to take a shower when he unexpectedly received a call from his classmate Lu Yuan. Chu Yi, are you free next Saturday? I'm gathering a few middle school classmates for a reunion. Sure. Where will it be? Since it was Chu Yi who had initiated the gathering, he would not decline now that Lu Yuan had organized it. Lu Yuan responded, The location hasn't been finalized yet, but I'll send you the details once I have them. Time swiftly passed, and the day of the gathering arrived. The venue was a farm stay on the outskirts of Nanshur. Upon driving to the farm stay, Chu Yi found that most of the classmates had already arrived. Chu Yi, you're late, Zhou Hui remarked with a smile. Chu Yi apologized. I'm sorry. I'm not very familiar with this area, and took a wrong turn. While he was well acquainted with the urban area of Nanshur, he had seldom visited its outskirts, and the navigation system in the car was not very precise. Lu Yuan chuckled. This farm stay is a bit remote. I took a wrong turn the first time I came here too. Come, Chu Yi, see how many classmates you can recognize among us. Chu Yi glanced around. Including himself and Lu Yuan, there were a total of 6 people at the gathering. The other 3 were 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 men bore the marks of time, appearing considerably older than Chu Yi and Lu Yuan, while the woman, well-maintained, appeared to be in her early 30s. Exuding a mature charm, Chu Yi could not recall the 2 male classmates, but he recognized the female classmate. You are Shen Yujiao, right? Most men have a white moonlight in their hearts, and Chu Yi was no exception. During middle school, Shen Yujiao was the most attractive girl in his class, capturing the admiration of many boys, Chu Yi included. Although his academic performance was lacking at that time, his handsome looks had garnered him considerable affection from female classmates. There had been a subtle flirtation between him and Shen Yujiao, but after graduating from middle school, they lost contact. Shen Yujiao smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Chu Yi, you wouldn't only recognize Shen Yujiao and forget about us, would you? One of the male classmates teased. Chu Yi scrutinized the 2 men, but unfortunately, he could not recall them. I'm sorry. It's been too many years. Lu Yuan laughed and introduced. This is Su Hao. And this is Li Yuan. We often hung out together back then. With Lu Yuan's reminder, Chu Yi suddenly remembered. Su Hao, your family lived near the school. Li Yuan, you were frequently punished by the teachers. Right? Li Yuan chuckled. You only remember my embarrassing moments from school. You weren't exactly an angel either. Chu Yi laughed heartily. That's true. After sharing a laugh, Chu Yi sighed. Thinking back, it really brings a sense of nostalgia. Indeed, Su Hao sighed as well. It's a pity that so much time has passed. Everything has changed. Do you remember our homeroom teacher? Chu Yi asked. Of course, it was Tang Xinwei, who enjoyed accepting bribes from students. If not for Su Hao's mention, Chu Yi would have forgotten about him. In fact, Chu Yi had performed reasonably well in elementary school, but during middle school, he faced constant suppression from Tang Xingwei due to not offering him gifts. Under Tang Xingwei's pressure, Chu Yi soon developed a distaste for studying, and his grades plummeted. Su Hao continued. A few years ago, Tang Xingwei was diagnosed with cancer, despite spending a lot of money. He couldn't. He survived. Yongyuan scoffed. He got what he deserved. That's what we call karma for the wicked. During their middle school years, he too had been one of those who were oppressed for not offering gifts. The group quickly united in their condemnation of Tang Xingwei, fostering a warm camaraderie among them. Through their exchanges, Chu Yi learned that Su Hao now worked in a factory, while Li Yongyuan was employed on a construction site. As for Xin Yujiao, she had become a landlord, owning a building in the Jinfuxio district of Nanshi. The building had 6 stories, one of which she had converted for her own residence, while the remaining 10 units were available for rent, generating a monthly income exceeding 7,000. Furthermore, after her husband passed away in a car accident, she received substantial compensation. Now, Xin Yujiao was living quite well with her daughter. After enjoying lunch at the farmstay, the 4 men gathered to play cards in the afternoon. The stakes were not high. It was merely a way to pass the time. Meanwhile, the 2 women sat together, enjoying sunflower seeds and chatting. Zhou Hui inquired, Yujiao, your husband has been gone for several years. Haven't you thought about finding someone else? Xin Yujiao shook her head slightly. I'm nearly 40. It's hard to find someone suitable. She did not wish to settle, but seeking a partner while raising a child proved to be quite challenging. Zhou Hui suggested, why not consider Chu Yi? His wife has also passed away. Xin Yujiao subtly glanced at the still handsome Chu Yi from a distance, feeling a stir of attraction. Had they not lost contact after graduation, perhaps they would have ended up together. After many years, both their spouses had passed. Could this be fate giving them another chance? With this thought, Xin Yujiao shyly asked, do you think Chu Yi would be willing? Zhou Hui smiled. As long as you have the desire, I can have Lu Yuan ask Chu Yi for you. Xin Yujiao did not refuse. After all, women also have their own white moonlight. The 4 men played cards for the entire afternoon, with Chu Yi winning impressively, raking in over 400 yuan. Yongyuan lost the most, over 200, while Su Hao lost a little over 100, and Lu Yuan lost just a few tens. Once the game concluded, Lu Yuan remarked, Chu Yi, since you've won so much, you must treat us tonight. Chu Yi chuckled, sure, let us not split the bill this time. I'll cover everything. The expenses for the farm stay were not exorbitant, averaging about 100 yuan per person for the 6 of them. Given that Chu Yi had won a significant amount, it was not overly extravagant for him to treat them. This way, the losers would feel a bit better about their losses. Su Hao laughed. Chu boss is generous. Will shamelessly accept your treat. Chu Yi smiled. It's you all who are giving me the opportunity to treat you. After having dinner at the farm stay, the gathering was about to conclude. As they were leaving, Lu Yuan approached Chu Yi. Chu Yi, since I'm the only one driving, I'll take Su Hao and Li Yongyuan home. Xin Yujiao will be your responsibility. Make sure to escort her home safely. As he spoke, Lu Yuan gave Chu Yi a knowing glance. Understanding Lu Yuan's intentions, Chu Yi couldn't help but chuckle that I will ensure that Xin Yujiao gets home safely. Chapter 72. Self-deception on the way back to the city. Xin Yujiao felt a bit awkward sitting in Chu Yi's car. The matchmaking efforts of Lu Yuan and his wife were too obvious, leaving Xin Yujiao unsure of how to face Chu Yi. Chu Yi, on the other hand, did not dwell on it too much. The white moonlight of youth was indeed beautiful, and he had once found Xin Yujiao quite attractive. However, over the years, he had encountered many women far more beautiful than her, and the filter of nostalgia had long faded. He held no such sentiments towards Xin Yujiao now. Xin Yujiao, where are you headed now? The awkward atmosphere was broken by Chu Yi's question, allowing Xin Yujiao to breathe a sigh of relief. Jinfuxio district. Chu Yi nodded slightly, searching for the route on his navigation system as he drove. Once he confirmed the directions, Xin Yujiao asked, have you been alone all these years? Pretty much, Chu Yi replied, not wishing to delve deeper into the topic. Instead, he asked, do you keep in touch with Lu Yuan and the others often? Xin Yujiao nodded. Yes, I don't work, so when I have free time, I usually meet up with Hui Hui. Since my daughter went away to university, it feels quite lonely at home. Xin Yujiao had married young. By the time she was not yet 20, her daughter had already been born. In those years, many women like Xin Yujiao married early, especially in rural areas. Chu Yi suggested, if you're feeling bored, perhaps find something you're interested in to occupy your time. Since you have no financial pressures, you could travel more and experience the beautiful landscapes of our country. Traveling alone isn't much fun. Shen Yujiao replied, gazing intently at Chu Yi. Haven't you felt lonely all these years? Chu Yi answered, not really. I've been quite busy with work, so I haven't had the time to think too much. When Yifei Group was first established, Chu Yi was nearly overwhelmed with work. Moreover, lacking formal education, he had to take time to learn how to manage a company, especially concerning financial knowledge that a business owner who does not understand finance could easily be deceived. Those who start from scratch rarely find it easy in the initial stages of entrepreneurship. It was only because Yifei Group had now developed and had a wealth of talent that Chu Yi could afford to relax a little. If he were to return to the early days of starting his business, he might not be able to endure it again. Seeing that Chu Yi wasn't engaging with her, Shen Yujiao had no choice but to change the subject. How old is your child now? 16. In the second year of high school. That's 3 years younger than my daughter. She is 19 now. Is it a boy or a girl? They are fraternal twins. My daughter was born 4 minutes before my son. Fraternal twins are the best. I actually wanted to have another son at that time, but the policy didn't allow it. The two chatted on their way. And before they knew it, they arrived at the Jinfuxiu district where Shen Yujiao lived. Following her directions, they parked the car downstairs. Shen Yujiao invited, Chu Yi, it's still early. Would you like to come up for a cup of tea? Chu Yi smiled and politely declined. Maybe next time. I have some matters to attend to tonight. In truth, he had no pressing matters. It was simply an excuse to refuse Shen Yujiao's invitation. As the chairman of a Fortune 500 company, Chu Yi was sensitive to the dynamics of human relationships. He could perceive Shen Yujiao's interest in him, just as he had sensed a hint of it from Kai Jing as well. However, he was unsure how to confront it and chose to deceive himself, pretending not to notice. If he deliberately maintained distance from Kai Jing, it might hurt her feelings, something Chu Yi wished to avoid. All right then, Shen Yujiao said, taking out her phone. Let us exchange contact information so we can keep in touch. Given their shared history as middle school classmates, Chu Yi felt it inappropriate to refuse. He took out his phone and exchanged contacts with Shen Yujiao. Without lingering any longer, Chu Yi quickly drove away. By the time Chu Yi returned to Fenghua Yuan, it was already past 9 in the evening. As he entered the villa, Kai Jing happened to be coming down the stairs. Upon seeing Chu Yi, she joyfully exclaimed, brother-in-law, you're back. Since his last overnight stay at Fenghua Yuan, he had gradually spent more time there. Chu Yi welcomed this development. After all, having Kai Jing around allowed him to take better care of her. Are you all watching a movie downstairs? Kai Jing replied with a smile. Yes, we're watching the latest sci-fi film. Brother-in-law, do you want to join us? Chu Yi nodded. Sure, I have nothing else to do. Kai Jing beamed. Then you go down first. Cici and Xiaowang are already there. I'll just go to the kitchen to get a glass of water. All right, I'll head down first, Chu Yi said as he walked downstairs. Entering the family viewing room, he found that the movie had just begun. Chu Yi rarely watched movies and held little interest in them, as he usually devoted his time to work. However, being with family in the home theater, he was willing to spend time watching with them. He sat beside Chu Wang and asked with a smile, what movie are we watching, Dad? Chu Xi greeted him happily upon seeing Chu Yi. Chu Yi smiled and nodded at his daughter. Chu Wang replied, we're watching a sci-fi film that just came out in America. It's about. Chu Yi did not assume the role of an elder but instead engaged with the children, discussing the plot as the movie played. Kai Jing soon returned with her glass of water and joined in the conversation about the storyline. The only one who appeared somewhat out of place was the nanny, Liang Chuntao, who sat alone in the corner. By the time the movie ended, it was already past 11 before heading upstairs to sleep. Chu Yi stopped Kai Jing. There's a charity auction in Nanshire tomorrow evening. Would you be interested in attending? With the new year approaching, the local government had organized a charity gala to raise funds for the elderly. As a distinguished guest, Chu Yi had received an invitation to the charity auction. Kai Jing asked, puzzled, a charity auction? Chu Yi nodded, explaining, since you're working in an advertising company now, there will be many business owners and executives attending the charity gala. It would be a good opportunity for you to expand your network. In truth, only those who hold mutual utility can truly be considered a networked, a business manager at an advertising company. Kai Jing's status did not quite match those entrepreneurs and executives. Even if she approached them, most would likely overlook her. However, with Chu Yi backing her, many who wouldn't typically associate with her might seek her out for his connections. These individuals, needing something from him, could provide her with valuable networking opportunities that if Kai Jing managed these connections well, She could secure numerous business opportunities even without relying on Chu Yi in the future. Thank you, brother-in-law. I would love to attend. Kai Jing accepted Chu Yi's kindness with a smile. Chapter 73. Attending the charity gala during breakfast the following morning, Kai Jing asked Chu Yi, brother-in-law, should I wear a gown for the charity gala tonight? Chu Yi replied with a smile, it's not mandatory, but wearing a gown would certainly add a touch of formality. I'll have a stylist come in the afternoon to help you with your look. All right. Thank you, brother-in-law, Kai Jing responded. Hearing the conversation between her father and aunt, Chu Xi curiously asked, Dad, what's this charity gala you're talking about? Chu Yi explained with a smile. It's a charity dinner organized by the government primarily to raise funds. Such charity dinners occur annually, and if you're interested, I can take you along. Can we really go? Chu Wang's face lit up with interest, having only seen such charity galas on television. He was eager to experience one in person. Chu Yi nodded. Although I'm not the organizer, it's perfectly fine to bring a few people along. Yifei Group has invested over 100 billion in Xiang province. And naturally, Chu Yi, as the chairman of Yifei Group, garners significant attention from the provincial authorities. Chu Wang expressed, I wish to attend the charity gala. Chu Xi eagerly added, Dad, I want to go too. Chu Yi chuckled heartily. All right, our family shall attend together this evening. After a sumptuous lunch, the stylist team that Chu Yi had engaged arrived at Fenghua Courtyard. After an afternoon of transformation, each person's demeanor underwent a remarkable change. Chu Yi merely had his hairstyle tidied, donned a suit, and tied a tie. His already distinguished presence now radiated exceptional elegance. Chu Wang was the second to complete his makeover, clad in an expensive suit and a black bow tie. He appeared extraordinarily handsome as he approached Chu Yi, hands tucked into his pockets. Dad, do I look handsome? Chu Yi stepped forward to adjust Chu Wang's collar, nodding with satisfaction. Very handsome. You exude charm. Chu Wang chuckled. But this is my first time wearing a suit. I feel a bit awkward. Chu Yi smiled. You'll get used to it. Once you step into society, formal attire will become commonplace. When one's status and authority are lacking, one must rely on attire to elevate oneself. The father and son awaited downstairs for a while until Chu Xi descended the stairs in a princess dress. Her youthful and vibrant appearance brightened the room. She twirled before her father and brother, lifting her dress. Am I pretty? Chu Yi grinned and praised. Absolutely beautiful. There may be no girl more stunning than my daughter. Chu Xi giggled. I think so too. Chu Wang scoffed. Chu Xi, you're quite narcissistic, daring to self-affirm like this. Chu Xi shot him a glare. Mind your own business. Just then, they heard footsteps coming down the stairs, and all three turned their gaze towards the staircase. Kai Jing, adorned in a white gown and sparkling earrings, gracefully descended. Under their watchful eyes, she shyly smiled, rendering the surrounding world pale in comparison. Chu Yi and the others stared blankly at Kai Jing. Chu Xi murmured, Auntie is truly stunning. Approaching the trio, Kai Jing shyly inquired, Do I look odd dressed like this? Chu Xi chimed in, Not at all. Annie, you look gorgeous, even more beautiful than the stars on television. Chu Wang added, Seeing you, Auntie, I finally understand the meaning behind the phrase stunning beauty. Although the compliments from her niece and nephew delighted Kai Jing, she yearned to hear Chu Yi's assessment. Your brother-in-law, does this outfit suit me? Chu Yi snapped back to reality. It suits you perfectly. You are the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. At that moment, as Kai Jing descended the stairs, Chu Yi's heart seemed to momentarily pause. In that fleeting instant, he felt a flicker of emotion in his long-dormant heart. Really? Kai Jing's heart leaped with joy. Chu Yi quickly reined in that flutter. Of course it's true. Let us go. The driver is waiting outside. Moments later, a luxurious Rolls-Royce departed Fenghua Courtyard. By 6 in the evening, the Rolls-Royce arrived at the entrance of Huaxing International Hotel. As the bodyguard opened the door, Chu Yi, clad in his suit, exited first, extending his hand to assist Kai Jing out of the car. Once Chu Wang and Chu Xi joined them, Chu Yi draped his arm around Kai Jing and smiled gently. Shall we go in? Yes, Kai Jing replied with a smile, linking her arm with Chu Yi's. The group approached the entrance of the charity gala, presenting their invitations to the attendant. The attendant glanced at the invitation and respectfully said, Mr. Chu, please enter. Before entering the venue, Chu Yi advised Chu Xi and Chu Wang, once inside, feel free to explore. You can indulge in anything in the banquet hall. The auction begins at 7, if you wish to watch. Find a seat towards the back. Chu Xi and Chu Wang nodded in understanding. After seeing his children settled, Chu Yi led Kai Jing and the others into the banquet hall, where many eyes turned towards them. Those familiar with Chu Yi were momentarily taken aback by the beauty of Kai Jing at his side. realizing it was Chu Yi's first time bringing a female companion to such an event. Chairman Chu, officials and entrepreneurs who recognized him approached with smiles, and Chu Yi reciprocated with warmth, introducing Kai Jing to them. With Chu Yi, the chairman of Yifei Group, endorsing her, others dared not underestimate Kai Jing. Many exchanged business cards with her, expressing hopes for future collaborations. While Chu Yi mingled and expanded his network, Chu Xi and Chu Wang curiously explored the banquet hall. They had waited at the entrance before entering. So few noticed they had accompanied Chu Yi. The presence of young attendees made Chu Xi and Chu Wang's appearance unremarkable. After wandering for a while, they found a corner to sit and enjoy some refreshments. Chu Xi, savoring a piece of cake, remarked, "This charity gala seems rather dull. People come here primarily for networking." Chu Wang responded, having mentally prepared himself. Under Chu Yi's guidance, his worldview had broadened significantly, altering his way of thinking. Chu Xi inquired, "Chu Wang, do you plan to follow in Dad's footsteps in business?" Chu Wang refrained from answering directly, instead posing, "What about you?" Chu Xi shook her head. "I'm not sure, but I won't compete with you for inheritance." Her sincerity resonated. Chu Xi, having enough money sufficed. More importantly, she did not wish to fall out with Chu Wang over wealth. Hearing Chu Xi's words, Chu Wang expressed surprise. "Dad's wealth is substantial. Are you certain you can let go?" Chu Xi replied calmly, "What is there to be upset about? What use do I have for that much money? I'd rather not turn into enemies over finances." Despite their frequent bickering, Chu Xi would always stand by Chu Wang if he faced difficulties. During their school years, she often relied on him for protection, unsure how she would have grown up without him. Thus, she decided to share her thoughts with him early on to prevent any future misunderstandings. "You're foolish," Chu Wang said, touched by her sincerity. Voicing such thoughts relieved Chu Xi. "Call me foolish. I'll give you all the inheritance. You won't let me starve, will you?" Chu Wang replied, "Do you really think I covet Dad's wealth?" He had never considered competing with Chu Xi over inheritance. "You intend to start your own business when you grow up?" Chu Xi queried, astonished. "Absolutely," Chu Wang replied confidently. "Believe it or not, I'll earn more than Dad one day." Over the past few months, he had learned much from his father, realizing that business was not as daunting as it seemed. His starting point would be higher than his father's, fueling his self-assurance. Chu Xi shook her head. "I think you're overly confident." Though she didn't care about her father's wealth, she recognized it was in the hundreds of billions. "Let us make a wager." Chu Wang provoked. "What's the wager?" Chu Xi inquired. "If I achieve greater success than Dad, you must call me brother." Chu Wang had long desired this. He felt it was a mistake that he was considered younger than Chu Xi. "A bet of such magnitude?" Chu Xi gasped. Chu Wang taunted. "What? Are you afraid?" Indeed, Chu Xi felt provoked. "What's there to fear? If you fail, you'll call me sister for life." Chu Wang grinned slyly. "Deal?" Just as they were about to shake hands to seal their pact, Chu Xi suddenly noticed a loophole. "Wait, if you never achieve that, how will I ever hear you call me sister?" A flicker of regret crossed Chu Wang's eyes. "What do you propose we do?" After some thought, Chu Xi suggested, "Let us set our deadline for when we turn 40, shall we?" Chu Wang hesitated. "Isn't that too soon? I'll be over 20 when I graduate from university." Chu Xi countered, "But Dad is only 38 this year, and he has built such a significant enterprise that you're not doubting yourself, are you? Why not just drop the wager?" Her taunt seemed to challenge him. "Me? Lacking confidence?" Chu Wang retorted fiercely. "All right, we'll set the limit at 40. You just wait to call me brothered. You'll be the one waiting to call me sister." Chu Xi teased back, just as the siblings finalized their wager. A refined young man approached, holding a wine glass. "May I sit here?" Chu Wang nodded slightly. "Of course. Thank you." The young man smiled as he settled next to Chu Wang. "I'm Zhang Zian, currently a sophomore at Shuangdan University." "You both seem young. Are you still in school?" Chu Wang replied with a smile. "Yes, I'm Chu Wang, a junior at Nanyu High School. This is Chu Xi, also at Nanyu High School," Zhang Zian complimented. "Nanyu High School is quite prestigious in Nanshur. I assume your grades are commendable." Although Chu Xi and Chu Wang had not entered the banquet hall alongside Chu Yi, they had entered together. While few noticed, some observant individuals did. Zhang Zian was among them. "Our grades are decent. Perhaps you'll be our senior one day," Chu Wang remarked. Zhang Zian appeared somewhat surprised. "Are you both planning to apply to Shuangdan University in the future?" Chu Wang nodded with a smile. "As a future senior, I welcome your choice of Shuangdan University. I am the vice president of the student union. When you arrive, feel free to reach out to me." Curious, Chu Xi asked, "Senior, are you already on break from university?" "Not exactly," Zhang Zian explained with a smile. that I have no classes this weekend and none on Monday morning. With such an extended break, I returned to visit my parents. Coincidentally finding out about the charity gala in Nanshi. Intrigued by Shuangdan University, Chu Xi and Chu Wang asked Zhang Zian numerous questions about campus life. After a pleasant conversation, the clock struck 7, signaling the commencement of the charity auction. The items auctioned were generously donated by the affluent attendees, with proceeds going to charity. For Chu Xi and Chu Wang, this was their first experience at an auction, and they found it quite fascinating. Although they did not participate, Zhang Zian, however, spent over 100,000 to acquire a piece of calligraphy. Do you enjoy calligraphy, Brother Zhang? Chu Wang inquired. Though he could not write calligraphy himself, he had found the piece to be rather average. Zhang Zian chuckled. It's decent. Primarily, this piece was penned by Vice Governor Meng Heping. Many renowned entrepreneurs hesitated to compete with someone of my background, allowing me to seize the opportunity. Often, items auctioned do not hold intrinsic value. Rather, their worth lies in the significance they represent. Investing over 100,000 for the goodwill of a vice governor is a price many would gladly pay. Chu Wang smiled knowingly, feeling he had gained considerable insight that day. Soon, the charity auction concluded, raising over 3 million yuan for a charitable fund dedicated to assisting the elderly. After the auction, feeling disinterested, Chu Xi and Chu Wang decided to leave the banquet hall. However, before departing, they exchanged contact information with Zhang Zian. After waiting in the car for a while, Chu Yi and Kai Jing exited the banquet hall. The family reunited, and the driver promptly began their journey home. As December passed, the new year approached, coinciding with the grand opening of Ife New World. Following months of promotion, the news of Ife New World's promotional offers, free renovations and cars, had spread widely. Located in an advantageous area and serving as school district housing, the opening day saw a throng of eager buyers at the sales office. Shortly after 9 in the morning, Chu Yi and his family arrived at the Ife New World sales office. Kai Jing had saved a considerable amount over the past few months and intended to purchase a unit in Ife New World. Thus, Chu Yi and his family accompanied her for the purchase. Walking beside Chu Yi, Chu Xi exclaimed, "Dad, there are so many people today." Chu Yi smiled. "The crowd signifies the quality of this property. Your aunt will surely find a good home here." Chu Wang grinned knowingly. "I believe Auntie's luck will be exceptional today. She might win the grand prize." Kai Jing remained silent, her eyes gleaming with joy as she discreetly glanced at Chu Yi. Upon entering the sales hall, a real estate consultant greeted them with a smile. "Are you here to purchase a property?" Chu Yi nodded slightly. "Yes, we'd like to view your 4-bedroom, 1 living room units." Being familiar with properties developed by his own company, Chu Yi directly conveyed their intention. They didn't need to come in person for the purchase. However, to ensure Kai Jing received her renovations properly, he decided to accompany them to the sales office. Noticing Chu Yi's clear objective, the consultant's warm smile grew even more inviting. "I'm Lu Xiao, your property consultant. You can call me Xiao Lu. May I ask how to address you?" Chu Yi replied. "I'm Chu, and this is Kai. Today, she's the one buying a home." Chu Yi had no intention of making things difficult for the consultant. He simply relayed their requirements. As Lu Xiao guided them through the sales hall, she elaborated on the advantages of Ife New World. Upon reaching the model display, Lu Xiao introduced the layout surrounding the model before asking, "Miss Kai, which floor do you prefer?" Ife New World's first phase comprises 11 buildings, each with 27 floors and 2 elevators servicing 4 units per floor. Kai Jing thought for a moment and asked, "Are there any units available on the 16th floor of Building 8? "Let me check," Lu Xiao replied, swiftly searching for the information. Upon hearing Kai Jing's preference for the 16th floor, Chu Yi felt a twinge of peculiarity, as his birthday fell on August 16th. However, he dismissed it as mere coincidence. Shortly, Lu Xiao returned. "Miss Kai, there's indeed one available. Also a 4-bedroom, 1 living room unit." Elated, Kai Jing exclaimed, "Then I'll take that one." Lu Xiao felt a bit incredulous. This client was unusually decisive. Throughout her years as a property consultant, she had never encountered such straightforward clients. It felt like a windfall. "Miss Kai, won't you take a look at the property first?" she asked. Ife New World sells pre-existing homes. The main construction is complete. However, handover will take approximately 6 months. Kai Jing didn't decline. "All right, let us go see the house." Under the guidance of Lu Xiao, the group swiftly arrived at room 1602 in Building 8. A 16-story edifice, the spacious layout of Ife New World allowed for ample natural light, and the usable area of the apartment was quite generous. After inspecting the property, Kai Jing felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Shortly thereafter, they returned to the sales office to finalize the purchase agreement. "Miss Kai, are you considering a loan or full payment?" she inquired. "What is the total for full payment?" Lu Xiao calculated for a moment before revealing. "In total, it amounts to just over 620,000, and for a loan." Kai Jing pondered, knowing she had less than 500,000 saved, leaving a significant gap to cover. Just as Lu Xiao prepared to calculate, Chu Yi interjected. "No need for further calculations. We will proceed with full payment." Kai Jing tugged at Chu Yi's arm and whispered, "Brother-in-law, I don't have enough for full payment." Chu Yi responded with a reassuring glance. "It's all right. I will cover the difference." Had he not been concerned about Kai Jing's peace of mind, he would have readily provided the entire amount. However, Kai Jing also contributed her own funds, which would allow her to feel more at ease living there. She accepted his offer, saying, "All right, thank you, brother-in-law." Soon, Kai Jing signed the purchase contract and followed Lu Xiao to the finance department to make the payment. She contributed 400,000, while Chu Yi covered the remaining amount. Holding the purchase agreement, Kai Jing felt as if she were in a dream. Just last year, she had been contemplating how to earn more money for the new year. Now, she was already part of the homeowner and car owner demographic. Chu Xi, excitedly linking arms with Kai Jing, exclaimed, "Annie, we can go smash the golden eggs now." Lu Xiao chimed in. All the first 100 buyers can participate in the golden egg smashing event. The grand prize includes a complete luxury renovation package, including appliances and furniture. The first prize features a fully renovated home, though it does not include appliances or furniture. The second prize is a car valued at 100,000, which will be transferred directly to the prize winner. The third prize consists of home appliances and furniture valued at 50,000. That the remaining prizes are consolation prizes, yet even those are impressive, featuring a Ife LCD television. Upon hearing about the Ife LCD television, Chu Wang leaned towards Chu Yi and quietly asked, "Dad, does your company still produce televisions?" Chu Yi chuckled. "Yes, not only televisions, but also refrigerators, washing machines, and air conditioners." Chu Wang gave a thumbs up. Impressed. Under Lu Xiao's guidance, they quickly reached the designated area for smashing golden eggs in the sales office. A few customers who had previously purchased properties had already smashed several eggs. But only consolation prizes had emerged. As people gathered around to witness the event, Lu Xiao handed a wooden mallet to Kai Jing. "Miss Kai, there are 100 golden eggs here, and all the prizes I mentioned are inside." Kai Jing turned to Chu Yi. "Brother-in-law, which egg should I smash?" He replied, "I remember your birthday is on the 14th. Smash the 14th egg." Knowing Kai Jing had made the connection, he pointed it out. Although there was a chance the grand prize could be smashed by someone else, those who had purchased earlier had simply not been lucky. Kai Jing handed the mallet to Chu Xi, saying, Xi, you have always had good luck. You try." "All right." Chu Xi eagerly accepted the mallet and struck the 14th golden egg in the first row. The egg shattered instantly, and a slip of paper fell out. Chu Xi picked it up with excitement, exclaiming, "Auntie, we've won the grand prize." Kai Jing's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The appearance of the grand prize ignited enthusiasm among the surrounding customers, as the other prizes were also quite appealing. After leaving the sales office, Kai Jing suggested, "Brother-in-law, let me treat you all to lunch to celebrate my new home." Chu Yi readily agreed, while Chu Xi cheerfully mentioned, "I know a newly opened restaurant that serves delicious food." Chu Xi had a passion for exploring culinary delights, often venturing with her friend Chen Yan on weekends to discover new gastronomic experiences. "Where is it?" Chu Yi inquired. "It south over on Xinpan Road. A Hunan restaurant that is both affordable and delicious," Chu Xi replied. Since it came highly recommended by Chu Xi, no one objected. Familiar with the roads in the city, Chu Yi took a shortcut to reach Xinpan Road. Under Chu Xi's guidance, they arrived at the newly opened restaurant. The dining area spanned over 500 square meters, divided into 2 floors, accommodating many patrons, arriving just in time for the lunch rush. They found the downstairs area nearly full. After entering the restaurant, Chu Yi requested a private room for their group. Once seated, he handed the menu to Chu Xi. "Since you've been here before, why don't you order?" "Of course, let me take care of it." Chu Xi eagerly accepted the menu. Given the generous portions at the restaurant, she ordered 6 dishes along with a bottle of drink. Despite the crowd, the food arrived sooner than expected. After tasting the dishes, everyone agreed that the flavors were delightful, truly authentic Hunan cuisine. that it's a pity this place is a bit far from home. Otherwise, we could come here often, Chu Wang remarked. Hearing this, Chu Yi contemplated the possibility of hiring a few professional chefs for their home, now that he had both a son and daughter to consider. He made a mental note to discuss it with his assistant Su Sheng later. After sampling the dishes, Chu Yi turned to Kai Jing. Jing, you have 3 days off for the new year, right? Kai Jing nodded. Yes, what's on your mind, brother-in-law? Chu Yi invited. You'll be alone in the city. Why not come back to Xian village with us? Since it was New Year's Day, he intended to take Chu Xi and Chu Wang to visit their grandparents. It wouldn't be appropriate to leave Kai Jing alone in the city during the holiday. Kai Jing shook her head. Brother-in-law, you take Xi and Wang back. I'll stay here. Although she would not feel uncomfortable at Fenghua Courtyard, where she had lived before, the thought of visiting her brother-in-law's parents made her uneasy. The last time she went was for her sister's burial, and now she felt there was no valid reason to return. Chu Xi tugged at Kai Jing's arm playfully, saying, Auntie, please come back with us. We'll worry about you being alone in the city. Chu Wang added, Auntie, my grandparents are very welcoming. They would love to have you. Kai Jing firmly declined. I really can't go. It's rare for me to have a break, and I just want to rest at home. Seeing her resolve, Chu Yi chose not to press further. All right, if you don't want to go to Xian village, I want to insist. You can stay at Fenghua Courtyard. After all, Tao Jiao also want to be home for the new year, so you will have someone to cook for you. This time, Kai Jing did not refuse. Staying with her brother-in-law felt comfortable. After finishing lunch at the Hunan restaurant, Chu Yi dropped Kai Jing off at Fenghua Courtyard, switched vehicles, and headed back to the countryside. The return of his grandchildren brought immense joy to their grandparents, who warmly welcomed them inside, seemingly ignoring Chu Yi. Observing this, he shook his head in resignation. Ever since the arrival of his grandchildren, it felt as though his parents had forgotten about him entirely, which was a relief in its own way, as it spared him from their incessant matchmaking. However, his optimism was short-lived. After dinner, Zhou Ai Hua beckoned Chu Yi aside. Little Yi, I've asked a matchmaker to find you a partner. She's only 27 and just graduated with a doctorate. She's not only beautiful, but has never been in a relationship. Chu Yi sighed. Mom, why do you keep trying to set me up? I really don't need it. Zhou Ai Hua retorted, are you planning to remain single for life? When she found him agreeable, she called him Little Yi, but when he displeased her, she reverted to calling him by his full name, a long-standing tradition of hers. Not wanting to argue with his mother, he asked, but what about Xi and Wang? They are your grandchildren, right? Of course, Zhou Ai Hua replied without hesitation. The resemblance between Chu Wang and Chu Yi was unmistakable, and even Chu Xi bore his likeness. Anyone in Xian village who knew Chu Yi would remark on how much Chu Wang resembled his father. Chu Yi pressed on. Then do you love them? Zhou Ai Hua answered without hesitation. Of course, they are my grandchildren. If I don't love them, who will? Seizing the moment, Chu Yi continued. But they've never known parental love. Now that they've finally found their father, do you really want him to find them a stepmother? How many stepmothers are genuinely kind? You wouldn't want your grandchildren to suffer at the hands of a stepmother, would you? Zhou Ai Hua hesitated, her heart aching at the thought of her grandchildren enduring the hardships she had faced. Sensing her vulnerability, Chu Yi pressed on. For the sake of your grandchildren, please don't introduce any more potential partners for me. Besides, I'm handsome and wealthy. I can find a wife easily enough. With a sigh, Zhou Ai Hua relented. Fine, I won't meddle in your affairs anymore. If you want to remain single, so be it. Having successfully defended against his mother's matchmaking, Chu Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him, hoping for some peace and quiet for a while. That evening, while Chu Xi and Chu Wang were watching television with their grandparents, Chu Yi opted to retreat to his room to handle company emails. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Ai Hua delicately broached the topic of her son's potential remarriage with her grandchildren to Xi. Wang, I have a question for you. With a smile, Chu Xi replied. What is it, Grandma? Chu Wang also turned his gaze towards Zhou Ai Hua, eager for her inquiry. She cautiously asked, how would you feel if your father decided to remarry in the future? At this question, Chu Xi and Chu Wang's expressions dimmed. Naturally, they were reluctant for their father to remarry and introduce a stepmother into their lives. This sentiment is common among children, who typically do not wish to share their parents' affection. While it is normal to resent the idea of a step-parent, both siblings understood the importance of being considerate. Chu Xi forced a smile. As long as Dad is happy, I have no objections. I feel the same, Chu Wang added. Zhou Ai Hua stroked her granddaughter's head affectionately. You're both such good kids, a parent. Zhou Ai Hua wished to see her son find companionship in his later years. Yet she couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt for her grandchildren. Chu Ai Gua, noticing the somber mood of his grandchildren, shot Zhou Ai Hua a disapproving glance. Why are you discussing this with them? Realizing her grandchildren's discomfort, Zhou Ai Hua sighed, sensing a growing distance between herself and them. After spending 2 days at their grandparents' home for the new year, Chu Yi prepared to return to the city with his children. As they were about to leave, Zhou Ai Hua handed each child 5,000 yuan as pocket money, a customary gesture. Chu Ai Gua also contributed the same amount. This had become a tradition. Every time they saw their grandchildren, the elderly couple would bestow them with cash gifts, and on the way back, their bodyguard, Li Long, drove, while Chu Yi and his children occupied the back seat. Chu Xi nestled against her father, resting her head on his shoulder. Dad, are you going to get married? After spending days at their grandparents' house, she felt increasingly uneasy at the thought of her father remarrying and acquiring a stepmother. Gently, Chu Yi asked, "Who told you I was getting married?" He hadn't noticed any unusual behavior from his children during their stay. Chu Xi shook her head. "No one. I just think you shouldn't be alone forever." Chu Yi chuckled softly. "Why would I be alone? When I grow old, will you and Wang abandon me?" "Of course not." Chu Xi straightened up. "I will always be by your side." "Me too." Chu Wang chimed in. "Then that's all that matters. Having you both is enough for me. I don't need to remarry." Chu Yi reassured them. He understood that this question stemmed from something his parents had mentioned, yet he felt it inappropriate to blame them. Hearing her father's words restored some of Chu Xi's lost sense of security. In this world, it seemed only her father and aunt would unconditionally care for her. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Chu Xi's mind. "Dad, why don't you marry Annie?" She didn't want her father to have a stepmother, but she also didn't want him to spend his life alone. However, if the person he married was Auntie, it would be perfect. She and Chu Wang had been raised by her, and to them, Auntie was no different from a mother. Chu Wang's face lit up at the suggestion. If Auntie married Dad, she wouldn't have to marry someone else, and their family could stay together forever. But would Auntie agree? Chu Yi playfully flicked Chu Xi's forehead. "Don't talk nonsense in front of your aunt. If I were to be with her, it wouldn't be fair to her, nor would it be right to your mother's memory. While this could be the ideal solution, it would indeed be unfair to Kai Jing." Chu Yi didn't care much for societal norms. Yet he didn't harbor romantic feelings for Kai Jing. She was not a replacement or a sacrifice. If he were to be with her one day, it would have to be rooted in genuine love. That would be the fair thing to do for Kai Jing. Realizing the impracticality of her suggestion, Chu Xi sighed. "I didn't mean it like that." However, Chu Wang's mind began to race with thoughts of how to bring their father and Auntie together. He didn't want a stepmother, nor did he want Auntie to marry a stranger. Yet, he knew he couldn't do it alone. He needed Chu Xi's help. By the time they returned to Fenghua Courtyard, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Chu Yi greeted Kai Jing before having Li Long drive him to the airport, as the new year was fast approaching. The Yifei group still has numerous matters to attend to, and it seems that Chu Yi will be staying in Haida City for quite some time. After Chu Yi departs, Chu Wang calls Chu Xi into the room. "Chu Xi, I believe you made a very valid point today. It's best for Dad to marry Auntie. This way, Dad won't have to remain single for our sake, and Auntie need not worry about being mistreated after marrying him." Chu Xi sighed. "I share your sentiments, but isn't Dad unwilling?" Chu Wang, assuming a serious demeanor, responded, "That's precisely why we must assist them in coming together." Intrigued, Chu Xi asked, "All right, what should we do?" Chu Wang awkwardly admitted, "I'm not sure." Lacking romantic experience, he was rather clueless about the dynamics between men and women. Chu Xi rolled her eyes. "Then why did you bring it up?" Clearing his throat, Chu Wang suggested, "How about you first gauge Auntie's feelings tonight?" Chu Xi nodded. "Okay, I'll find a romantic movie to watch with her and subtly inquire." Chu Wang added, "I'll look online later to learn how to navigate romance, and we must keep this matter a secret from Dad and Auntie. They must not suspect anything." Chu Xi nodded vigorously. "Understood. I'm quite good at keeping secrets. Just don't slip up yourself." Chu Wang found her confidence somewhat amusing, worried that she might inadvertently reveal their plans. Nonetheless, the gravity of the situation meant there was no point in debating with Chu Xi. They meticulously devised a plan of action and proceeded to execute it. After dinner that evening, Chu Xi dragged Kai Jing downstairs to the family cinema to watch a movie. Upon arriving, Chu Xi suggested, "Auntie, let us watch a romantic film today." Kai Jing looked at her skeptically. What spurred this sudden interest in romance? She wondered if this girl was secretly dating someone. Chu Xi, feeling a bit guilty, replied, I'm just curious. All right, let me find something, Kai Jing conceded, thinking that at her age, it wouldn't tee her to watch a love story. However, she was mindful that teenage girls could easily develop crushes. So she needed to keep a watchful eye on Chu Xi to prevent her from straying down the wrong path. Soon, Kai Jing found a newly released romantic film. Chu Xi also fetched some snacks and drinks from the adjoining room. As they munched on treats while watching the movie, the lighthearted atmosphere of the film allowed both aunt and niece to drift into their own thoughts, their attention largely absent from the screen. Chu Xi, do students at your school date? Kai Jing inquired. Chu Xi nodded slightly. I think so. There seems to be a couple in my class who are dating in secret, despite the school's strict prohibitions. Some students still manage to date behind the teachers' backs. Such things were difficult to prevent, much like how some individuals knowingly engage in illegal activities regardless of the consequences. Kai Jing wasn't surprised. She had heard stories of female students getting pregnant while out in the field. And what about you? Do you have a crush on anyone? Kai Jing asked. Chu Xi quickly replied, I don't. Kai Jing smiled gently at her. You can be honest with your aunt. I won't scold you. Chu Xi looked sincerely at Kai Jing. Auntie, I truly don't have anyone I like. I in her elementary and middle school years. Chu Wang often fought off boys who harassed her, and Chu Xi didn't want her brother to be hurt, so she refrained from speaking with other boys. These experiences left her unimpressed with immature boys. That's good, Kai Jing reassured her, finding comfort in Chu Xi's words to in her heart. She believed students should prioritize their studies, recalling how she struggled to pursue her education back in the day. But auntie, what about you? Do you have someone you like? Chu Xi countered. Why do you ask? Kai Jing felt a twinge of embarrassment. She had carefully concealed her feelings for Chu Yi. Had Chu Xi figured it out? Chu Xi shook her head. It's nothing. Just curious about who might become my uncle in the future. Kai Jing playfully tapped Chu Xi on the head. You should focus on your studies and aim for college. You don't need to worry about my affairs. Chu Xi's expression shifted to one of concern. Auntie, I'm genuinely worried. Kai Jing asked, what is troubling you? If I get married in the future and dad remarries, Chu Wang and I might end up feeling homeless. Initially feigning sadness, Chu Xi found herself genuinely distressed at the thought of such a scenario. Kai Jing softly replied, why would you think that? Chu Xi explained, my grandmother intends to set dad up on a blind date when we return. Kai Jing gasped in surprise. Did your father agree? Chu Xi shook her head. Not yet. Hearing that Chu Yi hadn't consented, Kai Jing felt a quiet sense of relief. That's good. Chu Xi continued. But what if he says yes next time? I don't want a stepmother. Kai Jing gently patted Chu Xi's head. Don't worry. Your father loves you dearly. Even if he remarries, he won't neglect you. With years of experience in the world, Kai Jing was far more mature than Chu Xi. Although Chu Yi had promised he wouldn't marry in the future, who could predict what the future held? Thus, she could only reassure Chu Xi. Chu Xi blurted out, Auntie, why don't you marry my dad? Then Chu Wang and I won't have a stepmother. Just moments ago, they had agreed that Chu Wang wouldn't let anything slip, only for Chu Xi to confess so freely. Thankfully, Chu Wang wasn't present. Otherwise, he would have been mortified. Kai Jing's heart raced at Chu Xi's words, almost leading her to agree. Fortunately, she held back at the last moment. That's impossible. Your father is my brother-in-law. How could I marry him? Chu Xi insisted. Why not? Both you and my dad are single. Why can't you get married? My mother has been gone for many years. If she knew, she would surely support your union with dad. Kai Jing was momentarily lost in thought, pondering the possibility of being with her brother-in-law. Even if she agreed, would he reciprocate? Chu Xi, even if your aunt is willing, neither Chu Wang nor your father would approve. Upon understanding Chu Xi's intentions, Kai Jing no longer concealed her feelings. She genuinely liked Chu Yi and desired to be with him, but feared that Chu Xi and Chu Wang wouldn't approve, and she worried that if Chu Yi rejected her, she would lose the chance to be by his side. As for her sister, once she departed this world, she would apologize profusely. Chu Wang would agree. He told me to ask you how you feel. Chu Xi exclaimed excitedly. Kai Jing was taken aback. And what about your father? Chu Xi grasped Kai Jing's hand. Although dad hasn't agreed, Chu Wang and I will support you. Hearing that Chu Yi hadn't yet consented left Kai Jing feeling somewhat disheartened. However, with Chu Xi and Chu Wang's backing, she felt hopeful about her chances with Chu Yi. How do you plan to assist your aunt? Having spent over a decade with Chu Xi and Chu Wang, Kai Jing understood their personalities well enough to know they wouldn't joke about such matters. Chu Xi, lacking a clear idea, suggested, I'll call Chu Wang over so we can brainstorm how to win over dad. Soon, Chu Wang arrived at the family cinema. Upon seeing Chu Xi, he shot her an incredulous look, knowing she couldn't keep a secret. However, the outcome was positive, so he remained silent. Chu Xi offered an apologetic smile, aware that she had failed to keep her mouth shut. Fearing Chu Wang would scold her, she quickly asked, "What should we do next?" Chu Wang looked at Kai Jing for confirmation. "Auntie, are you truly willing to marry my father?" Kai Jing nodded, feeling a bit shy but unwilling to deny her desire for happiness. Understanding the children as personalities, she knew they wouldn't mock her for this. After confirming her agreement, Chu Wang stated, "I just looked it up online. It says that to win a man's heart, you must first win his stomach. Your cooking is quite good, Annie. You could make him delicious meals often." The three of them lost interest in the movie and began earnestly discussing how a woman could pursue a man. The following morning, as they enjoyed breakfast, Zheng Pengqing and Zheng Shuang entered. Zheng Shuang cheerfully greeted, "Aunt Jing, Brother Chu Wang, Sister Xi." Ever since Zheng Daoyuan spoke with her, she frequently accompanied Zheng Pengqing to the Chu household. At 13, she was still quite young to pursue Chu Wang, so her strategy was to first befriend Chu Xi and gain favor with Kai Jing, hoping to earn their elders' approval. Most importantly, she needed to avoid being seen as a little sister by Chu Wang and instead gradually win his affection. Kai Jing smiled. "Shuang, you're here. Have you had breakfast?" Zheng Shuang sweetly replied, "I already ate and my brother said we would go to school together with Chu Wang and Sister Xi, so I came to say hello." Currently in her second year of junior high, Zheng Shuang attended a different school from Chu Wang and the others. However, being from a wealthy family, the siblings typically took a taxi to school, rarely using public transport. Despite having a car and driver, they were taught to be low-key, seldom allowing the driver to take them to school. Observing Zheng Pengqing and his sister, Chu Xi and Chu Wang had also declined their father's offer of a car and driver. As they left the Fenghua courtyard, Chu Wang first hailed a taxi for Zheng Shuang, allowing her to depart. The three of them then took another taxi to school at the end of December. Nanyu Middle School organized a monthly exam. By the time Chu Wang and the others arrived at school, the results were already posted. Chu Wang once again topped the science class rankings. However, Chu Xi had only managed to secure second place, with Lu Qi reclaiming the top spot. Previously, Lu Qi had written a love letter to Chu Xi, but she had not acknowledged it, effectively rejecting him. Naturally, Lu Qi, being quite intelligent, did not let this deter him. He understood that such youthful infatuations were fleeting. His priority remained studying diligently to gain admission to a university. Seeing that Lu Qi's total score exceeded hers by 2 points, Chu Xi felt a pang of dissatisfaction. With final exams approaching, she was determined to reclaim the top spot. Before they knew it, Friday arrived. The night before, Chu Xi had called Chu Yi to inform him that they would be heading to Haidu City for the weekend, and he would be accompanying them. Encouraged by Chu Xi and Chu Wang, Kai Jing officially embarked on her pursuit of Chu Yi. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Yi welcomed their visit with open arms. Direct flights connected Nanshur and Haidu City, and Chu Yi was certainly not concerned about the cost of the tickets. After school on Friday, Kai Jing picked up Chu Xi and Chu Wang, driving directly to the airport. Since they could change clothes at Haidu City, there was no need to bring much luggage. Upon arriving at the airport, Kai Jing parked in the parking lot. She had already purchased the tickets earlier. After parking, the three of them headed straight to the VIP lounge. After enjoying some refreshments, they were escorted through the VIP passageway to board the plane. Once on board, Chu Xi noticed a woman across the aisle, clad in black-framed glasses and wrapped up snugly. This sight immediately piqued her curiosity. Could she be encountering a celebrity? Leaning toward Kai Jing, Chu Xi whispered, "Auntie, do you think that person is a star?" Kai Jing followed her gaze, but couldn't discern the woman's features. Not being a fan herself, she was unfamiliar with celebrities and couldn't recognize her as if sensing their scrutiny. The woman removed her glasses and mask and greeted them with a smile. "Hello." Upon seeing her face, Chu Xi instantly recognized her as the popular actress Yang Yishir. Thrilled, Chu Xi exclaimed, "It's Yang Yishir. I'm your fan. I've watched all your dramas." Yang Yishir smiled. "Thank you for your support. Would you like an autograph? I'd be happy to sign for you." "Yes, please wait a moment." Chu Xi quickly retrieved a notebook and pen from her bag. Yang Yishir took the items, asked where to sign, and wrote, "Wishing you academic success and a bright future," before signing her name and adding the date. Chu Xi joyfully accepted the autographed notebook. "Sister Yishir, you're so kind and beautiful." Yang Yishir returned the compliment. "You're also beautiful, far more so than me." This heartfelt compliment from Yang Yishir was genuine. She truly found Chu Xi stunning, even without makeup. A beauty that no glamour could surpass. Youth is truly a treasure. Young Isha reminisced about her own youthful beauty, now slowly fading with age. Feeling a bit shy, Chu Xi asked, Sister Isha, are you going to Haida City for an event? Young Isha, charmed by Chu Xi's lively spirit, was more than willing to chat. Furthermore, she had never been one to act aloof. Not really. My agency is based in Haida City. I was in Nanshire for an event and am now returning. Before Chu Xi could respond, Chu Wang leaned in and asked, which entertainment company are you signed with? He recalled that Ife Group had a significant entertainment arm. Young Isha glanced at Chu Wang. Noticing he and Chu Xi wore matching school uniforms, and deduced they were together. Ife Entertainment. This was a secret. A quick online search would reveal it, so Young Isha answered readily. A flicker of realization crossed Chu Wang's eyes. It turned out she was signed with his father's company. Chu Xi was taken aback. Ife Entertainment? Is that company related to my dad? Kai Jing, having learned about Ife Group through Chu Xi, was somewhat accustomed to this. She knew Ife Group had an entertainment division, but hadn't anticipated running into a star associated with her brother-in-law's company on the plane. Noticing the odd expressions on Chu Xi and the others, Young Isha felt a bit puzzled, but refrained from probing further since they were not well acquainted. After a brief conversation, the plane took off, and they ceased chatting. After a smooth 2-hour flight, the airplane landed at Haida City Airport. Chu Xi gathered her belongings and waved cheerfully at Young Isha. Sister Isha, we'll be getting off first. Young Isha smiled and nodded. Okay, goodbye. Upon exiting the airport, the driver and bodyguards from Tangong awaited them at the exit. Having previously stayed at Tangong, the driver and guards recognized them immediately. Young Miss, Young Master, Miss Jing. Although the driver and his team were meeting Kai Jing for the first time, they recognized her from the guest list. Chu Wang smiled and said, Uncle Wu, thank you for your trouble. Wu Jian, she promptly replied. Not a problem at all. It is our duty. The young master, our car is outside. Chu Wang nodded. All right. Several bodyguards promptly assisted Chu Wang and his companions with their luggage and escorted them to the vehicle. The Tan Palace was not far from the airport, and soon they arrived at the opulent Tan Palace villa. Although Kai Jing had heard about it from Chu Xi, she was still astonished by the grandeur of the estate. She never imagined she would one day reside in such a beautiful house. Upon reaching Villa Number 9 at Tan Palace, Chu Xi introduced Luo Lian to Kai Jing. Aunt, this is Mama Luo. She is the chief steward of this villa. If you need anything, feel free to tell her. Unlike the Fenghua courtyard, where only a few servants were present, the Tan Palace villa had around 10 servants to attend to the master's daily needs. One could say that aside from illegal activities, their lifestyle closely resembled that of ancient aristocratic families, with an enjoyment level far exceeding that of previous eras. With a respectful smile, Luo Lian said, Miss Jing, if you need anything, just call for me. Having transitioned from a nanny to the chief steward of the villa, Luo Lian maintained a delicate balance in her interactions with her employer, which explained why Chu Yi had employed her for many years. Kai Jing smiled and nodded. All right. Chu Wang inquired, Mama Luo, has my father not returned yet? Not yet, Luo Lian responded. During this period, the sir usually works overtime until after 10 in the evening. As the new year approached, Chu Yi became exceedingly busy. Having been a nanny for over a decade, Luo Lian was well acquainted with Chu Yi's working habits. Chu Xi expressed concern. I didn't realize Dad worked so hard, staying late like this. Previously, while in Nan City, Chu Yi often remained in his study to handle work. To her surprise, he was even busier back in High City than in Nan City. Kai Jing sighed. Earning money is no easy task. Since the age of 16, she had worked alongside Chu Xi and Chu Wang in Nan City, often juggling 2 or 3 jobs a day. Yet despite her efforts, their lives remained quite frugal. Relying on loans to get by, Kai Jing had the most authority to speak on the difficulties of earning money. Luo Lian couldn't help but interject. In recent years, the sir has been working less, as he used to often work overnight. Although Chu Yi earned a substantial income, the pressure of his job was immense. Even Luo Lian, as a nanny, felt pained watching Chu Yi work tirelessly. After some discussion, Luo Lian asked, Miss Xi, young master, Miss Jing, what would you like to eat for dinner? Recently, the sir had hired 2 chefs who could prepare a variety of dishes from the 8 major Chinese cuisines. I heard from the sir that Miss Jing is from Guizhou, and the chefs can also cook dishes from that region. Upon hearing Luo Lian's words, Kai Jing felt touched, although her brother-in-law didn't explicitly say it. These gestures demonstrated his thoughtfulness. Brother-in-law, how can I repay your kindness? Chu Xi and Chu Wang, having grown up in Hunan province, naturally favored Hunan cuisine and ordered their favorite dishes. Kai Jing opted for a homestyle dish from Guiyou, one her mother often made when she was alive. Regrettably, she could no longer taste her mother's cooking. The two chefs hired by Chu Yi were five-star hotel chefs, so the dishes they prepared were exceptionally delicious. With high-quality ingredients and excellent culinary skills, the meals prepared at home were incomparable to those from restaurants. After finishing their meal, all were pleasantly full. Chu Wang suggested, "Aunt, let's take you for a tour of the Tan Palace to help digest." Kai Jing nodded with a smile. All right, as the trio walked around Tan Palace, Chu Wang provided an overview of the estate. The Tan Palace consists of 20 villas, with nearly half currently for sale. Unfamiliar, fabricated. Villa number 1 is home to Huang Qinggong, the chairman of Changhe Group, which developed the Tan Palace. Villa number 2 houses Hu Wei, the founder of Meiwei Group, known for its shipping business. Villas 3, 4, and 5 remain unsold, while Villa number 6 is occupied by Lu Rongxing, a shareholder of Xiannong Group. Villa number 7 is also unsold, and Villa number 8 is home to Du San, the president of Yanjian Group, whose family has a good relationship with theirs. Chu Wang was well informed about the residents of Tan Palace, as he had noted these details during conversations with Chu Yi. Curiously, Chu Xi asked, "Chu Wang, how do you know so much?" Chu Wang rolled his eyes at her. "Dad told me while you were playing on your phone." Chu Xi sheepishly stuck out her tongue, realizing she hadn't paid much attention to these discussions. As they continued their stroll, a sports car approached and entered the villa compound. Chu Xi commented, "That car just entered Villa No.8.it must belong to the Du family." Chu Wang had only heard of the Du family from Chu Yi and had not met any of them. Residents of Tan Palace seldom visited each other. After their tour, they returned to Villa number 9. Shortly after they settled in, Chu Yi arrived home from work. "Dad, I've missed you," Chu Xi exclaimed excitedly, rushing toward him. Chu Yi caught his daughter, laughing joyfully. "I missed you too." Knowing his children were visiting, he had wrapped up work early that day. Releasing Chu Xi, he turned to Kai Jing and asked, "How was your flight?" Kai Jing gazed at Chu Yi with warmth. "It was fine, just a bit uncomfortable during takeoff and landing." Feeling the intensity of Kai Jing's gaze, Chu Yi found it oddly unusual. Her previously reserved demeanor had transformed into something more direct and bold. Chapter 81. Delivering lunch to Dad the following morning. Kai Jing rose shortly after 7. Upon descending from upstairs, she spotted Chu Yi at the dining table having breakfast. Brother-in-law, you're up so early. Chu Yi smiled and nodded. "Come have breakfast. Let the chef prepare whatever you wish." Noticing that Chu Yi was having wontons, Kai Jing replied, "I'll have what you're having, brother-in-law." Luo Lian, hearing this, promptly entered the kitchen and soon brought out a bowl of wontons. "Miss Jing, please enjoy. Be careful, it's hot." Kai Jing thanked her with a smile and sat beside Chu Yi to eat. After sipping some broth, Kai Jing inquired, "Brother-in-law, do you have to wake up this early for work every day?" Chu Yi explained, "With the new year approaching, there's a lot to handle at the company, so I can't be at home with you all that. No need. No need." Kai Jing quickly waved her hands. "You do what you need to. I don't require your company." Chu Yi reassured her. "Later, let Xi and Wang accompany you to explore. High City has many enjoyable places." Kai Jing replied, "Okay, brother-in-law." After breakfast, Chu Yi left for work. Chu Xi and Chu Wang had yet to wake up, leaving Kai Jing somewhat bored, so she decided to wander around the villa. It wasn't until around 8 that Chu Xi and Chu Wang finally emerged from their rooms. Spotting Kai Jing watching television in the living room, Chu Wang asked, "Aunt, has my dad left for work?" Kai Jing nodded slightly. Chu Wang continued, "We'll follow the plan. You'll deliver lunch to my dad at the company later." Kai Jing hesitated. "I feel embarrassed. Saying it was one thing, but actually doing it was another matter." Encouragingly, Chu Xi chimed in, "Aunt, don't be afraid. We'll go with you." With their encouragement, Kai Jing nodded firmly. "All right, let us go deliver lunch to your father." Time flew by, and soon it was noon. Kai Jing prepared several of Chu Yi's favorite dishes and packed them into lunch boxes. Chu Wang had already arranged for Wu Jian to wait with the car. After they all got into the vehicle, they departed Tan Palace, heading toward Yifei Tower. During the drive, Chu Wang called Su Sheng. "Uncle Sheng, we're heading to the company to deliver lunch to my dad. Is it convenient?" Su Sheng replied, "I'm not at Yifei Tower right now, but I'll contact Director Chu's secretary for you." Chu Wang thanked him and hung up. Shortly after, Su Sheng called back. "Young master, I've checked with Director Chu's secretary. He's in the office, so you can deliver the lunch that I'll send you Secretary Zhou's number. You can call her when you arrive at Yifei Tower." Yifei Tower stood in the bustling area of High City, boasting 47 floors and being one of the more recognizable buildings in the city. At 11:30, a Rolls-Royce parked in front of Yifei Tower. As they exited the car, Chu Xi gazed up at the towering structure, feeling a sense of awe. This entire building really your dad's company? Chu Wang glanced at her. What do you think? It's called Yifei Tower for a reason. Kai Jing felt equally astonished. Before coming to High City, she only knew her brother-in-law was wealthy, but had no concrete idea of the extent that it was only upon arriving that she realized he was even wealthier than she had imagined. At that moment, a woman, dressed in professional attire and exuding poise, approached them with a smile. Young Master Chu, Miss Chu, Miss Kai, I'm Zhou Shi, the chairman's secretary, here to escort you into the company. The woman, in her 30s, had an average appearance but radiated a sense of warmth when she smiled. Kai Jing quickly responded, Thank you for your help. Zhou Shi replied, No trouble at all, it's my duty. These three were the chairman's family, including the group's princess and heir. Naturally, Zhou Shi was pleased to have the opportunity to interact with them. Therefore, upon receiving Su Sheng's call, she promptly came to the company's entrance to await their arrival. Accessing Yifei Group required clearance, but with the chairman's secretary leading the way, the trio smoothly entered the building. Zhou Shi walked alongside them, providing an introduction to Yifei Tower. The building has a total of 47 floors. With the chairman's office located on the 46th floor, Chu Xi asked, Sister Zhou, does my dad know we're here? Zhou Shi nodded with a smile. Yes, but he is currently in his office discussing matters. Although they were the chairman's relatives, she had to report to Chu Yi due to her responsibilities as a secretary. As she gave them an overview of Yifei Tower, she led them to the elevator. Taking them up to the 46th floor, she brought them to the reception room and offered them tea. Young Master Chu, Miss Kai, please wait a moment while I inform the chairman. Kai Jing nodded slightly. All right, thank you. Zhou Shi approached the chairman's office, knocked on the door, and entered. Inside, Chu Yi was engaged in a discussion with Song Chuman about the renovation project for the old city district of Huibin. Upon seeing Zhou Shi enter, he paused. Zhou Shi leaned in close to Chu Yi and whispered, Chairman, young Master Chu and the others have arrived. Chu Yi nodded slightly and replied to Song Chuman. Apologies, I have another matter to attend to. Let us conclude our discussion here. Originally, the renovation project was to be overseen by Zhao Jun, but Song Chuman insisted on consulting Chu Yi, although Chu Yi understood her intentions. The project's importance to Yifei Group made it difficult for him to decline her request for a meeting. Discussing the project was merely a pretext for Song Chuman to get closer to Chu Yi. Seeing that he had other matters to attend to, she graciously avoided further entangling him. All right then, Chairman Chu, let us find a restaurant to discuss this over a meal sometime. Chu Yi vaguely replied. We'll see. With the year-end rush, I might not have any free time soon. Understood. Song Chuman recognized that Chu Yi was intentionally avoiding her, yet she remained determined no man had ever rejected her. And Chu Yi was the first. She vowed not to give up until she won his affection. Chu Yi instructed Zhou Shi, please see Song Chuman out. Zhou Shi complied, smiling as she gestured, Song Zong. Please. After casting a glance at Chu Yi, Song Chuman followed Zhou Shi out of his office. Before they reached the elevator, Song Chuman turned to Zhou Shi and said, Secretary Zhou, please wait for me. I need to use the restroom. Zhou Shi nodded, sure, Song Zong. Just as Song Chuman prepared to head to the restroom, she noticed Chu Yi exiting his office and entering the reception room. Curiosity piqued. She followed him, intending to take a peek. Upon arriving at the door, she overheard a girl calling Chu Yi dad, causing her eyes to widen in disbelief. When did Chu Yi have a child? Chapter 82. Touring the headquarters of Yifei Group looking at the lunchbox in Kai Jing's hands, Chu Yi smiled. What made you think of delivering lunch to me? Chu Xi cheerfully replied, and is worried that you worked too hard. So she specially made some dishes to bring over. Chu Yi looked at Kai Jing with a probing gaze, and Chu Xi's candid words made her feel a bit shy up brother-in-law. Don't listen to Xi. I just thought you might be too busy to eat. Chu Yi chuckled. What did you make? Kai Jing quickly handed over the lunchbox, which contained home-style tofu and stir-fried pork liver. Additionally, there were a few dishes prepared by the chefs at home. Worried that her cooking might not suit Chu Yi's taste, she had asked the chefs to prepare a few dishes as well. As Chu Yi opened the lunchbox, a delightful aroma wafted out. Have you all eaten? Chu Wang replied. I had breakfast with Xi, but Anne insisted on coming to keep you company. The two siblings were eager to create opportunities for Kai Jing and Chu Yi to spend time together, facilitating communication that Kai Jing might find difficult to express herself. Chu Yi observed his children thoughtfully and then smiled at Kai Jing. Then let us eat together. All right, Kai Jing said joyfully as she served him rice. To avoid being a third wheel, Chu Xi and Chu Wang expressed their desire to tour their father's company. Chu Yi called Zhou Shi over and asked her to arrange for someone to guide the two on their tour. After escorting Song Chiman out, Zhou Shi had no other tasks, so she personally led Chu Xi and Chu Wang around the company. Chu Wang asked Zhou Shi, "Is this entire floor my dad's office?" Zhou Shi smiled. "This floor also has a large conference room for board meetings." Curious, Chu Xi asked, "There are 47 floors, so what is the upper floor for?" Zhou Shi explained, "The top floor is the chairman's private area, designated for rest and exercise. Only the chairman's office has access to the 47th floor. No one else can go up." Chu Wang inquired, "Can we go up and take a look?" Zhou Shi apologized. "You would need to ask the chairman. I don't have the authority to take you up." Chu Wang nodded. "Then let us see other areas." Zhou Shi guided them around the 46th floor, where they encountered Li Long in the bodyguard's lounge. Chu Xi and Chu Wang greeted him enthusiastically. "Uncle Long, you're here." Li Long forced a stiff smile. "Young master, young Miss Thay's Chu Yi's personal bodyguard." He accompanied him wherever he went. After exchanging pleasantries, the siblings followed Zhou Shi as they left. They had interacted with Li long enough to know he had a reserved personality. The 45th floor housed the offices of the group's president and chief financial officer, also featuring a conference room. The 44th floor serves as the office space for the group's senior executives, where Zhou Shi manages the secretarial team. Below this floor are the various departments of the group, along with the offices of subsidiaries stationed at headquarters. Additionally, the company provides amenities such as a cafeteria, gym, CAF, and billiards room. The Yifei building boasts 2 large cafeterias, located on the 15th and 30th floors. Upon reaching the cafeteria on the 30th floor, Zhou Shi inquired, "Would you like to have something to eat? The food in our company cafeteria is quite delightful." Chu Xi shook her head, replying, "We already had lunch." Chu Wang, being observant, noted, "Zhou Shi, haven't you had lunch yet?" Zhou Shi chuckled, "Oh, it's nothing that I had some snacks in the morning and I'm not hungry yet." Chu Wang suggested, "You should eat, and we can see if there's anything delicious in the cafeteria." Chu Xi added, "Sister Zhou Shi, you should eat first. It gives us a chance to try your company's meals." Persuaded by Chu Xi and Chu Wang, Zhou Shi agreed to have her lunch at the cafeteria. However, she first served Chu Xi and Chu Wang before getting her own meal. The cafeteria at Yifei Group indeed offered a delightful array of dishes, far superior to many restaurants outside. Most importantly, the cafeteria maintained a clean and hygienic environment. During their meal, Chu Xi asked, "Sister Zhou Shi, how long have you been my father's secretary?" Zhou Shi pondered for a moment before replying, "It's been about 8 years. Time flies, doesn't it?" After graduating from university, she joined Yifei Group, and within 2 years, she found herself selected as the chairman's secretary, an opportunity she had approached with a nonchalant attitude. Initially, she made frequent mistakes, but thankfully, Chu Yi extended her considerable patience, allowing Zhou Shi to grow into the role of a secretary for the chairman of a Fortune 500 company, earning over $1 million annually. "Wow, that long." Chu Xi exclaimed, "So you started working at a young age?" Zhou Shi smiled. "Not really. I joined Yifei Group after graduating from university and became your father's secretary only after working for over a year." Chu Wang quickly calculated Zhou Shi's age. "So, you're 31 now?" "Yes, I'm nearing 32, she replied. Although asking a woman's age may be considered impolite, it was permissible coming from the chairman's son. After their meal, Zhou Shi continued the tour with the two. They encountered a few employees who curiously inquired about Chu Xi and Chu Wang, but Zhou Shi deflected their questions, as she had been instructed by Chu Yi not to divulge their identities. After an hour of exploring the company, Zhou Shi had to conclude the tour due to work commitments, and Chu Xi, having walked for a while, was also feeling tired in the chairman's office. Chu Yi was engrossed in his work, while Kai Jing sat on the sofa, perusing a magazine and occasionally glancing at him. Observing Chu Yi's focused demeanor, Kai Jing thought he looked particularly handsome. She wished she could spend more time with him. Lost in her thoughts, she became somewhat dazed. Suddenly, Chu Yi felt her gaze upon him and looked up, meeting her dreamy eyes. With a subtle sigh, he realized the children hoped for him to be with Kai Jing. Not wishing to disturb her, but finding it difficult to concentrate on his work, he asked, "Jing, could you please make me a cup of tea? I feel a bit parched." Startled by his request, Kai Jing snapped back to reality. Her face flushed like a ripe apple as she replied, "Okay, I'll go make tea." She promptly stood and hurried out of the chairman's office. Chu Yi opened his mouth to remind her about his cup, but she had already exited. Soon, Kai Jing returned with a disposable cup of tea. Brother Yi, I made you some tea. Chu Yi smiled. Thank you. Kai Jing cautiously observed him, relieved when she noticed no unusual expression on his face. She had been worried he might discern her feelings and come to dislike her. Women in love often experience such insecurities. With her inherent self-doubt, facing the mature, capable Chu Yi only amplified her feelings of inadequacy. At that moment, Chu Xi and Chu Wang entered the room. Noticing Chu Yi had paused his work, they asked, Dad, have you finished working? Chu Yi smiled indulgently at his daughter. Almost. Have you finished your tour of the company? Chu Xi replied. We explored from the 25th to the 46th floors and had lunch at the cafeteria. After taking a sip of tea, Chu Yi asked, What are your impressions of the company? After pondering, Chu Xi said, Well, I think your company is quite large, and there are many employees. While she was intrigued by the visit, she hadn't given it much thought beyond that. Chu Yi turned to Chu Wang. What about you, Xiao Wang? Chu Wang responded, I can't compare the employees here to others, but I feel that Yifei Group staff work with great enthusiasm. Chu Yi chuckled. Our corporate culture is centered around striving for a better tomorrow. At Yifei Group, as long as you possess the capability, you can proactively request a salary increase. Employees here need not fear their talents being overlooked. Everyone has the opportunity to realize their value. A sound promotion path, excellent salary benefits, and a relaxed management environment are the reasons our employees maintain their motivation. The key to Yifei Group's ascension to the ranks of Fortune 500 companies lies in two words: sacrifice and gain. The primary motive for employees working is to earn a living. Most people are driven by financial incentives that by providing good salary benefits. Chu Yi ensures employees can fulfill their personal aspirations. Hence, how could anyone at Yifei Group not work diligently? If one does not strive, they risk being surpassed by their colleagues and ultimately being eliminated. After a brief chat with Kai Jing and the others, Chu Yi organized his documents and prepared to leave the company with them. However, before departing, Chu Xi expressed her desire to visit the 47th floor. Thus, Chu Yi led them from the chairman's office elevator to the 47th floor, which he had reserved for himself. This level featured a lounge, gym, and entertainment facilities, and Chu Yi could even jog along the outer corridor while enjoying the beautiful views of Haidu City. After touring the 47th floor, Chu Yi escorted the three of them out of the Yifei building. Once in the car, he announced, Dinner time is approaching. I'll take you to Qinhuang Pavilion in Haidu City. Chu Xi inquired, What is Qinhuang Pavilion? Chu Yi explained, It's a high-end restaurant, but generally, only members can dine there. Membership requires a one-time deposit of 100,000 yuan, which surprised Kai Jing. So expensive. Doesn't that mean few people can eat there? Chu Yi chuckled softly. Don't underestimate our Long Kingdom. There are actually quite a few wealthy individuals. Moreover, this is Haidu City, an international financial hub, where the affluent are more numerous than you might imagine. The Long Kingdom boasts a history of thousands of years, accumulating countless wealthy families. Even if many have faded into the annals of history, a significant number remain. Given the Long Kingdom's tradition of humility, true wealthy individuals often remain inconspicuous. Take Chu Yi, for instance. His assets surpass the combined fortunes of many listed on the Long Kingdom's wealth rankings, yet his name does not appear among them. There are many such hidden wealthy individuals like Chu Yi, known only to him. Chu Wang asked, Dad, is the food at Qinhuang Pavilion really that good? Chu Yi nodded slightly. It's acceptable. Wealthy people aren't foolish. If the food were poor, no one would dine there. As they chatted, they soon arrived at Qinhuang Pavilion. The establishment featured a classical architectural style, showcasing the beauty of Long Kingdom's heritage. The parking lot was filled with a variety of luxury cars. After disembarking, Chu Yi led them into Qinhuang Pavilion. The hostess greeted them with a respectful smile. May I ask if you have a reservation? I'm Chu. Chu Yi presented his membership card. The hostess bowed slightly and gestured for them to enter. Mr. Chu, please follow me to your private room. Inside, Qinhuang Pavilion exuded an ancient and grand ambience, evoking a profound sense of history. As Chu Wang and the others walked through, they instinctively lowered their voices. The server escorted them to the entrance of a private room. Just then, a person emerged from a nearby room, his face lighting up upon seeing Chu Yi. Go, you're here for dinner too? Chu Yi smiled and nodded. Yes. When did you return? Just a couple of days ago. Du Song's gaze fell upon Kai Jing, clearly impressed by her beauty. Having lived for 30 years, he had encountered many beautiful women. Yet he had never seen one as pure as the girl before him. Go. Who are these? With a smile, Chu Yi introduced, This is my sister-in-law, Kai Jing. This is my son, Chu Wang. and my daughter. Chu Xi, this is Du Song, who lives next door. Chu Wang and Chu Xi quickly greeted. Uncle Du Song nodded at them, then turned to Chu Yi, astonished. Ego, when did you have such a big son and daughter? Having known Chu Yi for many years, he was quite familiar with their family's situation. Chu Yi chuckled. That's a long story. I'll tell you when we have the chance. Although curious, Du Song refrained from probing further. Chu Yi asked, who are you dining with? Just a few friends, Du Song replied, casting a discreet glance at Kai Jing that he thought to himself that he should inquire if Yi's sister-in-law was still single. Meeting Kai Jing had unexpectedly ignited a desire for marriage within him. Chu Yi nodded. Well, enjoy your meal with your friends. We'll head to our private room. All right. See you later. Du Song smiled at them before heading towards the restroom. After entering the private room and placing their orders, Chu Xi curiously inquired, Dad, who is this Uncle Du? Chu Yi explained, Du Song is just a wealthy young man, but his family is quite impressive. His father, Du San, is the president of Yanjin Group and one of Yifei Group's shareholders. Chu Wang asked, is Yanjin Group powerful? Chu Yi affirmed, indeed, it is very strong. They are involved in all sectors related to construction, and not just within Haidu City. This is merely the visible aspect of the Du family's business. The hidden ventures are likely numerous. While the Du family's assets might not surpass Chu Yi's, their influence is certainly comparable to that of the Zhong family behind him. This is why Chu Yi welcomed Du San as an investor in Yifei Group. He always remembered the wise words of a great person, cultivate many friends, and minimize enemies. Yifei Group's ascent to the Fortune 500 rankings was made possible through sharing profits. The more people involved in distributing the pie, the less it mattered, as long as the pie itself was large enough, ensuring Chu Yi's substantial earnings. Chu Xi asked, Dad, how do we compare to the Du family? Chu Yi chuckled. There's no real comparison. The Du family is a century-old clan with significant influence both domestically and internationally. Our family has only been affluent for a little over 10 years, and we lack the depth of the Du family. Many things require time to cultivate and cannot be achieved overnight. Had the Chu family not been backed by the Zhong family, there's no way they could have grown Yifei Group to such a scale. However, the Zhong family is still the Zhong family. While the Chu family is an outsider, while the Chu family enjoys the Zhong family's strong support during prosperous times, the Zhong family will not be brought down if the Chu family faces calamity. But I still think you're the most impressive, Brother Yi. Kai Jing admired Chu Yi with sparkling eyes. The Du family may have been built over generations, but Chu Yi was a true self-made man. Kai Jing knew that when her sister dated Chu Yi, their family's circumstances were not significantly better than hers. With a laugh, Chu Yi remarked, there are many who are more impressive than me. Sensing Kai Jing's admiration, he felt quite pleased. Every man harbors a sense of vanity, and Chu Yi was no exception. The dishes at Xinhuang Pavilion were served expeditiously, and within moments, the table was filled with exquisite food. Chu Yi refrained from discussing the Du family further and invited everyone to start their meal. The chefs at Xinhuang Pavilion not only exhibited remarkable culinary skills, but also utilized the finest ingredients from around the globe. A single meal here could easily cost tens of thousands. Only those truly wealthy would dare dine in such establishments. Midway through their meal, Du Song entered with a glass of wine. Go. I'm here to toast you. Chu Yi smiled. I have no wine here, but I'll toast you with tea instead. Du Song didn't mind and clinked his glass with Chu Yi's. He then turned to Kai Jing. Kai Jing, since you're Yi's sister-in-law, you're like my sister. Let us toast as well. Kai Jing glanced at Chu Yi, and upon receiving his nod, she raised her juice cup. Do go. I toast you. Du Song downed his drink in one go and then turned his attention to Chu Xi and Chu Wang. Chu Xi, Chu Wang, I want to toast you today. I didn't prepare any gifts for this sudden meeting. Next time we meet, I'll make it up to you. Chu Xi and Chu Wang smiled in gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Du Song replied. Enjoy your meal. I won't disturb you any longer. I'll cover the bill for your table today. Chu Yi graciously accepted, thanking him with a smile. After Du Song departed, Chu Xi remarked, Dad, Uncle Du seems like a nice person. Chu Yi responded, he is indeed a good person, but he is a bit of a flirt and has frequently changed girlfriends. Especially you, Jing. Be cautious not to fall for his sweet talk. While saying this, Chu Yi looked at Kai Jing that he couldn't quite understand why he felt concerned that she might be deceived by Du Song's charm. He justified it to himself, as Kai Jing was his sister-in-law, and he felt a responsibility to protect her and the children he had raised. Preventing her from being fooled by a scoundrel was part of his duty as her brother-in-law. Kai Jing gazed back at Chu Yi affectionately. Brother, don't worry. I won't be deceived. Chu Xi and Chu Wang exchanged knowing glances and smiled secretly, aware that their aunt would not be swayed by anyone's flattery, while their father likely remained oblivious to the fact that their aunt had feelings for him. After dining at Wang Pavilion, Chu Yi took the three to a shopping street, where he purchased numerous outfits for them. They continued their outing until nearly 11 at night before returning to Tan Palace. The following morning, Kai Jing rose early to accompany Chu Yi for breakfast, following Chu Wang's advice from his online research. He believed that increasing time spent together could foster feelings between men and women. "Brother, we'll be heading back this afternoon," Kai Jing informed him. Chu Yi nodded. "I'll be going to work shortly. So I want to see you off this time. When you have time, come visit Haida City. Once I finish this busy period, I'll take you around Haida.in the Dragon Kingdom. The first destination that comes to mind for a seaside trip is Haida City, a remarkably suitable location for tourism. Well, I will come over when I have the time," Kai Jing replied with a smile. After breakfast, Li Long had already driven the car over. Kai Jing accompanied Chu Yi to the car, advising, "Brother-in-law, please drive safely on the road, that if work becomes too exhausting, remember to take a break." Chu Yi nodded with a smile. "All right." After watching Chu Yi's car leave, Kai Jing returned to the villa. Not long after Chu Yi departed, Chu Xi and Chu Wang came down from upstairs. In fact, they had woken up early but chose not to come down to avoid disturbing their aunt and father's private time. "Auntie, have you and my dad made any progress?" Chu Xi asked eagerly as she rushed to Kai Jing's side. Kai Jing's lips curled into a slight smile. "Your dad said that once he finishes this busy period, he will take us to Haida City for fun." Chu Xi exclaimed, "Really? I have never been to Haida City. I heard it's a lot of fun. I've even learned to swim, so I can go diving in the sea." Chu Wang interjected, "You call that a swimming style?" Chu Xi shot him a glare. "What is it to you?" Kai Jing laughed, interrupting the sibling banter. "All right, you two go eat breakfast first, or you want to be able to eat lunch later." Hearing their aunt's words, Chu Xi made a face at Chu Wang and dashed to the dining room, with Chu Wang following her. Chapter 85. An incident in the morning. Chu Xi stayed in her room doing homework, while Chu Wang remained in his room playing games with friends. Kai Jing was lounging on the sofa in the living room downstairs, organizing client information on her computer, when suddenly Du Song arrived. "Kai Jing, are you home alone today?" "Du Ge, you're here." Kai Jing quickly placed her computer on the coffee table and stood up. Xi and Xiao Wang are also at home. She called out to Luo Lian, "Aunt Luo, could you please call Xi and Xiao Wang down?" Luo Lian acknowledged and hurried upstairs. Kai Jing turned to Du Song. "Please, take a seat." "All right." Du Song nodded with a smile and sat down on the sofa opposite Kai Jing. She asked, "Did you come to see my brother-in-law?" Du Song shook his head with a smile. "No particular reason. I was just bored at home and thought I'd drop by. As he spoke, Du Song took out a gift box and handed it to Kai Jing. "This is chocolate my friend brought from abroad. I brought it for you to try." Kai Jing quickly waved her hand. No, it's from your friend. You should keep it." Du Song chuckled. "It's not anything precious. Please accept it. Besides, I don't particularly like chocolate." Seeing his insistence, Kai Jing finally accepted it. "Thank you, Du Ge. You're welcome," Du Song said. "I have a good relationship with Yi Ge, and since you are his sister-in-law, you're like a sister to me." While they were chatting, Chu Xi and Chu Wang quickly came down from upstairs. "Uncle Du," they greeted. Du Song smiled. "Just like your dad, I'll call you Xi and Xiao Wang. Yesterday, we met too quickly, so I brought you a little welcome gift." Du Song handed each of them a gift box containing 2 watches, each valued at over 200,000, given the relationship and financial standing of the Du and Chu families. Such gifts were perfectly acceptable. Chu Wang and Chu Xi thanked him for the gifts. Chu Yi had already told them that if Du Song offered them gifts, they could accept them without hesitation, promising to return the favor when Du Song had children in the future. Du Song then asked, "Do you have any plans today? I could take you out for some fun." Kai Jing apologized. "Thank you, but we have to return to Nan City this afternoon, so we want to have time to go out." Du Song expressed his regret. That's a pity. He wasn't too surprised that they were returning to Nan City. Knowing that Chu Yi's hometown was there, he could also tell from Chu Wang and Chu Xi's accents that they were from Nan City. That Du Song had previously dated 2 girls from Nan City and spent over half a year there, so he was quite familiar with the local accent. By the way, I don't have your contact information. Let us exchange numbers, and I can take you out sometime. All right. Given the relationship between the Chu and Du families, Kai Jing couldn't refuse, so she took out her phone and exchanged contact details with him. Knowing they were heading back to Nan City in the afternoon, Du Song didn't linger at the Chu residence and soon took his leave after some small talk. In the afternoon, since Chu Yi was busy, He had Su Shang drive Kai Jing and the children to the airport. He had also arranged for their return tickets ahead of time. After arriving at Nan City Airport, Kai Jing drove her BMW to take Chu Xi and Chu Wang back to Fenghua Courtyard. Perhaps due to the upcoming New Year or it being a Sunday, there were quite a few people out. The roads were congested, and as a novice driver, Kai Jing felt quite nervous navigating through the traffic. Her anxiety led to a mistake, and as she turned right, she accidentally collided with a straight-moving electric bike. Kai Jing was immediately stunned. Chu Wang reassured her, "Annie, don't worry. I'll get out to check on the person we hit. You call the police and the ambulance." Chu Xi follows suit. "I'll call Uncle Sheng to ask what we should do in this situation." Chu Wang's calm instructions helped to steady the flustered Kai Jing and Chu Xi. Chu Xi quickly took out her phone. "All right, I'll call Uncle Sheng right now." Following Chu Wang's guidance, Kai Jing first dialed the emergency services, then the police. Once she had instructed the two of them, Chu Wang opened the car door and stepped out. The man on the electric bike was a middle-aged individual with a brutish appearance. Lying half on the ground, glaring angrily at Chu Wang as he approached. "You hit me. Pay up." Chu Wang remained unfazed by the man's hostility. "It will discuss compensation once the police arrive to determine fault. If it's our responsibility, we won't shirk our duty." Earlier, while in the car, Chu Wang had observed that the man had accelerated towards them deliberately. However, he refrained from arguing with the man, recognizing that the man was clearly attempting to extort money. Upon hearing Chu Wang's words, the middle-aged man seemed even angrier. "What? You hit someone and don't want to pay?" Chu Wang insisted. "I never said we wouldn't pay. We've already reported to the police and called for an ambulance. Once the police arrive, if we are at fault, we will take full responsibility." Hearing that the police had been called, the man's expression shifted to a hint of panic. "Just give me 5,000 yuan. I have urgent matters and can't go to the hospital." Chu Wang scoffed. "It's best to wait for the ambulance to check you out. Otherwise, we can't be responsible if something happens later." Seeing that Chu Wang was not falling for his tactics, the middle-aged man began to wail to the onlookers. "Everyone, look, this person drives such a nice car but refuses to pay after hitting someone. Is there no justice left in this world? Are we poor folks doomed to be bullied by the wealthy?" His outcry drew attention, and the crowd began to point fingers at Chu Wang. Suddenly, two tall and burly men emerged from the crowd, quickly surrounding Chu Wang. "You little punk dare not pay after hitting someone. Hurry up and compensate that gentleman, or we'll make you regret it." Chu Wang was taken aback, but his bodyguards swiftly shielded him. "Young master, you should get in the car. We'll handle this." The two were Chu Wang's bodyguards, who had been discreetly following him since he got off the plane. In fact, there was an entire team of 24 bodyguards dedicated to ensuring Chu Wang's safety around the clock. Even during the flight, there were bodyguards covertly protecting him, not just Chu Wang. But Chu Xi and Kai Jing also had similar arrangements for their security. Chu Wang nodded. "All right, I leave it to you." As soon as he got into the car, the two bodyguards swiftly subdued the two accomplices. Soon after, a police car arrived. One of the bodyguards approached the police to discuss the situation and presented footage from the dashcam. Chapter 86. The outcome. As soon as Chu Wang got back in the car, Kai Jing anxiously asked, "Xiao Wang, how is the injured person? Is it serious?" Chu Wang shook his head, his tone calm. "He should be fine. That man accelerated on purpose. It seems he was trying to extort money." Kai Jing frowned with concern. "That's outrageous. How can he do such a thing in broad daylight?" Chu Xi chimed in. "I called Uncle Sheng, and he told us to wait in the car. He has already arranged for someone to handle it." Chu Wang nodded. "Then let us wait a bit. My bodyguards are also talking with the police." Kai Jing noticed the two men blocking Chu Wang's path and realized they were his bodyguards. "I didn't expect your father to arrange bodyguards for you." Chu Xi laughed. "Auntie, Dad secretly arranged bodyguards for you too." "What?" Kai Jing was astonished. "Really? I didn't notice." Chu Xi explained. "They have strong tracking and anti-tracking skills. It's hard for an average person to spot them. I didn't know at first either, but when I got into trouble while out, they revealed themselves to protect me." Kai Jing was puzzled. "But why didn't your father tell me he arranged bodyguards for me?" Chu Wang quickly clarified. "My dad was worried you wouldn't accept it." "Annie, don't blame my dad. He did it for your safety." Kai Jing smiled. "I understand. I'm not someone who doesn't appreciate kindness. Your father is just looking out for me." Learning that Chu Yi had arranged for her protection made Kai Jing feel a warm sense of sweetness. It was evident that her brother-in-law cared for her. Young women often have a significant bias towards those they admire, and given Chu Yi's exceptional qualities, Kai Jing had developed a somewhat blind admiration for him. After waiting in the car for over 10 minutes, Chu Wang's bodyguards returned to inform them they could leave. Chu Wang inquired about how the matter had been resolved. The bodyguard informed him. The man was found to be attempting to extort money. He could face at least 3 years in prison. Additionally, he had 2 accomplices, who will likely face similar consequences. They simply picked the wrong target this time. Had it been an ordinary person, they might have succeeded. After spending nearly half an hour on the road, Kai Jing finally resumed her drive home. By the time they returned to Fenghua Courtyard, it was almost dark. Immediately after parking the car, Kai Jing rushed to inspect the damage from the collision. Upon seeing a large scratch on the right side of the vehicle, her expression visibly turned pained. This wasn't just about the car being new. It was a gift from Chu Yi. Chu Wang reassured her, "Auntie, the car isn't deformed. Those scratches can be easily repaired at the service station. We have other cars at home. You can use one temporarily. Uncle Sheng will arrange for repairs tomorrow." There were several vehicles of different types at Fenghua Courtyard, all purchased by Chu Yi for convenience. Kai Jing accepted the situation, though she felt distressed about the damage. The next day, Kai Jing drove a Porsche to the Handing Advertising Company. This was a car Chu Yi had planned for her to use previously. But at that time, she did not have a driver's license. After parking in the company's lot, she unexpectedly encountered Chu Yi. Upon seeing Kai Jing exit the Porsche, her eyes widened in astonishment. "Kai Jing, did you change cars?" Kai Jing explained, feeling a bit embarrassed. "I had a minor accident yesterday, so I took the car for repairs at the service station. This one belongs to my brother-in-law. I'm just borrowing it for a few days." Chu Yi thought to herself how different people's circumstances could be. She had worked hard for a long time just to afford a regular car and still had to pay off a car loan. Whereas Kai Jing could casually drive luxury vehicles. She longed for a brother-in-law as wealthy and kind as Kai Jing's, but unfortunately, her own brother-in-law's conditions were not as favorable. After parking, the two made their way to the office together. While waiting for the elevator, Chu Yi asked, "Do you have any larger orders this month?" "None so far." Over the past few months, Kai Jing had managed to secure a contract worth over 500,000 each month, totaling nearly 5 million in revenue and over 4 million in returns. It was already a certainty that she would be the sales champion at Handing Advertising this year. Chu Yi smiled. "Keep it up. Let us aim for another big order before the new year." "I can't guarantee that," Kai Jing replied, unwilling to make any promises. Upon arriving at the company, she went directly to her office. As the manager of the business department, she no longer had to hold morning meetings with her team. She processed the department's business orders and coordinated with other departments in the company. Around 11 in the morning, Kai Jing received a call from an unknown number. "Is this Miss Kai Jing?" "Yes." "Hello, Miss Kai, this is the Qingzhou flower shop. Someone has ordered a bouquet for you, and I'm at your company's entrance." "A bouquet?" Kai Jing felt puzzled, wondering who could have sent her flowers. Could it be her brother-in-law? She thought happily. The florist continued, "The person who ordered the flowers left you a note. You'll know who it is once you receive them." "All right, I'll be right out." Kai Jing hung up and quickly made her way to the entrance of the company. Soon, she received a large bouquet of bright red roses from a person in a flower shop uniform. A quick glance revealed there were probably 99 roses. After handing over the bouquet, the florist left. Kai Jing found a note within the flowers that read, "In this vast world, I have 3 loves, the sun and the moon. And you for eternity, the sun for the morning, the moon for the evening, and you for each dawn and dusk." The note was signed by Wu Ming, along with a phone number. Although the note was beautifully written, Kai Jing was disappointed to realize that these flowers were not from her brother-in-law. Wu Ming. Who was this? She had no recollection of this individual and was perplexed as to why someone would send her flowers. Since the flowers were not from her brother-in-law, Kai Jing had no interest in keeping them or finding out who Wu Ming was, just as she was about to discard them in a nearby trash bin. Yi Fangfang walked out of the company. Seeing the large bouquet in Kai Jing's hands, she eagerly inquired, "Sister Jing, who sent you these flowers?" Kai Jing shook her head slightly. "I don't know. I was about to throw them away." "Why throw them away? Let me smell them." Yi Fangfang moved closer. "If you don't want them, just give them to me. I've never received flowers from anyone in my life." Kai Jing was astonished. "Your boyfriend has never given you flowers." Yi Fangfang rolled her eyes. "He's a complete bro, devoid of any romantic instincts." Kai Jing chuckled and handed the flowers to Yi Fangfang. "All right then, these flowers are yours." Yi Fangfang gleefully accepted. "Thank you, Sister Jing." Chapter 87. Wu Ming's obsession outside Handing Advertising Company. Wu Ming leaned against his car with a cigarette in his mouth, waiting. Ever since he encountered Kai Jing at the BMW service center, He had been inquiring about her whereabouts. It was only recently that he learned from a friend who attended a charity gala that Kai Jing was working as a business manager at Handing Advertising. He also discovered that she was the sister-in-law of Chu Yi, the chairman of Yifei Group. Though Wu Ming indulged in a lavish lifestyle, he was not foolish. He understood who he could provoke and who he could not. After learning about Kai Jing's background, he initially considered giving up. However, the thought of her captivating beauty rekindled his desire to pursue her. Caught in a dilemma, he found it hard to let go. Wu Ming had already made up his mind. After winning over Kai Jing, marriage would be the next step. Perhaps his father would grant him a larger share of the family fortune upon learning he had married Chu Yi's younger sister. Thus, after the weekend, Wu Ming promptly ordered a bouquet of roses from his flower shop to send to her. After finishing a cigarette, the shop assistant hurriedly emerged from the office building of Handing Advertising Company. Before he could reach Wu Ming, the latter eagerly inquired, "Xiao Li, did she accept the flowers?" The shop assistant, Xiao Li, smiled and replied, "Young Master Wu, Miss Kai has received your flowers. Wonderful." Wu Ming clapped his hands. "In all my years, I have never failed to pursue a woman." Xiao Li quickly flattered him. "Young Master Wu, being the second heir of the Qingzhou Group, which woman could possibly resist you?" "Ha!" Wu Ming laughed heartily. "Xiao Li, you're quite perceptive. I'll give you a raise next month." Xiao Li joyfully responded, "Thank you, young Master Wu. I wish you success in winning the lady's heart soon." After Xiao Li departed, Wu Ming, elated, returned to his car to await Kai Jing's call. However, as noon approached, he still had not received any word from her, filling him with confusion. Had Kai Jing not seen the note he left for her? Just then, he spotted Kai Jing exiting the office building. Not caring that she was accompanied by others, he eagerly approached her. "Kai Jing, did you like the flowers I sent?" Upon seeing the frivolous demeanor of Wu Ming, a flicker of disdain crossed Kai Jing's face. "I didn't like them. Please do not send me any more. I have no feelings for you. So stop pursuing me." That moment, Kai Jing recalled who Wu Ming was, the man who had pestered her when she was with her brother-in-law to pick up a car. His father was the chairman of the Qingzhou Group, but that was of no concern to Kai Jing. Even if Wu Ming were the son of the world's richest man, she would not spare him a glance. Wu Ming, undeterred by her words, showed no signs of embarrassment or retreat. "Kai Jing, please don't be so cold. I genuinely want to be friends. Our meeting when buying a car must be a sign of fate. Don't you think?" Kai Jing furrowed her brow, feeling even more repulsed. She coldly glanced at Wu Ming. "I believe I've made myself quite clear that I have no interest in you and wish to have no further interactions. Please respect that." Wu Ming, as if he had not heard her, stepped closer with a teasing tone. "Kai Jing, you wound my heart. I sincerely admire you. From the moment I first saw you, I felt you were exceptionally unique." Without hiding her disdain, Kai Jing retorted, "If you continue to harass me, I will call the police." Upon hearing the words "call the police," Wu Ming's smile faltered slightly, and his expression turned somewhat resigned. "All right, I'll take my leave for today, but I want to give up. You will accept me eventually." Watching Wu Ming drive away, Kai Jing felt a headache coming on, even after her clear rejection. Why did he persist in his pursuit? "Sister Jing, I think that Wu Ming's car suggests he comes from a wealthy family," Yi Fangfang remarked. Kai Jing sighed. "He is indeed quite affluent. His father is the chairman of the Qingzhou Group." Yi Fangfang exclaimed. "Is that the Qingzhou Group that produces animal feed? I've visited them before." Kai Jing shook her head. "I'm not very clear about it. I rarely pursued business with large companies, as I know it's challenging to secure significant deals without connections, unless I were willing to compromise myself, which I would never do." She preferred to avoid further discussion about Wu Ming and said, "Let us have lunch at the Xiangyu Western restaurant, and afterward, you can accompany me to meet a client." "Sure. Thank you for treating me to lunch, Sister Jing," Yi Fangfang replied with a smile. Kai Jing led Yi Fangfang to her car. The Yi Fangfang did not recognize the Porsche. Its exterior clearly indicated it was a luxury vehicle. She exclaimed, "Sister Jing, have you changed cars?" Kai Jing explained, "No. My car is in for repairs. I'm borrowing my brother-in-law's for a couple of days." Sitting in the passenger seat of the Porsche, Yi Fangfang gazed enviously at the luxurious interior. After a moment, she sighed. "If I could drive a car like this in my lifetime, it would make my existence worthwhile." Kai Jing smiled gently. "Fangfang, a car is merely a means of transportation. It's not worth too much concern. Moreover, if you work hard, you might one day drive an even better car. Yi Fangfang pursed her lips. Unconvinced, "Sister Jing, it's easy for you to say. For ordinary people like us, it would take years of saving to buy such a car. Unless you're one of those exceptional cases, most people can hardly afford luxury cars after they are born. Kai Jing was at a loss for words if not for her brother-in-law secretly assisting her with performance and funding her house and car. She doubted she would ever own a vehicle. Who can predict life's fortunes? Yi Fangfang quickly shifted her mindset, as she had a wonderful boyfriend and was living a happy life. Additionally, they were just 2 years away from saving enough for a house and marriage. With a promising future ahead, the Xiangyu Western restaurant was conveniently located near Kai Jing's company, and they arrived in less than 10 minutes. However, when parking, Kai Jing struggled to find a spot. A passerby jested, "Beautiful lady, your driving skills need work. You've been trying to park this fine car for ages." Feeling slightly embarrassed, Kai Jing replied, "Sir, would you mind helping me park?" The passerby's eyes lit up. "Really? I've never driven such a fine car before." "Thank you, sir," Kai Jing said as she put the car in park, stepped out, and let him take the wheel. "It's no trouble at all," he said cheerfully as he got in. After settling into the comfortable leather seat and admiring the luxurious interior, he soon maneuvered the car expertly into the parking space. Kai Jing quickly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, sir." The passerby beamed as he exited the vehicle. "I should be thanking you for allowing me to experience driving such a luxury car." Chapter 88. Zhang's private kitchen. Before long, it was time for Chu Wang and Chu Xi's final exams, and afterward, they would have winter break. They originally planned to head to Haida City the following day, but upon receiving a call from their grandmother expressing her longing for them, they decided to return home to spend 2 days with their grandparents first. ATACAF on the pedestrian street in Haida City, Chu Xi and Chu Wang entered to find Lu Pan waving at them from a window side booth. Chu Xi smiled and waved back before following Chu Wang over. Sister Pan Chu Xi and Chu Wang greeted her. "You're here." Lu Pan smiled as she pulled her boyfriend, Zhou Jincheng, closer, introducing him. "Let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Zhou Jincheng, from Jinxiu Qiancheng. Dear, these are my cousins, Chu Wang and Chu Xi." Zhou Jincheng smiled. "Hello, I've heard about you from Lu Pan. It's nice to finally meet you." Chu Wang smiled slightly and remarked, "Sister Pan, your boyfriend is quite handsome. You've got good taste." Lu Pan beamed with pride. "Of course, I took my time to find such an exceptional boyfriend as Jincheng." Zhou Jincheng humbly replied, No, Lu Pan is just too kind. What would you two like to drink? Today, I'm treating, so please don't hold back." Zhou Jincheng offered. Chu Wang replied, "Then we want to be polite." As the server approached, Chu Wang directly ordered, "I'll have a mocha." Chu Xi added, "I'd like a cappuccino, and also a small dessert." They chatted while waiting for their orders, which arrived promptly. Chu Xi took a spoonful of dessert and tasted it, her face lighting up with delight. "Sister Pan, this dessert is delicious." Lu Pan smiled. "I sent it. If it weren't good, Jincheng and I wouldn't come here so often for coffee." Zhou Jincheng chimed in. "I know a restaurant with excellent food. Let us go there for lunch." "Sounds great." Chu Xi agreed with a smile that as she adapted to the lifestyle of the wealthy, she found it easy to handle situations where others treated her. She was no longer in need of money to reciprocate. Although money isn't everything, it certainly provides confidence and reassurance. Chu Wang said, "I want to hold back with you, Zhou. I'd love to try your recommended dishes." Zhou Jincheng confidently replied, "Don't worry, I promise you won't be disappointed." After sitting in the CAF for a while and realizing it was almost noon, Zhou Jincheng suggested they head to the restaurant. Everyone agreed. After leaving the CAF, Zhou Jincheng drove his Audi, ready to take them to the restaurant. Although it was called a restaurant, it was actually a private kitchen. Zhang's private kitchen was somewhat remote and not very large, but it was exceptionally clean. Zhou Jincheng explained, "The chef here is the father of a friend of mine. He learned a few tricks from a royal chef when he was young. Despite its location, it attracts quite a few customers. However, they only serve 4 tables each day, 2 at lunch and 2 at dinner. So you need to queue if you want to eat. Since I'm friends with the owner's son, I can reserve in advance." They spoke. The owner's wife came over to greet them. She smiled at Zhou Jincheng. "Jincheng, you're here. Please sit down. Ruian's dad is cooking." Ruian was Zhou Jincheng's friend. "Zhang Ruian." Zhou Jincheng quickly replied, "Sorry to trouble uncle and auntie again. These two are my girlfriend's cousins. Knowing your culinary skills are top-notch, I brought them to try your food." The owner's wife beamed. "We can't let you lose face in front of your girlfriend's family. I'll have Ruian's dad prepare some signature dishes so you can enjoy your meal." "All right. Jincheng, you entertain your friends. I'll go help your uncle in the kitchen," she said. Zhou Jincheng promptly replied, "Auntie, please don't worry about us." After she left, the 4 of them sat around the table. Curious, Chu Wang asked, "Zhou Gu, If the owner's cooking is so good, why not open a shop in a bustling area? Zhou Jincheng explained. My friend's parents are quite laid back and don't have high material desires. Despite the remote location, they still make a decent profit. They only serve 4 tables per day, and the least expensive table costs over 3,000 yuan. That adds up to a substantial amount daily. Chu Xi exclaimed, that must be over 300,000 yuan a month. Chu Wang added, not quite. That figure includes costs, but the actual profit is still significant. The restaurant industry has decent profit margins, especially since the owner owns the property and doesn't have to pay rent. As they sipped tea and chatted, it was long before the owner's wife began serving dishes. The first dish was braised lion's head. The golden lion's head was fragrant and visually enticing, making it hard to resist. Chu Xi eagerly took a piece and tasted it, her eyes lighting up. Wow, this is delicious. The lion's head is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The flavor is incredible. Chu Wang also took a bite, praising, the chef's skills are truly commendable. The meat is tender, and the sauce is perfectly balanced. Lu Pan added with a smile, it's quite good. My boyfriend is very particular about food, so if he recommends a place, it's bound to be delicious. Zhou Jincheng chuckled. This braised lion's head is Zhang Uncle's specialty. I always have it when I come here. Soon, the owner's wife brought out several more dishes, each one a feast for the eyes and palate, leaving Chu Xi and Chu Wang thoroughly satisfied. After the meal, Zhou Jincheng, observing their content expressions, asked, how was it? Did it meet your expectations? Chu Wang sincerely praised, thanks to you, Zhou, we've enjoyed such delicious food today. I'll definitely want to come back when the opportunity arises. Chu Xi added, I'll have to bring my friends here to try it. I know they'll love it. The friend Chu Xi referred to was, of course, Chen Yan. Besides her family, she had only one close friend. During their meal, the owner also stopped by to say hello, inviting them to call him directly next time they wished to dine there. Chu Xi and Chu Wang smiled and agreed, ensuring to take down the owner's number. After finishing their meal, Zhou Jincheng went to settle the bill, even with a discount from the owner's wife. The total came to over 3,000 yuan. However, Chu Xi felt the quality of the food justified the price. Having dined at numerous restaurants, she had never encountered one that could rival this private kitchen. After leaving Zhang's private kitchen, Lu Pan invited Chu Xi and Chu Wang to go to KTV for some singing, with no plans for the afternoon, and having never visited KTV before. The two eagerly agreed. Chapter 89. Conflict at the Shengshe Huayin KTV. In room 888, Chu Wang and Chu Xi initially felt a bit shy, but Zhou Jincheng's rendition of Dai Ludo Yao Ai ignited the atmosphere in the booth. Chu Wang quickly followed up with Li Go, while Chu Xi and Lu Pan became the stars of the show. Sitting on the sofa, Chu Wang and Zhou Jincheng played dice, with the loser having to drink. Initially unfamiliar with the rules, Chu Wang lost several rounds. However, being numerically adept, once he grasped the rules, he generally won more than he lost. After losing another round, Zhou Jincheng, feeling frustrated, waved his hand and no more. You said you wouldn't play. You must be deceiving me. Chu Wang chuckled. I'm not deceiving you. I've never been to KTV or played dice before. Zhou Jincheng raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Then how come you can guess my dice rolls so accurately? Chu Wang replied. It's not that I guess every time. I estimate based on probability. Just as a song concluded, Lu Pan overheard their conversation and laughed. My cousin always aces his math exams, so how could you expect to win against him in dice? Zhou Jincheng feigned astonishment. Wow, that's impressive. No wonder you can guess right every time. In truth, Chu Wang could only make educated guesses, but his luck often aligned with his estimates. Chu Xi handed the microphone to Chu Wang, saying, we're tired of singing. You take a turn. Lu Pan did the same with Zhou Jincheng, saying, here you go. I'll go with Xi to pick out some snacks. The two sisters linked arms and chatted as they exited the booth, heading to the KTV snack shop. Lu Pan was taken aback when she encountered someone she despised. Xi, let us come back later, Lu Pan said, pulling Chu Xi to leave. However, before they could take 2 steps, the person spotted them. Sun Cece wore a playful smile. Oh, isn't this my good friend Lu Pan? You didn't come here to bother me on purpose, did you? You must have known my boyfriend is here. With that, Sun Cece deliberately wrapped her arm around her boyfriend Zhao Jejun's, giving Lu Pan a provocative look. Lu Pan scoffed. That kind of trashy man is only appealing to someone like you. Zhao Jejun, feeling offended, retorted, Lu Pan, although we broke up, there's no need for personal attacks. Indeed, Zhao Jejun had once been Lu Pan's boyfriend, while Sun Cece was her best friend. The two had secretly gotten together behind Lu Pan's back. Personal attacks? Lu Pan sneered. Just seeing the two of you makes me feel nauseous. How dare you provoke me? Although she only grasped the general idea, Chu Xi understood the relationship between her cousin and the two individuals. She tightly clasped Lu Pan's hand and scornfully addressed Zhao Jiejun and Sun Cixi, saying, "You shameless individuals, how dare you flaunt your theft of someone else's boyfriend right before their eyes? I wonder how your family raised you. If I were your parents, I would be utterly ashamed to have a daughter like you." In the past, due to her family environment, Chu Xi feared causing trouble outside, knowing that her aunt lacked the capacity to help her bear the consequences. However, Chu Xi's courage had grown considerably. She realized that even if she encountered difficulties, her father had the means to support her. Her derision left Sun Cixi's face pale with rage as she pointed a finger at Chu Xi, furiously declaring, "You little vixen, what right do you have to lecture me?" Chu Xi retorted, "Who are you calling a little vixen?" "You, of course," Sun Cixi fumed, her anger rising as she failed to notice the trap in Chu Xi's words. I see now. So, a little vixen is indeed insulting me. Sun Cixi, realizing the implication, pointed at Chu Xi in a fit of rage. Zhao Jiejun, with a grim expression, glared at Lu Pan, saying, "Lu Pan, you've gone too far." Lu Pan shot back, "Too far? Did you not think it was excessive when you were sneaking around with Sun Cixi behind my back?" Zhao Jiejun feebly defended, "That was your fault. Many couples at school stay together. Don't pretend to be so virtuous. If you hadn't been so possessive, I wouldn't have betrayed you." Chu Xi scoffed. "What a ridiculous excuse. You can't control yourself and instead blame my cousin." Zhao Jiejun scowled at Chu Xi. "What business is it of yours?" Chu Xi met his glare with equal defiance. "What's the matter? Did I expose your shameful act? And now you're angry." Zhao Jiejun raised his hand, threateningly glaring at Chu Xi. "Don't think just because you're a girl that I won't hit you. Go ahead and try," she challenged, noticing the delay in their return. Chu Wang stepped out of the private room to assess the situation. As he approached the KTV's self-service area, he saw a man raising his hand to strike Chu Xi and immediately shouted in anger. Meanwhile, a man quietly appeared behind Chu Xi. He was her bodyguard, Mo Wendong, who regarded Zhao Jiejun with a cold expression, clearly eager for a confrontation. Faced with the towering Mo Wendong, Zhao Jiejun felt a bit intimidated. "What do you want?" he stammered. Sun Cixi quickly pulled Zhao Jiejun back, urging, "Let us just leave." "Fine, let us go," Zhao Jiejun conceded, recognizing that the situation was unfavorable. Watching the two retreat without a word, Lu Pan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Xi, thank you for standing up for me." Chu Xi smiled. "I didn't do much. You're my cousin, and I can't just stand by and watch you be bullied." Chu Wang, curious, asked Sister Pan. "Who were those two?" Lu Pan hesitated before admitting, "One is my ex-boyfriend, and the other is a former friend." Chu Wang nodded slightly, beginning to understand. With the troublesome pair gone, Chu Xi and Lu Pan happily selected a variety of snacks. Upon returning to the private room, Zhou Jingxing inquired, "Where have you been? You took so long." Chu Xi and Chu Wang exchanged glances, unsure how to respond, so they turned to Lu Pan. She replied, "Oh, we just ran into those two annoying people." Clearly, Zhou Jingxing recognized Zhao Jiejun and Sun Cixi, as Lu Pan wouldn't have mentioned it otherwise. Frowning, he suggested, "Should I find someone to teach them a lesson?" Lu Pan hesitated before shaking her head. "No, let us not dirty our hands." Although they once meant a lot to her, now Lu Pan simply wished to distance herself from Zhao Jiejun and Sun Cixi. Most importantly, she feared that Zhou Jingxing might get into trouble while dealing with them. The earlier incident didn't dampen their spirits too much. Chu Xi and Lu Pan resumed their karaoke antics. Chapter 90. The son of the group chairman. After enjoying themselves at Shengshi Huayin until 6 o'clock, Chu Wang invited Zhou Jingxing to dinner at Yifei Grand Hotel. Since Zhou Jingxing had treated them to meals and entertainment, it was only fitting that Chu Wang reciprocate. However, unfamiliar with other places in Haida City, he could only suggest their own hotel. As a first-tier city, Haidu naturally boasted the presence of Yifei Grand Hotel, conveniently located near Shengshi Huayin. Zhou Jingxing drove them to the hotel, where the valet promptly assisted them. Exiting the car, Zhou Jingxing handed the keys to the valet, who would park the vehicle. Upon entering the hotel, the lobby manager greeted them warmly. "Are you here to dine, or to stay?" Chu Wang produced the hotel's Supreme membership card from his wallet and replied, "We're here for dinner. Could you arrange a private room for us?" Upon seeing the Supreme membership card, the lobby manager's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Such cards were exclusively held by a select few senior executives with shares in the Yifei group. Although Chu Wang possessed a secondary card, his family certainly belonged to the upper echelons of the Yifei group. Certainly, please follow me, the lobby manager said, his demeanor growing even more respectful as he personally led them to a lavish private room. Once inside, the server presented each of them with a menu and waited attentively for their orders. Chu Wang smiled and said, "Zhou Gu, Lu Jie, please don't hold back. Order whatever you like." Zhou Jingqing nodded. "All right." Lu Pan laughed. "Since this hotel is part of your family's business, I won't hold back at all. As the beloved niece of Chu Yi." Lu Pan felt completely at ease with the Chu family. Although she had only met Chu Xi and Chu Wang a few times, there was no sense of unfamiliarity among them. Zhou Jingqing, surprised, asked, "This hotel belongs to your cousins?" In truth, he had only been with Lu Pan for a little over 6 months. He knew her family was wealthy, with her father being a major contractor, but not much else. Lu Pan was equally unaware of Zhou Jingqing's family situation. She had never sought a wealthy partner, only someone who treated her sincerely. "Yes," Lu Pan replied with a wink. "You always say I'm a rich second generation, but it's actually Xi and Chu Wang who are the true wealthy heirs." Zhou Jingqing stared at Chu Xi and Chu Wang in shock, realizing that his girlfriend's cousins came from such affluence. Owning such a large hotel in Haida City must be worth billions. While Zhou Jingqing's family was well off, their assets certainly did not exceed several million. Chu Wang humbly remarked, "Zhou Gu, don't listen to my cousin's exaggerations. We're just ordinary high school students." Zhou Jingqing chuckled. "Even if we disregard your family, you two are certainly not ordinary students. Lu Jie told me you both excel academically," he added. Chu Xi smiled. "We're not that exceptional. We just study a bit harder than others." The nearby server, overhearing their conversation, could not hide her astonishment. No wonder manager Yang personally escorted them. It turned out they were the young masters of the hotel. After leaving the private room, the lobby manager took Chu Wang's Supreme membership card to the front desk. "Xiao Xiao, please help me check this card." The front desk attendant, named Xiao Xiao, smiled as she took the card and scanned it through the computer. The holder's information quickly appeared on the screen. "Manager Yang, the cardholder's name is Chu Wang. He is a supreme member of our hotel." The lobby manager leaned closer, recalling which senior executive at the group bore the surname Chu. Moments later, her eyes widened in realization. There was only one person among the senior executives of Yifei Group with the surname Chu, the chairman, Chu Yi. This young man was indeed the chairman's son. Returning to her senses, the lobby manager instructed Xiao Xiao, "Please give me the membership card, and remember not to disclose this matter to anyone." Xiao Xiao nodded quickly. "Don't worry, Manager Yang. I won't say a word." She understood the importance of keeping customer information confidential, especially regarding a supreme member whose standing was far beyond her own. After retrieving Chu Wang's card, the lobby manager waited outside the private room, ready to assist should the chairman's son require anything. Soon, the server completed taking their orders. The lobby manager pulled her aside to emphasize, "Make sure to treat the guests in the private room with utmost care. Do not neglect them." The server eagerly nodded. "I will." Manager yawned. No reminder was needed. She had already caught wind of their identities during their earlier conversation, though she was still unaware that Yifei Grand Hotel was part of the Yifei Group. After dining at Yifei Grand Hotel, Chu Wang and the others strolled along the pedestrian street for a while. They didn't return home until after 10 o'clock, when the driver arrived to take them back. Upon arriving home, they coincidentally encountered Chu Yi returning from work. "Dad." Chu Yi smiled and nodded. "Where did you all go today?" "We went out with Lu Jie," Chu Xi said, bouncing up to hug her father's arm. "We even met Lu Jie's boyfriend." Chu Yi expressed surprise. Lu Pan has a boyfriend. Though he adored his niece, his concern for his own children was paramount. Chu Wang clarified, "Yes, her boyfriend is a college alumnus. They met in a club." Chu Wang had previously asked Lu Pan if she wanted him to keep her relationship a secret from their family, but she insisted it wasn't necessary. She planned to introduce Zhou Jingqing to her parents after graduation. Chu Yi inquired, "What is he like?" As an uncle, he naturally wanted to ensure his niece was in good hands. Chu Xi beamed. "He's really nice, quite handsome too. They make a great couple." Chu Wang nodded. "Zhou Gu is a good guy. He treats Lu Jie well." Hearing this, Chu Yi felt reassured. "Tell Lu Pan to bring her boyfriend over when he has time." "Okay, I'll text her later," Chu Xi promised with a smile. As they entered the house, a servant brought out slippers for them. The three of them changed their shoes and settled onto the sofa in the living room to relax and chat. eventually heading to their rooms to wash up and sleep around 11 o'clock. Chapter 91. Aunt Chu Shan comes to Haidu City in the office of the chairman of the Yifei group. Chu Yi was busy with paperwork when he suddenly received a call from his sister. Chu Shan. Chu Xi and Wang are with you in Haidu City, right? Yes. What's up? Chu Shan replied. Since I learned you had children, I've been too busy to come back and see them. Now that Xiao Tao is on winter break, I plan to bring him to Haidu City for some fun and to visit my niece and nephew. Chu Yi asked, are you planning to fly over? Yes, I'll fly to it's too far from the capital to drive. That would be exhausting, she answered. Chu Yi offered, when will you arrive? I can arrange for someone to pick you up at the airport. Chu Shan agreed. Great. I'll send you the flight details once I book the tickets. Less than half an hour after hanging up, Chu Shan sent the flight information to Chu Yi. He called Su Xing to arrange for a driver to pick them up at the airport. In the morning, Chu Yi hurriedly finished his work and left early. Since it was his sister's first visit this year, he wanted to be home when she arrived. Knowing Aunt Chu was coming, both Chu Xi and Chu Wang decided not to go out for the day. After lunch, Chu Yi and his son played chess in the living room on the first floor, while Chu Xi sat beside them to watch. Despite Chu Wang's intelligence, he fell short of his father's strategic prowess. Yet, it took considerable effort for Chu Yi to defeat his son. After 2 rounds of chess, Chu Wang lost both games. Chu Xi teased, Chu Wang, are you any good? Didn't you say you were excellent at chess? Chu Wang shot her a glare. If you're so capable, why don't you challenge me instead of just making snide remarks? Chu Xi made a face at him. I want to play against you. She knew she couldn't compete with Chu Wang in chess and saw no point in embarrassing herself. Chu Wang dismissed her with a wave. Setting up the pieces to continue his battle with his father, Chu Xi cheered her father on. Dad, don't go easy on Chu Wang. Crush his spirit. Chu Yi laughed. All right. Although he promised not to hold back. He also didn't want to demoralize his son entirely. Though he could foresee a decisive victory several moves ahead, he chose not to execute it fully. The game continued back and forth. And after a lengthy struggle, Chu Yi finally secured victory. As they finished, Chu Yi asked, Xi, when is your aunt coming? Chu Xi replied, she should arrive after the little new year. Aunt Kai has been quite busy with work lately. Since becoming the manager of the first business department, Kai Jing had taken on numerous responsibilities. However, she didn't find it tiring. She knew that to get closer to Chu Yi, she needed to enhance her own capabilities. In addition to working hard, Kai Jing planned to further her education. Chu Yi nodded slightly. Perfect timing. When your aunt arrives, we can go on a trip to Haidu City. The Yifei group typically took a holiday the day before the little new year, which coincided with the end of Chu Yi's work. That sounds great, Chu Xi said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she longed for the beaches and cuisine of Haidu City. In the afternoon. Around 2 o'clock, the driver picked up Chu Shan and her son Wang Tao from the airport and brought them to Tangong. Uncle the 10-year-old Wang Tao jumped out of the car and excitedly ran toward Chu Yi. He loved visiting his uncle, who always gave him pocket money and bought him toys. Chu Yi patted Wang Tao's head, smiling. Xiao Tao has grown so tall. In a couple of years, you'll be taller than your uncle. Wang Tao proudly replied, Uncle, I'm already as tall as my mom. Chu Shan chuckled. This little rascal has grown quite a bit this year. He'll probably be taller than his dad. Chu Yi smiled. Boys look handsome when they're tall. Indeed, Chu Shan agreed with a nod, her gaze shifting to Chu Xi and Chu Wang. So, you must be Xi and Wang. Chu Xi cheerfully greeted. Aunt. Upon hearing the affectionate term from his aunt, Chu Wang felt a bit awkward. Aunt, please just call me Xiao Wang. Wang feels strange. When he was younger, Kai Jing also called him Wang, but as he grew older, he found it less appealing, especially since there was a dog in their neighborhood named Wang. Chu Shan smiled. All right, I'll call you Xiao Wang from now on. They all entered the house, where Luo Lian instructed the servants to bring tea and snacks. Chu Shan observed Chu Yi, saying, Ergo, you seem to have changed quite a bit this year. Chu Yi asked in surprise. Changed? Have I gotten older? Chu Shan shook her head with a smile. No, it's just that you seem much more gentle now. Chu Yi chuckled. Perhaps it's because of having children. My perspective has shifted. Previously, he had little expectation for the future and only worked to occupy his time. However, now that he had found his son and daughter, he felt a sense of purpose in his life, making it more vibrant. With more genuine smiles, he naturally appeared more amiable. After a brief conversation, Chu Shan presented 2 gifts and 2 red envelopes to Chu Xi and Chu Wang. The gift for Chu Xi was a gold bracelet, while Chu Wang received a gold pendant. Each red envelope contained 5,000 yuan. Compared to her elder sister Chu Ying, Chu Shan's family's financial situation was somewhat less favorable, yet still considerably better than that of an average household. In her youth, Chu Shan ventured into the capital city, where she met her husband, Wang Baichuan. His father was the director of a major hospital in the capital, and his mother was a professor at a medical university, although both have since retired. Their connections remained strong. With the support of his parents, Wang Baichuan became the head of a department at Reinstated Hospital in his 40s. Reinstated Hospital is one of the most prestigious hospitals in the Dragon Kingdom, renowned for its many esteemed traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. Physicians who graduate from Reinstated Hospital are often eagerly welcomed by any major hospital. The Wang family is indeed considered a lineage of medical professionals, as Wang Baichuan's late grandfather was a well-known traditional Chinese physician who suffered persecution during tumultuous times. While Wang Baichuan's family may not match the wealth of Chu Ying's husband Lu Guoqing, in terms of respect and esteem, Lu Guoqing pales in comparison to Wang Baichuan. Furthermore, under Chu Yi's suggestion, Chu Shan has invested in over 10 well-located properties in the capital. These properties will ensure that her financial condition remains stable, whether through rental income or future appreciation in value. After some lighthearted conversation, Chu Wang took Wang Tao to his room to play on the computer, while Chu Xi retreated to her own room to tackle her winter break homework. Chapter 92. Chu Yi's clear arrangement by the children. Once the children were out of earshot, Chu Shan turned to Chu Yi and asked, "Second brother, do you truly intend to remain unmarried?" She had come to hide a city with a mission from their mother, Zhou Aihua, and as Chu Yi's sister, she did not wish to see him live a life of solitude. Chu Yi sighed. With Xi and Xiao Wang just having returned to me, how could I ever find them a stepmother? Their mother passed away when they were born, and their father is absent, leaving them bereft of parental affection. Now that they have finally returned to my side, I must do my utmost to compensate for the love they lacked in their early years. Thinking of Chu Xi and Chu Wang tugged at Chu Shan's heartstrings. Her two nephews and niece had indeed endured considerable hardship. If she were in her brother's shoes, she too would be reluctant to find a stepmother for them. Few stepmothers are capable of treating their partner's children as their own. If Chu Yi were to marry a woman who could be a stepmother, it might be acceptable as long as they did not have children of their own. However, if they did have children, the potential for conflict over Chu Yi's considerable family fortune could create a difficult situation for Xi and Xiao Wang. Was there no way to achieve a harmonious solution? Suddenly, Chu Shan had a thought. Second brother, weren't Xi and Xiao Wang raised by their aunt? Is their aunt married? Chu Yi shook his head. Not yet. Over the years, Kai Jing has endured many hardships to raise Xi and Xiao Wang. We have held her back, Chu Shan suggested. Then why not marry your sister-in-law? After all, she raised Xi and Xiao Wang. She would be a far better stepmother than any other woman that she spoke. Chu Shan felt increasingly convinced that this was a splendid idea. Not only had Kai Jing raised Xi and Xiao Wang, but there was also a blood bond between them. She was undoubtedly the most suitable choice as their stepmother. Chu Yi, somewhat helpless, replied, "If our parents are urging me, must you join them as well?" Chu Shan laughed. "I am not urging you. Marrying Kai Jing would benefit everyone." "And what about Kai Jing?" Chu Yi countered. Chu Shan dismissed his concern. "For Kai Jing, marrying you is a commendable choice. Just look at you. Handsome and wealthy, aside from being a bit older, you are truly exceptional. Countless young and beautiful women would wish to marry someone like you." Kai Jing would not be at a loss. Upon hearing Chu Shan's words, Chu Yi fell silent. In truth, being with Kai Jing was not without merit, yet he harbored lingering doubts. While it was true that Kai Jing had some affection for him, would she regret marrying him in the future, given that he was 10 years her senior? Kai Jing had done much for his family, and Chu Yi did not want her to suffer any harm because of it. He preferred to let things unfold naturally and did not wish to debate the matter with Chu Shan. Love is the most complex of emotions, and who can predict what the future holds? Seeing that Chu Yi did not wish to discuss the topic further, Chu Shan chose not to press on. After dinner, Chu Xi and Chu Wang went out to play with their aunt, while Chu Yi remained at home to attend to work. With the new year approaching, he needed to finalize company matters before the holiday. Chu Shan planned to return before the new year, but her son Wang Tao was reluctant to leave. He had grown quite fond of his uncle's home, where he enjoyed endless snacks and gaming with his cousin. Most importantly, his uncle had generously given him pocket money, which would be confiscated by his mother upon their return to the capital. However, no matter how much he protested, Wang Tao was taken back to the capital by Chu Shan. Up until they boarded the plane. He cried in protest, but was quelled by his formidable aunt that on the eve of the new year, Kai Jing arrived in Haida City by plane from Nan City. The family celebrated the new year together. And the next day, they flew to Haida City for a vacation. Upon their arrival in Haida City, the sun shone brightly in the afternoon, and joy radiated from their faces as soon as they disembarked. Chu Xi exclaimed, "Dad, are we going swimming in the sea?" Chu Yi smiled. Ife Group has a seaside resort in Haida City where you can see the ocean right from the hotel. Once we arrive at the hotel, you can head to the private beach, which has fewer tourists. Chu Xi was even more excited. Yay! Just thinking about playing on the beach makes me anxious with anticipation. Chu Wang also felt exhilarated, though he expressed it more subtly than his sister. Kai Jing, surprised, asked, "Brother-in-law, just how many hotels do you own? It feels like everywhere we go, there's a hotel operated by you." Chu Yi chuckled, "About 50. Primarily in second-tier cities and above across the country. Additionally, I have a few resorts overseas. We can visit them when the chance arises." Kai Jing gazed at Chu Yi with admiration. "Brother-in-law, you are truly remarkable for managing so many hotels." Feeling her eyes filled with admiration made Chu Yi's heart race. Recalling what Chu Shan had said earlier, he began to contemplate the possibility of a relationship with Kai Jing. Upon exiting the airport, the hotel driver awaited them with a luxury vehicle. They admired the scenery along the way and soon arrived at the Ife Grand Hotel. Under the personal guidance of the hotel manager, they checked into the presidential suite. However, as the presidential suite in Haida City only had 2 rooms, they prepared 2 suites for the 4 of them. Before Chu Yi could assign the rooms, Chu Xi made a grand decision. "Dad, Xiao Wang and I will share 1 presidential suite, and you and my aunt will take the other." This arrangement had been previously agreed upon by Chu Wang and Chu Xi, aimed at providing their father and aunt with some private time together. Chu Xi even suggested to her aunt to wear less revealing clothing at night to entice Chu Yi. When Chu Xi proposed this idea, Chu Wang looked at her in shock, feeling a bit unfamiliar with her boldness. However, Kai Jing bashfully rejected the suggestion, stating that even if she liked Chu Yi, she couldn't resort to using her body to seduce him. Upon hearing his daughter's room allocation and seeing Kai Jing's blush of consent, Chu Yi realized he had been orchestrated by the children. "All right then, let it be as you say," he conceded, not wanting to refuse his daughter's suggestion. After all, with 2 rooms in the presidential suite, staying together would not pose any inconvenience. Chapter 93. Changes in feelings after the room assignments. Chu Xi and Chu Wang went to their respective rooms. Chu Yi turned to Kai Jing and said, Jing, you take the master bedroom, and I'll take the second bedroom. Brother-in-law, I should take the second bedroom," Kai Jing replied. Since this trip to Haida City was arranged by Chu Yi, she felt it inappropriate to claim the master bedroom. "Very well." Chu Yi acquiesced that in truth, the master and second bedrooms were quite similar, and it did not matter which one they chose. Once the rooms were settled, Chu Yi said, having just arrived, "Let's rest for half an hour before heading to the beach." Kai Jing nodded in agreement. Back in her room, she jumped onto the bed, covering her face with her hands, feeling both excited and nervous. The thought of spending time alone with her brother-in-law made her heart race as she rolled over on the bed. Images of Chu Yi filled her mind, and a dreamy smile graced her lips. Meanwhile, Chu Yi returned to his room but did not lie down to rest. He stood quietly on the balcony, gazing at the distant ocean. Though his eyes were unfocused, his mind replaying moments spent with Kai Jing. She seemed to possess so many admirable qualities: gentle, considerate, understanding, and fiercely independent. Regardless of her debts to his family, Kai Jing was an exceptional woman deserving of anyone's affection. Time slipped by unnoticed and a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. When he opened it, he was greeted by Chu Xi's radiant smile. "Dad, can we go play on the beach now?" Chu Yi nodded with a smile. "Sure, go call your aunt." Chu Xi giggled. "I've already called her." Under the guidance of the hotel staff, the 4 of them made their way to the changing room by the hotel pool. The changing room was already stocked with new swimsuits. Chu Yi changed into swim trunks, and as he stepped out, he found that Chu Wang had already changed. "You're pretty quick," Chu Wang remarked with a grin. "I just changed into loose clothes in my room, so it was fast," he replied. As they chatted, Chu Xi emerged from the changing room in a stylish swimsuit. Perhaps due to a few months of good eating, her figure had filled out slightly. The young girl happily approached her father and brother. "Dad, I'm ready. Anne is still changing, so we'll go in the water first." Chu Yi nodded, reminding them, "Be careful and don't stray too far from the shore." "Got it," Chu Xi replied, and with a leap, she plunged into the pool. The pool connected to the sea, allowing them to swim directly over. Chu Yi then turned to Chu Wang, instructing, "Xiao Wang, keep an eye on Xi, and if there's any danger, Find a lifeguard. Chu Wang gave an okay sign, assuring, Dad, I'll watch over her. Don't worry. Watching his children swim towards the sea, Chu Yi felt relatively at ease. There were professional lifeguards along the coast, and several capable bodyguards kept a discreet watch to in case of danger, rescue could be swiftly administered. After waiting for a moment outside the changing room, the door opened, and Kai Jing stepped out, wrapped in a towel. Her cheeks tinged with embarrassment as she met Chu Yi's gazed-up brother-in-law. Chu Yi chuckled. How will you swim wrapped in a towel? Her face flushed crimson as she clutched the towel tightly. She gave me a swimsuit that is too revealing. To facilitate her brother-in-law's matchmaking, Chu Xi had taken all of Kai Jing's swimsuits from the changing room, leaving her with only a bikini. Chu Yi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood his daughter's intentions. He couldn't help but smile, realizing that his daughter was becoming increasingly mischievous. Kai Jing softly suggested, Brother-in-law, perhaps I should skip swimming and just watch you all from the beach. Chu Yi replied, If you feel uncomfortable, I can have someone bring you a more modest swimsuit. Kai Jing nodded. That would be great. Thank you. Brother-in-law, it wasn't that Kai Jing was overly sensitive. She genuinely felt uneasy wearing revealing clothing in public. Despite the private beach having fewer visitors, there were still other men around. If it were just Chu Yi, she might have managed her shyness. Without hesitation, Chu Yi made a phone call, and soon, a staff member brought over a more conservative swimsuit for Kai Jing. She returned to the changing room to change again, this time without the towel. However, the modest swimsuit still accentuated her lovely figure, particularly her fair and delicate thighs, which caught Chu Yi's eye. Noticing Chu Yi's gaze upon her, Kai Jing felt a mixture of shyness and delight. Her brother-in-law's look was rather intense. She was not a proficient swimmer, having only barely learned during her time at Fenghua Courtyard. Chu Yi carefully stayed by her side as they made their way to the sea. Feeling protected by her brother-in-law made Kai Jing feel giddy with happiness. Before long, they reached the edge of the pool, and just beyond lay the sea. Chu Xi and Chu Wang had already ventured a fair distance from the shore, with Chu Xi wearing a life jacket. Kai Jing leaned against the edge of the pool and suggested, Brother-in-law, why don't you swim in the sea? I'll just stay here in the pool. Otherwise, you'll be too busy looking after me and won't get a chance to swim. Chu Yi chuckled. It's all right. I used to swim in the sea often. I can manage this time as well. Come on, I'll pull you over. Chu Yi climbed up the pool ladder and extended his hand to Kai Jing. Thank you, brother-in-law. With eyes sparkling like water, Kai Jing grasped Chu Yi's strong hand. With a firm pull, he lifted her up, but the edge of the pool was slippery, and to maintain balance, he inadvertently tightened his grip. Kai Jing landed directly in Chu Yi's embrace as he held her soft form. Inhaling her faint fragrance, Chu Yi felt a strong, unexpected reaction. Recovering from her initial shock, Kai Jing sensed something amiss and blushed like a sunset. Chu Yi quickly released her and turned away. Jing, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to that moment. Chu Yi felt profoundly awkward. Since finding his two children, he had refrained from any romantic encounters. Striving to uphold his image as a responsible father, Kai Jing lowered her head, glancing at Chu Yi shyly. It's all right, brother-in-law. To ease the awkwardness, Chu Yi jumped into the sea first, waiting a moment before inviting Kai Jing to join him. Under Chu Yi's watchful care, they managed to avoid further embarrassing incidents. However, after this experience, Chu Yi could no longer face Kai Jing with the same calm demeanor as before. His feelings for her had seemingly transformed. Chapter 94. Let your brother-in-law care for you for a lifetime. In the following days, the family of four explored various tourist attractions in Haya City, with a driver at their service and an itinerary in place. Their excursions were both stress-free and enjoyable. They spent 5 days in Haya City, returning to Nan City just before the new year. That evening, Kai Jing stayed at Fenghua Courtyard. During dinner, Chu Yi turned to her and said, Jing, why don't you come with us to my hometown for the new year? You no longer have parents, and since you have no home there, my family is your family now. Kai Jing shook her head, gently refusing. I think I'll pass, brother-in-law. You should take Xi and Chu Wang back. I'll stay in Nan City for the new year. Kai Jing always felt awkward about celebrating the new year at Chu Yi's hometown given her current status. Chu Wang said, Aunt, if you don't want to go to my grandparents' house for the new year, I'll stay in Nan City with you. Chu Xi immediately added, Me too. I won't let you spend the new year alone in Nan City. It was clear to the siblings that their aunt was far more important to them than their grandparents. After all, familial bonds formed through nurturing often outweigh those of mere blood. Moreover, Kai Jing was indeed their blood relative. Hearing their words, Kai Jing felt deeply moved. realizing that the siblings shared her sentiments that Chu Wang. It warms my heart that you think of me. However, that is still your home, that if you choose not to return for the new year, your grandparents may feel displeased. Chu Xi, however, was insistent. I don't care. I want to leave Aunt alone in Nan City for the new year to Xi. Kai Jing's tone grew firmer. If you continue like this, Aunt will be upset. Chu Xi, who was somewhat afraid of making her aunt angry, fell silent, mumbling a few words before quieting down. After dinner, Chu Xi clung to Chu Yi's arm, looking at him with hopeful eyes. Daddy, can you find a way for Aunt to celebrate the new year with us at Grandma and Grandpa's house? Chu Yi gently stroked his daughter's head and replied softly, Don't worry. Xi. Daddy will make sure your aunt comes back with us. Really? Chu Xi exclaimed in delight. Chu Yi smiled lightly. Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? Over the past few days, Chu Yi had come to a resolution. Since Kai Jing had feelings for him, and he had developed feelings for her as well, why should he continue to resist? He was not one to engage in self-sabotage. After reassuring his daughter, Chu Yi knocked on Kai Jing's door. Jing, can you open the door? Soon. She opened it to brother-in-law. What's the matter? Chu Yi smiled. I have something to discuss with you. Let us go to the balcony outside. Kai Jing nodded slightly. Okay. They walked to the third-floor balcony, where Chu Yi stood by the railing, gazing into the distance. Kai Jing quietly stood beside him, admiring the night view of the city. After a moment, Chu Yi turned to her. Jing, would you like to hear my story from these past years? Kai Jing's interest peaked immediately. Brother-in-law, I'd love to hear it. Chu Yi began. When I got out of prison, I was disheartened for a while because of your sister. It was my elder brother's letter that woke me up. From that moment on, I vowed to make something of myself, to make your sister regret her decision. With the money my brother gave me, I ventured into the clothing business and earned my first pot of gold. Shortly after, I encountered an opportunity with the issuance of stock subscription certificates in the securities market of Haida City. I felt it was a lucrative venture and invested all my savings into it. Thanks to that opportunity, I earned nearly 10 million in a short time. At that time, having 10,000 was already rare, let alone 10 million, which was a considerable fortune. With this wealth, I invested in an electronics factory, and to my surprise, the business flourished. Later, with the backing of my brother's-in-laws, I entered the real estate industry and made several investments due to favorable policies. Eventually, this led to the establishment of the Yifei Group. Although Chu Yi spoke lightly, he omitted many hardships and dangers he faced along the way. At that time, the security in Longwo was far from what it is today, and Chu Yi had encountered assassination attempts multiple times, all of which he cleverly evaded. Kai Jing sighed. Brother-in-law, you must have had a tough time. I heard from Aunt Luo that you often worked late into the night. Chu Yi chuckled lightly. It's not so bad. The hardest times are behind me. I rarely stay up late anymore. Yifei Group is filled with talent. I just need to delegate tasks without personally overseeing everything. He added, life is unpredictable. If your sister had come to pick me up as promised back then, perhaps we would have been a happy, ordinary couple. The drive that propelled Chu Yi to build such a vast empire stemmed from the resentment he felt back then. However, if given the chance, he would gladly trade all his wealth to bring Kai Fei back to life. Kai Jing's expression grew somber. The loss of her father and sister in the same year had left a significant impact on her young heart. Chu Yi faced her directly. Jing, I have only dated your sister once in my life. I was once solely focused on marrying her, and since then, I haven't encountered anyone I wish to marry. Hearing this, Kai Jing felt a pang of sadness. Was there truly no chance for her and her brother-in-law? But things had changed. Chu Yi looked at her earnestly. I have found someone I wish to protect again. Jing, would you be willing to be with me? Kai Jing's eyes widened in disbelief. Was her brother-in-law confessing to her? Doubting her own reality, she pinched her thigh hard. Ouch! She gasped in surprise. This was not a dream. Her brother-in-law had genuinely confessed his feelings, as her hopes transformed into reality. Kai Jing could no longer hold back her tears. Chu Yi panicked slightly, wondering if he had frightened her. Jing, please don't cry. If you're unwilling, I would never force you. Kai Jing shook her head through her tears. Brother-in-law, I'm not unwilling. In fact, I have liked you for a long time. Chu Yi reached out, gently wiping away her tears. Jing, you've endured much over the years. From now on, let me take care of you for a lifetime. Kai Jing nodded earnestly and then threw herself into Chu Yi's embrace, holding him tightly. She feared this was all a dream, and only by clinging to him could she feel secure. Chu Yi wrapped his arms around her, saying nothing, merely stroking her silky hair gently. Chapter 95. We are now a couple after holding each other for a while. Chu Yi finally released Kai Jing. Jing. This new year, come home with me, not as Chu Xi and Xiao Wang's aunt, but as my girlfriend that I want you to meet my parents. With this, Kai Jing had no reason to reject him any longer. She nodded gently, replying, okay. Chu Yi caressed her face and smiled. Let us go inside. It's quite cold out here. Feeling the warmth of his hand against her cheek, Kai Jing's face flushed, and she shyly replied, all right. Chu Yi smiled slightly, took her hand, and escorted her to her room. Get some rest early tonight. We'll set off early tomorrow to noon. Kai Jing looked up, her eyes filled with affection as she gazed at Chu Yi. Brother-in-law, good night. Chu Yi leaned down and kissed her forehead. Good night. Feeling the warmth on her forehead, Kai Jing's cheeks turned crimson, and shyly glancing at Chu Yi, she hurried back to her room. Chu Yi smiled at the scene. Kai Jing was indeed quite similar to her sister. When he first kissed Kai Fei, she had also been this shy. After taking another glance at the closed door, Chu Yi turned and went downstairs. Kai Jing covered her flushed cheeks as she returned to her room, leaning against the door after closing it. Unable to suppress her smile, am I dreaming? She murmured to herself. Her long-cherished wish had come true. Her brother-in-law had confessed, and they were finally together. If this were a dream, Kai Jing hoped she would never wake up. That as soon as Chu Yi came down from upstairs, Chu Xi rushed over. Daddy, did Aunt agree to celebrate the new year with us at Grandma and Grandpa's house? Chu Wang looked at his father with eager anticipation. Chu Yi smiled gently. Of course she will come. Your aunt has already promised me. Yay! Chu Xi cheered, jumping in joy. Chu Wang also displayed a relieved smile. Seeing the siblings so happy, Chu Yi chuckled. Now you can rest assured. Go to bed early. We'll head to your grandparents' house tomorrow morning. Both Chu Xi and Chu Wang happily responded. Good night, Daddy. Good night, Dad. Good night. Watching the siblings return to their rooms, Chu Yi went to his study to handle some important company emails before preparing a few things, and then heading to wash up and sleep. The next morning at 7, Chu Yi came down, and the housekeeper, Liang Chuntao, had already prepared breakfast. Chu Yi handed her a thick red envelope. Sister Tao, thank you for your hard work this year. I will trouble you again next year. Liang Chuntao hurriedly waved her hands, refusing. Not at all. This is what I should do. Mr. Chu. You've already paid me. I can't accept this red envelope. Chu Yi pressed the envelope into her hands. Salary is salary, but this is your year-end bonus. It's only 10,000. I hope you can have a good new year. Seeing Chu Yi's insistence, Liang Chuntao accepted it. Thank you, Mr. Chu. I wish you all a wonderful new year as well. Chu Yi nodded with a smile and went to the dining room for breakfast. Just as he was about to eat, he saw Kai Jing entering the dining room. He smiled warmly at her. Jing, good morning. Come and have breakfast. Okay, brother-in-law. Kai Jing beamed, sitting across from him. Chu Yi said, Jing, you shouldn't call me brother-in-law anymore. After all, we are now a couple, though it felt somewhat like self-deception. Given Chu Yi's status, it was important to be mindful. Hearing his words, Kai Jing shyly nodded. Then how should I address you? As they had just begun their relationship, Kai Jing was still adjusting to her new identity and felt a bit bashful around Chu Yi. Chu Yi teased. As a couple, you can call me darling or husband. Kai Jing's face instantly turned beet red. Such intimate titles were hard for her to utter. Seeing her embarrassment, Chu Yi decided not to tease her further. You can save those titles for after we get married. For now, just call me by my name. Kai Jing responded in a whisper. Understanding her shyness, Chu Yi chose to remain silent as they finished breakfast together. As soon as they left the dining room, Chu Xi bounced down the stairs. Daddy, Aunt, have you finished breakfast? Chu Yi smiled and nodded. Go eat quickly. After you finish, we'll head out. I'll go upstairs to wake Xiao Wang. Okay, Chu Xi replied and skipped towards the dining room, blissfully unaware of the blush on Kai Jing's cheeks. Chu Yi turned to Kai Jing. Jing, remember to bring 2 sets of inner clothing. I've already prepared everything else for you. While he could easily prepare outerwear, he felt it was inappropriate to choose her undergarments for her. Kai Jing nodded, but suddenly remembered something and said anxiously, Brother-in-law, I didn't prepare gifts for your parents. Initially, Kai Jing had planned to visit Chu Yi's parents for the new year, but plans had changed as his girlfriend. She naturally wanted to bring some gifts. Chu Yi playfully tapped her nose. Didn't I tell you to just call me by my name? And you needn't worry about gifts. I've already prepared them for you. Kai Jing felt embarrassed. I'll remember next time. Chu Yi leaned closer, teasing. If you prefer calling me brother-in-law, you can do so when we're alone. Kai Jing's face flushed again, and she lightly punched his arm. Chiding, That's not right. If she continued to call him brother-in-law while being together, she felt it would be disrespectful to her sister. But why did it feel somewhat? Kai Jing dared not think too deeply and told Chu Yi, I'll go back to my room and pack. Without waiting for his response, she hurried upstairs. Chu Yi chuckled softly. Kai Jing was indeed quite adorable, until her figure disappeared around the corner of the staircase. Chu Yi proceeded upstairs that he knocked on Xiao Wang's door. Xiao Wang, are you up? We're leaving for your grandparents' house at 9. Soon. Chu Wang emerged from his room, freshly washed and dressed. Dad, I'm ready, Chu Yi said. Go eat breakfast quickly. We've already finished. Chu Wang nodded. Okay. After both children finished breakfast and loaded their belongings into the car's trunk, Chu Yi drove them back to their hometown. Chapter 96. Should I call you aunt or mom? On the way back to Xian village, it was Chu Yi driving. Last year, Li Long had not taken a holiday for the new year, but this year, Chu Yi had given him time off before the small new year. Fortunately, there were other bodyguards with Chu Yi, so he did not have to worry about safety today. As soon as they got on the highway, Kai Jing yawned. Chu Yi asked, Didn't you sleep well last night? Kai Jing, feeling a bit embarrassed, nodded. A little. The excitement from Chu Yi's confession kept her awake almost all night, and she had only dozed off around 3 in the morning, waking up again at 6:30 due to her alarm. She knew Chu Yi usually woke up early, and she didn't want to miss the chance to have breakfast with him. Chu Yi said, Then sleep a bit. It will take nearly 2 hours to get to my house. No, it's fine, Kai Jing replied, perking up. You drive. I'll keep you company. From the back seat, Chu Xi suddenly leaned forward. Aunt, why don't you take a nap? I'll chat with Daddy. Chu Yi held Kai Jing's hand gently and said, Be good. Take a nap, and I'll wake you before we arrive. Chu Xi's eyes widened at the sight of her father holding Kai Jing's hand. Daddy, you and Aunt? Hearing Chu Xi's exclamation, Chu Wang put down his phone and looked at Chu Yi and Kai Jing's intertwined hands. His expression mirroring Chu Xi's surprise. Chu Yi turned back, smiling at his children. Haven't you both wanted to matchmake me with your aunt? Now, your aunt and I are officially together. He had never intended to hide this from the children, especially since they had always hoped for him and Kai Jing to be together. That's wonderful. Chu Xi cheered. Daddy and Aunt are together, and our family will never be apart. Chu Wang's face radiated genuine joy as he said, Dad, Aunt, congratulations. I wish you both everlasting happiness. Chu Yi smiled slightly. Thank you, Xiao Wang. With their relationship now public in front of the children, Kai Jing felt a slight blush creep onto her cheeks. Xi. Xiao Wang. Thank you both. Her gratitude was sincere. Without their support, Kai Jing would have lacked the courage to express her feelings to Chu Yi. Chu Xi giggled. Aunt, when you marry Daddy, should I call you Aunt or Mom? This question caught Kai Jing off guard, causing her to blush even more. Chu Yi interjected with a smile. You can call her Aunt or Mom. It's entirely up to you. She has raised you both. So she is no different from your mother. Chu Wang chuckled. I think I'll still call her Aunt. It feels a bit strange to change it now, although he referred to her as Aunt. In his heart, Kai Jing held a place far more significant than that of his deceased mother. Chu Xi giggled. I'll call you Aunt for now, and once you get married, I'll switch to calling you Mom. Since childhood, Chu Xi has yearned for the warmth of a typical family, hoping that one day she too would have a father and mother like everyone else. Now, this dream is about to come true. And Chu Xi eagerly anticipates that day. After chatting for a while, Chu Yi said, All right, let your aunt rest for a bit. Jing, take a short nap to recharge, so that when we arrive at my home, you can leave a good impression on my parents. Hearing this, Kai Jing ceased to insist. Well then, I'll sleep for a while. You must wake me up when we get to your place. Don't worry. I will remember. Chu Yi assured her with a comforting smile. The journey was relatively smooth, and when they reached the village entrance, Chu Yi called out to Kai Jing. Jing, we are almost home. Kai Jing, still groggy, asked, Are we almost there? Chu Yi replied with a grin, We're nearing the village entrance. You should wake up now. Kai Jing straightened up and rubbed her cheeks to awaken herself. As she looked at the somewhat familiar intersection, a wave of nervousness washed over her. This time, she was not visiting as Chu Yi's sister-in-law, but as his girlfriend, and her mindset had shifted dramatically. Most girls likely feel anxious when meeting their in-laws for the first time. Chu Yi, I'm so nervous. What should I do? Chu Yi grasped Kai Jing's hand, reassuring her. What are you nervous about? You've met my parents before. This time is different, she said, gripping his hand tightly, feeling a bead of sweat forming in her palm. Chu Yi tightened his grip slightly. Don't worry, I'll be here for you. Moreover, my parents are very nice. If they find out you are my girlfriend, they will be overjoyed. Chu Aigua and Zhou Aihua had long been hoping for Chu Yi to marry, and they would be thrilled to learn he had taken the initiative to find a girlfriend. After all, their son was nearing 40 and still unmarried, which had made it somewhat difficult for them in the village. With Chu Yi's encouragement, Kai Jing felt her anxiety begin to dissipate. Soon, the car entered the village, where villagers were idly strolling about, greeting Chu Yi warmly as he stepped out of the car. A familiar elder approached, asking, "Chu Yi, you brought a child with you?" Chu Yi smiled and replied, "Yes, Uncle Zwa. Has your son, Ahao, returned?" Uncle Zwa chuckled, "He's been back for several days. You should come visit us when you have time." Chu Yi responded, "All right, Uncle Zwa, that will head home now." After exchanging pleasantries, Chu Yi drove home. Before long, they arrived at a two-story villa, which was Chu Yi's parents' residence. As soon as the car came to a halt, a vibrant young girl dashed out from the house. "Uncle, you're back." The girl was Chu Yi's niece, Chu Yi, the daughter of his elder brother, Chu Jian, who was 17 and attending her final year of high school in Xinwen County. Chu Yi opened the car door and greeted her. "Yu, you're back. Have your parents arrived?" Chu Yi shook her head, saying, "They are busy with work and won't be back until the third day of the new year." Both Chu Jian and Zhong Xiaodong worked in government positions, which kept them occupied during the New Year holidays as they visited impoverished areas and dealt with safety issues. It was usually rare for them to take a proper break during this time. Given the distance from their hometown, it was inconvenient for them to return, so they had sent their daughter in their stead. Inside, Zhou Aihua and Chu Aigua heard the commotion and quickly emerged from the house. Upon seeing their long-awaited grandchildren, they hurried over to Chu Xi and Chu Wang. Xi, Xiao Wang. Chu Xi and Chu Wang joyfully greeted them. "Grandpa, Grandma." After the excitement of the reunion settled, Chu Yi finally stepped forward with Kai Jing. "Dad, Mom." Kai Jing immediately added, "Uncle, Auntie." Chu Aigua smiled and nodded at them. "It's good that you're back. Take Kai Jing inside to sit." Zhou Aihua warmly pulled Kai Jing along, saying, "It's cold outside. Come in and warm up with Auntie." Before the new year, Chu Shan had called Zhou Aihua, mentioning the prospect of Chu Yi marrying Kai Jing, which had brightened Zhou Aihua's spirits. Kai Jing, having taken on the responsibility of caring for her sister's two children at a young age, clearly demonstrated her admirable character. Most importantly, since Kai Jing had raised Chu Xi and Chu Wang, it was evident that she would treat them as her own. Seeing Kai Jing arrive, Zhou Aihua was even more enthusiastic this time, determined to play matchmaker for her and Chu Yi. She ushered Kai Jing into the house while Chu Yi and the two children unloaded their belongings from the car. Chu Yi happily joined to lend a hand. Having just celebrated the small new year, she was nearly bored staying at her grandparents' house, as her parents' work commitments meant she rarely visited. If not for Chu Jian insisting she accompany her grandparents, she would have certainly gone to highest city to find Chu Yi and return with him. The items Chu Yi brought back were numerous, but with so many helping hands, they soon moved everything inside. Once inside, Chu Yi handed Kai Jing two gifts for his parents. "Dad, Mom, these are specially for you from Jing Jing." Zhou Aihua feigned reproach. "Oh, Kai Jing, you needn't have brought gifts. Just your presence is enough. Next time, don't bring anything." Chu Aigua added, "Your aunt is right. We are happy just to have you here for the new year." Chu Yi smiled. "This time is a bit special." Chu Aigua and Zhou Aihua exchanged puzzled glances. And Chu Yi clarified, "These gifts are from Jing Jing as your future daughter-in-law." The elderly couple was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood. Zhou Aihua exclaimed with delight, Do you mean you and Kai Jing?" "Yes, Jing Jing is now my girlfriend," Chu Yi confirmed with a smile. Hearing their son openly declare his relationship with Kai Jing brought joy to Zhou Aihua's face. "You finally figured it out." "You rascal." Chu Aigua's smile broadened. "Kai Jing is a wonderful girl. You must treat her well. If I find out you mistreat her in the future, just you wait." Chu Yi solemnly replied, "Dad, Mom, you can rest assured. I will treat Jing Jing well and never let her down." Chu Aigua turned to Kai Jing. "Kai Jing, if Chu Yi bullies you, just tell Uncle, and I'll help you deal with him." "Thank you, Uncle," Kai Jing replied happily. Gaining the approval of Chu Yi's parents eased the tension she had been holding. Zhou Aihua warmly took Kai Jing's hand. "From now on, I will call you Jing Jing." Kai Jing smiled and nodded. "All right, Auntie, that's what my parents used to call me." Zhou Aihua patted Kai Jing's hand. "Forget the past. We should look forward. This will be your home now, and your uncle and I will treat you as our own daughter." "Thank you, Auntie," Kai Jing said, deeply touched. Meanwhile, Chu Xi and Chu Wang watched the exchange with joy, knowing that their grandparents approved of their father being with their aunt, ensuring their family would remain united. Chu Yi leaned closer to Chu Yi, grinning. Uncle, your girlfriend is so pretty. Chu Yi raised an eyebrow. Of course, can my taste in women be poor? After a brief chat with Kai Jing, Zhou Aihua called for Chu Aihua to help prepare lunch in the kitchen. Kai Jing followed, eager to assist, but Zhou Aihua firmly insisted she step aside. She was not the type to make life difficult for her daughter-in-law, nor to assert her authority over her. Chu Yi, on the other hand, had no intention of helping his parents cook. One reason was that he didn't know how, and the primary reason was that they were financially stable, and he had previously considered hiring a caretaker. But his parents had declined. Kai Jing, pushed out of the kitchen by Zhou Aihua, smiled helplessly at Chu Yi. He chuckled. I told you to sit down, and look what happened. You got kicked out by my mom. Kai Jing playfully whined. I just wanted to show that I could be diligent in front of your parents. Chu Yi teased as he gently pinched her nose. Just relax. My parents will not nitpick about you. With nothing pressing to do, he suggested, let us take your things to your room. Kai Jing nodded. Okay. The rural villa's decor could not compare to Chu Yi's home in the city, not to mention the grandeur of the Tongguang and Haida city. Even the Fenghua courtyard in Nanshi was far less impressive. The room prepared for Kai Jing was adjacent to Chu Yi's, and she had stayed there during her last visit as well. The room was small, only about 10 square meters, and it even lacked a separate bathroom and washroom. However, it was furnished with a bed and wardrobe, which appeared to be of decent quality. Upon entering, Chu Yi set Kai Jing's suitcase down. The conditions here are a bit worse than in the city, but you'll have to make do, he said. Kai Jing replied, it's already quite good that you've seen where I used to live in Gaiyang community. Since meeting Chu Yi, Kai Jing had enjoyed a few months of a luxurious lifestyle, but she had not lost herself in it. She was a strong-willed person, not easily swayed by external factors. Otherwise, with her looks, she wouldn't have endured such hardships for years. Chu Yi embraced Kai Jing tenderly. I will never let you suffer again as long as I am with you. I would willingly endure any hardship. Kai Jing replied, her face radiating happiness. Chu Yi gazed at her pure and beautiful features, unable to resist leaning down to kiss her. Kai Jing closed her eyes and slightly lifted her head in response. Chu Yi. Only when she felt a bit breathless did she gently push him away. Chu Yi chuckled softly. Jing, your technique is a bit rusty. We need to practice more. Okay, she replied, her cheeks flushed with a charming hue. Although the situation was somewhat embarrassing, she found it hard to refuse. Chu Yi kissed her softly again, but added, I can't kiss you again right now. Otherwise, I fear I won't be able to control myself. Since they had just begun their relationship, Chu Yi intended to take things slow. Kai Jing had never dated before, and he wanted to provide her with a beautiful romantic experience. Hearing his candid words made Kai Jing shyly bury her head into his embrace. Feeling like an ostrich. Chapter 98. A trip to the town lunch was bountiful, with Zhou Aihua preparing a total of 12 dishes. The 7 family members gathered around a round table, creating a lively atmosphere. This year marked the most joyous new year the family had celebrated in years. Their long-single son had not only found a girlfriend, but also reunited with his long-lost fraternal twins. This resolved a long-standing concern for Chu Aihua and Zhou Aihua. Zhou Aihua, beaming, served Kai Jing more food. Jing, eat more. Don't be shy at home. Thank you, Auntie. Kai Jing quickly accepted the dishes served by her future mother-in-law. Chu Aihua chimed in. Kai Jing, Uncle won't serve you anymore. Feel free to help yourself at home. Kai Jing smiled and nodded. All right, Uncle. The family enjoyed their meal, chatting merrily amidst the warm and harmonious atmosphere. After finishing lunch, Zhou Aihua pulled out a thick red envelope and handed it to Kai Jing. Jing, since this is your first visit, the male side usually gives a red envelope if they're satisfied. Auntie, this. Kai Jing hesitated, unsure whether to accept the envelope, casting a pleading glance at Chu Yi. Chu Yi smiled reassuringly. It's fine, Jing, take it. This is from my parents. With Chu Yi's approval, Kai Jing accepted the envelope. Thank you, Auntie. Thank you, Uncle. After lunch, Chu Xi and Chu Wang went out to play with their cousin, Chu Yu, as they planned to buy fireworks in town. Xian village is part of Banqiao town, about 6 kilometers away, and they usually took the bus to travel there. The 3 of them waited on the roadside for a bus. Many buses passed by Xian village, and after a few minutes, they boarded one. However, the bus was quite crowded. Thanks to Chu Yi's influence, Banqiao town had several factories, boosting the local economy. Many young people didn't need to go out for work and could earn a decent income locally. Additionally, many residents had received compensation for land acquisitions and had relocated to the town, renting out properties or running small businesses, leading to an increasingly prosperous life. The majority of families in Banqiao town were doing well. making it almost as vibrant as some small county towns. However, due to geographical limitations, Banqiao Town had no hope of being upgraded from a town to a county. Once on the bus, they found only 2 seats available. As the only boy among them, Chu Wang naturally had to stand for the ride. Fortunately, the journey was short, lasting less than 10 minutes. Banqiao Town was bustling with activity, with pedestrians and vehicles intertwining amid various vendors calling out and haggling. Stepping off the bus, Chu Yi appeared excited. After staying at her grandparents' house for several days without anyone to play with, she was nearly bored to tears that Xi, let us go buy some buns. There's a shop in town that makes the best buns. Chu Xi's eyes sparkled with delight. Sure, I've been craving buns too. When it comes to food, Chu Xi had little resistance, especially since she had a metabolism that allowed her to eat without gaining weight. Chu Wang remarked, you just finished lunch. Can you two still eat buns? With confidence, Chu Xi replied, don't underestimate me. I can easily eat 2 buns. Chu Wang shrugged. All right then. While girls generally have smaller appetites, Chu Xi's meals were not much less than Chu Wang's. Sometimes he wondered where all that food went. The 3 quickly arrived at the bun shop, where delicious food naturally attracted many customers. Even though it was still early afternoon, there was a line forming outside the bun shop. Chu Xi and her companions lined up, chatting to pass the time. Yu, when does your school start for your senior year? Chu Yi replied with a hint of frustration. Our school has makeup classes during the winter break. We start back on the 10th day. As students, few enjoy makeup classes, even those with good grades. Chu Xi responded. That's about the same for us. Our school starts early too. In Nanshur, there are several key high schools, and students face significant competition. From the second year onwards, it was rare for them to have a complete break during winter or summer vacations. Both Chu Xi and Chu Wang ranked in the top 3 of their grade at Nanyu Middle School. However, in the entire Nanshur, they likely wouldn't rank in the top 10, illustrating the immense pressure students face there. To help students stand out amid such fierce competition, schools had to provide makeup classes. After waiting in line for about 10 minutes, it was finally their turn. What do you want to eat? Chu Xi asked. Without hesitation, Chu Yi replied, I want 3 flavor buns and pork buns. Chu Wang said, 1 Meikai bun is enough for me. Turning to the vendor, Chu Xi ordered 1 3-flavor bun and 1 pork bun together, and 1 Meikai bun separately. Additionally, I'd like 1 pork bun and 1 vegetable bun, plus 3 cups of freshly ground soy milk. How much is that? The vendor replied, that will be 8 yuan in total. Chu Xi turned to Chu Wang. Chu Wang, pay. Chu Wang retorted, you're not broke. Why should I pay? Chu Xi replied earnestly, I'm a girl, and I'm out with you, a boy. Do you expect us to pay? Certainly. This playful banter between Chu Wang and Chu Xi is indicative of their close sibling bond. If it were any other boy, Chu Xi would not intentionally take advantage of others. Chu Wang rolled his eyes, arguing that it is nonsensical to assume that when boys and girls go out together, the boys must pay. Chu Xi inquired, are you going to pay then? She continued, considering Sister Ye, I wouldn't spend a dime if it were just the 2 of us. Despite his words, Chu Wang retrieved his wallet from his pocket and handed her a 10 yuan note. With a beaming smile, Chu Xi accepted the money and paid the vendor for the buns, unapologetically pocketing the 2 yuan change. Chu Wang, witnessing this, said nothing. Their playful exchanges were merely habitual. The affection between the siblings remained strong. The trio savored their buns while strolling through the town. Curious, Chu Yi asked, Xi, how much pocket money does uncle give you each month? Chu Xi replied, cash is 10,000, but we can also use a credit card with a limit of 100,000 each month. Although Chu Yi had provided them with supplementary credit cards, they rarely used them, preferring cash for their outings. Chu Yi expressed envy, that's quite a lot. My parents only give me 1,000 a month. Despite their family's comfortable circumstances, Chu Yi's parents adhered to a modest lifestyle befitting their status. Chapter 99. The new year after the 3 of them ventured into town, Kai Jing decided to retreat to her room for a nap. Having stayed up late the previous night and with her menstruation coinciding, she felt utterly drained. As she entered her room, she prepared to undress when her hand brushed against a red envelope in her pocket. She pulled it out and opened it, revealing 11,000 yuan. Is this a sign of exceptional fortune? She mused. In truth, Kai Jing was indifferent to the amount. What mattered to her was the recognition from Chu Yi's parents. She tucked the money into her bag before shedding her outer clothing to sleep, succumbing to slumber until the late afternoon. Upon awakening around 4 o'clock, she heard Chu Yi knocking at the door. Chu Yi, the door is unlocked. Please come in, she called. He entered with a smile, asking, Jing, did you sleep well? She nodded affirmatively. Chu Yi took a seat beside her on the bed and playfully brushed his fingers against her nose. Get up. My elder sister and her family have arrived. Every year on New Year's Eve, Chu Yi's elder sister and her family would gather for a meal. If they did not stay over for the new year, they would come back for lunch. If they did stay, they would return for dinner. This year, it was the first time Chu Yi's children would celebrate the new year at their grandparents' home, prompting Chu Ying to return to her family for the festivities. Her husband, Lu Guqing, wholeheartedly supported this arrangement. Beyond familial ties, it was significant that Lu Guqing had dined alongside Chu Yi, as many of the projects at Yifei Real Estate's Nansha branch were contracted to him. He had cultivated his business from humble beginnings, ultimately establishing his construction firm, amassing considerable wealth. Oh, they have arrived, Kai Jing exclaimed, throwing off her covers and sitting up. Chu Yi handed her some clothes from the bedside. After she dressed, they descended the stairs together. The family was gathered around the fireplace, enjoying snacks and conversing. When they had built the house, they had not considered installing heating, and the rural winters were notably cold. Chu Yi's parents were also averse to using air conditioning, so they relied on the fireplace for warmth. Chu Yi led Kai Jing over, and upon noticing their attention, she greeted everyone. Lu Guqing and Chu Ying had attended Kai Fei's funeral. Thus she was familiar with them. After exchanging pleasantries, Chu Yi settled beside Kai Jing at the fireplace. By 5 o'clock, Chu Wang and the others returned, having purchased an abundance of goods in town. They had even hired a van, which was half filled with various types of fireworks, snacks, clothing, and shoes. Lu Pan remarked with a smile, Xi, you bought back so many fireworks. Chu Xi, delighted to see Lu Pan, replied, Sister Pan, you're staying tonight, right? We'll set off fireworks together. Lu Pan enthusiastically agreed. The driver willingly assisted in unloading the items, and as they departed, Chu Yi graciously offered him a small red envelope. Celebrating the new year together. With so many peers now in the house, Chu was overjoyed, finally surrounded by friends to enjoy the festivities. This year, the New Year's Eve dinner was prepared by Chu Wang. With assistance from Lu Guqing and Chu Yi's parents, Kai Jing offered to help, but Chu Yi gently held her back, saying, you'll have plenty of opportunities to assist once you marry into the family. For today, just relax and enjoy your meal. Understanding his sentiment, Kai Jing did not press further. After dinner, the children went outside to set off fireworks while the adults played mahjong in the living room. Apart from Chu Aigua and Zhou Aihua, each family contributed one player. Chu Yi encouraged Kai Jing to join in. She shyly protested, Chu Yi, I don't know how to play. Chu Yi reassured her. The rules are quite simple. Each player draws 13 tiles, and any pair can form a jiang. The remaining 3 tiles can either match or form a sequence. Here, we can only ping in not chi, as long as you complete the hand. Yuan. He demonstrated how to form a winning hand with the tiles. Chu Ying teased, Jing, play freely. After all, your Chu Yi is quite wealthy, let the elder sister win a little. Chu Yi retorted with a laugh. Sister, the game doesn't favor kinship. Don't you know that beginners have the best luck? Under Chu Yi's guidance, Kai Jing quickly grasped the game. However, she frequently sought his advice during play, leading to a situation where she inadvertently allowed Chu Ying to win. Chu Yi felt a bit awkward, not anticipating that his sister would have such a fortunate hand. Kai Jing's luck continued, as she won again on her second round. Once she learned the game, Chu Yi joined Lu Guqing to watch the Spring Festival Gala, discussing work matters along the way. By 10 o'clock, Chu Yi's phone began to ring intermittently with New Year greetings from shareholders and executives, as well as business partners. After completing several calls, it was nearly midnight. As the hosts of the gala wished everyone a happy new year, the sound of firecrackers erupted outside. Chu Yi's family also stepped outside to join in the celebration. Once the festivities concluded, Chu Yu and the others eagerly approached their grandparents and aunt and uncle to wish them a happy new year. After receiving red envelopes, they excitedly approached Chu Yi and Kai Jing. Chu Yu cheerfully exclaimed, Uncle, Auntie, Happy New Year. I wish you both a year filled with harmony and sweetness and love. Thank you. Yu. I wish you a happy new year, achieving academic success and entering your dream university. Chu Yi replied with a smile, handing her a large red envelope. Kai Jing also smiled as she presented Chu Yi with the red envelope Chu Yi had prepared for her. I wish you a happy new year. Filled with health. With glee, Chu Yi accepted the envelope and moved on, followed by Lu Pan and Lu Shu, who also offered their New Year wishes. Finally, it was Chu Xi and Chu Wang's turn. Dad, Auntie, I wish you both a happy new year, good health, a successful career, and everlasting love. Dad, Auntie, I wish you both a happy new year. May all your wishes come true. Chu Yi smiled as he handed each of them a red envelope. Thank you, Chu Xi and Chu Wang. I wish you both happiness every day and success in your studies. Kai Jing added her own red envelopes, saying, and he wishes you both health and happiness. Lastly, Chu Igua and Zhou Aihua each presented Kai Jing with a large red envelope. She quickly declined. Uncle, Auntie, I'm already grown. I can't accept your New Year gifts. Zhou Aihua chuckled. This is your first New Year with us. You cannot refuse this envelope. Chu Yi took the envelopes from his parents and placed them in Kai Jing's hands, saying, Jing Jing, just accept it. With the envelopes now in her hands, Kai Jing felt it would be impolite to refuse, so she graciously thanked the couple. Chapter 100. A New Year gift for Kai Jing. After exchanging greetings, Zhou Aihua and Chu Ying headed to the kitchen to prepare dumplings for a late-night snack. The children gathered to open their red envelopes. Each envelope from Chu Igua and Zhou Aihua contained 2,000 yuan, while those from Chu Yi and Lu Guqing held 5,000 yuan. Given their financial standing, it was understandable that they would be more generous, though there was no need to be excessive. Considering they were still students, after enjoying their late-night snack, everyone retired to their rooms to rest. Chu Yi and Kai Jing ascended to the upper floor, where he asked, Jing Jing, are you tired? Kai Jing gently shook her head, indicating she was not. Having napped for much of the afternoon, she felt quite alert. Chu Yi smiled. Since you're not tired, would you like to sit in my room for a while? Hearing his invitation, Kai Jing's cheeks flushed, but she did not decline, softly agreeing. Chu Yi led her into his room, which was pleasantly warm from the air conditioning. Upon entering, he immediately removed his outer jacket. Are you feeling warm? He asked. A bit, Kai Jing replied, her face still slightly red, unsure if it was due to the room's warmth or her own flustered feelings. Chu Yi chuckled softly, suggesting, if you're too warm, you can take off your jacket. The room is quite comfortable. Kai Jing complied, removing her down jacket and draping it over the sofa. Chu Yi gestured for her to sit comfortably while he retrieved a contract from his bag and handed it to her. This is your New Year gift. What is this? Kai Jing inquired, puzzled. This is a shareholding contract for a company called Waging Investment, which owns 80% of Handing Advertising Company. Once you sign this, the company will wholly belong to you. Chu Yi explained. Kai Jing was astounded. She had heard of Handing Advertising's acquisition by an investment company, but never anticipated that it was Chu Yi behind it. Chu Yi, is Waging Investment yours? She asked, her eyes wide with surprise. Chu Yi nodded with a smile. Yes, it is mine. Initially, I had intended to acquire Handing Advertising as your dowry, but it seems you've inadvertently taken advantage of me. Kai Jing smiled shyly, harboring feelings for Chu Yi. If they could not be together in this life, she might choose to remain single forever. Chu Yi placed a pen and the contract in her hands, saying, since it can't be your dowry, let it serve as a New Year gift. Chu Yi, this is too extravagant. I cannot accept it, Kai Jing protested, attempting to return the contract. Silly girl, he replied, gently holding her hand. You are my girlfriend now. We are destined to marry. Everything I own is yours. You need not be so polite. But Kai Jing's expression was conflicted, unsure how to counter his words. Chu Yi cupped her face, leaning down to place a gentle kiss on her lips. No more buts. If you're still being polite, I might just get upset. Releasing her, he handed her the pen again, saying, come on, sign it. Feeling cornered by his insistence, Kai Jing accepted the pen and signed her name. Once she had done so, Chu Yi embraced her, sinking into the sofa. Currently, Waging Investment only had a finance department, which would assist in overseeing Handing Advertising's financial matters. Furthermore, the company had over 14 million yuan in liquid assets, representing last year's dividends from Handing Advertising. You can directly transfer this money to your personal account through the dividends, he explained. Kai Jing gasped. So much money? Chu Yi chuckled. Yes, so you'll need to adjust your spending habits. Money is only real when spent. Sitting in a bank account is merely a collection of digits. Kai Jing couldn't help but laugh. Chu Yi, do you want me to become a spendthrift? Chu Yi burst into laughter. Feel free to indulge. If you can exhaust all our wealth in your lifetime, I'll take your surname. Kai Jing giggled. If you take my surname, you'll be called Kai Yi. Chu Yi playfully pinched her nose. That can wait until you've spent all our family's assets. Kai Jing leaned against Chu Yi's chest. I wouldn't want to. You work so hard for your money. I can't bear to waste it. I earn money for you to spend, he replied. Otherwise, what is the point of earning? He reassured her that their wealth was vast enough to last for generations. And if she didn't spend it wisely, it would only increase. The initial accumulation of wealth is the hardest. Once you reach a certain threshold, making money becomes quite simple. Kai Jing gazed at him, her eyes dreamy. Chu Yi, you're so good to me. I don't know how to repay you. Chu Yi tightened his embrace, chuckling. Haven't you already pledged yourself to me? What more do you need? Kai Jing looked up and leaned in to give him a tender kiss. Chu Yi naturally reciprocated, capturing her lips with his. After a long moment, he reluctantly released her. Jing, let me walk you back to your room. If you stay here any longer, I might lose control. Blushing, she nodded. Chu Yi, I'm not feeling well these days. Once this passes, Chu Yi affectionately stroked her hair. No rush. Let us enjoy our romance first. She replied softly, her face glowing with happiness. The bathroom outside is quite chilly. Go grab some clothes to freshen up in my room. I'll step out to get some fresh air. Come down once you're done. On the second floor of Chu Yi's parents' home, there were 2 rooms with attached bathrooms, in addition to 4 bedrooms. Chu Yi occupied one, while his elder brother, Chu Jian, had the other, which was currently occupied by Chu Yi. When they built the house, Chu Yi had arranged 3 rooms each for Chu Yi and Chu Jian. The remaining 2 were reserved for their future children. However, with only one daughter born due to policy restrictions and the younger brother lacking a wife, it was as if those rooms were left unused. Initially, the elders believed they would never witness Chu Yi marry and have children, but unexpectedly, joy had arrived with 2 grandchildren of this age. Although they were not particularly biased towards male offspring, the absence of grandsons had always been a concern. The arrival of Chu Wang brought immense joy to the couple, instantly becoming the apple of their eye. While they cherished him more, they treated their 2 granddaughters with equal affection. Kai Jing, her cheeks flushed, said, "It's all right. It's quite cold outside. You should stay in the room." Had it not been for her current situation, she would have been ready to fully commit. Chu Yi sighed. "I still need to step out for some fresh air. Staying in the room will only make it harder for me." Chapter 101. The loneliness after the new year after the late-night snack. Chu Wang returned to his room and found a New Year greeting text from He Yao on his phone. Chu Wang, Happy New Year. He couldn't help but smile, quickly replying, He Yao, Happy New Year. After sending the message, he removed his jacket and was about to head to the bathroom when He Yao's reply came through that you're still awake. Not in a hurry, he lay back on his bed. Typing back, just finished a late-night snack with my family. What about you? He Yao's message quickly returned that I accompanied my family through the night until midnight, then returned to my room after paying New Year respects to the elders. Chu Wang replied, Same here, but this year I set off a lot of fireworks. He Yao said, I envy you. I would love to see fireworks, but unfortunately, they are not allowed in our community. Chu Wang replied, If you want to see fireworks, it's simple. I'll take you to the suburbs of Nan City when the opportunity arises. He Yao responded with excitement. That would be great. I'll look forward to it. The two conversed for nearly an hour before Chu Wang bid He Yao good night. Ever since he took her to the internet CAF, they had been chatting on their phones each evening, discussing mostly events of the day, whether related to studies or life. Even though they did not meet in person afterward, their relationship gradually improved. The next day was the first day of the Lunar New Year. Lu Guiqing's family had breakfast at home before driving back to their residence. According to the customs in Chu Yi's area, it was customary not to visit others on New Year's Day. With nothing else to do, Chu Yi took Kai Jing and the three little ones to Banqiao Town for a day of fun. On the second day of the new year, children from Chu Yi's uncle's family came to pay their respects to Chu Yi's parents. Chu Yi's uncle had 6 children, and now they all had their own families, so quite a number of people arrived to pay their New Year respects. Concerned about his parents getting tired from cooking, Chu Yi specially hired a local chef to assist with the meals. Although Chu Yi and Kai Jing did not have to do much, they still distributed a considerable number of red envelopes. After all, Chu Yi's uncle had 6 children, each of whom had families of their own, leading to a total of about 10 children, all still studying. For Chu Yi, the expenditure on red envelopes was insignificant. If it were an ordinary family with so many relatives, they would likely find the red envelope distribution a headache every New Year on the afternoon of the 3rd day of the new year. Chu Yi's elder brother, Chu Jian, returned with his wife, Zhong Xiaotong. Chu Jian, at 43 this year, carried a heavy air of authority, possibly due to his position. This naturally intimidated several younger family members. Zhong Xiaotong, 2 years younger than Chu Jian, appeared well-preserved, yet time had left its mark on her. Although her position was not as high as Chu Jian's, she wielded considerable power and commanded respect. After returning home, many local officials visited to pay their respects. But Chu Jian firmly rejected their gifts. He was not one to covet material possessions, yet his desire for power was substantial. Years ago, he lent money to Chu Yi to establish his home. And although Chu Yi intended to share some shares of Yifei Group with Chu Jian, he refused. Chu Jian only wanted the repayment of the borrowed money, even foregoing interest, even when Chu Yi contemplated giving shares to Chu Yi. Chu Jian remained resolute in declining that he would not allow any blemish on his political career. With the Zhong family as his backing, Chu Jian felt no need to associate with the corrupt figures in the political arena. After dinner that evening, Chu Yi and Chu Jian stood outside chatting. After exchanging pleasantries, Chu Jian remarked, "Chu Yi, I may be transferred to serve as the deputy mayor of Linjin City, in Jing Province, overseeing the city's economic work." Thanks to Chu Yi, Chu Jian consistently achieved remarkable results in promoting the city's economic development, all within legal boundaries that he would never use his power to benefit his younger brother. Chu Yi calmly replied, "This year, Yifei Group will increase its investment in Linjin City to bolster local economic development." Chu Jian remained silent, gazing into the distance. Although the brothers rarely communicated, they understood each other well. The Zhong family helped Chu Yi foster a fair business environment, while Chu Yi reciprocated by increasing investments in areas governed by Chu Jian and the Zhong family, assisting in local economic growth. By 9 o'clock that evening, Chu Yi's younger sister, Chu Shan, and her husband, Wang Baichuan, returned with their child, and on the 4th day of the new year, several of Chu Yi's siblings took their families to visit their uncle. After the visit, Chu Jian's family skipped dinner and set off for Jing Province. Life often imposes constraints, and since Chu Jian chose power, he had to sacrifice much in terms of familial bonds. As his political career flourished, his visits home to see his parents became increasingly infrequent. Chu Aigua and Zhou Aihua watched their eldest son's family depart, their eyes reddening with emotion. Zhou Aihua could not hold back her tears. Aging parents yearn for their children to be close. Yet, to avoid burdening their children, they chose to sever the strings of attachment, allowing them to soar freely. Chu Yi remained at home until the 6th day of the new year before departing with Kai Jing and their 2 children. He had many matters to attend to during the holiday, maintaining various relationships. With his elder brother unable to be present for their parents, he could only fulfill his filial duties in his stead. Accompanying Chu Yi was Chu Shan's family. Wang Baichuan, as the head of a department at Renan Hospital, had a busy work schedule and could not stay long. After the 6th day, the lively Chu family quickly fell into silence. During dinner, Chu Aigua and Zhou Aihua appeared dejected, opting not to prepare any new dishes. Instead, they reheated leftovers from the past few days for a simple meal, although they had no financial constraints. The cold, desolate atmosphere of the house weighed heavily on their hearts. Noticing Zhou Aihua had barely touched her food, Chu Aigua inquired, "Why are you eating so little?" Zhou Aihua sighed, "I have no appetite." "Tonight, you wash the dishes. I'll take a stroll in the village." Chu Aigua replied, "Just 2 bowls. We can leave them for tomorrow, and I'll join you for a walk later." Zhou Aihua said nothing further. After Chu Aigua finished his meal, they tidied up a bit before leaving the house. The home felt particularly cold that night, and the elderly couple had no desire to remain inside. The next day, Chu Xi arranged to go shopping with Chun Yan, meeting at the city center plaza at 9 in the morning. This time, Chu Xi arrived before Chun Yan. After getting out of the taxi, she waited a while at the bus stop until Chun Yan alighted from the bus. Xi, Yan, the 2 friends, excited to see each other after a long time, embraced warmly. Chu Xi, with her pure and beautiful looks, and Chen Yan, who also appeared attractive, formed a delightful scene that caught the attention of many passers-by. Once their excitement subsided, Chen Yan suggested, "Let's go to the milk tea shop to order some drinks before shopping." Milk tea was a must-have for the 2 whenever they went out. Despite Chen Yan's mother frequently advising her against consuming junk food, she could never resist. Healthy food might be nutritious, but it simply could not compare in taste to such treats. Sure, Chu Xi readily agreed. The 2 girls linked arms and soon arrived at their favorite milk tea shop. It was still the 7th day of the new year, and many people had yet to return to work, making the city center of Nan City quite lively. That a long line formed outside the milk tea shop, and Chu Xi and Chun Yan had no choice but to stand at the end of the queue. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Chun Yan asked, Xi, how much did you receive in red envelopes this year?" Knowing some of Chu Xi's family circumstances, she was eager to see how the wealthy compared to the ordinary. "In total, 36,000 yuan, Chu Xi candidly replied to her closest friend. There is a saying that when one person attains success, their family rises with them. Since Chu Yi's rise, he had not forgotten to support close relatives. He frequently aided his sister and younger sister, as well as several cousins from his uncle's family. The factories in Banqiao town were established through partnerships among Chu Yi's cousins, and their survival largely depended on orders from Yifei Group. Over the years, these cousins had also earned substantial wealth, each accumulating fortunes exceeding 10 million. Naturally, this was why they generously bestowed red envelopes upon Chu Yi's children during the new year. Of course, Chu Yi reciprocated by giving red envelopes to their children as well. Hearing this figure, Chun Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. You received so much for the new year? Chu Xi smiled and asked. What about you? Chun Yan grimaced. I didn't even reach your fraction, just 3,700 yuan. This amount was thanks to Chun Yan having many relatives, where the small contributions added up. However, she quickly adjusted her mindset, smiling as she said, but this year, my mom gave me the full amount that I in the past. Whenever she received red envelopes, her mother would take most of the money back. Fortunately, thanks to her father's persuasion, her mother allowed her to manage her own finances this year. Chen Xiangqian had learned about his daughter's good friend's family situation during the last parent-teacher meeting. He wished for his daughter to maintain a good relationship with Chu Xi, which is why he allowed Chun Yan's mother to give her more pocket money that he hoped that, by befriending Chu Xi, his daughter might find new opportunities in the future, sparing her the struggles of a medical career. He only had one daughter, and naturally, he hoped she could live a more relaxed life in the future. Chu Xi cheerfully replied, I'm keeping my red envelopes too. My dad said I can manage them as I wish. Currently, Chu Xi had over 100,000 yuan in savings. This amount was not only from the 36,000 yuan received during the new year, but also included the monthly allowance her father provided her, along with various meeting red envelopes from relatives. For a high school student, having such disposable funds was far superior to that of most ordinary families. Chen Yan said, Xi, you've treated me several times before. Today, all the expenses are on me. Before leaving, Chun Xiangqian had reminded her that when she went out with Chu Xi, she should contribute something within her means. True friendship does not solely revolve around taking. Such relationships are unlikely to endure. Chun Yan absorbed her father's advice, not wanting to lose a friend like Chu Xi. Chu Xi, maintaining a natural demeanor, smiled. All right, since you've received so many red envelopes, you must treat me to something delicious. Before recognizing her father, Chen Yan had often treated Chu Xi to food, and at that time, Chu Xi rarely had the chance to reciprocate. Therefore, she understood Chun Yan's feelings and thoughts very well, which was why she never refused whenever Chun Yan insisted on treating. Chun Yan smiled sweetly. Of course, you're my best friend, so I'll treat you to whatever I can afford. After waiting for over half an hour in line, the two finally purchased their favorite milk tea. Hand in hand, they sipped their drinks while strolling along the pedestrian street. Passing a boutique, Chun Yan spent over 2,000 yuan on two similarly styled necklaces. Xi, let us each wear one of these necklaces as a testament to our friendship. Chu Xi earnestly replied, Thank you. Yin. I will cherish this necklace. Chun Yan felt delighted by Chu Xi's sincerity. Xi, let me help you put it on. Okay. Chu Xi allowed Chun Yan to fasten the necklace around her fair neck. Subsequently, Chu Xi took the necklace and adorned Chun Yan, saying, Yin, now it's your turn. After they adorned each other with the necklaces, the two sisters exchanged smiles. Exiting the boutique, they took numerous intimate photos together and indulged in various snacks at a food street in the afternoon. They enjoyed a movie at the cinema and played games at the arcade, such as claw machines and dancing machines. They continued their fun until after 7 in the evening, dining at a barbecue restaurant in the mall before taking a taxi home together. Chu Xi first dropped Chun Yan off outside her community before having the driver take her back to Fenghua Bun. Upon returning home, Chu Xi realized the house was empty. She quickly called her father. Dad, are you and Annie not home? There's no one here. Her father's laughter echoed through the phone. Your aunt and I are out on a date. Chu Xi asked, when will you be back? I'm a bit scared being home alone. Chu Yi replied, we can't return right now. Call Xiao Wang. He should be at the internet CAF nearby. Hearing this, Chu Xi felt a bit disappointed. All right, I'll call Chu Wang. The following day, atop Bakesifing in the suburbs of Nan City, colorful lights adorned the trees, creating a beautiful scene. Underneath an ancient tree, a delicate tent stood, where a couple lay embraced on a soft mattress. Gazing at the stars twinkling through the transparent tent top, Kai Jing turned to Chu Yi and asked, Is it really okay for Xi to be home alone? Chu Yi reassured her. Don't worry, she has bodyguards for protection, so nothing will happen. Besides, Fenghua Bun has excellent security, and outsiders cannot easily enter the villa area. Kai Jing still expressed concern. I'm not worried about her safety. I'm concerned she might feel scared being home alone. The villa is quite spacious, and it could feel a bit lonely. Chu Yi said, I'll call Chu Wang and ask him to return home early tonight. With that, he took out his phone to call Chu Wang. The call connected quickly. Chu Wang, where are you now? Chu Wang's voice came through. I'm at the internet CAF near home, that Chu Xi called me. I'll head back after this game. Chu Yi advised, your aunt and I want to be returning tonight. Please get home early and don't leave Chu Xi alone. Chu Wang agreed. Got it. Dad. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. At the Shinkong Yuan internet CAF near Finghua Buyuan, in a private room. Zhang Pengqing asked after Chu Wang hung up. Wang Zi, aren't you playing anymore? No, you played out. I need to head back since Chu Xi is home alone. Chu Wang replied as he packed up his phone to leave. Zhang Pengqing, seeing Chu Wang was leaving, said, if you're not playing, I have no interest in staying at the CF alone. Soon, both exited the private room, and a taxi happened to pass by, which Chu Wang hailed. Although the internet CAF was only a 10-minute walk from Finghua Buyuan, Chu Wang was concerned about Chu Xi and opted for a taxi instead, as he didn't mind the fare. Upon arriving at Finghua Buyuan's entrance, Chu Wang informed the security guard, allowing the taxi to drive in. As the driver navigated through the luxurious villas, he couldn't help but feel envious, glancing at the two young passengers and wishing for such fortune himself. Soon, the car arrived at Chu Wang's home. He paid the fare and generously tipped the driver an additional 100 yuan. Driver, when you leave, please turn around at the entrance and go out the way you came in. The security will check. I'm sorry for the trouble. I appreciate your understanding. All vehicles entering Finghua Buyuan must undergo checks upon exiting to ensure the safety of other residents. Chu Wang's extra tip was a gesture of gratitude for any inconvenience caused to the driver. The driver smiled and replied, no problem. I've never been to a place like this before. It's quite an eye-opener. It was merely a routine check by the security guard, yet the prospect of earning an extra 100 yuan made him willing to undergo such inspections daily. After the taxi driver departed, Chu Wang turned to Zhang Pengqing and inquired, Qingzi, are you heading home or coming over to my place? Zhang Pengqing replied, I'll come over to your place. You might as well call my sister over since my parents are out today. Chu Wang chuckled. Perfect. With your sister keeping Chu Xi company, we can retreat to my room and continue our gaming session. Zhang Pengqing promptly called Zhang Shuang, and soon after hanging up, he informed Chu Wang, let us head to your house first. My sister will join us shortly. Chu Wang nodded and led Zhang Pengqing back home. Upon entering the villa, they found Chu Xi sitting cross-legged on the living room sofa. Engrossed in the television, her face lit up with joy upon seeing Chu Wang. You're finally back. Qingzi, you're here too. Since moving to Finghua Villa, Zhang Pengqing and Zhang Shuang had frequently visited, and Chu Xi had grown quite familiar with them. Zhang Pengqing grinned, my parents are out, so I thought I'd hang out with Wang Zi. My sister will be over soon. Chu Xi's eyes sparkled with excitement. That's wonderful. We can binge watch together. Chu Wang invited Zhang Pengqing to sit in the living room while he went to fetch some snacks and drinks. Once he departed, Zhang Pengqing asked, Shi, isn't your housekeeper around? Chu Xi replied, Aunt Tao had something to attend to. She won't be back until tomorrow. They chatted casually until Chu Wang returned with an assortment of snacks and beverages. After a brief wait downstairs, Zhang Shuang hurried in. Upon her arrival, Chu Wang called out to Zhang Pengqing, suggesting they head to his room to play games. However, Zhang Shuang interjected, Brother Chu Wang, isn't it boring just playing video games? How about we play truth or dare instead? Chu Xi immediately perked up. That sounds fun. I've never played that before. Zhang Pengqing shrugged. I'm fine with it. Chu Wang, not one to dampen the mood, readily agreed, seeing their enthusiasm. How shall we play? Chu Xi eagerly asked. Zhang Shuang inquired, do you have a deck of cards? If not, anything that can determine order will suffice. Chu Wang nodded. I do have cards. Just a moment. Shortly, he returned with a deck. Zhang Shuang took the cards and said, we'll draw a card each and compare. The one with the lowest card must face a punishment. Chu Wang asked, what if two people draw the same low card? Zhang Shuang shook her head. That once happened. If the values are the same, the suits will determine the order. Spades, hearts, diamonds, clubs. The others had no objections. Before the game commenced, Chu Wang cautioned, let us have fun, but let us not take it too far. We're all friends here, and I wouldn't want any misunderstandings. Agreed, the others replied. Zhang Shuang suggested the game to glean whether Chu Wang had a crush on someone. Since her father had mentioned him, she had gradually developed feelings for him. Zhang Shuang had little ambition in life. Despite her father's affection, she knew the family fortune wouldn't be hers. Thus, she envisioned a future as a wealthy wife, enjoying snacks and dramas daily. However, she had high standards for her partner's looks and found Chu Wang's handsome visage and affluent background fitting her ideal. She believed that feelings could develop over time, and even if love didn't blossom, she felt she could spend a lifetime with him. With the game underway, Zhang Shuang shuffled the cards and dealt one to each player. When they revealed their cards, Zhang Pengcheng had the lowest, while Zhang Shuang had the highest. With a resigned sigh, he tossed his card aside, lamenting his misfortune. Chu Wang and the others chuckled at his plight. Zhang Shuang asked, "Brother, will you choose truth or dare?" With a grimace, Zhang Pengcheng replied, "I choose truth." A sly smile crept onto Zhang Shuang's face as she asked, "Name the girl you have a crush on." Zhang Pengcheng's face fell. "Really? You're starting off big?" Chu Wang and Chu Xi chimed in eagerly. "Come on, don't chicken out." All right, I'll tell you." He scratched his head, feeling bashful. "The girl I like is Lan Qian." Zhang Shuang queried, "Who is Lan Qian?" Chu Wang stared at Zhang Pengcheng in disbelief. "Are you talking about our chemistry teacher?" With a sheepish grin, Zhang Pengcheng confirmed, "That's her." Although their chemistry teacher had an average appearance, she possessed a curvaceous figure and undeniable charm. Zhang Pengcheng preferred mature women over inexperienced girls. Chu Wang laughed. "No wonder you pay such close attention in chemistry class. I thought you were actually studying." Zhang Shuang feigned disgust. "Brother, your taste is quite unique, preferring someone older." Zhang Pengcheng didn't rebut. He was still a youth with limited social experience and lacked the audacity to argue. The game continued. And soon it was Chu Xi's turn, who ended up with the lowest card again, while Zhang Shuang had the highest. Chu Xi, unfazed, declared, "I'll choose truth as well. Ask away." Zhang Shuang grinned. "Don't worry. I won't put you in a tough spot. Did you receive any love letters last semester?" Chu Xi nodded. "I did, but I never opened them." Initially curious about the letters, she lost interest after receiving them repeatedly, as they all bore similar sentiments with little originality. After several rounds, the atmosphere grew lively, and finally, it was Chu Wang's turn to draw the lowest card. "You all chose truth out of fear, so I'll take dare this time." Zhang Pengcheng looked at him with admiration. "Wang Zai, you're truly brave. I admire you." Chu Xi and Zhang Shuang laughed heartily. "Since you're so bold, you better not back down." Chu Wang showed no signs of fear, confidently stating, "If I'm daring, I won't hesitate." The one with the highest card, Chu Xi, chuckled. "You must call a non-relative male contact from your phone and confess your feelings." Chu Wang felt a surge of excitement. He anticipated this kind of dare. After chatting with He Yao every night for months, he decided to test whether she reciprocated his feelings, opting for a text over a call. He thought, a text is less daunting. The others had no objections, and Chu Wang retrieved his phone, prompting them to gather around. Casually scrolling through his contacts, he reached He Yao's name and declared, "I'll confess to her." Chu Xi encouraged, "Go on, send it." Chu Wang opened He Yao's message thread, typed, "He Yao, I like you," and hit send. Ing Nan Garden. He Yao was focused on her desk, working on practice papers when her phone chimed with a message notification. Picking up her phone, her heart raced upon reading Chu Wang's confession. Her face flushed crimson, and her heart pounded as if it would leap from her chest. Why would Chu Wang suddenly confess to me? Should I agree? Although I like him, this confession is so unexpected that He Yao wrestled with her emotions, deleting and rewriting her response several times. Finally, taking a deep breath, she replied, "I like you too." She dismissed any notion that Chu Wang might be joking. In her heart, love was not something to be trifled with. If he were jesting, she resolved to cut ties with him entirely. Back at Fenghua Villa, the group awaited He Yao's response, resuming their game. Though Zhang Shuang's enthusiasm waned, her intuition suggested that Chu Wang indeed had feelings for this He Yao girl. Just after they completed another round, He Yao finally messaged Chu Wang back. Chu Xi excitedly lunged for his phone. "Chu Wang, hurry and open it. Let us see what," she replied. Chu Wang deftly evaded her grasp. "Don't snatch it. Let me read it first." As he stood up, intending to leave the game behind, Chu Xi pouted in dissatisfaction and clung to his waist. "If you don't show me, you can't leave." She turned to Zhang Pengcheng. "Chengzi, go get his phone." On it, Zhang Pengcheng dashed over, ready to snatch it from Chu Wang. As he dodged, Chu Wang relented. Fine, I'll show you." Soon, they all huddled around him. And upon seeing He Yao's reply, their expressions varied. Chu Wang's smile was undeniable. Chu Xi exclaimed, "You hit the jackpot today. She likes you too." Zhang Shuang felt disheartened. She had hoped to learn more about Chu Wang's preferences through the game, only to discover he had someone he liked. Thankfully, she hadn't yet revealed her feelings, sparing her the awkwardness of facing him. Zhang Pengcheng's expression was the most complex. He feared for his brother's happiness, while also envying his newfound romantic fortune. Who would have thought that a mere game would lead to my buddy getting a girlfriend? Chu Wang boasted. With looks like mine, it's only natural for girls to like me. All right, you all continue playing. I'm done. He didn't hide his joy, unbothered by the potential gossip among their elders. Seeing Chu Wang withdraw, Zhang Shuang remarked, if Chu Wang isn't playing, it won't be as fun for the rest of us. With that, the game naturally dispersed. Chu Wang retreated to his room to call He Yao, while Zheng Pengqing and Zheng Shuang headed home. With family around, Chu Xi felt no fear, settling on the sofa with snacks. Watching television, upon returning to his room, Chu Wang promptly dialed He Yao. The call connected quickly. He Yao, it's me. Yes, I know. Her voice carried a hint of shyness. Chu Wang smiled. Do you have time tomorrow? Let us go out together. He Yao responded. I should be free. We've finished our New Year visits. What shall we do tomorrow? After a moment's thought, he suggested, how about the amusement park? We could ride the Ferris wheel together. Her voice brightened with anticipation. That sounds great. I've never been on a Ferris wheel. When shall we meet? Chu Wang proposed. Let us meet at your neighborhood at 9 tomorrow morning. Maybe not. He Yao hesitated. Concerned about her father discovering their outing, she feared her father, He Qingye, would object vehemently to her going out with Chu Wang. Is there a park nearby? Chu Wang shared her apprehension regarding He Yao's father. He was indeed anxious about He Qingye's potential disapproval, fearing the man would confront him for taking his daughter out. Yes, there is a small park nearby, He Yao replied. Great, let us meet there at 9 tomorrow morning. Sounds good, He Yao agreed, her excitement palpable. After hanging up, Chu Wang felt exhilarated, tossing his pillow in the air and catching it. He then flopped onto his bed, reviewing their chat history with He Yao. Playing Truth or Dare had provided him the perfect opportunity to confess his feelings. He thought if it didn't go well, he could always claim he lost the game. To his surprise, He Yao didn't give him the chance to explain. Meanwhile, after ending the call, He Yao beamed with joy. Having harbored feelings for Chu Wang for so long, she was thrilled to finally receive his confession. Sitting at her desk, she gazed at the message from Chu Wang, smiling dreamily for a while. Eventually, her excitement calmed down, and she realized she needed an excuse to tell her parents about her outing with Chu Wang. After pondering for a bit, He Yao checked her reflection in the mirror to ensure everything looked normal before leaving her room. In the living room, He Qingye and Lu Yunlan were watching television. He Yao approached them with a bright smile. Dad, Mom, I'd like to go out with some friends tomorrow. He Qingye immediately became alert. With whom? Feeling somewhat guilty, she replied, just a classmate. We plan to go to the amusement park. Is it a boy or a girl? He Qingye pressed on, determined to get to the bottom of it. Realizing she couldn't bluff her way out, He Yao resorted to a minor lie. It's a girl, my deskmate, Xiaoyu. You met her during the parent-teacher meeting. After thinking for a moment, He Qingye recalled. Oh, the girl with the short hair and round face? He Yao nodded. Yes, that's her. To mask her nervousness, she emphasized her words, knowing her father would disapprove if she revealed she was going out with Chu Wang. With no other options, He Yao silently apologized to her father in her heart. Lu Yunlan gave her daughter a knowing look, advising, make sure to take some extra money. Don't let them foot the bill entirely. The He family had always been financially stable from the time He Yao received her New Year's money. Lu Yunlan had helped her save by the time He Yao entered high school. She was given the savings book to manage herself. Over the years, He Yao had saved over 70,000 yuan. Plus, she received a generous allowance each month, making her savings largely untouched. He Yao smiled brightly. Got it. He Qingye pulled out his wallet, handing her 500 yuan. Staying home studying all day isn't great. Enjoy yourself while you're out. Despite knowing his daughter had her own money, He Qingye still worried she might run short on cash during her outing. If he knew she was going out with Chu Wang and willingly giving her money, he might just lose his composure. He Yao beamed. Thank you, Dad. At the summit of Baishifeng, Chu Yi and Kai Jing gazed at the stars while discussing their hopes for the future. Jingjing, once Xiao Wang and the others grow up, I'll hand the company over to them, and we can travel the world together. Kai Jing's eyes sparkled with anticipation. That sounds so romantic. I'd love to see the sights around the world. But the most important thing is that we'll be together. Chu Yi tightened his embrace around Kai Jing, leaning in to whisper, do you feel it's getting a bit chilly? Yes, it is a bit cold. The warm breath against her ear made Kai Jing feel weak. Chu Wang carried her into the tent, saying, let me zip the tent up, though the temperature at the mountain's peak was low. The electric blanket inside the tent provided warmth, ensuring they wouldn't feel cold as long as the wind was blocked. Tonight, Chu Yi had no intention of descending the mountain. and with bodyguards stationed at the entrance and exit. He felt secure from any interruptions. Chu Yi raised the tent, leaving a slight gap for ventilation. After securing the tent, Chu Wang switched on a small red ambient lamp hanging from the top of the tent. Instantly, an air of intimacy enveloped the space. Chu Yi lay down, drawing Kai Jing back into his embrace, and softly inquired near her ear, "Jing Jing, are you comfortable tonight?" At that moment, Kai Jing's ears flushed crimson, and she felt too shy to respond, merely offering a barely perceptible hum. Fortunately, Chu Yi's keen ears caught it. He was not one to feign aloofness. Seeing Kai Jing ready, he hesitated no longer. Suddenly, a resounding cry of a phoenix echoed from the summit of Mount Baishi at midnight. The morning sun broke through the clouds, casting its golden rays upon the peak, heralding yet another splendid day. Chu Yi awoke to the dawn, casting a gentle smile at the still slumbering Kai Jing beside him. Before he could make a move, Kai Jing stirred from her dreams. Upon noticing Chu Yi's radiant gaze, she shyly buried her head in his chest. Chu Yi teased, "So much happened last night, yet you're still so bashful this morning." Kai Jing, flustered, retorted, "Don't say that." Chu Yi laughed heartily. "All right, I shall remain silent. Come on, let's get up. Someone may arrive at the summit soon." Kai Jing, clutching the blanket, sat up and bashfully looked at Chu Yi, saying, "Could you step outside for a moment?" "Sure, I'll dress and wait for you outside," he replied, understanding her shyness. After a brief wait outside, Kai Jing emerged, her bag noticeably stuffed. Curious, Chu Yi asked, "What have you packed in there?" With a shy smile, Kai Jing replied, "It's a secret." Chu Yi chuckled, not pressing further. "Let us head down for breakfast." As they descended the mountain, Kai Jing struggled a bit, prompting Chu Yi to kindly carry her. Chapter 106. Is your hand cold? Let me warm it for you. Before 7 in the morning, Hiao had already risen early. Although lacking cosmetics, she took the time to groom herself. Simply selecting her outfit for the outing took over half an hour. By the time she was ready, the appointment time with Chu Wang was fast approaching. Exiting her room, she found that Qingye and Lu Yunlan had already left. Today was the 8th day of the Lunar New Year, a day when many places resumed work at the boss. Qingye had numerous responsibilities, particularly distributing the first day of work red envelopes to employees, a gesture to foster goodwill. Lu Yunlan, having opened several clothing stores, also needed to oversee her businesses. Worried that Chu Wang might be waiting too long in the park, Hiao hurriedly left her home. Upon arriving at the nearby park, she found Chu Wang had already been waiting. Excitedly, she rushed over. "Chu Wang, have you been here long?" Chu Wang smiled and shook his head. "Not long. I just arrived." In truth, he had been waiting for half an hour, eagerly anticipating their formal date, leaving no room for a lazy morning. Hiao remarked, "Had I known my parents would leave so early, I would have invited you directly to my home." Chu Wang chuckled, "It's fine. I feel more at ease waiting in the park." With a playful grin, Hiao asked, "You're not afraid of my dad, are you?" Chu Wang laughed lightly. "Well, it's only natural to feel a bit intimidated when dealing with someone who has raised a daughter like you." Hiao, blushing, playfully scolded, "That's not true. I'm not easily swayed by you. Have you had breakfast yet? There's a noodle shop nearby that's particularly good. Shall we try it?" Chu Wang nodded. "Sure, let's go." Although he had already eaten at home, he noticed that Hiao likely had not. His appetite was substantial enough to accommodate another bowl of noodles. They walked side by side out of the park, with Hiao leading the way to a well-decorated rice noodle shop. Hiao confidently approached the owner. "Annie, I'd like a bowl of shredded pork noodles." Turning to Chu Wang, she inquired, "What would you like?" He replied, "I'll have the same." She then instructed the owner, "Auntie, make it 2 bowls of shredded pork noodles." After placing their order, they found a spot to sit. Chu Wang asked, "Do you come here often?" Hiao shook her head. "Not really. I usually have breakfast at my grandparents' house." Although Hiao's family took care of her parents, her grandparents predominantly cooked for them. Now in their 60s, they remained vigorous and enjoyed preparing meals for their grandchildren. As they chatted, their noodles soon arrived. Hiao approached the condiment station and asked, "Chu Wang, would you like to add any toppings?" Chu Wang followed her, saying, "I'll add my own." He added everything except cilantro. And seeing this, Hiao hesitated but ultimately decided not to add any for herself either. Chu Wang set his bowl on the table and swiftly brought Hiao's over as well. Noticing how much he enjoyed his meal, she remarked, "This noodle shop has a great flavor, doesn't it?" Chu Wang nodded with a smile. "Yes, it's quite delicious." The shredded pork noodles were indeed delightful, though they couldn't quite compare to what was made at home. As Chu Wang finished his meal and prepared to pay, Hiao quickly stood up, saying, I invited you to eat noodles. How could I let you pay? Unfamiliar with Chu Wang's family situation, she assumed he came from a less fortunate background since he attended Nanyu High School for a scholarship. This preconceived notion led her to overlook the quality of the clothes he wore. Seeing He Yao insist on paying, Chu Wang didn't press the issue, curious about her reaction once she learned more about his circumstances. After finishing their meal, Chu Wang intended to take a taxi to the amusement park, but He Yao insisted on taking the bus this time, without contesting the fare. The bus was not crowded, and they found a window seat at the back. He Yao cracked the window slightly and turned to Chu Wang, asking, "By the way, I forgot to ask, how did you do on your final exams?" Chu Wang replied, "Although I only scored 688, I'm still the top in our grade." The exams had been particularly challenging, resulting in lower overall scores compared to the monthly tests. He Yao smiled. "That's impressive. As long as you maintain this score, getting into Shuangdan University will be no problem." Chu Wang playfully inquired, "What about you? What was your score?" 704, she answered, which is nearly 10 points behind the top score. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "With your grades, you could easily attend Beijing University. There's no need to follow me to Shuangdan." He Yao smiled brightly. "Who said I'm going to Shuangdan just for you? It has always been my goal." Chu Wang raised an eyebrow. "Really?" He Yao rolled her eyes playfully. "Of course. Don't be too self-absorbed." In truth, He Yao planned to return to take over her father's business, and the distinction between Beijing University and Shuangdan was negligible. Moreover, Shuangdan University was one of the top institutions in the country, comparable in prestige to Beijing University. Chu Wang relaxed. "That's good to hear." Just then, the bus stopped at a station, and a couple boarded, sitting directly in front of them. Observing their intimate exchange, Chu Wang felt a twinge of envy. He too wished to hold He Yao's hand, but felt a bit shy. Suddenly, he overheard part of the couple's conversation. "Darling, is your hand cold? Let me warm it for you." "Yes, a little cold. Please help me warm it." Chu Wang leaned closer to He Yao and whispered, "He Yao, are your hands cold?" He Yao's face flushed slightly, clearly having heard the couple's dialogue. "They should be a bit cold," she replied softly, her voice slightly wavering. Although Chu Wang had already carried her twice, they had never held hands. My hands are warmer. "Would you like me to warm yours?" he stammered. He Yao turned to gaze out the window, her blush deepening to her ears. "Okay." Taking a deep breath,